Chapter 1. 34D. The goddess in the sweltering summer heat. The sun pierced through my skin like a venomous arrow. Standing at the guard post, beads of sweat trickled down my cheeks, splattering onto my grass-green uniform like a relentless stream of water. This day was unbearably hot. I remained motionless, the perspiration from my brow soaking down, cascading past my eyelashes and causing a stinging sensation in my eyes. Damn it, that wretched safety supervisor has removed the umbrella from the guard post, clearly to torment me, a mere novice in the security department. But it matters not. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon those capable. Curse it all, I am dying of heat. My name is Li Xiaoyao, a name that suggests extraordinary expectations from my parents, who hoped I would become a hero championing the weak. Yet I have disappointed them, growing into an exceedingly ordinary individual, employed as a security guard in a technology firm in Hangzhou for less than 2 months, enduring the utmost humiliation and trials of existence, often going without meals for days. This job offers no benefits, no meal allowances, and even my uniform is incomplete, relegating me to shifts during the scorching afternoons, suffering as if I had been wrung out of bitter melon juice. Moreover, I fantasize daily about the abundance of beautiful women in uniforms at the company, only to discover that, after 2 months, the ladies here could frighten a donkey. Without makeup, and even with it, they could induce a state of utter terror. Casting my gaze aside, I noticed a woman emerging from the company building, one I recognized, Wang Yin from the business department, often referred to as the flower of her division, possessing a figure that boasted a 90 score for her curves and a mere 10 for her face. Wang Yin approached me, her slender waist swaying gracefully, her high heels elevating her stature by at least 7 centimeters, accentuating her long, fair legs. As she neared, she suddenly paused beside the guard post, gazing at me with a smile. Li Xiaoyao, the launch day for Destiny is just around the corner. Are you really planning to stay in this security job forever? Why not join me? We in the business department are forming a gaming team, and we could use someone like you as muscle. Look, I just got a limited edition gaming helmet. I cast a glance at the pristine white helmet, indeed the recently released Destiny helmet, worth a staggering 10,000 RMB, a sum that seemed far removed from my monthly salary of 1,000. At keeping my composure, I replied, I appreciate the offer, Sister Wang, but I must focus on my work. Wang Yin, holding the gaming helmet, suddenly bent slightly. Oh, I do adore your cool demeanor. Think it over, and if you change your mind, come find me. It'll ensure you're well fed and have gaming credits. And she leaned in, her well-rounded figure swaying enticingly, her smile captivating. And if you perform well, there might be special rewards in store for you. Silence enveloped us as she took her leave, the flower of the business department departing gracefully, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Behind me, the safety supervisor, old Yu, cleared his throat and chuckled. Li Xiaoyao, it seems the flower of the business department has taken a liking to you? I remained silent, continuing my vigil under the relentless sun, feeling like a chicken nearing its roast, and I sensed I might soon begin to smoke. What truly captivates me is not the woman herself, but rather the gaming headset. Destiny is a highly realistic game that has been developed over a decade, boasting an astounding realism of 97, far surpassing the previous major games that only achieved a maximum realism of 39. As a die-hard gaming novice, it is impossible for me not to feel a surge of excitement. Regrettably, my salary barely covers the cost of game cards, let alone the extravagant gaming headset. Just as a slight tremor coursed through my body, accompanied by the fear of being scorched, the distant voice of old Yu suddenly called out, Li Xiaoyao, you can stop your post. General Liu wants you to head to the photography department. It's the weekend, and they're shooting a series of model photos and could use an extra hand. Understood. Upon entering the 7th floor, the staff of the photography department immediately recognized me. Li Xiaoyao, hurry over to the studio and help us move some boxes. Indeed, it seems my fate is to be a box mover. Hey, do you know who we're shooting today? He asked, slinging his arm over my shoulder. That I shook my head. I have no idea. It doesn't concern me who we are shooting. He chuckled. You're such a thick-head fellow. No wonder you still don't have a girlfriend. No girlfriend? Those 5 words struck me like a series of heavy blows to my heart, utterly crushing my pride. Who is it that has you so excited? I inquired out a major star, a super beauty. In any case, you're in for a treat today. Getting to see a first-tier celebrity in person, consider it a stroke of luck. Bah, what celebrity? I'm here to move boxes. As I entered the photography department, I barely moved a few boxes when the department supervisor shouted, "Li Xiaoyao, go to warehouse 13 and bring back a ladder quickly." All right, I am a versatile worker within the company, ready to lend a hand wherever necessary with such dedication. I should have been promoted to CEO by now. I dashed to the warehouse door, only to find it locked. However, I possessed the key. Clattering out a set of keys, I confirmed the right one and unlocked the door. With a swift twist, the key turned in the lock, and as I pulled the door open, I was met with a gasp. The scene before me was almost petrifying. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman, with an incredibly alluring figure, appeared to be changing clothes. She held a pink bra in her hands, yet to put it on. My gaze fell lower, where a delicate fabric clung to her alluring curves, and below, exquisite long legs graced the space, a sight of unparalleled beauty. She stood there, utterly astonished, and after what felt like an eternity of 2 seconds, she hurriedly shielded her chest, gazing at me with a pair of stunning eyes that radiated both indignation and calmness as she inquired, "Who are you?" I, equally stunned, could only respond in silence as I swiftly pulled the door shut. The air was nearly suffocating as I stood there, silently touching my nose, relieved to find no blood and no sound emanating from within. The woman before me possessed an appearance and attire that was refreshingly exquisite, far surpassing the standards of the women in our company. Her extraordinary aura suggested that she was indeed the star they spoke of. What on earth had I gotten myself into? Standing a height of 1.7 meters, with a flawless face and an impeccable figure 34D, without a doubt. A wave of exhilaration coursed through me. My life had not been in vain after all. Gazing at the door, I noticed the sign indicating it was dressing room B. I had mistakenly read it as 13. Where on earth was there a warehouse labeled 13? Whose brilliant idea was it to design such a misleading sign? 10 minutes later, trembling slightly, I carried the ladder to the photography department. On stage, bright lights focused on a stunning figure clad in a fashionable purple outfit, holding one of our company's products. Her smile was enchanting, radiating beauty that could captivate anyone. She sat there ethereal and pure, causing even our photographer to be momentarily entranced. Yet, I was inwardly alarmed. This woman was none other than the fabled 34D. I was in deep trouble. Click. As I set down the ladder, I quietly asked, "Supervisor, I brought the ladder. Is there anything else you need me to do?" The photography supervisor, momentarily distracted by the bow tie's long, alluring legs, wiped his mouth and replied, "That's all. You can head back now." "All right." I felt as though I had been granted a reprieve, but just as I was about to leave, the dazzling beauty under the spotlight rose and looked in my direction. "You in the security uniform, don't leave just yet." The supervisor was startled. "Miss Lin, what's the matter?" The 34D gazed at me with a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes, and with a smile that held a hidden meaning, she said, "My bodyguard just left, and I need to return alone. Let this security guard be my bodyguard for an hour." "Sure, no problem." The photography supervisor patted my shoulder and chuckled quietly. "Lucky fellow, she's definitely taken a liking to you." I grimaced, glancing up at him, thinking to myself, taken a liking? She's clearly plotting my demise. Half an hour later, with all the shots completed, the 34D passed by me, leaving a trail of fragrant allure, and smiled softly. "Wait for me here, don't go anywhere." I nodded, speechless, my palms clammy with sweat. This was escalating quickly. Approximately 10 minutes later, she emerged from the dressing room, clad in a white top and a white skirt, looking exceptionally fresh. Her enchanting long legs dazzled the eye, and her exquisite face was breathtaking. Unfortunately, I had no time to appreciate her beauty, for I could sense the chilling menace lurking beneath her friendly smile. This woman was far more formidable than any spoiled diva. "Shall we?" she asked with a smile that I nodded silently. Following her, we stepped out of the company, only to find the sky shrouded in dark clouds, signaling an impending storm. In the parking lot, a white Audi TT flashed its lights. I clenched my fists, uncertain of what awaited me next. "Get in," 34D commanded with an authoritative tone that I obediently took my place in the passenger seat, while she adeptly settled into the driver's seat, engaged the gears, and with a glance in my direction, her exquisitely beautiful eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glint as she smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We're just going for a little drive. Just going for a little drive." My mouth fell agape, my heart racing with apprehension. Was she referring to driving the car, or to something involving me? The roar of the engine erupted as the Audi TT surged out of the parking lot, bypassing the city and heading straight onto the winding roads of Tianping Mountain. At that moment, thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and a torrential downpour began, rain pelting against the windshield. Yet the speed remained unrelenting. My heart nearly stopped. Although she handled the car skillfully, this reckless driving felt perilously dangerous. Suddenly, she slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt on a mountainside. Leaning back in her seat, she looked at me with a smile. Just wait a moment. I remained silent, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Indeed, within half an hour, two cars raced up from the base of the mountain, a Ferrari and a Camaro, both epitomes of high-performance vehicles. This was unmistakably a game for the wealthy elite, and I felt a pang of despair. While the TT boasted commendable performance, competing against a Ferrari seemed a daunting task. I exchanged a glance with her. 34D met my gaze, her lips curving into a radiant smile that sent a shiver through me. Yet I maintained my composure, replying coolly, "Are you intending for us to perish together?" 34D chuckled softly. "What? Are you afraid?" I straightened my posture. "Afraid of what?" "Well, you were quite captivated in the changing room. It would be worth it if you perished," she teased. I stammered, "I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I merely wanted to fetch a ladder." 34D stretched her body slightly, smiling gently. "No worries. Don't take it to heart." Internally, I roar, my life is hanging by a thread. How can I not take it to heart? Chapter 2. The legendary car god. Amidst the curtain of rain, the window of a Ferrari descended, revealing a young man with dyed hair, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. "Oh, you've brought a JP along today?" he sneered. 34D responded with a gentle smile. "Yes." My pride wounded, I clenched my fists, yearning to storm out and smash the Ferrari to pieces. Yet, contemplating the cost of such destruction, I resolved to endure this moment of humiliation for the sake of tranquility. Let the race commence. Beside me, 34D released the handbrake, and the engine roared to life. The Ferrari and Camaro also revved up, ready to charge forward. With a whoosh, our vehicles surged ahead, the sensation of acceleration astonishingly exhilarating. The three cars bolted together, racing along the winding mountain road through the downpour. Ahead loomed a sharp turn. I gripped the handrail and clenched my jaw. At this speed, drifting was imperative, lest we veer off into the abyss. Suddenly, the beauty beside me spun the steering wheel and yanked the handbrake, executing a flawless drift. The tires screeched against the asphalt, and with a swift rotation, we navigated the turn, leaving the other two cars in our wake. 34D's lips curled into a sweet smile as she glanced back at me. I maintained my composure, which seemed to surprise and perhaps disappoint her. Perhaps she had anticipated witnessing my terror, pleading for mercy and begging to exit the vehicle. In the rear, the engine's roar was formidable as the Ferrari elegantly executed an overtake. Indeed, a standard sports car was incomparable to the TT. The goddess gripped the steering wheel tightly, her captivating gaze fixed ahead, accelerating further. Despite several attempts to overtake, 34D grew increasingly anxious, nearly scraping the guardrail on one occasion. Suddenly, a splash of rainwater erupted ahead as the Ferrari drifted sideways, positioning itself directly in front of the TT. 34D slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt in a disheveled manner. Humph! She struck the steering wheel in frustration, gritting her teeth. The young man in the Ferrari continued to mock. "What's the matter? Is this all you've got? Where's that bravado from last week when you outpaced my brother?" Without hesitation, I flung open the car door, sauntered to the driver's side, and tapped on the window, saying to 34D, "You move to the passenger seat. Let me take the wheel." 34D looked astonished. "You? Do you even have a driver's license?" I grinned. "No, but don't worry. How can I not worry without a license?" She retorted, "You've already lost. If you wish for us both to perish, let me give it a try." "Fine." With a determined heart, 34D climbed into the passenger seat, her alabaster legs causing me to swallow hard. If only she didn't despise me so much. What a remarkable girl she was, so exquisitely radiant. Settling into the driver's seat, I released the handbrake and craned my neck to observe the young man in the Ferrari. Let us continue. It's not over yet. Whoever reaches the summit first claims victory, shall we? The Ferrari driver scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, just a security guard. I'll bet you." The Ferrari roared to life, swiftly followed by the Camaro, while I trailed behind at a measured pace. As we approached the second turn, I slammed the accelerator, yanked the handbrake, and with a swift maneuver, I zipped past the Camaro with an exquisite overtaking move. With a flick of the tail, I positioned myself directly in front of the Camaro, causing the young driver to panic and decelerate, deterred from tailing me any further. At the fifth turn, I showed no inclination to accelerate, even before nearing the bend. I drifted out, accelerating and brushing perilously close to the Ferrari, executing a dangerously audacious overtaking. Mud splattered against the Ferrari's windshield, and I could hear the furious exclamations from the Ferrari driver behind me. In the passenger seat, 34D couldn't help but chuckle. Moments later, the Ferrari attempted to overtake again, but I merely deftly adjusted the steering wheel, causing my rear to sway slightly, which startled the other driver into veering off, resulting in a loud scrape as the front of their vehicle collided with the mountainside, dislodging their license plate and emblem in the process. With a screech, the TT came to a halt alongside the Ferrari. The young driver, enraged, flung open his door and shouted, "Lynn Warner, you've got guts. We'll meet again, damn it." The Ferrari and Camaro sped away into the curtain of rain, retreating in defeat. Calmly, I took my place in the passenger seat, composed as the rain began to ease outside. 34D sat silently beside me and remarked, "Your driving skills are quite impressive. How did you hone them?" I smiled and replied, "I once worked with the traffic police. I was their ace driver." 34D responded with a pause, her silence speaking volumes. I continued, "Racing in such conditions is perilous. Why do you not cherish your life even a little?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed out the window and murmured, "You wouldn't understand my sorrow." Chuckling, I countered, "Your sorrow? Look at me. I don't even have money for my next meal, and my rent is due in 2 days without a solution. You drive an Audi TT and still feel sorrow? I'm the one who should be sorrowful." 34D shot me a glance filled with a mix of regret and beauty, then reached for the passenger door, saying, "You should get out." Taken aback, I exited the vehicle. With a roar, the Audi TT sped down the mountain. Standing in the rain, I was left in disbelief, slowly realizing, damn it, I've been abandoned on this mountain. Truly, this is a ruthless act of revenge. Wiping the rain from my face, I broke into a brilliant smile. Checking my pockets revealed not a single coin, making it impossible to take the bus back. Yet, I smiled even wider. Would I let such trivial matters deter me? I dashed off, 20 kilometers, merely a jog back to the office. Thus, an unusual sight graced the highway, a figure clad in a security uniform, audaciously overtaking buses and taxis, sprinting through the incessant flow of traffic, a steadfast silhouette undeterred by the world around. After over an hour, breathless, I stood beneath the company building, so dashing. Upon returning to the company, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening, and I found myself in a quandary. Dinner remained unaddressed, and the workday had officially concluded, rendering me unable to scavenge a meal from the company cafeteria. After changing out of my uniform, I exited the building. As night descended, the city sparkled like a lavish matron donning an evening gown, yet regrettably, the enchanting figure beneath that gown is a privilege reserved for the affluent. While I, alas, belong to the species of urban refuse. Thus commenced my quest for income. The sound of sizzling filled the air as I expertly tossed ingredients in the pan. This was a bustling night market stall, serving fried rice, noodles, and an array of snacks, bustling with patrons. After preparing 20 portions of fried rice, I was drenched in sweat. The owner patted my shoulder. "Shaoli, you've truly worked hard today. Here, your wages for the day." With a beaming smile, I accepted 5 yuan and set off for my next destination. On the roadside, a brightly lit establishment named Azure Sea and Blue Sky beckoned, a venue frequented by the affluent, and I strolled in, greeted by the familiar faces of the doormen. Once inside, the portly gatekeeper chuckled and said, "Ah, Li Xiaoyao, you finally made it." I nodded and inquired, "How many songs do I have today?" 3 pieces, 10 yuan each." "All right, thank you, Biaogo. Wait, put on your attire first." A suit jacket was tossed my way, and I quickly donned it before stepping onto the dance floor, taking my place at the grand piano. As my fingers descended, the melodious notes resonated throughout the venue. The first piece, Castle in the Sky, followed by the Waltz of the Little Dogs, and concluding with the imprint of rain. As I finished, applause erupted from the dance floor. I gracefully descended from the stage, offering a polite smile to the audience before making my exit. Suddenly, a delicate arm grasped my hand. It was a striking foreign girl who swiftly slipped a note into my palm, inscribed with a phone number. With a flirtatious smile, she said, "Hi, call me." I nodded in acknowledgement and exited, shedding my coat, collecting 3 10 yuan bills from the portly gentleman, and departing with a flourish. Watching my retreating figure, Biaoga sighed. MLGB, what a talent. I spent 5 yuan on a bowl of egg fried rice, considering it a makeshift dinner, and strolled down the street. In the distance, the LED screen of a shopping mall showcased a promotional video for the game Destiny, a much-anticipated masterpiece that had moved countless gamers to tears. I, too, am a gaming enthusiast, yearning for those exhilarating gaming experiences. However, my financial situation did not permit such indulgences. Moreover, only 1 million headsets were released globally for the initial launch, with black market prices soaring to 100,000 each. My chances appeared grim. I resolved to take my time, earn enough money, and one day bask in the glory of the gaming world. What a pity. The day after tomorrow marks the launch of Destiny, and having missed the first day of public testing, I am destined to fall behind. Returning to the Longhua community. My abode, a modest one-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 800, which has sadly expired. The landlady, a sharp-tongued and bitter old woman, is prone to biting sarcasm. The only recourse with such a menopausal matron is to endure. Upon arriving downstairs, I discovered my room is on the ground floor. I fished out my key, inserted it. But to my dismay, the door would not yield. What could possibly be amiss? A closer inspection revealed that the lock had been changed, with a note affixed, Li Xiaoyao. Your rent has been overdue for 2 days, and there is a prospective tenant coming tomorrow. Regrettably, your belongings are by the kitchen. Turning around, I beheld a bundle containing a quilt and some toiletries haphazardly piled there. A surge of frustration coursed through me. I had been unceremoniously cast out. Looking up, I beheld the vast expanse of twinkling stars, a scene so poetically enchanting. Today is a weekend, and the park is brimming with couples immersed in tender affection. I cannot disturb their idyllic scene with my slumber, so I shall make do with a night beneath the community's eaves. After all, it is summer. Apart from a slight increase in mosquitoes, it is not insufferable. As a robust man endowed with unparalleled martial prowess, I fear no robbers. As the clock struck past 11, a chill descended upon the night. Wrapped in my quilt, I nestled into a corner of the small courtyard, my eyelids growing heavy as I succumbed to slumber. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes encircled my ears, a tiresome ordeal. Yet not insurmountable. I unfurled my mosquito net and draped it over my face, thick enough to keep the pests at bay without hindering my breath. Thus, I settled in. As dawn broke, heralded by the crowing of roosters, I opened my eyes to witness the sun's gentle ascent. A poetic moment. Where does one awaken for dreams this night? By the willow's bank, with the morning breeze and the waning moon. Before I could finish my musings, a hand suddenly rested upon my shoulder. Xiaoyao, why are you sleeping outside? Chapter 3, The Flying Grasshopper with Bleary Eyes. I turned and beheld a rather handsome young man, aged 24, my erstwhile comrade in the gaming realm, known as Song Han, or by his moniker, Little Wolf. A master of the assassin profession, he was among the most skilled players in our circle. Furrowing my brows, I reflected on my once heroic existence as Li Xiaoyao, now reduced to such humiliation that I had spent the night outdoors, drenched in dew. How could I let my good friend discover this shame? I whispered, recently. I have been practicing an esoteric martial art to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, utilizing the elements. Hence, I found it necessary to sleep outside last night. You understand, right? How did you come to be here, Little Wolf? Song Han glanced at the toothbrush and instant noodle bowl beside me, his lips twitching slightly. From my perspective, it appears that you have indeed been cast out. How long has it been since you paid your rent? I shook my head. It is merely an illusion. We are adults. One must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Has your political science teacher not imparted this wisdom to you? He grinned. Brother Xiaoyao, do not deceive yourself. Is it not that your miserly landlord has made life difficult for you? I denied it. How could that be? You are overthinking it. At that moment, the door of a nearby room creaked open, and the landlady poked her head out. Feigning ignorance of our presence while scolding, humph, that scoundrel Li Xiaoyao did not return last night. Not only has he failed to pay rent, but he also neglects the utility bills, claiming he needs a grace period. Bah, what is wrong with today's youth? Strong and able-bodied, yet unwilling to engage in respectable work. Unable to pay rent. Such a disgrace. Men like him deserve to be single for life. I remained silent, unable to comprehend how one could deride my financial state while cursing my romantic prospects. Such malice. Song Han smirked. Indeed, she is quite the wretch. Brother Xiaoyao, how have you tolerated her for so long? Should I not go in and twist her head off? I replied, put down the blade, young hero. Then wait for me for half an hour. What for? You shall soon find out. I tidied my meager belongings into a bundle, ready for any destination. After a short wait, Song Han returned, carrying a foul-smelling bucket filled with yellow excrement. I furrowed my brow. Little wolf, what is the meaning of this? With a grin, he produced a convenient bag from his pocket, brimming with green grasshoppers and other small insects. I specifically ventured to old Lu's yard to procure some fresh dung and gathered a heap of grasshoppers from Wang Po's garden. Heh, considering how shameless your landlady is. Let us bestow upon her a long-lost delicacy, the dung grasshopper. A shiver ran through me as anticipation for the unfolding events surged. Brother Xiaoao, step back. Understood. I dashed away, clutching my comforter for a good dozen meters, while Song Han placed the bucket of manure beside the wall of the landlady's house. He then opened a plastic bag and carelessly tossed a multitude of grasshoppers into it. The grasshoppers, adorned in a golden hue, leapt from the bucket onto the wall and windowsill, leaving behind a series of poetic traces that would forever remain uncleaned. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly slapped Song Han on the shoulder. Little wolf, you truly are the brother I have nurtured over 3 lifetimes. Song Han chuckled. Let us hurry and leave this place of troubles. As we moved, the frantic shouts of the landlady echoed behind us, but it mattered little. I had no intention of ever seeing her again in this lifetime. On the street, I carried my luggage while Song Han assisted with the dishes. Brother Xiaoao, I sought you out for a reason, he said, cradling a porcelain bowl. I nodded. I understand. What is it? Song Han halted, his fist clenched, eyes gleaming with determination as he declared, I want to gather you, Old K, and Fox to reorganize the dragon-slaying studio. We shall achieve great heroic feats in destiny. What do you think? I glanced at him. Do you have the funds to buy a helmet? Not at the moment. That's unfortunate. Let us wait and earn some money first. Brother Xiaoyao, you've been cast out. What will you do next? Housing is a problem, Song Han said, looking at me with concern. I smiled nonchalantly. Oh, do you think that can stump me? I'll apply for the night shift at the company and sleep on the floor in the lobby. There's a water dispenser and a restroom. Everything is in place. Song Han nodded. Well, that seems to be the only option. I'll seek out the funds to reorganize the dragon-slaying studio and get back to you. Not a problem. Go ahead and busy yourself. Where have you been recently? Oh, I applied for a pastor's license and am officiating weddings in the hall. That's promising. I gave him a thumbs up. Help me get a pastor qualification certificate, and we can officiate weddings together. Absolutely. At the company, the safety supervisor, old you, slammed his hands on the table, pointing at me. No way. The night shift isn't something you can just claim. Our department is full of security personnel, all vying for it. You can't monopolize it. And bringing a comforter to the office. What are you planning, a rebellion? I smiled gently. Leader, how could I possibly have such audacity? Humph, you're wise enough. You're on the afternoon shift today, and take your pile of rubbish with you. Yes, leader. Carrying my bedding out of the company, I realized I had been rejected once more. Sleeping at the company was not a viable option. Yet, despite the world's countless rejections, I would treat it as my first love. Maintaining a good attitude is crucial, for attitude determines everything. I would simply seek alternative solutions. At that moment, a police car screeched to a halt beside me, and as the door swung open, a familiar figure emerged, Captain Wang Xin of the criminal investigation team, who had once been my superior. Get in, Wang Xin said coolly. I nodded, tossed my bedding into the vehicle, and then took a seat in the back, saying, Captain Wang, you're not inviting me for tea, are you? It's been 2 years since I left the criminal police. Surely, there is nothing left unaddressed? Wang Xin chuckled. You rascal. Oomph, you've transitioned from special police to criminal police, then to traffic police, and from traffic police to auxiliary police, finally becoming a security guard. While others ascend steadily, you seem to tread an unconventional path. I felt a bit embarrassed and replied, It's nothing. Wang Xin gazed at me intently and said, I know why you were ousted from the criminal police. It wasn't your fault, yet you were too straightforward. You insisted on investigating cases that others dared not touch, although you ultimately apprehended the culprit. You also witnessed the consequences of your actions. There are always ways to target a junior officer. I wanted to protect you back then, but alas, I was powerless. You don't hold a grudge against me, do you? I shook my head with a smile. Let us not dwell on the past. I've forgotten all about it. Humph. Wang Xin crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, The reason I sought you out this time is to assign you a task, a rather grave one, and I hope you will consider it. What task? I inquired. Wang Xin replied, Are you familiar with Tianqin Group? It is currently the largest military technology provider in southeastern China and a leader in cutting-edge technology. I nodded. I know. What about it? Wang Xin smiled. The formidable strength of Tianjin Group has attracted the envy of many. Even foreign forces have infiltrated. However, the chairman, being a military man, is not easily intimidated. His only vulnerability lies with his daughter. Although he has hired numerous bodyguards, most have proven inadequate, which is why I thought of you. I let out a cold laugh. No, I refuse to accept any more of these so-called tasks. I'm tired of being the scapegoat. No, this time it's different. You merely need to ensure the young lady remains unharmed, and the remuneration is quite generous. My eyes lit up. How much? 8,000 a month, he declared. After much deliberation, I resolutely shook my head. Forget it. I declined. Uncle Wang, I no longer wish to engage in such perilous work. I find being a security guard quite satisfactory. In the 2 months I've been here, the most dangerous thing I've encountered is a toppled water dispenser. Wang Xin paused for a moment, then looked at me and said, all right, then I'll privately raise the offer to 10,000 a month. Is that acceptable? In this line of work, aside from assassins, there are no better terms. The temptation was immense. I nearly gasped, my heart torn, and said, if it's 10,000, I need to think it over. I don't want to sign another contract that binds me. Captain Wang glanced at my luggage beside me and said, then, in addition to the 10,000 monthly salary, how about I throw in an air-conditioned comforter, down-filled? What? My body trembled, and I clenched my fists. A down-filled air-conditioned comforter. It's impossible for any human to refuse such an offer. Fine. I'll do it. Wang Xin smiled. All right. I contemplated for a moment and then remarked, however, you must return my old companion to me. I certainly do not wish to rely solely on my fists to protect a young lady of such immense wealth. Wang Xin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Your weapon lies within the trunk of the car. Feel free to retrieve it. Once you have it in hand, I shall escort you to meet the employer. If all is satisfactory, the agreement will be officially established. Excellent, I replied. Upon disembarking, I opened the trunk to find a black, elongated case resting there, exuding familiarity. Lifting the lid revealed a somewhat antiquated long sword nestled within. As my fingers brushed against the blade, a wave of warmth and recognition surged through my palm, prompting a smile as I exclaimed, Little Black, it has been 2 years since we last met. Wang Xin, standing beside me, remarked, I have staked my very life to retrieve this formidable weapon. Humph, Li Xiaodao, you possess remarkable courage. Using such a sword to sever the hands of the former municipal committee's young master, truly, there is nothing you would shy away from. I replied calmly. Some matters are left unaddressed by others. I shall take it upon myself. Let us proceed to meet the employer. Very well. A short while later, the vehicle came to a gentle halt beside an opulent gymnasium. Cradling the wrapped sword, Little Black, in my arms, I followed Wang Xin into the establishment, where the sounds of fencing could be heard from afar. Indeed, there are masters here. Chapter 4 Farewell to the Goddess. Upon entering the venue, I noticed 2 individuals engaged in a duel from a distance. They were not wielding competition foils, but rather, they both held ancient, substantial broadswords reminiscent of my own little black blade. One of the combatants, clad in a black coat, exuded an air of confidence, a smile gracing his lips as he effortlessly neutralized his opponent's strikes. He radiated the aura of a victor. Without a doubt, this was my employer for the day, the illustrious chairman of the Tianjin Group. Wang Xin approached me and called out from afar, General Lin, the person I mentioned has arrived. The man halted his swordplay, turning with a smile. Captain Wang, you're here? Let me see what this extraordinary young man you spoke of is truly like. Wang Xin gestured towards me. This is the individual I referred to, Li Xiaoyao. Young Li, this is Mr. Lin Tiannan, the chairman of the Tianjin Group. Please, allow yourselves to be acquainted. Lin Tiannan regarded me with an inscrutable expression, extending his hand with a smile. Greetings, young man. I shook his hand, relieved that he did not exert force. Otherwise, it would have surely turned into a fierce contest. Beside Lin Tiannan stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes, observing me with a smirk of disdain. What capabilities could such a young lad possibly possess? Captain Wang chuckled. We'll find out soon enough. Lin Tiannan nodded in agreement, stating, Li Xiaoao. This is my third brother, Lin Feng. Why not test this young man's skills? Lin Feng nodded, brandishing his broadsword as he approached. Do you have experience with firearms? I do, proficient in both long-range sniping and close-quarters combat. I replied. And with the sword? Highly skilled. he declared. Very well, let us see your prowess in swordsmanship. With that, Lin Feng raised his broadsword, signaling for 2 bodyguards to bring forth a cement slab, reinforced with rusty rebar. With a sneer, Lin Feng challenged. Can you sever it with a single stroke? He then brought his blade down, producing a resounding clang as the slab split into 2. Captain Wang exclaimed, impressive, impressive. Li Xiaoyao, your turn. I stepped forward silently, accepting a brand new broadsword from Lin Tiannan. With a slight elevation, I executed a clean cut through the cement slab, leaving it neatly divided. Lin Feng stared, astonished. Well done, young man. Let us continue our contest. However, Lin Tiannan interjected, no need to continue. Li Xiaoyao has surpassed you by more than a margin. Brother, what do you mean? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. Lin Tiannan stepped closer, pointing at the edge of Lin Feng's blade. Though you severed the slab, your sword has already dulled. Observe Li Xiaoyao's blade, identical in material. Yet it remains unscathed after cutting through the cement. Do you not grasp the disparity? Lin Feng was left in shock. What could be the reason for this? Lin Tiannan smiled faintly and remarked, you wield your strength to forcibly cleave through obstacles with your sword, while he harnesses the energy, enveloping the blade in a flow of air to breach barriers. The true edge lies in the essence of qi, not mere steel. Do you comprehend? He continued. Very well. Li Xiaoyao, you have been introduced by Captain Wang, so there is no need for me to evaluate your character. Tomorrow, accompany my daughter to Luhua University for her enrollment. She is a freshman, and you are as well, correct? This afternoon, arrangements will be made for your admission procedures. Luhua University, freshman. My mind was in disarray as I replied, Mr. Lin, I am already 25 years old. Do you truly believe it is appropriate for me to start as a freshman? He reassured me. It's fine. Perhaps it may seem a tad age inappropriate, but one must possess a youthful spirit. I exited the gym in a haze, cradling little Black in my arms, and settled into the police car. Captain Wang imparted his wisdom, saying, Luhua University is renowned as an elite institution. It is essentially a gilded establishment. I must inform you that your tuition will be covered by our department. Should you fail 7 subjects at the end of the term, prepare for dire consequences. Regret washed over me as I thought, I wish I could decline this responsibility. With no retreat in sight, I understood that if I breached our agreement, I would be facing a decade behind bars. I resolved that with a new job comes a new mindset. And I received 1 WRMB in cash from Captain Wang. I thought to find accommodation near Luhua University, and I would address the subsequent matters later. Carrying my bedding and belongings, I approached the university, taking in the picturesque park-like campus, cradling little Black. I strolled around the campus before venturing into a nearby residential area to seek new lodging. Spotting a small advertisement on a telephone pole, I dialed a number and soon made my way there. Upon knocking, a hefty woman weighing around 100 kilograms opened the door, smiling, here to view the place? Come in. As I entered the room, I frowned. The floor of the living room was littered with fruit peels, and to my dismay, there was even a used condom. The initial impression was overwhelmingly negative, particularly dreadful. How's the environment here? Will it be noisy at night? I inquired. This was a matter of utmost importance. My previous living conditions had been abysmal, and that neighborhood was certainly not fit for habitation. I had often fantasized that my neighbor would be a stunning beauty, yet instead, I was met with a beer-bellied uncle who played the eru at 3 in the morning. Last week it was the tunes of Wang Shower's cattle song, and this week it had transformed into Zhang Yuxing's The Sea. I endured a rotating schedule of early, midday, and night shifts, only to be tormented by him during the night. If the sea could wash away my sorrows, let it take that man first. After a prolonged internal outburst, I glanced at the landlord, who cheerfully assured me, the environment is quite pleasant, not too noisy. You needn't worry. Please, take a look at the room. I nodded. But as I stepped into the room, I heard a thumping from the adjacent wall, accompanied by muffled female sounds that left my face flushed. I was a man untouched by romance. How much is this room? I asked. In a 3-bedroom apartment. The final room is available for a monthly rent of 400 yuan, requiring a deposit of 3 months' rent plus 1 month in advance, totaling 1,600 yuan. The landlord asserts. This is the market price around here. I shake my head, questioning, isn't that a bit steep? For such a standard, 400 yuan a month seems excessive. The landlord replies. This area commands this rate. Check other complexes, and you will find the same. It's not overpriced. The choice is yours. Take it, or I will lease it to someone else. Furrowing my brow, I pace to the window. As I draw the curtains, I catch sight of a girl across the way, unclothed and singing. Resolutely, I turn back. I'll take the room. The next dawn, I awaken leisurely, dress myself, and grab a small bag to step out. This will serve as my temporary abode. On August 25th, the day for freshman registration at Luhua University, I arrive at the campus entrance, which is already a throng of people. My phone rings. It's a call from Team Wang, instructing me to wait on the right side of the gate. Upon meeting up with him, I scan the crowd and inquire, what kind of person am I supposed to protect? Team Wang, with a mysterious smile, replies, I'm not entirely sure, but it's rumored that Lin Tiannan's woman is a stunning beauty, more exquisite than any star. I nod, relieved. Soon, a Lincoln pulls up, and a girl, shielded by several bodyguards, enters the campus. As she approaches, I recognize the man walking ahead, Lin Feng. The crowd disperses, revealing a beautiful girl in a short skirt, dragging a suitcase. The breeze tousles her long hair, and her enchanting face captivates the masses, drawing their gaze. She gazes at me with her gem-like eyes. Stunned, so it's you. A shiver runs through me, and I think, how could it be her? The one I am to protect is none other than the 34D goddess. My life is over. Lin Feng chuckles. Oh? Do you know each other? Li Xiaoao. This is the person you will accompany to school, my brother's precious jewel, Lin Wanner. Wanner, come meet your new classmate. Lin Wanner saunters over, her skirt fluttering, her alluring legs captivating. A radiant smile graces her face as she greets me warmly. Hello, Li Xiaoyao. Her affable salutation, however, carries an undercurrent of menace. In the sweltering August heat, I feel a chill creeping down my spine. My future appears bleak. I nod and respond, hello, Wanner, let us go register. She takes hold of my tie, leading me towards the registration area while casting a furtive glance at the small black package protruding from my bag, asking, what is this? I reply, just some food supplies. She smiles, oh, the 34D goddess, then waves to her entourage of bodyguards. All right, I'm fine now. You can all head back. Uncle. You too. Lin Feng and Wang Dui arranged to have tea, while I was led by Lin Wanner to the registration office. Having never attended university, it felt as though she was guiding me to broaden my horizons. Dressed in a short skirt, Lin Wanner approached the registration desk and presented her admission letter, stating, Chinese department, Lin Wanner, and another, Chinese department, Li Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this, the senior raised his head in astonishment, his jaw dropping and drool escaping his lips. Oh, Junior, you have been assigned to the girls' dormitory number 1. Shall I escort you there? Lin Wanner smiled gently, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. No need. I will ask where Li Xiaoyao is in the boys' dormitory. He can accompany me. I can find my way. The senior wiped his mouth. Li Xiaoyao is in boys' dormitory number 2. You are not far apart. Oh, thank you, senior. Lin Wanner. Could you leave your QQ number? Upon entering the girls' dormitory, Lin Wanner's room was on the 4th floor, and for the moment, she was alone. After carrying her 2 suitcases upstairs and placing her belongings down, I said, Miss, please give me your phone number for easier contact. Sure. After exchanging numbers, Lin Wanner opened her suitcase, revealing 2 gaming helmets, one white and one fiery red. She weighed the red helmet in her hands and handed it to me, saying, This one is for you. I was taken aback. This is the Destiny game helmet. This is. Lin Wanner replied nonchalantly. Father said to let you enter the game and monitor me in another world. Is that clear enough? I nodded, holding the helmet, and then asked, Miss, will you resent me? Lin Wanner pursed her crimson lips, gazing deeply at me with her arms crossed, her alluring figure accentuated. She smiled softly. As for that question, I am unsure how to respond. In time, I will answer you with my actions. Now, hurry to your dormitory. Exiting the girls' dormitory, clutching the fiery red gaming helmet, a limited edition no less, my heart soared with joy, regardless of whether she harbored resentment towards me. My path of destiny in the realm of combat could no longer be halted. Chapter 5. The 9 Professions in the Afternoon. I had a brief phone conversation with Lin Tianan. The content was quite straightforward. He instructed me to protect Lin Wanner closely. Furthermore, he permitted me to take decisive action should any male student attempt to approach his cherished daughter, or alternatively, to inform him directly. He concluded with a cautionary note, advising me to harbor no romantic notions towards Lin Wanner, expressing his belief that she would undoubtedly look down upon me, which was rather disheartening. The student dormitories at Luhua University are quite commendable, with 2 students per room, and the bedding and daily necessities provided as a complete set. Sitting in the spacious dormitory, I finally comprehended why team leader Wang lamented the tuition fees so profoundly. It is nearly impossible to manage a semester without several thousand yuan. During dinner time, I made my way alone to the entrance of the girls' dormitory building number 1. Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanner descended the stairs, accompanied by another girl clad in green attire. She was strikingly beautiful, at least dazzling in a crowd, yet standing beside Lin Wanner, she appeared somewhat overshadowed. Observing from a distance, I couldn't help but sigh. This girl certainly chose her friends unwisely. The two ladies approached me directly. Lin Wanner cast a glance in my direction and said, "Let us go eat." I pursed my lips, refraining from saying much more. My role as her bodyguard reminded me that I was employed to protect her, not merely another affluent student wandering the campus. However, the attractive girl beside Lin Wanner regarded me with curiosity, extending her hand and smiling as she said, "You must be the Li Xiaoyao that Wanner mentioned. She has told me everything about you. I'm her roommate, Dong Chengwei. Nice to meet you." I shook her hand, nodding with a smile. "Nice to meet you, Dong Ching classmate." "How old are you, Xiaoyao?" Dong Chengwei suddenly inquired. I felt a jolt. 21. "Really? That seems a bit low," she teased, tilting her head to scrutinize me further. I tightened my fist. "Let us say 23 then." "That's definitely not right. You must be here to drop off a child for school." Dong Chengwei continued to jest. Beside us, Lin Wanner interjected with a laugh. "All right, Xiaoya, stop teasing him. What is so amusing about this dullard? Let us hurry and grab a bite. We need to prepare for tomorrow, as the game will launch at noon. And we aim to seize the top spot on the leaderboard." Dong Chengwei giggled. "All right, but I truly think Li Xiaoyao is quite interesting." I chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me, Dong Ching classmate. Which restaurant are we going to?" "Number 1. "All right." The two lovely girls walked ahead, animatedly discussing matters related to the university, their spirits high with laughter and joy. Lin Wanner finally displayed a captivating smile, and as I watched, I couldn't help but feel a quiet admiration. Her smile was indeed enchanting. In restaurant number 1, at a table for 4, Lin Wanner and Dong Chengwei sat across from each other, while I found myself seated alone on one side. The two ladies opted for Western cuisine, whereas I ordered 2 servings of fried rice accompanied by a bowl of crab roast soup. Lin Wanner produced a golden card to pay for the meal. And as a bodyguard enjoying a complimentary meal, I felt an immense sense of contentment. Regarding my monthly salary, I planned to save diligently, aspiring to purchase 3 gaming helmets, allowing Xiao Lang, Lao Ke, and Fox to join the game and revive the Dragon Slayer studio, aiming for renewed glory. Ahem, in truth, the Dragon Slayer studio had never truly experienced glory. With a playful demeanor, Dong Chengwei looked at me and remarked, "I heard from Wanner that you also possess a gaming helmet, which you'll be using to accompany her in Destiny, correct?" I nodded. "Yes, mine is the 000747 model." "Quite a prominent number." Lin Wanner pouted. "Dad had someone queue overnight to obtain that number, so of course it's early. It was originally meant as a gift. But the recipient bought it themselves, so you got it at a bargain." Dong Chengwei inquired with a smile, "Xiaoyao, have you played games before?" I calculated briefly and replied, "In 2014, a game with a realism score of 27 called Conquest was released, and I played that." "Oh?" Dong Chengyue's eyes widened in surprise. "I played Conquest too. What was your name in the game, and what was your rank on the BattleNet?" I replied proudly, "As for the ID, let's skip that. I can barely remember it myself, but I ranked 3,970,000. Dong Chengwei chuckled. "As far as I know, the total active player count in Conquest is only around 5 million, so you must be considered in the lower middle tier?" I nodded in agreement. Lin Wanner's lovely face displayed a look of despair. Then, the VIP helmet I gave you would be wasted, wouldn't it?" "What a pity." Dong Chengwei playfully nudged Lin Wanner on the shoulder and said, "Everyone has their pride. Don't say that. By the way, Xiaoyao, we will be playing Destiny together. What are your plans? With 5 races and 9 classes, how do you intend to choose?" I was at a loss. I haven't reviewed the game information yet." Lin Wanner expressed her indignation. "You haven't even looked at the information and still accepted my helmet. How can you be so brazen?" I squinted playfully at my beautiful employer and replied, "It's not a big deal. Once I enter the game, I'll naturally know how to make my choices." "Dong Cheng, do share the details with me. What are the races and classes?" Dong Chengyue, undoubtedly a seasoned gaming enthusiast, recited with precision. "The 5 races include humans, wind elves, barbarians, undead, and moon spirits. Among them, barbarians have the highest strength growth, wind elves excel in ranged attack growth, Moon spirits possess superior endurance in battles. Undead have a 15 growth in melee attacks and are rather stealthy, while humans are the most balanced, suitable for any class. I nodded. What about the classes? Dong Qingwei blinked her eyes and smiled, saying, the 9 major professions are swordsman, spellcaster, berserker, knight, assassin, healer, gunner, archer, and monk, as the names suggest. If you have played the game, you would be aware of their characteristics. By the way, I haven't asked yet, which race and profession do you wish to choose? I took a deep breath and replied, it's simple. I want to choose a support class, preferably one that can heal. So perhaps the healer? Is that the legendary healing profession? Dong Qinghua chuckled. Indeed, the healer is the only class that specializes in healing, making it highly sought after. I thought you might choose swordsman, knight, or berserker, as I've heard that the more boisterous boys in our class tend to gravitate towards those more aggressive classes. As she spoke, Dong Qingwei mischievously glanced at Lin Wanner and said, Wanner, a man willing to choose the healer for you should be the one you marry. Lin Wanner remained expressionless and retorted, if he wants to marry, let him. I'm not interested. Furthermore, I'm curious to see how Li Xiaoyao will level up in the early game as a healer. Humph, good luck to you if a guy chooses healer. I understood Lin Wanner's insinuation. The healer lacks offensive capabilities and would certainly need assistance in the early stages. If a girl selects healer, she can easily find someone to help her level up while sweetly calling for help in the novice village. But for a man, that might be a different story unless he possesses the same charm as those Korean stars. Otherwise, he would have to struggle to level up on his own. Nevertheless, I remained confident and assured Lin Wanner with a smile, saying, no worries, I can handle it. Lin Wanner pursed her lips, saying nothing further. But it seemed there was still some lingering doubt in her heart about me. Dong Qinghua, however, was quite enthusiastic, stating, I have already decided to choose a high-damage profession. The spellcaster, which is the mage class in this destiny. Wanner has decided to select assassin, and together, we will combine our melee and ranged capabilities to aim for the top of the city's ranking list. I nodded, yes, I wish you both success. After finishing our meal and exiting the restaurant, the 3 of us strolled outside, where many groups of students were bustling about on campus. A few minutes later, suddenly, a boy pointed at us as if he had seen a ghost and exclaimed, I can't be mistaken, can I? That girl is Lin Wanner, the little diva who announced her withdrawal from the entertainment industry 5 months ago. The other boys turned their gazes toward her in unison. Nodding eagerly, yes, it really is Lin Wanner. Oh my goodness, I can't believe Lin Wanner has come to Luhua University. It's incredible. A few boys rushed forward, one of them loudly asking, is it really you, Lin Wanner? Can we take a picture together? We are your ardent fans, and we absolutely love your song Time's Heart. Lin Wanner appeared somewhat taken aback and softly replied, I'm sorry, but I have already withdrawn. I just want to study here in peace. I abruptly stood before Lin Wanner, raising my arm to block several boys, and with a smile, I said, apologies, Miss Wanner does not wish to be disturbed. I kindly ask all classmates to behave themselves. One boy, infuriated, retorted, who the hell are you? Do you have any right to speak here? Get lost. Without uttering a word, I shook my arm, and with a loud thud, the boys staggered backward, bewildered, unable to comprehend how they had been pushed aside. Standing there silently, I resolutely prevented any strangers from approaching Lin Wanner, as it was the utmost directive given to me by Lin Tian-nan. Dong Qinghua chuckled softly behind me. It seems that this bodyguard, Xiao Yao, is quite impressive. Shall we head back to the dormitory? I inquired. Lin Wanner stood at the foot of the girls' dormitory, suddenly glancing back at me. She remarked, Li Xiao Yao, for breakfast and lunch tomorrow. We shall have someone bring it upstairs, so you need not attend. At noon, the game Tianming goes live. Do not embarrass me. Understood. I nodded. Watching Lin Wanner ascend the stairs, I finally departed, strolling along the path in the woods, wiping the sweat from my forehead, pondering her true identity and the multitude of admirers she possessed. Indeed, my path ahead is fraught with challenges. Upon returning to the dormitory and pushing the door open, I discovered a laptop resting on the desk opposite my bed. A boy sat there, presumably my roommate. When he turned around, the thick lenses of his glasses nearly blinded me. He shyly smiled. You must be my roommate, Li Xiao Yao, right? Hello, I'm Tangu. You can call me Agu. I nodded. Yes, hello, Glasses brother. Please call me by my name, Tangu. All right, Glasses brother. This Glasses brother appeared to be over 25 years old, with noticeable frown lines. I couldn't fathom how much he had spent to gain admission to this university. It was rather contemptible. Glass's brother quickly pushed his chair back and leaned forward excitedly, grinning. Earlier, I saw you with Lynn Warner in the cafeteria. What is your relationship with her? Wow, you're quite fortunate to know Lynn Warner. Fortunate? What do you mean? I replied, perplexed. What on earth is Lynn Warner? Damn. Glass's brother slammed the table. You don't know? Lynn Warner. 2 years ago, at the age of 17. She became a sensation across Asia with her song Heart of Time, hailed as the new generation's little diva, a goddess in the hearts of many. Unfortunately, she withdrew from the entertainment industry 5 months ago, and no one knew she had come to Luhua University to study. I was astonished, so she could sing as well. Glass's brother spat a mouthful of blood onto the computer screen. Chapter 6. Brother Xiaoyao conquers the Jianghu. The following day, at 11 o'clock noon. With a full hour remaining until the launch of Destiny, I had already finished my boxed lunch and was eagerly awaiting the server to go live alongside my friend, Glasses. In due course, I uncovered some intriguing details about him. It turned out he was an entrepreneur who had amassed over 10 million by operating a chain of internet CAFS and had invested 3 million to attend Luhua University, aspiring to cultivate a scholarly persona. However, it seemed that he intended to spend the next 4 years playing games and idling away his time. On my desk lay a promotional magazine for Destiny filled with game information. Upon perusing its pages, nothing particularly remarkable caught my eye, except for the section on game planning, which listed one chief planner for deputy planners and a total of 150 contributors. Among the deputy planners, one name stood out, Lin Qing. A shiver coursed through me as I froze in place. Could it be that old fellow? I hastily moved the desk and pushed Tang Gu aside from the computer, exclaiming, Glasses, may I borrow your computer? What is the matter? Glasses responded in shock. Whoa, don't be so aggressive. What is wrong with you, Li Xiaoyao? I quickly opened the browser and searched for Destiny Lin Cheng, and indeed, there he was. Lin Cheng, one of the primary planners for Destiny, responsible for the game's in-depth design. Alongside his name was a photograph. Upon seeing that old man's grin, my own smile quickly faded. It was truly him, that old rascal. Glasses stared at me in astonishment. Hey, buddy, what is going on? Do you know this Lin Qing? I shook my head but remained silent. How could I not know him? From the age of 14 to 19, I had trained at his side. Now, that old man had become the chief planner for this immensely popular online game? Furrowing my brow, I remarked, Glasses, Destiny is merely a game. Why would they choose such an elderly fellow as a planner? It simply doesn't make sense. Glasses chuckled. You don't understand. Destiny has long advertised one of its major features. It gathers top talents from various industries around the globe for game design. For instance, the world's foremost swordsmith, the greatest archer, and even herbalists from remote regions have received invitations to participate in its design. This game aims to seamlessly integrate with reality, making significant strides in aspects like vitality and spirit, while also allowing players to create their own moves. In short, it's a paradise for gaming enthusiasts. The notion of creating one's own moves intrigued me, and I murmured, so that's how it is. What's wrong? Are you enchanted? Glasses playfully punched me. I shook my head with a smile. I'm fine. Let us prepare for the game's launch. All right, once I level up, I'll come to help you. Help your grandfather. Just don't let the monsters have their way with you. The game's information states that the monsters are particularly vicious, and players lose a level upon death. You'd best be cautious. Got it. I'm ranked 7,000 in Conquest. How could I possibly struggle with Destiny? Cease your incessant chatter. As I pursed my lips, memories of Dong Xingyu's words flooded back to me. She held the 79th rank in Conquest, undoubtedly a master of her craft. Moreover, it was rumored that Lin Wana ranked even higher than her. These individuals, indeed, delve into gaming with the financial means to do so, each more formidable than the last. At precisely 11:50 a.m., I donned my gaming headset, scanned my iris, and confirmed my identity as a player. Naturally, the result revealed that I possessed no existing character and would need to create a new one. However, all I could see was darkness, save for a countdown to the server's launch, rendering any action impossible for the moment. After a 10-minute wait, I heard from my bespectacled companion that those who entered the game early would receive rewards. I had little hope for that. My priority was to enhance my avatar's appearance and, within the game, pursue the ultimate dream of finding a girlfriend. 3, 2, 1. At last, the countdown concluded, and the server opened. My surroundings brightened, revealing a solemn, dilapidated temple amidst what resembled a wasteland. Fiery orbs danced through the air, while below lay a battlefield, filled with the cries of war horses and the relentless volley of arrows. A robust tree towered high, and beneath it, cavalry clashed, blood and flesh scattering. Barbarians, their tusks bared and wielding war axes, emitted bestial roars. Atop the mountain, a striking maiden clad in armor observed the battlefield with keen eyes. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her long, graceful legs slightly bent, and with a powerful leap, she soared into the valley. Her arms spread wide, and a massive crimson umbrella unfurled, guiding her swiftly to the ground, where her blade gleamed as it was drawn with a thunderous slash. Boom! The brilliance of her sword cleaved through the ranks of charging barbarian cavalry, reducing them to mere remnants of flesh. A confident smile graced her lips as she wielded her sword, creating a circular arc of flames that blazed fiercely across the battlefield. With a roar, a colossal figure descended from the sky, a barbarian warrior of heroic stature. Brandishing a golden battle axe that shimmered with flames, he charged toward the maiden with ferocity. Her gaze sharpened as she sidestepped, retrieving her crimson umbrella from her back. With a swift motion, she opened it, forming a defensive shield. Yet, with a thunderous crash, she was sent hurtling backward as the barbarian's axe struck the umbrella, its tip piercing her chest. The maiden's eyes flared with fiery intensity as she drew a dagger, slashing across the barbarian's neck, sending his head soaring. She soared triumphantly above the world tree, her spirit unyielding. The scene abruptly shrank, revealing merely a miniature of a canyon. The vast map of destiny unfolding before my eyes. To the south lay 7 human strongholds, while the central region, the Sea of No Return, was occupied by the Sea Demon tribe. To the north, an expanse of the unknown loomed, shrouded in a blood-red haze that swirled around the menacing visage of a dragon. Alongside the grim specter of cruel undead and the towering forms of savage giants. The map then froze in place, and the sky illuminated with the grand words destiny. The opening scene of the game strikingly exquisite and awe-inspiring. Subsequently, the scene returned to its origin, where the system sprite prompted me to select my race. Before me appeared 5 races: humans, undead, moon spirits, barbarians, and wind elves. A glance revealed the undead to be rather unappealing, not aligning with my pursuit of a tall, handsome, and cool persona. The moon spirit race, though sharp in essence, was exclusively available for female players, as indicated by the name Moon Spirit Maiden. The barbarians appeared too rustic, and while the wind elves possessed innate wings allowing them to fly, their frailty rendered them prone to death. Ultimately, my choice gravitated towards humans, as they exuded a friendly demeanor. Upon confirmation of my choice, the system automatically scanned my appearance, transforming the human male into my likeness, clad in a simple shirt and wielding a wooden sword. Observing this depiction, I found it quite appealing, thus opting not to adjust my appearance. The system sprite continued its guidance, prompting me to select my profession. Without hesitation, among the 9 professions, I held the utmost admiration for the healer. A selfless guardian devoted to aiding others, truly the heroic essence of our generation's young knights. A subtle smile graced my lips. Yet the thought of the upcoming leveling routine made me feel rather awkward. I confirmed my choice as healer. And before me appeared a version of myself clad in simple cloth, standing at 1.8 meters, a handsome and affluent prototype. The system sprite then prompted me to enter my name. After a moment's contemplation, I had already decided. A series of keyboard symbols sprang forth, and with intent, I clicked to input the Chinese characters 3 heroes battle Diao Chan. Ding! The system alerted. This name has already been taken. I clenched my fist in disdain, exclaiming, "How absurd! Even such a ridiculous name is claimed." Persisting, I resorted to my second choice, opting for a more poetic name. "Fair maiden, please stay." Ding! The system responded. "This name has already been taken." Another notification shattered my hopes, nearly breaking my spirit. What a disgraceful turn of events. Continuing, I attempted a more endearing name, fervently wishing it would not be claimed. "Carefree Brother Battles the Jianghu." Ding! The system announced. "This name has already been taken." Exasperated, I felt on the verge of despair. Steeling myself, I recalled a name I had previously used and abandoned long ago: Carefree and Unfettered. Ding! The system confirmed. "This name is available. Would you like to proceed?" At last, a sigh of relief escaped me. Simply acquiring a name sufficed. What more could I desire? I chose to confirm, and thus, my character was created. With the system inquiring, "Would you like to enter the game immediately?" Upon confirmation, A radiant light enveloped me as I officially entered the realm of destiny. Before my eyes, the brilliance scattered, revealing a dilapidated altar surrounded by a few crumbling stone pillars. Beyond, I beheld a throng of new players bustling about. While the system announced, "You have been assigned to Novice Village number 19, Grassdog Village." What a delightful name. Standing upon the altar, I refrained from hastily departing, as players around me swiftly drew their rudimentary weapons, clamoring excitedly as they rushed towards the outskirts of the Novice Village, eager to level up. With a mere thought, I summoned my personal panel, and my attributes materialized before me. Indeed, I possessed a formidable shield, carefree and unfettered, apprentice healer, level 1 attack, 11 defense, 2 life, 100 magic, 50 charisma, 0. Such impressive stats. An attack power of 11, could I slay a chicken with that? Undoubtedly. Clutched in my hand was a worn-out staff. I glanced at it and realized that my attack strength stemmed from this very item. Taking a step forward, I decided against rushing out to compete for monsters. After all, I certainly could not outpace the others. As an aspiring healer dedicated to the welfare of the world, I sought to accumulate my strength quietly, avoiding the fray with those common folk outside. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, a burly man regarded me with a hearty laugh. "Young lad, are you looking to purchase a weapon?" I nodded and opened the inventory list. A level 1 iron sword caught my eye, boasting an attack power of 13. But it required 15 copper coins. Alas, my inventory contained a meager 10 copper coins provided by the system. What a predicament. After some deliberation, I decided to part with my staff, clicking to sell it for 7 copper coins. With this, I now possess 17 copper coins and joyfully purchased the iron sword with an attack power of 13. Though not a prestigious weapon, it demanded little strength to wield. As a healer, I occasionally needed to perform surgical procedures, relying on my dexterity. Gripping the iron sword firmly, I set forth. Chapter 7. Creating unique techniques. Before reaching the village's entrance, I stumbled and was trampled by several berserkers charging past me with their battle axes. Were they truly so eager to slay the grass dogs? I may lack their strength, but I shall endure. Glancing at my attribute panel, I noted my innate level of 1, with the system granting me 10 attribute points, all allocated to strength. Indeed, this is my strategy, to carve out my own destiny. As a wandering healer, the ability to both heal and fight embodies the true path to greatness. However, I must exercise patience. Rushing out to confront the grass dogs would be futile against the fully enhanced berserkers and swordsmen. Instead, I shall explore the village for potential quests. Securing a task before hunting the grass dogs would yield far greater results. In the heart of the town stood a dry well, surrounded by a ground of colossal stones, each uniquely placed, yet subtly interconnected. I observed the scene for a full 5 minutes, a sudden realization striking me: the formation of the 7-star array. Indeed, this was the very pattern of the array. Under the stern tutelage of my mentor, I had endured countless trials practicing swordsmanship upon the 7-star array, and now, to discover its presence within the game was telling. It could only mean that the game's designers must possess a deep understanding of sword techniques, otherwise, they would not have conceived such a formation. Compelled by an unseen force, I stepped forward, positioning myself at the jade balance point and facing the ruining star's location. With a swift motion, I drew my sword. The sound rang clear. Though I was a healer, the 10 points in strength had bestowed me with substantial power. The iron sword, now unsheathed, exuded a faint aura of sword intent, a feeling I had long yearned for. Could this game truly allow me to experience the essence of swordsmanship? A surge of fervor ignited within me. If such were the case, coupled with the previous promotional slogans from the game, the opportunity to grasp this moment was indeed within reach. With another resolute draw of my sword, the sensation of sword intent intensified. I found myself entranced, repeatedly unsheathing my sword, merging my spirit with the game, and savoring the experience of sword intent, an indulgence for any practitioner of the art. For nearly an hour, I continued this ritual, drawing my sword time and again. Many novice players watched in astonishment, and one level 2 berserker, wielding his battle axe, approached to investigate. He looked at me, shook his head, and remarked, "Alas, they say this game allows for the creation of unique techniques. Yet it seems there are indeed some Navi enough to believe such nonsense." He bore a striking resemblance to me, yet his intellect seemed to fall short. I remained unfazed, engrossed in my swordplay, relishing the joy it brought me. The afternoon slipped away without any tangible progress, a persistent sense of impending breakthrough lingering, yet remaining elusive. It was tea until after 8 in the evening that my phone rang, automatically connecting to the game. It was Lin Wanner's number. Li Xiaoyao. Xiaoya and I are logging off for dinner. What about you? Excitement surged within me at her words. I'll join you. I scarcely had any lunch. Oh wait, I need to protect you. Lin Wanna chuckled. All right, come down to our building. Once we see you, we'll head out. Great. In the quaint little town. I logged off, finding myself in a safe zone devoid of any troubles. Removing my helmet, I glanced over at the bed across the room, where my friend, wearing glasses, trembled as if seized by a cramp, likely engrossed in leveling up. Not wishing to disturb him, I decided to join Lin Wanner for a meal instead. Stepping outside, I soon spotted Lin Wanner's graceful figure descending the stairs, while Dong Qingwei hurried down, clutching a small white bag, catching sight of me from a distance. Dong Qingwei greeted enthusiastically. Hi, Xiaoyao. I nodded and smiled. Hello. Where are we headed for dinner? Shall we go to the cafeteria? We can also squeeze in some leveling up afterwards. Classes commence on September 1st, so let us enjoy these last few days of gaming. In the dining hall, we ordered several stir-fried dishes, seated around the table, eagerly awaiting our meal. The two young ladies seemed quite famished, softly murmuring as if they could hardly wait to devour me. Lin Wanner was engrossed in her phone, leaning back in her chair, her long hair cascading over her delicate shoulders, exuding an alluring charm that was momentarily captivating. I gazed at her in silence, reminding myself to maintain my composure. After a while, Lin Wanner lifted her gaze toward me and inquired, Li Xiaoyao, how many levels have you gained this afternoon? Just 1 level. I haven't been battling for experience, I replied. Lin Wanner looked taken aback. Her mouth agape, really? You're not farming monsters for experience? What on earth are you doing? Even if you're to be a storage account for me and you should at least be capable of reaching the main city. The monsters along the way could easily overpower you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I scratched my nose and chuckled. Actually, I've merely been exploring the game mechanics. I'm still adjusting to this 97 realism in gameplay. Huh, you're truly a novice. Lin Wanner suddenly burst out laughing. Her goal had been achieved, and it seemed she relished the opportunity to tease me, reveling in my discomfort. It was as if she bore a grudge. Yet, perhaps it was not entirely unjust. I had nearly seen her in her entirety that day, and considering the nature of someone of her stature, it was rather forgiving of her not to silence me permanently. Dong Qingwei looked at me in astonishment. Xiaoyao, you truly are one of a kind. I smiled and nodded. Xiaoya, what levels have you and the young lady achieved? Dong Qingwei pouted her red lips. We're doing okay. I've reached level 7. And Wanner is at level 6. Honestly, you don't need to call her young lady. Wanner doesn't hold herself with such airs. Just call her Wanner. Lin Wanner shot me a glare. No way. He is not allowed to call me Wanner. I silently acknowledged. Understood. I shall refrain, young lady. Dong Qingwei glanced between us, seemingly picking up on something, and covered her mouth with a light laugh. It seems there's a story between you two. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Wanner, don't hit me. I want to say another word. The two stunning young women as playful banter left a few boys dining at a distance utterly mesmerized, their noodles falling from their mouths in astonishment. Soon after, several dishes were served. I did not indulge excessively, merely enjoying the offerings before me, and consumed 3 bowls of rice, which left Lin Wanna somewhat astonished. Her expression suggested she believed it was quite remarkable that I could eat so much yet remained at level 1, almost as if I were a mere glutton with no ambitions. At 10 p.m., my phone rang. It was Lin Tiannan on the line. Shaoli, how has your day been? Wanna hasn't been too difficult on you, has she? He inquired. I shook my head, replying, not at all. The young lady has treated me quite well, rest assured, Mr. Lin. Lin Tiannan chuckled. Indeed, Wano has a gentle disposition, but she has been rather resistant to the idea of having a bodyguard for personal protection. The previous guards have all succumbed to her persistent objections. I hope you can endure. The path ahead is challenging. I smiled slightly. It's nothing much, just accompanying the young lady for meals and indulging in games. I can manage that. Lin Tiannan laughed heartily. That is splendid. By the way, how would you rate your gaming skills? What was your previous rank on the gaming leaderboard? I replied, over 3 million. Ah, so you were rather inexperienced then. I sighed. After hanging up, my friend, Glasses, logged off to cook noodles and exclaimed exuberantly, Lee, what do you think of this game with its 97 realism? I'm already at level 4. Impressive, right? What level are you at? With a stoic expression, I answered, level 1. What do you expect? Level 1. How many times have you been defeated by monsters to remain at level 1? He exclaimed. I replied nonchalantly, it is what it is. I am a healer, lacking in offensive capabilities. A healer? That is a support class. While you may not be able to defeat monsters, you should still be able to heal yourself and avoid dropping back to level 1, right? Lee, you are truly astonishingly inept. But don't worry with me around. I'll help you level up and ensure you become one of the elite players in Destiny. You're just a boastful person, aren't you? I retorted with a laugh. That evening, I played for over an hour, continuing my search for the essence of sword intent within the game, yet I made little progress. However, I remained unperturbed. It was merely a game after all, and there was no rush to achieve breakthroughs. I logged off before midnight to sleep, adhering to the schedule Lin Wana had set for me. The following morning, I rose at 7, purchased breakfast, and delivered it to Lin Wana and Dong Qingwei. Unfortunately, I was unable to ascend the building, as the dormitory supervisor barked at me. You there? If you wish to enter the girls' dormitory, you must first get past me. I left in disappointment, noticing 2 young security guards in the supervisor's office, clearly possessing some martial prowess. Undoubtedly, they were arranged by Lin Tian and to keep watch over his daughter. The old fellow had made quite a few arrangements to ensure her safety beyond my presence. Returning to my dormitory, I continued my sword practice. The morning passed swiftly, and I repaired my iron sword once more, yet I still experienced no breakthroughs in the game. Nonetheless, I sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. The exhilarating feeling of approaching a pivotal moment intensified within me. At noon, in the restaurant, I accompanied Lin Wana and Dong Qingwei for a meal. It's been 24 hours, Dong Qingwei remarked with a smile. I've heard that most players have already left the novice village, and the highest level reached is 12. Lin Wana, twirling her hair while dining, cheerfully chimed in. I'm already at level 11. Dong Qingwei added, if I practice for another 2 hours this afternoon, I'll reach level 11 as well. Alas, as a spiritual practitioner, my leveling speed is simply outpaced by that of an assassin. Wana, you are putting a lot of pressure on me. Lin Wana smiled subtly, pointing at me. No worries, that person over there can offer you some consolation. Li Xiaoyao, what level are you? And what is your rank across the server? I pondered for a moment before replying, level 1, ranked exactly 1 million on the server. Lin Wana's beautiful face seemed to freeze, staring at me in disbelief. There are only 1 million participants in the first open beta. You are truly the disgrace of Destiny. I fell silent. Dong Qingwei chuckled, it's fine. Once I have some free time, I'll help you level up. I nodded, thank you, Dong Qing. You are far more considerate than our young lady here. Lin Wana shot a glance at me, her eyes harboring a hidden menace. Oh, care to repeat that? I tightened my grip on my chopsticks. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish, we can return to leveling up. At 1 p.m., in Dogwood Village. With a clang, my iron sword unsheathed for the nth time, simultaneously releasing an invisible intent of the sword. At that moment, my body trembled, and a golden light surged from beneath my feet, accompanied by a melodic system notification ringing in my ears. Ding! System notification, congratulations. Proficiency achieved. You have created a new technique, which enhances your attack power by 10 after drawing your sword. Please name this technique. Chapter 8. The sword stirs the waves buzz. My mind was a blank canvas, exhilaration coursing through me. At last, the novice was poised for a comeback, and I had indeed crafted a unique move of my own. How splendid! After unsheathing my sword, a 10 increase in attack power surged within me. This effect was undeniably powerful. Though my current attack power stood at a mere 66 points, a 10 boost seemed almost negligible. However, as my level ascended and my equipment strengthened, this buff would undoubtedly become formidable. Furthermore, my future weaponry was destined to be of the sword type. Otherwise, this skill would be rendered useless. After much contemplation, I pondered what name would suit such a sharp technique. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and the name Sword Stirs the Waves leapt into my mind. Yes, this name is most fitting. Unleashing the sword signifies the onset of slaughter. It is merely the prelude to a battle. I shall go with this. Ding. System notification, congratulations. You have successfully named the skill. This skill is the first SS level skill in the entire server. Would you like to disclose your identity? I hastily clicked no. Modesty. Modesty is not for the sake of luxury but for survival. Since ancient times, the tall tree in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Once my identity is revealed, I cannot fathom the number of pursuers I would face. It is not fame I fear, but the prospect of being hunted. Presently, This anonymity suits me well. As a level 1 apothecary, true masters would not even bother to trample upon me. This feeling is simply exquisite. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to the player for comprehending the SS level skill, Sword Stirs the Waves. It appeared that the entire server was on the brink of chaos. Soon, an image of a blade flickered in my skill bar. My first passive skill had emerged alongside my second skill, both rated at the SS level. In addition to a D-level healing skill as an apothecary, known as Bloodstop, which, though the lowest tier of healing skills, was still quite useful, as it could restore health. Sword Stirs the Waves, SS. After unsheathing the sword, attack power is increased by 10, consuming no energy, with no skill level. Bloodstop LV1, D heals 50 health points, consuming 5 mana points, currently at proficiency 0-100, level 1. With preparations complete, it was finally time for me to venture forth into the world. Clutching my iron sword, I stepped out of the novice village. A full 24 hours after the server's launch, with my inventory bare of supplies, or rather, I simply could not afford any. But in due time, all would come to me. Beyond the novice village, a throng of players busied themselves slaying the grass dogs at the forest's edge. Grass dogs were level 12 monsters, the weakest of their kind. Those aimless fellows. I circumvented the peak of player activity, seeking an alternate path. To the north of Grass Dog Village lay a dense forest, marked in red on the map, evidently unsuitable for my level, yet still worth a try. I possessed a natural advantage. I could both deal damage and heal. Bolstered by the aid of Sword Stirs the Waves, even if its current effect was not particularly significant. In the distance, several players were embroiled in a heated dispute over a piece of basic armor, shouting, "This equipment could sell for at least 20 copper coins. It must be ours. We are the primary DPS." I could not help but let out a derisive snicker. How utterly pathetic. Lowering my gaze, I noticed a copper coin glimmering enticingly in the sunset. Swiftly, I stepped on it, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and discreetly picked it up. Oh, fortune smiles upon me. Today, I too shall revel in success. Previously, my funds had been squandered on weapon repairs, and now my entire wealth consisted solely of this solitary copper coin. I cannot fathom which fool, after vanquishing the grass dogs, would abandon even a copper coin. Truly, such wastefulness is lamentable. As I pressed onward, I circumvented several locations where grass dogs lay in wait, and the surrounding players grew increasingly sparse. Clusters of bushes thickly populated the jungle terrain, concealing the lurking grass dogs. Moments later, a low growl echoed nearby. At last, I encountered a creature worthy of my attention, a ferocious hyena. Goodness, the vicinity of this novice village is teeming with canines. Hyena, common monster, level 3 attack, 711 defense, 3 health, 150 skills, none excellent, a level 3 monster. Slaying just 2 will elevate me to the next level. With a resounding clang, my iron sword was drawn, its gleam enhancing my attack power by 10%. As I advanced, the hyena, sensing my approach, lunged forth with a savage howl, its jaws agape, ready to bite. I acted swiftly, before the hyena could sink its teeth into me. My iron sword descended upon its forehead with a crack, inflicting 12 points of damage. Simultaneously, the hyena clamped onto my calf, causing me to lose 25 points of health. Quite the blow. Indeed, nearly double my own damage. However, my attack speed was swift, with a flurry of strikes. I rained blows upon the hyena, which howled in anguish. Observing the creature's health depleting at a slower pace than my own, I remained composed. Once its health waned to a point where it could endure only 2 more hits, I raised my hand, summoning a radiant light to descend, the healing spell. 50 points restored. How splendid. I can both strike and heal, a true embodiment of a healer's prowess. In just a few strikes, I felled the hyena, and my experience bar surged, leaping up by a remarkable 50%. As the hyena collapsed, it dropped 2 copper coins, which I gleefully collected, yielding a satisfactory bounty. Continuing forward, after dispatching a second hyena, a golden light enveloped me, signaling my ascension to the next level. I had surpassed the first milestone and now stood as a level 2 healer. I allocated all 10 attribute points to my strength. Despite the healer's growth being a mere 0.5, my attack power only increased by 55. Had I chosen the Berserker, I would have gained an impressive 1,111 points in attack power, a distinct disadvantage indeed. With my sword aimed unerringly, I pressed on, determined to conquer whatever lay ahead. After slaying dozens of hyenas, I found my magical energy dwindling, with each healing spell costing 5 points. With a total of only 60 points of magic and lacking a healing spell, my situation was perilous. Fortunately, I leveled up to level 3. Fully replenishing my health and magic, I allocated 10 points to strength, transforming myself into a formidable support character. Carefree, apprentice healer, level 3 attack, 11-13 defense, for health, 120 magic, 70 charm, 0 although the healer inherently suffers from a deficiency in strength. Equipping a better weapon could still breach the defenses of similarly leveled monsters. The ability to heal alleviated my fears of demise and in prolonged battles. My survival capabilities in the wild surpassed those of any other class. However, my concentrated investment in strength left my magical reserves insufficient. I would require supplies to sustain myself. I resolved to hunt for a while longer, aiming to earn 50 copper coins to return and purchase some potions, enabling me to delve deeper into the fray against higher-level monsters. With a swift swing of my iron sword, I cleaved through a hyena's skull, collecting 2 copper coins, and pressed onward. As my level increased, so did my attack power, allowing me to dispatch hyenas with relative ease, conserving my health. Navigating through a thicket, I soon spotted a black bear lurking in the distance, a level 5 creature with formidable attack, defense, and health. Gripping my iron sword tightly, I inhaled deeply and prepared to engage, knowing that if I could not prevail, I must flee. As I approached within 10 yards, I inadvertently drew its ire. The creature let out a thunderous roar and charged at me with alarming speed, its dark fur bristling, claws poised to strike. With a sickening thud, blood splattered as I felt the impact on my shoulder, the damage indicator soared to 42. The pain was excruciating. I hastily swung my sword, inflicting a mere 15 points of damage, while simultaneously casting a healing spell that restored 50 health points. As soon as the cooldown expired, I renewed my efforts. The bear lunged, sinking its jaws into my arm and dragging me, inflicting another grievous wound of 82 points. This was a critical hit. A wave of terror washed over me. Was my life destined to end here? I stumbled back, stepping on fallen leaves, and the bear lunged again. I managed to create a brief distance, allowing me a fleeting moment of respite from its onslaught. With a swift strike, I retaliated, raising my left hand to cast another healing spell, restoring my health while continuing to assault the bear. Though merely a level 5 ordinary creature, it took nearly half a minute of relentless combat before the bear let out a final, mournful cry as I was left with only 41 health points. With a thud, the beast collapsed, and the sound of items dropping accompanied its demise. Among the fallen loot was not only the clinking of copper coins, but also a rather clumsy-looking wrist guard. As I moved forward, I picked up an intriguing item, the black bear gloves, white equipment, classified as armor with a defense rating of 7, requiring level 4 to equip. Alas, I was unable to don this armor, so I resolved to sell it, recognizing that as white equipment, it would likely hold little value for others. Scanning the ground, I discovered 5 copper coins. Indeed, higher-tier monsters are far more generous than hyenas. I collected the coins and turned to depart, deciding against engaging the wild bears, whose formidable attack power I could not withstand given my meager health and lack of adequate gear. Save for a lone sword, I was essentially defenseless, akin to charging into battle barefoot. I continued to slay hyenas, finding it significantly easier to defeat level 3 foes. After more than an hour, I ascended to level 4, and my pouch now contained a respectable 47 copper coins, making me feel like a newly affluent individual. Upon glancing back, I noticed a considerable number of players had arrived to level up, indicating that this was not a suitable place to linger. I decided to return to town to organize my items and procure some potions before venturing into higher-level maps. With iron sword in hand, I traversed the edge of the thicket when a group approached. A level 6 barbarian player, wielding a battle axe, bellowed at me. "Hey, friend, are you training here? Have you found any gear suitable for warriors?" Quietly, I retrieved the black bear armor from my pouch and replied, "It's white equipment, lacking any attributes. Would you like it?" The barbarian chuckled. "With 7 points of defense, it's an excellent choice for a tank. How much are you selling it for?" I glanced at the shop price, 21 copper coins. "What will you offer?" "All right." The barbarian responded enthusiastically. "How about 50 copper coins?" Deal." Moments later, after concluding the transaction, I departed, my pouch now boasting nearly 100 copper coins, inching closer to my first silver coin. Upon returning to Hyena Village, I sold the level 2 armor and leather gear I had acquired from slaying hyenas. At last, my pouch held a total of 121 copper coins. I surveyed the equipment shop and spotted a level 2 robe, offering 2 defense for 70 copper coins, far too expensive. So I decided to wait for better gear to drop from monsters. At the apothecary, I purchased 23 level 1 blue potions, each restoring 50 mana points, at 5 copper coins each. After repairing my iron sword, I was left with a single copper coin, feeling like a novice with empty pockets. Stepping outside, my journey of relentless leveling had officially commenced. Chapter 9, The Thorn Bear King. Upon opening the expansive map, I found that, due to my level restrictions, I could only vaguely discern the areas surrounding the village. Beyond that lay a shroud of mist. After a moment's contemplation, I opted to venture northeast, a route that circumvented the Grass Dog village, which was rather far and relatively devoid of players. Otherwise, should any players attempt to steal my kills, my feeble output and healing capabilities at this level would undoubtedly lead to my demise. Glancing at my skill bar, I noted that my proficiency in the Bleeding Stop spell stood at 77 out of 100. I was tantalizingly close to leveling up at level 2. The spell would instantaneously restore 100 health points, significantly enhancing my survivability. Thus, I strode forth, sword in hand, exiting the village. I skillfully maneuvered around the Grass Dog area and swept through the hyena region, pressing deeper into the jungle. After nearly 20 minutes of travel, I arrived at the Wild Bear Forest, an area I had previously deemed too daunting to challenge. Here, a myriad of bears roamed, their levels hovering around 57. Although a confrontation seemed somewhat precarious given my own level, I was equipped with 23 blue potions, sufficient for a prolonged battle. With determination, I charged at a solitary level 5 black bear. My iron sword swung with precision, and within half a minute, I had vanquished it. Utilizing my self-healing ability 4 times at the cost of 20 mana points, a price I could bear, I pressed on, seeking my next target. As a level 4 player, defeating a level 5 creature granted me a modest experience bonus, and my progress was commendable. In just under an hour, as yet another black bear succumbed, I leveled up to 5. With a resounding thud, the black bear emitted a mournful cry and dropped a pair of dull wrist guards. Upon inspection, I found they were usable. Black bear gauntlets, white equipment, type, cloth armor defense, 3 required level, 4. Equipping this white wrist guard instantly enhanced my defense to 9 points. My gaze shifted ahead, where a level 7 gray bear was playfully licking its paws atop a hill, casting flirtatious glances in my direction, an invitation for disaster. Gripping my iron sword, I cautiously approached, observing that there were no other creatures or players within a 50-yard radius. I resolved to engage the level 7 gray bear in a one-on-one duel. With a swift motion, I charged forward, swinging my sword down upon the bear's forehead. The blade struck with a resounding clang, akin to striking steel, yet the damage I inflicted was disappointingly minimal, only 15, despite my 23 attack power. The bear's superior defense was evident. With a fearsome roar, the gray bear raised its neck and unleashed a furious growl, swiping its paw down upon my shoulder. In anticipation of the attack, I had deliberately attempted to evade, shifting my body to the right, yet alas, I still bore the brunt of the blow, 37 damage. The pain was excruciating. The healer's cloth armor provided woefully inadequate protection. I retaliated with another strike, pondering why I could not evade the creature's onslaught. The mantra of destiny proclaimed that skill reigns supreme, allowing players to dodge attacks through movement and agility. Why was I unable to execute such maneuvers? As the gray bear's paw descended once more, I observed intently, retreating once again. Thud. 39 damage. A sharp slap struck my face, causing a surge of pain, prompting me to hastily apply a hemostatic technique. During the third encounter, as the grizzly bear lunged at me, I deliberately delayed my movements. When the angle of its claws became fully visible before my eyes, I swiftly reacted, propelling my bare feet 12 paces in the opposite direction of the impending strike. The sound of wind slicing through the air brushed past my ears. This time, my timing was impeccable, and a large character appeared. Miss. Combat notification. You successfully evaded the grizzly bear's attack. Execution level, beginner. Internally elated, I unleashed the iron sword with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a precise strike to the bear's eye, resulting in a devastating blow of 34 points. Attacking vulnerable areas often yields critical hits, a fundamental principle every player should understand. Unfortunately, my agility was lacking, and my movement speed was rather inadequate. Otherwise, my evasion execution would surely have been rated as average. Mastery of evasion techniques is essential. Without it, one is at a severe disadvantage in both monster hunting and player combat. However, not everyone can master such skills, as they demand a great deal of mental resilience and adaptability. Crack. The iron sword once again cleaved through the bear's forehead, eliciting a horrific howl as it fell, simultaneously revealing a piece of equipment. What splendid luck to acquire 2 items in succession. In the grassy field, I bent down to collect the object, which shimmered with a faint glow. To my astonishment, it was a piece of attribute equipment: grizzly robe, black iron. Type: cloth armor defense. 10 mysticism. 2 required level. 5. Upon inspecting its attributes, a smile spread across my face. The mysticism of 2 was precisely what I needed, and the defense was impressive as well. Swiftly donning the robe, my defense skyrocketed to 19 points. Additionally, as a healer with a mysticism growth rate of 1.0, the 2 points of mysticism boosted my magical capacity by 20 points, enabling me to use the first-level hemostatic technique an additional 4 times. Truly a remarkable find. With a soft glow emanating from the robe, I adjusted my perspective. It bore a resemblance to traditional Hanfu, lending me an air of elegance. However, the iron sword in my hand somewhat diminished the aesthetic. If I could replace it with a scroll of parchment, the image would be perfect. Yet, wielding a stack of fragile books while battling monsters seemed impractical. The iron sword was undoubtedly more reliable. With heightened defense, I continued to confront the remaining grizzly bears. Indeed, this time they inflicted merely 20 points of damage, a blow I could easily withstand. I persistently practiced my evasion maneuvers, concentrating all my attention on combat. The trajectory of the bear's attacks varied with each assault, generated randomly by the system, necessitating that my evasion tactics adapt accordingly. Combat notification: you successfully evaded the grizzly bear's attack. Execution level: poor. Combat notification: you successfully evaded the grizzly bear's attack. Execution level: poor. Combat notification: you successfully evaded the grizzly bear's attack. Execution level: beginner. A series of combat prompts filled my screen as I wielded my iron sword, and it seemed that I was increasingly relishing the joy of battle within this game. I was blissfully immersed in the experience, although my success rate for evasion was rather dismal, hovering around a mere 10. The repeated practice of dodging a portion of the monster's attacks was certainly not a detriment. Furthermore, I had yet to engage in combat with other players, leaving me curious about the efficacy of my maneuvers, which sparked a sense of anticipation. Slaying the level 7 gray bears posed no challenge. Most players at this stage were equipped merely with white gear, while I, lacking armor on my head, feet, and legs, possessed a black iron robe, a true luxury. The drop rate in this realm, as previously disclosed, was quite low, with the chance of acquiring black iron gear from lower-level monsters falling below 0.1. Thus, everyone had mentally prepared for this reality. Time slipped away, and after more than 2 hours of relentless hunting, I had leveled up to 7 by defeating gray bears, allocating all my attribute points to strength. This decision was twofold. It would enhance my attack power and output, while also ensuring that, as a healer, a bona fide support character, I possessed sufficient strength to wield forthcoming melee weapons. It would be rather ludicrous to attempt to strike with a staff. Upon reviewing my attributes, I found myself to be a notable contender among those below level 10. Carefree Wanderer, Apprentice Healer, level 7 attack, 31-33 defense, 21 health, 160 magic, 130 charm. 0. While my attack was inferior to that of a berserker or swordsman, my defense paled in comparison to that of a knight, and my magic was lacking when set against that of mages and other healers. I was distinguished by my dual capacity to both deal damage and provide healing, truly the essence of a lone ranger, though perhaps a third-rate one. Continuing onward, I hesitated to challenge more formidable foes due to my class and attributes. Instead, I opted to confront level 9 monsters. One must possess self-awareness. As I lifted my gaze, the in-game night had descended. The moonlight poured like water, casting a silvery glow upon the forest, accompanied by chilling roars of bears echoing in the distance. It appeared I had ventured deep into the wilderness of the bear forest. Suddenly halting, a new target emerged before me, a wild bear adorned with sharp spines along its back. Aptly named, and standing at level 9. Precisely the quarry I sought. Thorn bear, common monster, level 9 attack, 3250 defense, 15 health, 300 skill, claw strike. Description: the thorn bear, a beast imbued with dark magic, possesses extraordinarily high attack power and can reflect 10 of the damage back to its adversary. It often roams the wild jungles, preying on other races, including humans. Ah, this was the one. With my iron sword in hand, I charged forth. Alas, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei must have surpassed level 14 by now. I could not remain stagnant below level 10. I must hasten to level up and leave the novice village for the main city, lest I lose all sense of pride. With a surge of energy, the iron sword traced an arc and struck the forehead of the thorn bear, the attack on its eyes thwarted. The thorn bear moved with remarkable speed, making it difficult to predict its next move. Indeed, its heightened defenses rendered my strikes ineffective, leaving me feeling somewhat powerless. The thorn bear roared, raising its claws, which left a trail of crimson as it unleashed its claw attack, a skill I needed to evade, for the pain would be unbearable. My gaze fixated on the thorn bear's movements as I calculated its attack trajectory. I swiftly pushed off the ground and retreated 2 yards, but alas, my speed faltered slightly. A searing pain surged through my chest as I took a hit, 51 damage. Upon seeing the damage number, a wave of despair washed over me. I hastily activated my bleeding control skill to recover while swinging my sword once more. I could heal, but the thorn bear could not. This was my only advantage. After a few more strikes, my health was nearly depleted. The cooldown for my bleeding control skill stretched a daunting 6 seconds. And I struggled to keep pace with the creature's relentless assaults. I dodged left and parried right, appearing quite disheveled. Fortunately, at that moment, a level 1 boost leapt above me, allowing me to use my next bleeding control spell, costing 10 mana points, 100. Thankfully, I had reached the second tier of the spell. What a relief. It was then that I truly grasped the terrifying nature of a level 9 monster. After a grueling minute of combat, I finally vanquished the thorn bear, luck favoring me as it dropped 3 copper coins. I collected them, downed a blue potion, and continued my search for another thorn bear. As the clock approached 7 p.m., I still had not received any messages from Lin Wanner, indicating she too was busy grinding levels and had no intention of logging off. This suited me fine. I was determined to reach level 9 myself. By 9 p.m., a golden light enveloped me as my Sore Master Healer ascended to level 9, allocating all 20 attribute points from level 79 to strength, maintaining my aggressive state. Stepping over the corpses of thorn bears, I pressed onward, when suddenly a pungent scent of blood assailed my senses. Something was amiss. Roaring, flies buzzed around, revealing heaps of human corpses piled nearby. On a massive azure boulder lay a bear shimmering with golden light, dozing peacefully. Above it, an inscription floated. Reading, Thorn Bear King, Boss Level Monster, Level 10. Chapter 10. The Thorn Sword. With a sharp clang, the iron sword plunged into the verdant mud. I sat quietly on the ground, pondering for quite a while. The boss in the novice village was indeed a rarity. It had surprisingly yet to be defeated, likely due to my venture deep into the jungle. This Thorn Bear King might very well be the most formidable creature in this grass dog village. Slaying it could yield exceptional equipment, so it would be wise not to let this opportunity slip away. However, what could I possibly use to vanquish it? With nothing but my cloth armor and mediocre physical attack power, gazing up at the starry sky and then at the boss, I gradually found my composure. I contemplated calmly. Truly, it was not impossible to kill it. I would need to leverage the terrain. The Thorn Bear King was massive, its legs not particularly long, and its primary attack methods were predictable. Perhaps I could take refuge in the large tree hollow to the right, ambushing the boss from within? With a sudden resolve, I stood up. Having conceived a plan, it was time to put it into action. However, just as I rose, a steady voice called out from behind me, "Hi, friend. Do you intend to take on the Bear King alone?" Startled, I turned to see 5 players standing 30 yards away, all at level 8 to 10. One of them bore the captain's insignia and was a level 10 player, quite a rare find. ID, Shichu Ba Wang LV10 Apprentice Swordsman. A rather imposing name, indeed. Behind him stood 4 others, 2 level 9 spellcasters, a bald barbarian monk, and a knight wielding a long spear. This peculiar assembly struck me as unexpected. They were notably lacking in healing capabilities. Shichu Ba Wang approached, observing me with a bemused expression before bursting into laughter. "Friend, you are quite amusing. A healer wielding a sword. How much strength have you invested to wield it with such might? Yet, even with a sword, you cannot defeat a level 10 boss alone." I regarded them silently, choosing not to respond. Shichu Ba Wang continued, "How about this? You join our party, and together we shall take down the Thorn Bear King. As for the cloth armor gear, you and our 2 spellcasters can roll for ownership. What do you say? Otherwise, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Otherwise what? Are you threatening me? With a team like yours, devoid of healing, you cannot possibly defeat the boss. And you must know that. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shichuba Wang's eyes, quickly replaced by a friendly smile. Do not misconstrue my words. That is not my intention. While I, Lu Ying, may not be a paragon of virtue, I would never stoop to such base tactics as killing for a boss. Look, you cannot defeat it alone, nor can we. So let us collaborate, as I proposed. By the way, your bleeding cure is at level 2, correct? A level 1 cure only restores 50 health. It's impossible for you to prevail. I nodded, saying, indeed, my bleeding control skill has reached level 2. However, I have a request that you must agree to. Otherwise, even if I were to be defeated here, I would resolutely refuse to yield. The overlord of the Western Chu laughed heartily. Very well, such steadfastness. Speak your mind. As long as your request is not excessive, I shall grant it without hesitation. All right. I stole a glance at the overlord and his knights, then said with a smile, I do not require any cloth armor equipment. Should you possess such items? They may be given to your men. I only seek sword-type weapons. As you can see, my weapon is a sword. This is my sole request. Once the sword is drawn, we shall roll for its ownership, and I shall participate in the roll. What say you? The overlord pondered for a moment, weighing his options before nodding. Although I specialize in swordsmanship, given your penchant for melee healing, I agree. We shall roll for the sword when it appears. Now, join my party. Soon, I found myself in the overlord's team of 6, ready to vanquish the boss. The team allocation details were amended should a sword-type weapon appear. I would partake in the roll, while the cloth armor would not concern me. The overlord seemed determined to strip me of my rights to roll for cloth armor. But the likelihood of a sword-type weapon dropping was not exceedingly high. Prepare yourselves. The overlord, wielding an iron sword, calmly commanded, Bald Donkey, go forth and draw the boss's ire. The spirit mages will concentrate their fire, the knights shall strike hard, and I will unleash a flurry of strikes. Carefree, you focus on healing Bald Donkey. Do not let him fall. Understood. The monk, a young barbarian around 24, charged forward with a stick, swinging it at the Thorn Bear King from a distance. Thud. A mere 8 damage appeared, a pitiful display. The monk was one of the strongest defensive classes in Destiny. The preferred choice for a tank, with advantages that became more pronounced in the later stages. Yet, such a feeble attack was laughable. Roaring with fury, the Thorn Bear King leaped off the cliff, delivering a devastating claw strike to the monk's face, dealing an alarming 74 damage. What the? The overlord stared in disbelief. Bald Donkey, you have invested in 5 defense and 5 health, and yet you suffered 74 damage from a single blow. Where did your defenses go? The monk retreated swiftly, exclaiming, the boss's attack power is too formidable. It is not my defense that falters. I have a mere 500 health points. Carefree, heal me. Understood. As the bear launched its second attack, I swiftly cast a healing spell, restoring 100 health points to the monk and alleviating the crisis somewhat. The overlord let out a furious roar, charging forth with his sword, which shimmered with a golden 6-pointed star. He struck the bear's jaw with 2 consecutive blows, executing a skillful combination attack, dealing significant damage. 58. 61. Without hesitation, the formidable Shichuba Wang unleashed his full power, boasting an impressive attack strength. Behind him, 2 spiritualists gracefully wielded their staffs, casting fiery spells that swiftly drained nearly 100 points of health from the boss. The Thorn Bear King, with a maximum of 3,000 health, clearly could not withstand such onslaughts, as its health bar steadily diminished. With a swift strike, I approached the boss and unleashed a single sword thrust, eager to test my own attack power. To my surprise, a damage number of 21 floated up. Shichuba Wang was astonished, exclaiming, what an astonishing attack. This healer is truly remarkable. The Bear King retaliated with a swat, knocking the monk back. Shichuba Wang quickly took position to absorb the Bear King's blow, losing 90 health in the process, and shouted, do not heal me, continue to support the monk. We must control our firepower and avoid provoking the boss's hate value. I nodded, continuing my healing efforts. Though the battle to vanquish the boss was perilous, the monk's defense was remarkably high. Coupled with my healing spells, we managed to withstand the Bear King's assaults. In less than 2 minutes, the Bear King's health was nearly depleted, hovering at around 7. Just then, Shichuba Wang appeared beside me, his eyes gleaming with intent. Was he trying to eliminate me? Bear King, perish, he declared, as a golden hexagram shimmered on his blade. With 2 swift strikes, he executed a sweeping attack against the boss, Yet one of the blows veered towards me. Realizing his intent to strike me, I swiftly sidestepped, causing a large miss to appear. Shichu Wang's pupils contracted in shock, while the monk, with less than 200 health remaining, bellowed, "What are you doing? Heal me quickly." I hesitated deliberately, allowing the Bear King to land 2 devastating claw strikes on the knight, who fell lifelessly, leaving the monk in dire need of healing. Seemingly understanding my intentions, Shichu Wang, with a look of regret, said, "I apologize, that was an unintentional mishap." I silently cursed him. How could he miss when it mattered? Nevertheless, I quickly cast a healing spell on the monk and began to circle the boss, evading Shichu Wang's blade. A single strike from the fully powered swordsman would leave me gravely wounded. This was unacceptable. Moments later, the Thorn Bear King let out a horrific cry and fell. As it collapsed, a cascade of equipment and silver coins rained down from the boss, generously rewarding us with its bounty. Upon discerning the intentions of these individuals, I was not oblivious to the situation. Positioned closest to the boss, a swift glance revealed a glimmering longsword, which astonished me profoundly. With lightning reflexes, I seized the sword, simultaneously triggering the roll point system, which astonishingly settled on a resplendent 99 points. In the team channel, the attributes of the longsword materialized, leaving the eyes of several members of the Shichu Overlord wide with disbelief. Thorn Sword, Black Iron item, attack, 2135 strength, 3 required level, 8. None had anticipated the emergence of a sword, let alone the only piece of equipment dropped. In addition to a silver coin, equivalent to a considerable sum of 100 copper coins. Damn. The Shichu Overlord's eyes nearly bulged out as he brandished the blade. Growling, "MD, eliminate him." Their true natures laid bare. The Shichu Overlord's sword shimmered with 6 stars, unleashing a combo skill. I hastily retreated, but could only evade 1 strike. Miss. 71. Meanwhile, 2 spellcasters chanted incantations in unison, raining down spirit fire, which I could not evade. 81. 100. 77. In a split second, I healed myself and fled into the thicket, secretly admiring my exceptional healing skills. However, a chilling breeze swept behind me, the Shichu Overlord. A swordsman with superior agility lunged forward, landing a normal attack upon my forehead. 88. A sharp pain surged from behind, and I realized with a flash that I had perished. With a sudden jolt, I found myself in a nearby graveyard, perilously close to my corpse. I had to race back to revive, yet after slaying the boss, I had ascended to level 10, only to regress back to level 9 upon my demise. In the team channel, the Shichu Overlord howled in exasperation. "Xiao Zizai, unless you can evade forever, come out now and forfeit the roll point outcome. We can still be friends." I couldn't help but chuckle, replying in the team, "You are unworthy of friendship. The thorn sword is mine. If you dare, roll a 100 or be silent." Indeed. The team began rolling points. Shichu Overlord, 41 points Knight, 91 points Ding. The system announced, roll points concluded. The item, Thorn Sword, belongs to player Xiao Zizai. With a satisfying thud, a heavy black sword fell into my inventory. It was the Thorn Sword. How delightful. Losing a level was worth it. Chapter 11. Those obsessed shall meet a gruesome fate in a state of disembodiment. I found myself at the location where the boss had perished. There stood the formidable Shichu Wang, vigilantly guarding the corpse, seemingly intent on eliminating me the moment I resurrected. I couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless, take your time with the corpse, for I possess abundant time to engage in this standoff. At that moment, my phone rang, the signal directly connecting to the game. It was Lin Wanner's number. "Li Xiaoyao?" Her voice was melodious and captivating. "Yes, miss?" I replied. With a gentle laugh, Lin Wanner said, "Yuer and I are about to head down for dinner. Please wait for us downstairs." "All right, I shall arrive in 5 minutes." "Great, we will await your arrival." Gazing at the distant Shichu Wang and his companions still guarding the corpse, I felt a surge of satisfaction. Off to dinner I go. Take your time waiting. In a state of disembodiment, I logged off safely. Removing the helmet, I noticed Brother Glasses on the bed, his body trembling, likely fatigued from the battles in the game. Without uttering a word, I stepped outside. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingyu, 2 exceptionally beautiful young ladies, stood waiting. Upon my arrival, they approached me immediately. Dong Qingyu, with a playful touch on her flat stomach, complained, "We were supposed to have dinner, yet Wanner insisted on practicing until now. I'm starving. Let us hurry and grab a late-night snack." I chuckled. Indeed. The cafeteria at Luhua University operates around the clock, a testament to its financial prowess. We ordered a few dishes, and as we sat down to eat, I realized I was genuinely famished. I devoured 7 large steamed buns, leaving the 2 ladies wide-eyed. While several young men from afar looked on, astonished. That guy is truly impressive, completely disregarding his table manners in front of 2 stunning beauties. Lynn Warner, a bit embarrassed, shot me a glance. Are you a famished ghost reincarnate? Slow down. I nodded, gulping down a bowl of seafood soup. Truly, the wealthy live splendidly. I had never experienced such fine dining before. After finishing her meal, Dong Qingyu sipped her soup and smiled at me. Xiao. You must have reached level 1 today, right? Feeling a bit awkward, I admitted. Yes, I'm now at level 9. Wow, your leveling speed is quite impressive. You've reached level 9 in just 10 hours. Dong Qingyu remarked. Lin Warner, unfazed, glanced at her phone and then at Dong Qingyu. It's getting late. We should return to rest. She completely disregarded my presence. I inquired, Dong Qing, what levels are you both at? Dong Qingyu immediately smiled, pouting slightly. I am already a level 15 spirit mage, soon to challenge level 20 for my class advancement. Warner is even higher, at level 16. The early game assassin's solo leveling speed is astonishing. Even spirit mages cannot keep up. I asked, have you both left the novice village? Yes, we exited the novice village yesterday. Dong Qingyu blinked and suddenly added, oh, by the way, Warner and I chose to set our main city in Fanshu City. What about you? After some contemplation, I remarked, my novice village is relatively close to the city of 8 desolations. Perhaps I shall linger there for a while before seeking you out. Lin Wana shot me a playful glance, her captivating eyes narrowing as she teased, oh, do you so fervently wish to avoid my presence in the game? A shiver ran down my spine, sensing an undertone of menace, and I promptly straightened my posture, replying, how could you say that? In truth, I yearn to join you in Dongqing and Fanshu City. However, the monsters along the way are far too formidable. As a mere wandering healer, what chance do I have of traversing that perilous path? I would undoubtedly be ravaged by monsters countless times, and who knows? I might find myself unceremoniously sent back to the novice village. Lin Wana stifled a laugh, her lips pursed, and continued to regard me with an icy demeanor. Very well. Then you may linger in the city of 8 desolations. Should you find it unbearable, do seek me out. Dongqingyu chimed in with excitement. Yes, yes. Warner and I will look out for you. Lin Warner furrowed her delicate brows and questioned, where, what has you so elated? Dong Qingyu momentarily faltered, her cheeks flushing as she hastily replied, well, both of us are damage dealers. With Li Xiao joining us, we would have a healer, and with our trio, our monster-slaying efficiency will surely accelerate, won't it? Lin Warner's enchanting gaze held an inscrutable quality as she glanced at Dong Qingyu, then broke into a sweet smile. Very well, I shall take your word for it. Dong Qingyu lightly touched her chest. I almost let something slip. What did you say? I mentioned how delightful this soup is. Later that night, just past 10, after escorting the 2 young ladies to the girls' dormitory, I strolled alone along the campus paths. After ensuring no one was around, I scaled the wall and perched myself there, quietly observing my surroundings. The campus was bustling with life at night, filled with both students and affluent individuals from outside, as sleek Porsche and Ferrari cars sped past me. I waited for nearly 2 hours, and at midnight, I departed, reassured that no immediate threat loomed over Lin Warner's safety. Though the game was filled with joy, I understood the importance of adhering to the ethical standards of a close protector. My primary duty was not to indulge in leisure with Lin Warner and Dong Qingyu, but rather to ensure that Lin Warner remained unharmed. Sitting atop the wall, I opened my phone and searched for information on Tianxin Group and Lin Tianan, aiming to discern why Tianxin Group had courted such controversy and garnered significant attention, especially since the public security authorities of Hangzhou had dispatched personnel to safeguard Lin Warner. The complexities of the situation were beginning to unfold before my eyes. On my mobile device, the words appeared vividly before me. Tianxin Group, an integral technological component of the American Lockheed Martin Corporation, possesses exceedingly advanced stealth technology and is a manufacturer of BMI composite materials. In 2015, it officially separated from Martin Company and, under the leadership of Chairman Lin Tianan, joined the Chinese military industry, simultaneously bringing with it cutting-edge military technology. In recent years, it has commenced the development of nano-warheads, utilizing the principle of atomic collisions to achieve ultra-high thermal melting of steel, rendering it a natural nemesis for all heavy armored weaponry. Moreover, It has participated in the development of China's most advanced fighter jets and early warning aircraft. As I gazed at these words, I took a deep breath, utterly astonished by Lin Tiannan's prowess. Reports suggested that Tianqing Group's return has propelled the Chinese military industry's capabilities forward by at least a decade, especially in the enhancement of Air Force strength. With the inclusion of Tianqing Group, the development of China's true fifth-generation fighter jets has also been set in motion. Consequently, nations worldwide covet the technological data of Tianqing Group. Lin Tianan is known for his meticulous and impeccable conduct, with his only apparent flaw being his daughter, which has led to plots to kidnap Lin Wanner as leverage against him to force the surrender of advanced technological information. The Security Bureau has placed immense importance on this matter, necessitating the selection of a discreet, yet capable individual to provide personal protection for Lin Wanner. And that individual is me. Perched on the wall, I inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling the weight of my responsibilities. My gaze swept across the horizon. Maintaining the vigilance of a jungle combatant, I quietly attuned myself to the surrounding atmosphere, confirming for the last time that tonight was secure. Just as I had verified the safety, a faint sound emerged from the nearby garden thicket to my right. I focused my gaze, discerning the presence of two upperclassmen, a male seated on a stone bench and a female in a short skirt perched atop him, with a piece of pink underwear draped over his right leg. The two were swaying gently, their movements subtle yet audible. I leapt down from the wall, landing softly with a light thud. Although the sound was minimal, it caught the attention of the two upperclassmen, who turned simultaneously, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" I trembled slightly and replied coolly, "A traveler on the night road." "My apologies for the intrusion. Please, continue." As I stepped onto the grass, I made my way under a campus streetlight, faint sounds trailing behind me. MLGBD, they really continue, these souls. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found my roommate, Glass's brother, in the shower, so I decided to wait. Sitting at the desk, I accessed his computer to browse the internet, immediately landing on the official website of Destiny, cluttered with various rankings and equipment lists. However, what I sought was not the chaotic array of information, but rather that which would prove beneficial to me. After a prolonged observation of the vast realm of Destiny, it is divided into 7 grand empires. Among them, the Chinese server boasts dominion over one imperial city, Tianling City. Beneath Tianling City lie 3 subordinate principalities, Fanshu City, Jiuli City, and Bahuang City. Upon emerging from the novice village, new players invariably select one of these 3 cities as their residence. As for Tianling City, the monsters along the route are far too formidable. Even the highest level player, at a mere level 18, would find an expedition to Tianling City tantamount to courting death. An 18-level player, clad in level 18 artifacts, would stand no chance against level 70 beasts, given the disparity in attributes. Gazing at the grand map, it becomes evident that Saogo Village is indeed in closest proximity to Bahuang City, while Fanshu City lies a staggering distance away. This matter can be addressed later. At this juncture, my friend in glasses emerged from the restroom, chuckling heartily. "Li Xiaodao, how goes your leveling progress today?" I replied, "I am at level 9. What about you, Glasses?" "Ah, you rascal. Your leveling speed is commendable. You've reached level 9. I am merely at level 13. Currently, I find myself in Jiuli City." "Which city do you plan to venture to?" "Why not join me in Jiuli City and travel the world together?" I smirked slightly. "Let it be. I still have to traverse numerous mountains and cross many rivers to reach Jiuli City. Before I even arrive, I would be slain by monsters and reduced to level 1. My proximity to Bahuang City is far more advantageous, and I intend to establish my residence there." Glasses chuckled. "Indeed, once we attain higher levels and acquire mounts, we shall traverse wherever we desire without haste." I nodded. Checking the time, I realized that 3 hours had elapsed since I last logged off. I decided to log in and take a look. Data loading. A radiant light scattered, revealing the location where the Thornbear King had perished. In a state of soul, the surroundings were deserted, but upon closer inspection, I spotted Shichu's overlord, crouching with sword drawn beneath a broken log, while 2 sorcerers lurked stealthily within the underbrush. Such surreptitiousness. These individuals are exceedingly fixated over a mere black iron weapon? Is it truly necessary? Their behavior is utterly ludicrous. Logging off, I resolved to sleep, leaving them to guard the corpse through the night. Chapter 12. The Alchemist. On the following morning, I awoke early, swiftly donning my attire and preparing myself before heading out. I purchased 3 portions of breakfast and stood beneath the girls' dormitory, dialing Lynn Warner's number. A few minutes later, the stunning young lady descended the stairs, adorned in a cerulean mini-skirt paired with a blouse. The proud curves of her figure were nearly straining against the buttons, and she seemed aware of this, opting to wear a t-shirt beneath her blouse for modesty. As I stood at the entrance, I couldn't resist stealing another glance at her. She was simply too beautiful, though regrettably, she was my adversary. Lynn Warner fixed me with a glare. Have you finished staring? I've got the breakfast. Now hurry back and level up. After all, you are mine, and if your level is too low, it would be quite embarrassing for me. I inhaled deeply. I want to let the organization down. Suddenly, Lynn Warner called out to me, pausing for a long moment before asking, Li Xiao, may I inquire, did you really serve in a special forces unit? I was taken aback. What brings this up all of a sudden? I just wanted to know. I don't believe Wang Xin's words. How could a battle-hardened elite soldier behave like someone without shame, always mooching off meals and cards? As she observed my expression and noticed my discomfort, her smile grew sweeter. It seemed Lynn Warner still held a grudge regarding my earlier glance at her figure, deriving pleasure from my embarrassment. Standing there awkwardly, I clenched my fist and replied, whether you believe Wang's words is entirely up to you. My only concern is ensuring your safety, my lady. I shall take my leave now. Lynn Warner scrutinized me. Oh, are you upset? Surely you're not that petty? I turned around, flashing a radiant smile. My lady, you are quite the gossip. In a huff, Lynn Warner stamped her foot. Humph. No more talking. I'm off to level up. As she stomped, her ample curves swayed enticingly, nearly mesmerizing me. I hurriedly exclaimed, my lady, take care. I want to see you off. Watching Lynn Warner's graceful silhouette vanish from sight, I clapped my hands and began munching on a bun as I returned to my dormitory. Thus commenced another day's journey, with today's objective being to leave the novice village and venture to Bahuang City, stepping into the ranks of mainstream players. Lingering in the novice village was simply not ambitious enough. Upon returning to my dorm, I logged in. Data loading completed. Entering the game. With a flash, my surroundings illuminated, revealing the wild bear forest once more. I surveyed my surroundings attentively and noted with satisfaction that the rogue bandits from the Western Chu were finally gone. Perhaps they concluded I had logged off, realizing that remaining here was futile, as they too needed to level up for the main city. Any grudges could wait until we were in the main city together. Standing beside the corpses, I prepared to revive. A golden light illuminated the tranquil, deserted jungle as I unwrapped my package. Fortunately, although a few potions spilled out upon opening, the crucial items remained intact. I retrieved the prized thorn sword from within. And now, it was time to rely on you. Equipping the sword, I held a long blade that glimmered faintly in my grasp. Thorn sword, black iron, attack, 2135 strength, 3 required level, 8. With an attack power of 2135. It effortlessly eclipsed my previous level 1 iron sword, which had a mere 13 attack. Grasping the thorn sword, I could distinctly feel the robust power coursing through it. And my overall attributes surged dramatically. Carefree Wanderer, Apprentice Healer, level, 9 attack, 6983 defense, 23 health, 180 magic, 150 charm, 0. An attack power of 6983 was formidable. Even a fully invested swordsman of the same level would only possess similar attributes. Indeed, with the thorn sword in hand, my leveling efficiency would be nothing short of extraordinary. Holding the thorn sword, I pressed onward, now at 57 experience towards level 9. With just a few more monster kills, I would reach level 10, and after a brief return for supplies, I could report to the main city of 8 Desolate City. On the hillside, a level 9 thorn bear let out a low growl. I smiled slightly. You shall be my test subject for this sword. And I was eager to see the true extent of my 83 attack power. With a swift motion, I charged forward, the blade slicing cleanly down upon the bear's forehead. A satisfying crunch echoed as a damage number soared into view. 117. What a thrill. Such attack power was truly impressive. Before the thorn bear could retaliate, my second strike descended. 114. The bear roared in anger, raising its claws to strike back. Just as I felt a jolt from losing 37 health, I delivered my third blow, and the thorn bear collapsed. The efficiency of leveling up was remarkable. I collected 4 copper coins and pressed onward. After defeating a dozen more thorn bears, a radiant light enveloped me as I reached level 10, gaining an additional 10 attribute points, which I allocated entirely to strength, boosting my attack power by 55. Time to return to the village for supplies before heading to 8 Desolate City. Upon returning to the novice village, I sold off several pieces of garbage white armor and, to my delight, found myself with 2 silver coins, a modest fortune indeed. I repaired my equipment and began to resupply. Knowing I could recover health without the need for red potions, only some blue potions were necessary. Arriving at the apothecary, I opened the list, only to feel my heart sink. Magic Potion LV1. Restores 50 points of magic, priced at 5 copper coins each. Magic Potion LV2. Restores 100 points of magic, priced at 50 copper coins each. Magic Potion LV3. Restores 150 points of magic, priced at 5 silver coins each. What a disappointment. I couldn't even afford a single level 3 blue potion with my current funds. I suppose I should purchase a few more level 1 potions. They should suffice to see me through to the city of 8 Desolations. Upon arriving at the village entrance, I encountered an elderly man leaning on his staff, the title of village chief hovering above him. It was evident that he was there to bid farewell to the newcomers. As I approached, he trembled and, with hands resembling ancient tree bark, gently touched my forehead, his eyes glistening with murky tears. "Child, you have grown up and are finally leaving the village. I am truly happy for you. Remember, you are our pride. Strive to become an exceptional adventurer, serving the Celestial Wing Empire and repelling those who threaten us." I nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, Chief. Child, I have 3 letters of introduction for you. You may choose one." The interface presented 3 options: the City of Ordinary Books, the City of 8 Desolations, and the City of Ninely. Selecting one would allow me to report to the corresponding main city and, at long last, learn skills beyond my innate abilities. Without hesitation, I chose the City of 8 Desolations. The elder waved me off with a smile. "Go forth, my child. No matter where your journey leads you. Whether you become an ordinary warrior or a commander of 1,000, never forget today. You are a child of our small village and will always be our pride." What a long-winded farewell, I muttered to myself, clutching the letter of introduction to the City of 8 Desolations, and set off to report to the vocational mentor. The City of 8 Desolations lies at the northernmost edge of the 7 great human empires, closest to the unknown territories of the north. It serves as a formidable bastion for the human alliance, and this was one reason for my choice. Such a city promises challenges. Moreover, the monsters surrounding the City of 8 Desolations are likely the most ferocious among the 3 main cities, and players forged in such an environment would undoubtedly emerge as exceptional individuals. Marking the City of 8 Desolations on my map, I hastened forth, sword in hand. Along the way, I encountered a considerable number of players making their way to the city, nearly all of them level 10. They appeared anxious, fearing they might arrive too late and miss out on monster spawns. In truth, based on my assessment, the quantity and levels of monsters around the main city far exceeded those in the novice village. The design of Destiny was intended to accommodate over 100 million players online simultaneously, yet currently, only 1 million are participating in the open beta. Thus, the map's capacity far surpasses the present player count. There is no need for such haste, as rushing could be perilous. Not far off, a warrior clad in gleaming white heavy armor accompanied a healer, a young woman dressed in cloth armor, wielding a staff adorned with an image of a potion at its tip. She was a true healer, a far cry from my novice status. Additionally, I noticed flying players resembling wind spirits, some archers, other spellcasters, and healers. The wind spirit class, known for its ability to soar through the skies, is highly sought after. Reports suggest that over 35 of open beta players have chosen this class. I, however, opted against becoming a wind spirit due to the ease with which aerial targets can be harmed, coupled with their poor growth in stamina and defense. Despite their high potential for spells and ranged attacks, not my preferred style. As players journeyed together along the path, they encountered little danger, for many of the monsters had already been vanquished. After a brisk 70-minute trek, a magnificent city emerged on the fringes of the land. Before the city stood a towering stone blade, reaching for the heavens. This was the emblem of the City of 8 Desolations, the legendary 8 Desolation Blade. Perhaps a divine artifact, who can say? Upon entering the city and following the directions, I arrived at the vocational training center. Beside a shimmering emerald pool, a dozen wind elves, each wielding a staff, stood as healers. At the center was a level 50 NPC wind elf, the vocational mentor. Approaching her, I produced my letter of introduction and, with utmost courtesy, stated, "Esteemed mentor, here is my letter of introduction. I am an adventurer hailing from Grass Dog Village, seeking your permission to undergo your training. The mentor's gaze fell upon the thorn blade in my hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. She then declared, "Very well, young one. From this moment forth, you shall be an apprentice healer of the City of Eight Desolations for the glory of the Empire." With that, the conversation ceased. Even as I attempted to continue, an option box appeared, one of which was to learn a skill. Upon inspection, I discovered that the sole skill available was Inspiration, a buff that enhances the target's attack power by 1. It required the player to be level 10 and to possess the healer vocation, with a learning cost of 1 silver coin. This was indeed a commendable auxiliary skill. A 1 increase at level 1 would translate to 10 at level 10. It was evident that my blade stirred the waters with remarkable sharpness, an increase of 10 in attack power. Such a skill was truly rare. Reluctantly, I parted with 1 silver coin. Oh, how it pained me. After bidding farewell to the mentor, I was ready to embark on my leveling journey. Yet I was in no haste to leave, for there remained one essential task to accomplish: to pursue the artisan vocation of alchemist and concoct potions for mana restoration. Chapter 13. The Master of Grass Fruit. Upon investigation, I discovered that the alchemist profession was marked by a small coordinate on the map, located within a quaint grove outside of the Eight Desolation City. Astonishingly, the NPC for this profession resided outdoors. Clutching my thorn sword, I hurriedly dashed outside. Yet upon reaching the designated coordinates within the grove, I was met with nothing but an empty expanse. Perplexed, I swiftly accessed the official forum to search for information regarding the alchemist's employment location. Soon, I stumbled upon 2 threads. Inquiry: where exactly is the alchemist NPC? Why can't I find it? Complaint: damn it. I've spent the entire morning searching. The alchemist's location is not where the system indicated. It is actually in the grove outside the northern gate of Eight Desolation City, and at least 11 coordinates randomly refresh this NPC every 15 minutes. What a scam. With a sense of relief washing over me, I thought, if it's not here, then I shall continue my search. After circling the little grove for nearly 10 minutes, I finally spotted a middle-aged NPC alchemist, Mi-Fu, dozing beneath a ginkgo tree. Approaching him, I politely stated, "Hello, I wish to become an alchemist." After a prolonged silence, I looked up only to find he had vanished. Frustrated, I continued my search, and after another 10 minutes, I discovered Mi-Fu in another corner of the grove. I stepped forward and humbly said, "Greetings, I wish to become an alchemist." Mi-Fu glanced at me and replied, "Young man, do you truly wish to become an alchemist?" I affirmed eagerly. "Very well." Mi-Fu continued, "To become an exceptional alchemist, one must possess agile thinking and sound judgment. If you can correctly answer my 3 questions, I shall grant you the opportunity to undergo a trial. Upon successful completion, you will receive your alchemist certification. Please, ask away." I responded. With a mischievous smile curling his lips, Mi-Fu inquired, "What type of vehicle is immobile in this world?" I pondered momentarily and, after a few seconds, answered, "A windmill." "Correct. Next question. Can you cover the sky with a single leaf?" I replied, "You can cover your eyes with a leaf." Mi-Fu pressed on with the final question. "A caterpillar wishes to cross a river, but there is no bridge. How can it get across?" After considerable thought, I suggested, "Transform into a butterfly and fly over." "Very good." Mi-Fu sat up and regarded me intently, asking, "Do you truly wish to become an alchemist?" "Yes," I affirmed. "Excellent." Mi-Fu then produced a small shovel from his pocket and stated, "A crucial skill for an alchemist is herb gathering. To the southeast of this grove lies a grass fruit forest. Gather 10 grass fruits for me, and I shall acknowledge your status as an alchemist. However, be wary, for the forest is inhabited by some pesky little demons." Ding. System notification. "Do you accept the quest, Alchemist Trial?" Upon immediate confirmation, the taskbar displayed the trial content. Obtain 10 grass fruits. This was not a daunting task. However, I was uncertain about the level of the creatures that awaited me. Nevertheless, I resolved to confront them head-on. Armed with a small shovel and bidding farewell to the alchemist, I traversed a small grove. After approximately 10 minutes, I found myself standing before the butterfly forest, which indeed was a lush expanse of greenery. Countless butterflies fluttered gracefully at the forest's edge, embodying the spirit of spring, and the scene appeared utterly serene. Gripping my thorn sword tightly, I cautiously stepped into the thicket, probing forward along the underbrush. After only a few strides, a creature emerged before me, a green bat clinging to a tree trunk. its wings flapping as it soared toward me with a rustle. Blood-sucking bat, common monster, level 12 attack, 55-62 defense, 24 health, 400 skill. Bloodsuck LV1 description, a low-level beast from the Destiny continent. These blood-sucking bats are adept at siphoning life and often wreak havoc in the fields, causing significant distress to farmers and hunters alike. With many lives having been claimed by these creatures. Observing the blood-sucking bat, I couldn't help but chuckle. This would be a trivial matter. With a swift thrust of my sword, executing the simplest, yet most potent stabbing technique within the swordsmanship repertoire, I struck true to the bat's abdomen. The small creature, roughly the size of a ball, let out a shrill cry as it lost 97 health points. My attacking strength had become quite formidable. The bat flapped its wings violently and suddenly opened its mouth, biting into my shoulder. In addition to inflicting damage, it absorbed 50 of the harm dealt, converting it into its own vitality. 43-21. I paid no heed to its antics and continued to swing my sword with fervor, dispatching it in a matter of moments. Then, I cast a healing spell, restoring 100 health points and returning to full strength. As the blood-sucking bat fell with a series of shrill cries, 2 items dropped to the ground. One was 5 copper coins, and the other, to my astonishment, was a verdant green card depicting the bat. Blood-sucking bat codex, a collectible item. Upon acquisition, the player can seal this type of creature as a personal pet. A pet? I was taken aback. Each player is allotted 3 pet slots upon birth, suggesting that self-sealing is indeed possible. However, as the game had only just launched, players were still exploring this aspect. At least, since my departure from the 8 Desolation City, I had encountered thousands of individuals without a single one possessing a pet. Upon usage, a beam of light swept across, and my codex list expanded to include the blood-sucking bat. Upon inspection, I discovered a detailed introduction, a splendid addition. Utilizing the sealing card grants a certain probability of capturing a level 1 blood-sucking bat as a pet. It is crucial to remember that only level 1 creatures can be sealed as summon beasts. Lacking a sealing card for the moment, I pressed onward. After taking a few more steps, I spotted clusters of verdant fruits among the foliage and felt a surge of joy. At last, I had found the grass fruits. A level 1 herb, a lush grass fruit, adorned with a profusion of verdant fruits glistening with the morning dew, appeared quite delectable. With a shovel in hand, I meticulously excavated around the roots of the plant. As I unearthed the entire grass fruit, a chime resonated in my ears. Congratulations, you have collected grass fruit X1. I continued, spotting another plant nearby, and soon enough, I possessed 2 portions of grass fruit. Grasping my thorn sword, I advanced further. A few meters ahead, 2 blood-sucking bats flitted through the thicket, drawing close. It seemed I was poised for a 1v2 encounter. A smirk crept across my lips, ready to unleash the fury of a melee healer. With a swift rush across the grassy terrain, I brandished my sword towards one of the encroaching bats, landing a resounding blow that dealt a critical hit of 178 damage. The bat staggered back from the impact, revealing a strategic insight within this game. A technique of simultaneous attack and retreat existed. A single strike could push the target back or delay its response, granting me an opportunity for follow-up attacks. With a swift motion, I executed another strike, the blade slicing upwards, preventing the bat from retaliating. The attack speed of my thorn sword was moderate, delivering a standard strike every 1.5 seconds. As I swung my third strike, the bat emitted a shrill cry, and indeed, it succumbed without mounting a defense. While dispatching the second bat, my mind raced with thoughts of attack, shock, succession, and finishing blows. It appeared that weaving these techniques together could yield an impressive combo effect. Could this be what the game referred to as editing combos? How intriguing. Before long, my inventory boasted 9 grass fruits. Upon excavating the 10th, a chime rang out, and the system notified me, you have acquired the skill, herb gathering. This skill was essential for both apothecaries and alchemists. I had secured it quite splendidly. The apothecary focuses on concocting health potions, while the alchemist specializes in crafting mana potions. 2 distinct, yet equally lucrative professions. I felt a surge of confidence in my understanding. I could now discern the patterns. With each level gained, players automatically increase their mana by 10 points. However, each skill's mana consumption also escalated with level advancement. For instance, my hemostasis skill consumed 5 mana at level 1, while at level 10, it would require 50 mana. This was still a basic skill, once players reached around level 50. High-tier skills could demand 20 mana for level 1 and a staggering 200 mana for level 10. A level 50 swordsman, devoid of intelligence attributes, would possess a mere 550 mana. Employing several advanced skills could deplete their mana reserves entirely, leaving them unable to engage without potions. The prospects for business seem boundless. Currently, my savings amount to 8,000 RMB, yet they remain inaccessible. On one hand, they are to serve as the foundation for the future dragon-slaying studio. And on the other, I must provide living expenses for my sister who is attending university each month. Life is quite arduous, and I must seek a pathway to prosperity. Thus, the art of alchemy shall be my initial step towards wealth. I must prioritize elevating my skills in alchemy, ensuring they remain formidable. Returning to the grove, I once again sought out the alchemist Mi Fu and presented him with 10 grass fruits. Ah, astute young man, you have indeed triumphed in this arduous trial. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as a wise and valiant alchemist. You will traverse the skies and delve into the depths of the seas, scaling mountains to uncover the most enigmatic corners of this realm, gathering the rarest herbs and concocting the most precious elixirs. Mi Fu placed a hand upon my shoulder, and a radiant aura enveloped me. Beneath my name, the title of apprentice alchemist appeared, and a new skill, alchemy, materialized in my skill set. How delightful! Thus commenced my journey of self-reliance and independence. Mi Fu gazed at me and continued, now that you have become a distinguished alchemist. However, young man, as an adventurer of Ba Huang City, why have you not visited the city lord to claim your city emblem? City emblem? I exclaimed in astonishment. What a naive lad you are. Mi Fu rubbed his forehead and explained, as an adventurer of Ba Huang City, you are now entitled to visit the lord's mansion, where you will authenticate your status as an adventurer. He will bestow upon you some small gifts. I turned away in frustration. In my previous game data, no one had ever mentioned this. All was shrouded in ambiguity. Who would have known about such intricacies? I suspect that very few players within Ba Huang City are aware of these details. Chapter 14. Bloodshed across the 8 wildernesses. Outside the city of 8 wildernesses, players swarm, vanquishing blood-sucking bats and other creatures. At the city gates, countless players are setting up stalls, with a mere level 10 white robe being inflated to an exorbitant price of 5 silver coins. One must wonder what madness possesses them. A robe with only 5 defense holds little value, especially when silver coins are so precious in these early stages. It would be far wiser to invest in potions for leveling up. Crowds gather at the apothecary, blacksmith, and training grounds. Yet the path leading to the Lord's manor remains eerily quiet. I am the sole figure striding forward with sword in hand. It appears that everyone is preoccupied with leveling up, neglecting the Lord's estate. Ascending the blood-red steps into the grand hall, I am flanked by soldiers clad in black iron armor. At the heart of the Lord's manor stands a formidable warrior wielding a heavy sword. The renowned number 1 of 8 wildernesses, a local lord among the 3 secondary main cities in the Chinese region, a figure of significant stature. Approaching him respectfully, I address the Lord. My lord, I humbly request to join 8 wildernesses and become an adventurer of this esteemed city. The Lord, his face adorned with a thick beard, grips the hilt of his sword and surveys me with a scrutinizing gaze. Young one, do you truly wish to become a part of 8 wildernesses? Willing to share both triumphs and tribulations with us? I nod earnestly, indeed, my lord. Very well, then. The glory of the Holy Alliance shall accompany you. His armored hand lands firmly on my shoulder, the sheer strength of the Lord nearly overwhelming me. A shiver runs through my body as a chime resonates in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully joined 8 wildernesses, becoming an adventurer of this city. You are granted the privilege to use the return scroll of 8 wildernesses and have received the city emblem, bloodshed across the 8 wildernesses. Lo and behold, a crimson emblem resembling a battle knife materializes upon my shoulder, signifying my allegiance to the players of 8 wildernesses. Furthermore, this emblem bestows a city buff effect, bloodshed across the 8 wildernesses, enhancing the wearer's attack and defense by 3. Choosing 8 wildernesses was indeed a wise decision. I ponder what effects the emblems of Fanshu City and Jili City might confer. A glance at Lin Wanner and Dong Chungyue will surely provide clarity. Having completed my registration, I promptly turn to leave. Yet, at the city gates, a voice suddenly rises from among the merchants, seeking to purchase a blood-sucking bat illustration. Those who possess one, please approach with your price. An illustration of a blood-sucking bat? I rummage through my inventory and discover that I have indeed slain 20 of these creatures. yielding 2 illustrations, one for myself and one remaining. I stepped forward to address the eager merchant, a young man of about 20, with the ID New Moon Merchant number 4. A level 13 player with a rather unique title. Good sir, I inquire, what purpose do you have for the blood-sucking bat cards? The merchant chuckles, a trade secret. I point accusingly at him. Do not boast. You seek to seal the blood-sucking bats, do you not? You intend to set up a stall in the city selling pets? The merchant was taken aback. You actually guessed it. I widened my eyes. Such a thing could be deduced even with a mere hair from my nose. How could I possibly not think of it? I produced a bat encyclopedia and said, make your offer. If the price is right, I shall part with it. If not, I shall keep it for myself and seal the bats to sell. They say that rivals are often foes, yet I too am a merchant. And I had no intention of selling this encyclopedia. Upon hearing that I possessed the encyclopedia, the merchant's eyes suddenly sparkled. Brother, you truly have the encyclopedia. Our group of 30 has been slaying blood-sucking bats for 4 hours and has not obtained a single one. What luck do you possess? I was secretly astonished. Was the drop rate truly so? Was my fortune that extraordinary? I pulled out the encyclopedia and brandished it. Here it is. Is this the one? Indeed, it was. Brother, how much do you wish to sell it for? Let us be friends. You are like a brother to me. No flattery. State your price. The merchant nodded, raising 5 fingers. 50 copper coins. I smiled faintly. Then I shall be off to level up. Farewell. Wait a moment. He hastily grasped my arm and said, business not completed, yet kindness remains. Do not rush to depart. If you find this price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. I chuckled. Raising 5 fingers. This price? You cannot possibly mean 5 silver coins, can you? The merchant was taken aback. I nodded. Indeed, 5 silver coins. Your 30 men have been slaying blood-sucking bats, and each can yield at least 1 silver coin per hour. With a total of 30 silver coins produced in an hour, yet no encyclopedia dropped, how could I sell you this for a mere 50 silver coins? Considering your decent appearance? What say you? Shall we conclude the deal? If not, I shall take my leave. The merchant found himself in a quandary. Yet under my resolute demeanor, he capitulated and nodded. Very well. 5 silver coins it is. Let us proceed with the transaction. The exchange completed, 5 silver coins in hand. I laughed heartily. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Immediately, I turned towards the general goods merchant, perusing several pages of inventory. Until I found what I sought, there were several items I must acquire, as I had reviewed the alchemy list. LV1 Grass Fruit Pill restores 50 points of mana, requiring 3 grass fruits, and 1 empty vial. LV2 Silver Leaf Pill restores 100 points of mana, requiring 4 silver leaf herbs, 2 awakening waters, and 1 alchemy furnace. LV3 7 Stars Pill restores 200 points of mana, requiring 3 7-star herbs, 3 awakening waters, and 1 alchemy furnace. Empty vials and alchemy furnaces are essential materials for potion making. Purchasing 100 empty vials to craft 100 grass fruit pills would elevate my alchemy skill to level 2. Each empty vial costs 2 copper coins, totaling 2 silver coins, while the alchemy furnace is priced at 20 copper coins each. Buying 10 would suffice. Additionally, the sealing card is 1 silver coin each. I purchased 2 cards, and alas, I was out of funds. Goodness, the early stages are indeed impoverished. Upon exiting the eastern gate of the 8 Desolation City, a vibrant sunlit jungle unfolds before me, a verdant rainforest encircling the entire city, teeming with a myriad of low-level creatures, primarily consisting of light beasts and insects. These entities pose little threat to players, rendering this locale a veritable paradise for those in the 10 to 20 level range, and, indeed, my treasure trove. With my sword drawn, I venture into the rainforest, treading upon a carpet of blooming flora. My first objective is to gather grass fruits, aiming to elevate my alchemical skills to level 2. The level 1 grass fruit elixir only restores 50 points of mana, equivalent to 5 applications of my healing spell. Given that the potion has a cooldown of 30 seconds, it proves insufficient. Thus, I must procure the level 2 silver leaf elixir. Throughout the forest, clusters of grass fruits are scattered in every nook, yet I must vanquish the blood-sucking bats to collect them. I remain undeterred, ready to slay. Leveling up while I engage in this endeavor is quite satisfactory. With a crack, a blood-sucking bat falls to the ground, shrieking in distress, and a golden light cascades forth as I reach level 11 as a sword-wielding healer. Each bat I slaughter is met with careful scrutiny. Should I encounter a level 1 blood-sucking bat, it must be sealed. In this realm, where no one appears to be accompanied by pets, each creature bears a hefty price tag. Even a bat with subpar attributes can fetch a handsome sum. It is imperative that I secure one. Alas, fortune does not smile upon me, as level 1 blood-sucking bats remain elusive. After more than an hour, I find myself seated beneath a tree in the jungle, summoning the alchemical interface to commence my potion making. Upon exhausting 100 empty vials, a chime signals my success. My alchemist skill has ascended to level 2. Rising to my feet, I check my progress and find myself at level 12. I press onward in search of my next herbal target, the silver leaf, an essential ingredient for crafting level 2 potions. Ahead lies a dense coniferous forest, with patches of grass fruit plants dotting the ground. Yet, my interest in grass fruits has waned. I continue forward for several meters, my gaze lighting upon a silvery plant nestled at the base of a tree root. It is none other than the silver leaf I seek. What fortuitous ease in finding it. With a chuckle, I approach to gather it, but I am suddenly taken by surprise as a bird call echoes from the treetops, followed by a flash of silver descending upon me. Thud. Blood splatters from my forehead. Cursed be this ambush. 71 points of damage. It was a diminutive bird, entirely cloaked in silver. Despite its small stature, its ferocity and attack was remarkably fierce. The tip of its beak gleamed as if it were coated in silver, inflicting considerable pain upon impact. Silver featherbird, common monster, level 15 attack, 5580 defense, 19 health, 550 skills, feather strike. Description: the silver featherbird, one of the guardians of the clear rainforest, is a metallic avian species endowed with extraordinary speed and formidable offensive capabilities. They vigilantly protect the silver-leaved grass of the rainforest, inciting deep animosity among countless herbalists. With a powerful thrust of my blade, aiming at this avian adversary, I drove the sword down with great force, slicing through 112 points of its health. Indeed, while its attack power was formidable, its defense was lacking. It was quick to slay, yet equally susceptible to demise. Cawing in rage, the silver featherbird retaliated with furious flaps of its wings, launching 2 successive assaults that left me in considerable pain. I was compelled to employ my healing arts thrice in rapid succession to stabilize my health. Fortunately, as a sword-wielding healer, I managed to endure. A typical swordsman would find themselves vanquished in a mere encounter with the silver featherbird. With a swift thrust, my blade pierced through the silver featherbird's body, depleting its remaining health. A cascade of copper coins clattered to the ground, generously bestowing upon me 11 coins. It was indeed a lucrative endeavor, accompanied by a commendable experience gain. A level 15 monster certainly delivered. Bending down, I harvested a specimen of silver-leaved grass, then ventured deeper into the jungle. This time, I had learned my lesson. I meticulously scanned my surroundings for any silver featherbirds guarding the plants before daring to collect. Otherwise, facing 2 of them simultaneously would surely lead to my demise. Self-preservation was paramount. As half an hour swiftly passed, the sky gradually darkened, signaling the onset of nighttime in the game. Raising my gaze, I caught a glimpse of a silver gleam flickering among the trees. Yet another silver featherbird appeared. A quick glance at its level sent a shiver down my spine. Behold, a level 1 silver featherbird, capable of being sealed. Silver featherbird, level 1 description, can be sealed. Chapter 15. The priceless silver featherbird in a fleeting moment. I felt as though I might crush my own heart. To encounter a level 1 creature is indeed rare. Alas, my compendium harbored only the vampiric bat, devoid of the illustrious silver featherbird. What was I to do? Standing beneath the tree, I hesitated for a considerable time, wiping away my tears. I resolved not to slay it, but rather to keep it. Even if the seas dried and the stones crumbled, I would undoubtedly capture this silver featherbird. As I traversed the jungle, gathering silver leaf herbs while dispatching silver featherbirds, it proved to be a grueling and arduous endeavor. Simply hunting monsters felt tedious, yet for me, it was hardly a burden. Vivid scenes of my clandestine missions on the border often haunted my dreams, where I would lie in the arid sands for 36 hours, without sustenance, even refraining from moving as sand crabs scuttled across my arm. In comparison, the patience required for leveling up in this game was akin to a heavenly delight. Before I knew it, 5 hours had elapsed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, only the heavens knew how many silver featherbirds I had slain. My level had ascended to 15, and 5 pieces of white gear had dropped, none of which were usable to me. Additionally, I had accumulated 7 silver coins from mere copper coin drops. and my weapon-S durability was nearing a mere 10%. The piercing cries of the silver feather birds echoed incessantly as my thorn blade whistled through the air, striking twice, ending the life of yet another silver feather bird. In that moment, two items fell to the ground with a thud. One was a vibrant green cloak, and the other a compendium entry. My heart raced. After 5 hours of relentless battle, had I finally received my reward? Oh, the fortune of the gods. I bent down to retrieve the items, first grasping the compendium entry. Indeed, it was the entry for the silver feather bird. I utilized it immediately, and a radiant glow enveloped me as it was added to my compendium. Upon inspection, I discovered the creature's offensive and defensive attributes: silver feather bird, attack, defense, health, agility, magic, skill, feather strike. The attack growth was rated at 3.5 stars, and agility at 4 stars. This met the prerequisites for an offensive pet. At the onset of the game, this creature would surely be the finest companion for offense, albeit its defense and magic were somewhat lacking, rendering it vulnerable to both physical and magical assaults. Nevertheless, it mattered little in the early stages. A pet's role is merely to assist its master in leveling up. One cannot expect a mere creature to alter the tides of fate. Next, I turned my attention to the vibrant green cloak. Upon examination, my spirit soared. It was indeed a splendid find. Silver feather cloak, black iron item, type, cloak defense, 30 strength, for required level. 15 cloaks do not differentiate between armor types, be it plate, leather, or cloth, thus their defense is quite balanced. However, for my current cloth armor, this defense was akin to a refreshing rain after a drought. My total defense was merely 29 points, yet this cloak would augment it by an impressive 30 points. Truly, it was an exceptional treasure. As I adorned myself, a flowing green cloak materialized behind me, bestowing upon me an air of adeptness. Concurrently, my personal attributes surged dramatically. Carefree, apprentice healer, level 15 attack, 101-112 defense, 59 health, 240 magic, 210 charm, 0 defense rating of 59 could indeed be considered rudimentary armor, at least under the current circumstances. Elation surged within me as I grasped my iron sword, setting forth towards the coordinates marked 5 hours prior, in search of the level 1 silver feather bird. May Providence smile upon me. I fervently hoped that the creature had not been captured or slain by another, for it was mine. Whoever dared to harm it would face my wrath. Upon arriving beneath the tree, I looked up and, to my delight, the level 1 silver feather bird remained perched there. Excellent. I retrieved a sealing card from my possession, worth a single silver coin, of which I possessed a mere 2. As I locked onto the silver feather bird with the card, it chirped joyfully. The sealing card reflected a success rate of 27.4. Alas, such a low success probability was to be expected given my level. With only 2 sealing cards at my disposal, it was time to gamble on my luck. With a swift motion, I hurled the sealing card, and a 6-pointed star descended from above, enveloping the diminutive bird. The aura flickered erratically, but moments later, the sealing attempt failed. Infuriated, I felt my rage boil over as the tiny silver feather bird retaliated, spiraling downwards and delivering a strike that inflicted 14 points of damage upon me. This was the effect of its feather strike, even at level 1. It could inflict considerable harm, proving its prowess in breaking defenses. Enduring the bird's onslaught, I produced my second sealing card, my final chance. I cast it forth, and it soared towards the bird, generating waves of sealing energy. The bird struggled fiercely, nearly being drawn into the magical array, yet it managed to escape. At that moment, my palms were drenched in sweat, and I fervently prayed, "Dear bird, yield to the binding. I shall treat you to rice from Suzhou's Huayan." At last, it seemed my prayers were answered. A radiant light surged forth, and the level 1 silver feather bird vanished before me, only to reappear in my pet space as a silvery figure. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully sealed the silver feather bird. As the 3rd player to achieve this, you have been awarded 2,000 experience points and 1 charm point. With a flourish, golden light erupted, and I ascended to level 16, sealing a pet grants experience points. Finally, I have been rewarded with a point of charm. Although its utility remains uncertain, it is undoubtedly a prized possession. Upon opening the pet list, I extracted the attributes of the silver feather bird. It appears quite formidable indeed. Silver feather bird, level 1 attack, defense, life, agility, magic, skill, feather strike, excellence, 47. I am beginning to comprehend the nuances. All silver feather birds share the same star level growth, yet they differ individually. For instance, the silver feather bird before me, with an excellence rating of 47s, signifies its standing among its peers. But what does 47 excellence truly entail? Perplexed, I turned to the forums to investigate, searching for pet excellence. As anticipated, I discovered the definition: excellence. It determines the fluctuation of a pet's attributes. Generally speaking, a pet's current base attributes are 1 per excellence point. Thus, the excellence rating dictates a pet's overall quality. Now I understand. My silver feather bird possesses actual attributes that are 1.47 times its base attributes. This realization introduces an important consideration. A pet with 100 excellence has actual attack and defense attributes that are double those of a pet at the same level with 0 excellence. Alas, pets with low excellence are simply not viable. With a renewed perspective, I assess the silver feather bird before me. It could only be regarded as below average. My fervor for sealing a divine beast was naturally extinguished. Regardless, my thorn sword was on the verge of wear and tear, so I decided to return to town for repairs and supplies. Moreover, my inventory was nearing its limit with several stacks of silver leaf grass. As for this silver feather bird, I have no intention of training it. It's not a matter of disdain, but rather necessity. I must convert some assets to elevate my alchemical skills. The town portal cost 1 gold coin, an eternal price beyond my means. Thus, I sprinted back. As I raced into Bahuang City, I repaired my weapons and equipment. The Northgate Square was bustling with activity. Numerous vendors were shouting, hawking their wares, each with enticing cries, selling a level 9 plain armor chest piece. Defense, 40 points, essential for knights, swordsmen, and monks, all for just 1 silver coin. Don't miss out. Offering a bounty of grass fruit pills, only 4 copper coins each, cheaper than NPC merchants. Perfect for your nurse girlfriend, even if you lack a girlfriend. Why not purchase one for someone else's? Selling a level 5 black iron dagger, attack, 12 to 15, agility, 1. Fellow assassins, come take a gander. Price to sell, name your price. But if you're offering under 20 silver coins, kindly move along. I glanced through my inventory and found nothing of value to sell. Thus, I purchased a few alchemical furnaces and concocted 50 level 2 blue potions to place at my stall, each priced at 40 copper coins, cheaper than NPCs. Following this, I unleashed the silver feather bird, showcasing its attributes as I proclaimed loudly: freshly sealed pet, specializing in attack and agility, the silver feather bird, equipped with the skill Feather Strike. An undeniable king of offensive pets. First come, first serve, name your price. As I called out, a throng of people quickly gathered around, each offering their bids. An 11th level warrior clad in white attire exclaimed, "Hey buddy, how about selling it for 80 copper coins?" Another, a 15th level healer with a slender waist, chimed in, "Handsome. I want it. I'll give you 40 silver coins. I'm genuinely interested. Sell it to me. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, perhaps you could gift it to me?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, while I stood there awkwardly, despite my striking appearance. Even an offer of a 100 exceptional silver feathered bird would not entice me. Bids continued to roll in, yet no one offered more than 1 gold coin. Perhaps this was due to the early stage of the game. Players were spending their funds on potions, and the monsters only dropped a few copper coins. Accumulating 10,000 copper coins was indeed a daunting task, but my psychological price was set at a minimum of 5 gold coins. I would not entertain negotiations below that threshold. After an extensive wait of nearly 20 minutes, a young gunslinger approached. His arms shimmered with a dark luster, indicating he wore black iron-grade leather bracers. He was an 18th level player with the ID Little Pig Run Fast, a true contender. Upon seeing my silver feathered bird, his eyes betrayed a fervent desire. Though he quickly lowered his gaze, clearly a seasoned negotiator. I too averted my gaze, smiling slightly, and inquired, "What are you looking for? What is your lowest price for that silver feathered bird? Please give me a reasonable offer," Little Pig Run Fast replied. I licked my lips and stated, "This is a coveted item. My psychological price is 5 gold coins. I absolutely won't sell for less." In the early stages of the game, possessing such a pet will significantly enhance leveling efficiency. You understand its true worth. Little Pig Run Fast nodded. "I see. Wait a moment. My boss is on his way." Soon after, a formidable 18th level swordsman, wielding a broadsword, forcefully pushed through the crowd and arrived at my stall, laughing heartily. "Is there really a pet available in Bahuang City? What luck. I want it." I replied, 5 gold coins, sir." 5 gold coins? That's an outrageous price. He exclaimed in shock, suddenly turning to me with a fierce expression. Damn, it's you. I looked up, equally surprised to find myself face to face with Shichuba Wang, my old adversary. Swiftly, I dismantled my stall and grinned. I'm not selling anymore. Wait, little pig run fast hastily interjected. Don't let a small grudge hinder business. My boss truly desires this pet. You just said 5 gold coins, so let us stick to that. I raised an eyebrow, leaning against the city wall with my arms crossed, and replied, if it's going to Shichuba Wang, the price is 20 gold coins. Not a copper coin less. You can decide how to proceed. Chapter 16. The Mortal Tome 20 gold coins. What a ludicrous price. The overlord of Western Chu was incensed. Yet he restrained his fury. It was evident that he truly desired the silver-feathered bird. Beside him, the eager little piglet whispered, Brother, we must purchase it. You mentioned that if we wish to make a mark in Ba Huang City, we must stay ahead of others. Look at us. Our numbers, equipment, and levels are commendable. Yet we lack a pet, which is a significant shortcoming. No one in Ba Huang City possesses a pet as of now. Acquiring this silver-feathered bird would make us the first in the city to own one. The overlord gritted his teeth, replying, but 20 gold coins is exorbitant. That lad is clearly trying to fleece us. The little piglet chuckled, Brother, given your stature and position, do you truly care about 20 gold coins? Allow me to handle this matter. The overlord, speechless, nodded in agreement. Very well. The little piglet turned to me, smiling, carefree wanderer. We shall accept your price of 20 gold coins for the silver-feathered bird. However, you must grant us 10 minutes to gather the coins. You understand that most players only possess a handful of silver coins, and 20 gold is no trivial sum. I nodded, agreed, I will wait for 10 minutes. Be swift. Just then, my phone rang. It was Lin Wanner. Li Xiaoyao, we're hungry. You know I sighed. All right, I'm currently tied up in the game. Give me 10 minutes, and I will meet you downstairs after that. Is that acceptable? Lin Wanner replied, Yes, hurry. After hanging up, I continued to wait. In less than 10 minutes, the little piglet returned, initiating the trade. 20 gold coins, such splendid, glimmering coins. It was indeed a hefty blow. The transaction was successful, and the silver-feathered bird departed from my possession as 20 gold coins entered my grasp. Once the overlord of Western Chu acquired his pet, he intended to confront me. But alas, the city was a safe zone, and his intelligence was not so lacking. After glaring at me for a while, metaphorically slaying me with his gaze numerous times, he departed in frustration, likely to train the level of his newly acquired silver-feathered bird, for a pet, without levels, is undoubtedly powerless. My own tasks became significantly simpler. I could now purchase an infinite number of alchemy furnaces. The silver leaf herbs in my inventory were ample. I simply lacked the funds to buy the furnaces. Now that I had the money, each alchemy furnace cost 20 copper coins, and each awakening water was 10 copper coins. I planned to elevate my skill level to 3. Level 2 potions would yield no profit at 50 copper coins each, with a cost of 40 copper coins, thus no gain. However, Level 3 potions could be sold at 5 silver coins each at the NPC, which was the direction of my profit. Note, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 100 silver coins equal 10,000 copper coins. Squatting in a corner of the plaza, I diligently crafted potions 300 times. Finally, my inventory was brimming with level 2 silver leaf pills. With a satisfying chime, after spending 120 silver coins, I elevated my skill to level 3. Ding! Congratulations! Your alchemy skill has ascended to level 3. As the first player to achieve this milestone, you are rewarded with a charm boost of 1. How delightful it is that such an unusual achievement grants charm points. I wonder how much charm Lin Wanner possesses. Would she receive a notification upon entering the game? Congratulations! Due to your striking beauty and alluring figure, you have earned a charm reward of 5. Most likely not. Otherwise, I would delete my account. Standing in the square, I called out, freshly crafted level 2 potions, restoring 100 mana points, priced at merely 30 copper coins each. Wholesale available. Please contact me immediately. As my voice faded, a figure among the passing crowd caught my attention. A girl wielding a dagger stopped abruptly and gazed at me, sending a shiver down my spine. The familiar melody echoed in my ears. It was merely a glance amidst the crowd, yet I could never forget your visage, dreaming of the day we might meet again. From that moment, I began to long for you in solitude. Hey, the girl approached, rousing me from my reverie. She regarded me with a peculiar expression. You are quite strange. Aren't you here to conduct business? Is the level 2 potion truly 30 copper coins each? Upon closer inspection, I found her rather beautiful, clad in leather armor that accentuated her alluring figure. She wielded a dagger, seemingly crafted from black iron, and her face was strikingly lovely, at least an 8 out of 10. Above her head floated a line of text, warning others not to provoke her. She was a thorny rose indeed. ID: Moonlight Shallow, level 19, apprentice assassin. A level 19 assassin would undoubtedly find it effortless to dispatch someone of my level 15 cloth armor class. I must tread carefully and maintain a pleasant demeanor. A radiant smile spread across my handsome face as I looked down at her. Yes, 30 copper coins each, my lady. How many would you like? Moonlight Shallow smiled back. Well then, whatever quantity you have, I shall take. I glanced at my inventory. I had a total of 300 potions, reserving 50 for myself. That would be 250 potions. Are you sure you want them all? Yes, let us trade. Excellent. I opened the trade window, placing 250 potions within, while she quickly offered 75 silver coins. With a sweet smile, she said, "Thank you. You're welcome." I turned to leave, but she called out to me, "Wait a moment. Are you carefree and leisurely?" "Yes." "What is it?" I turned back to face her. Moonlight Shallow tilted her head, suddenly smiling brightly. "How about we add each other as friends? Whenever you have higher-level potions in the future, you can reach out to me. I will always want them. All right?" Surprised, I replied, as an assassin, "You probably won't require too many potions, will you?" With a knowing smile, she responded, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am actually a management player within the Prague Gaming Guild in Destiny, serving as the vice guild leader. You must have heard of the Prague Guild, yes?" I nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, I have heard of it. There exists such a guild in Conquest, one of the top 10 guilds in the nation." "Well, that certainly makes things easier," she replied. Yu Qin gazed at me intently and remarked, "Given your proficiency in crafting second-tier elixirs, I presume your alchemy skills have surpassed level 3? In the near future, we shall have a substantial demand for third-tier elixirs. How about you consider joining us in the Prague Guild as our chief alchemist?" She smiled shyly, adding, "We offer numerous benefits." I took a deep breath, resisting the allure, and replied, "No, thank you. I prefer to walk my own path, unfettered by the constraints of large guilds like Prague, where obedience to command is expected. I am inherently a solitary being." Yu Qin pouted slightly, a look of regret crossing her face as she smiled. "Very well, I won't press you. After all, we are friends now, so if you ever need anything from Prague, just reach out to me." "Thank you. Well, I shall take my leave now." As Yu Qin turned to walk away, she suddenly paused, glanced back, and softly smiled. "Lie freely. I shall remember you, my friend." All right. I stood there until my heartbeat returned to normal, internally chastising myself for my lack of resolve, before finally attending to my own affairs. The Prague Guild indeed possesses remarkable allure. With such a charming and lovely ambassador like Yu Qin to recruit members, it is no wonder that many heroes must have succumbed to her enchanting smile. Yet, it held no sway over me. After spending these past few days in the company of stunning beauties like Lin Wanner and Dong Changyue, my immunity to the potent charm of beautiful women had significantly strengthened. Noticing the time, I realized 10 minutes had already elapsed and swiftly logged off. I hurried down to the girls' dormitory, and from a distance, I spotted Lin Wanner, who stomped her foot in frustration. Li Xiaodao, that scoundrel, left us waiting for 11 minutes. Dong Changyue chuckled lightly. He must have urgent matters in the game. Otherwise, given how obedient he is to you, he would never have kept you waiting. I approached them and said, "Apologies, I was preoccupied with something in the game." Lin Wanner teased, "Oh, has someone just reached level 10? Do you have something of great importance? Perhaps you need to take a level 1 girl from the novice village to slay goblins?" I cleared my throat. "Miss, you're overthinking things. I just brewed a batch of second-tier blue potions and was conducting business." "Brewing potions?" Lin Wanner's eyes widened in surprise. "Have you completed your production class profession?" "Yes, indeed. Why do you ask?" I gazed back at the beautiful young lady. "Did you not complete yours?" Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed, a rare display of shyness that made her avert her gaze from me. Her youthful demeanor stirred something within me. I wished she could remain like this forever. Dong Qingwei interjected with a teasing tone. "Wano aspires to become a pharmacist, but when answering the mentor's questions, she flubbed 3 consecutive jokes and will have to wait until tomorrow for another opportunity." I stiffened, trying desperately to suppress my laughter, for it would surely spell my doom. Lin Wanner cast a fleeting glance at me, saying, If you wish to laugh, do so, just don't strain your spleen. I wiped away my tears and replied, no, I believe the young lady is exceptionally astute. It must be a system glitch that caused the error. I insisted. It surely must be a glitch. Dong Qingwei sighed. Alas, I feel my intelligence is being diminished by the two of you. Let us hasten to our meal. A sumptuous feast lay before us as the three of us gathered around the table. Li Xiaoao, how are the monsters around Bahuang City? Are there any that stand out? Lin Wanner turned to me and added, oh, I didn't mention monsters above level 15. I merely inquired about those below that threshold. I know you surely cannot defeat a level 15 monster. My lips twitched as I replied, no, I have already reached level 15. Dong Chunghua opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, your leveling speed is remarkably fast. In such a short time, you've reached level 15. I chuckled and continued. I haven't visited Jiuli City or Fanshu City, but I suspect they are quite similar. The only distinctive feature of Bahuang City is likely its city emblem. Right? Blood Slaughter Bahuang enhances attack and defense by 3. There's a city buff as well? Lin Wanner's alluring mouth widened in astonishment. I was taken aback. Don't tell me you Haven T registered with the city lord to obtain the city emblem? I truly Haven T. I opened my phone and searched, saying, look, the emblem of Fanshu City allows each player to acquire an indestructible volume of the Mortal Scroll. The effect of the Mortal Scroll is to absorb energy from online time, converting it into experience for the player. One could say that players from Fanshu City level up the fastest among the 3 main cities. Lin Wanner, in exasperation, lowered her head to dig into her food, murmuring, I'll go back and claim the Mortal Scroll. It infuriates me. I wondered how that barbarian knight we defeated earlier had a book floating on his arm. Dong Chungyue remained silent. Chapter 17. The 7-Star Herb Morning. In the bustling East Gate Square of Bahuang City, I passed through, holding my newly repaired thorn sword. This morning, it was imperative that I reach level 18. Striving swiftly for level 20 to attain my official class. Upon achieving this, players could acquire the skills pertinent to their profession, for instance. The established apothecary could learn advanced techniques such as life healing, while a novice could merely grasp hemostasis and poetry. Once certified, one could also master skills like life healing and blood stasis, with the former restoring 150 health points at level 1 and 300 health points at level 2, rendering its healing capacity threefold that of hemostasis. Upon exiting the city gates, I consulted the map. I could not afford to train aimlessly, alongside leveling up. I needed to gather level 3 herbs to concoct level 3 potions. A level 3 potion crafted by players could restore 200 mana points, while an NPC-sold potion could only restore 150 mana points at the cost of 5 silver coins. Hence, the potions produced through alchemy were highly coveted, and I had to seize the opportunity. Judging by the reaction of Moonlight MM, it seemed no one in Bahuang City had yet elevated their alchemy skills to level 3. I might just be the first. Indeed, being ahead could translate to lucrative opportunities. 7-Star Potion restores 200 mana points, requiring 3 7-star herbs, 3 awakening waters, and 1 alchemy furnace. The primary ingredient, the 7-star herb, is found on the periphery of the clear rainforest within a small valley known as 7-Star Valley. If all goes well, that location would be abundant with 7-star herbs. Approximately a 30-minute journey from the main city. Such a distance would deter most players, and even those who dared venture would likely do so in a group. A lone adventurer would stand little chance against the formidable high-level monsters. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, causing the leaves to dance and whisper. I trod along the narrow path, glancing at my gear. Level 16, 250 health points, and 117 attack power. I deemed myself adequately equipped to brave the 7-Star Valley alone. Along the way, I avoided the level 15 silver featherbirds, my thorn sword sheathed beneath my cloak, presenting a somewhat comical sight, a cloth-armored mage wielding a heavy sword. After 20 minutes, I looked up to see a verdant canyon entrance in the distance, marked on the map as 7-Star Valley. At last, I had arrived. Just as I was about to draw my sword and rush forward, voices suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. We've reached 7-Star Valley. Everyone, stay alert. This is our first collective endeavor. Do not let any mistakes occur. People. I swiftly leaped into the adjacent bushes, and indeed, a group of 10 emerged from the forest. The leader brandished a longsword, clad in dull gray armor. To my astonishment, it was a familiar face, Shichu Overlord, a novice swordsman, level 19. Behind him were several others who seemed to belong to his faction, including the player named Piggy Run Fast. along with 2 wind elf archers soaring 20 yards above the ground, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. I held my breath and remained silent. Shichu Overlord's shoulders were adorned with a silver figure, the silver feather bird, already at level 16, indicating a swift leveling speed for pets. Little Pig, are you certain that there is a boss in this 7 Stars Valley? Inquired the Western Chu Overlord. Little Pig hurriedly nodded. Yes, boss. At 6 this morning. One of my friends was instantly defeated by a boss here. The monsters in 7 Stars Valley are of extremely high levels. We must exercise caution. Furthermore, we have a rather limited number of healers with us. Oh, 2 nurses seem insufficient? The Western Chu Overlord glanced at the 2 ladies beside him. Little Pig chuckled. Well, to put it simply, the requirements for defeating a boss are quite demanding for healers. The bleeding control must be executed with precision, or else casualties will ensue. I reviewed the PK footage from your last encounter, and that carefree male doctor demonstrated an exquisite mastery of his healing techniques. If our 2 lovely nurses possessed such control, vanquishing this level 20 silver grade boss would pose no challenge. The Western Chu Overlord snorted, his eyes flashing with fury. Do not mention that carefree one. If I see him again, I will skin him alive and seize the thorn sword. It boasts an attack power of 35, while my current sword barely reaches 21. Little Pig pondered for a moment before responding. Boss, if we at the Stormy Vanguard wish to make a mark in the 8 Desolation City, we must attract potential players like that carefree one. Although he may not be a top-tier expert, his capacity for growth is invaluable. You are aware that guilds like Prague and Dragon Soar have already established themselves in 8 Desolation City. We face considerable competition. Our original base of 200 members is simply insufficient. The Western Chu Overlord nodded. Understood, I will keep that in mind. However, I am determined to eliminate that carefree one. Just wait and see. A group of individuals ventured into the valley, and I observed from a distance until their figures vanished into the woods. They had 2 wind elf archers scouting the skies, which made it easy for me to be detected. One must know their own limits. I would hardly stand a chance against a brute like the Western Chu Overlord, especially since they were a 10-person team. It would be akin to seeking death. After waiting a full 10 minutes, I brandished the thorn sword and ventured into 7 Stars Valley. The map of this valley is quite expansive, so I decided to circumvent them to gather 7-star grass. As the ancient saying goes, when stepping out, heed your mother's advice, engage less in PK, and focus more on monster hunting. Thus, leveling up will be expedited. Stepping onto a pile of gravel, I entered the valley's mouth. Stretching my neck to take a look, I found the entire Qixing Valley filled with cold winds and numerous high-level monsters. Approximately 10 yards away from me, there was a persistent wolf-like creature, a giant wolf cloaked in reddish-brown fur, classified as a wild wolf common monster, with the following attributes: level 18, attack, 77, 100. Defense, 30, health, 500, skills. Claw/LV2. Description: the wild wolf is a beast that prowls the wilderness, frequently ambushing humans and livestock. Despite the relentless efforts of the city guards from 8 Desolation City to eradicate them, the wild wolves remain alarmingly rampant in the surrounding areas. Gazing at the monster's attributes, a shiver ran through me. This was a foe best avoided. With an attack of 100 points, my defense would struggle to withstand such an assault. Thus, I grasped my thorn sword and maneuvered laterally through the thicket, circumventing nearly 100 wolf-like creatures lurking in the jungle. In the distance, on the open grassy expanse, I observed a party of 10, led by the formidable Shichu Overlord, engaged in battle with monsters. With a fierce roar, Shichu Overlord unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword shimmering with golden hexagonal light, delivering 2 consecutive blows to the wild wolf, inflicting nearly 300 points of health damage. My goodness, the output of a full-strength swordsman is indeed impressive. Especially with that dazzling combo skill, it was truly envious. Looking at my own skills, aside from the sword wave, I possessed only healing abilities. Any desire for offensive skills would have to wait until I could create my own, a task not easily accomplished. Without sufficient comprehension and practice, mastery remains elusive. And as it stands, only a handful of players in the entire game have devised their own skills. Regardless, I resolved to focus on earning money and taking my time. With a positive and proactive mindset, this era would belong to me. Steering clear of Shichu Overlord's leveling party, I ventured into the eastern region of Qixing Valley, treading upon the resilient grass and strolling through the jungle. Soon, I noticed specks of light shimmering on the rocky outcrop ahead. stirring excitement within me. Excellent! I had finally located the Chishan grass. With my sword in hand, I hastened forward and indeed found a herb glowing with iridescent hues, resembling clusters of grapes. The coveted level 3 herb, Chishan grass. Having collected countless silver leaf grasses, my herbalism skill had already reached level 3. I promptly retrieved my herb shovel and began to carefully excavate around the roots of the Chishan grass. This is the fundamental principle of herbal gathering. As noted in the Dream Lake Chronicles, all nourishment flows to its roots, and the medicinal parts of many herbs lie therein. As for the 7 colored grapes of the Chishan grass before me, I ensured to gather them all. Once the excavation was complete, a melodic chime resonated. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have successfully harvested Chishan grass, X2. Indeed, by collecting the roots as well, I obtained 2 portions. Excellent. It seems I am not far from realizing my grand ambition of crafting level 3 elixirs. As I uprooted the 7-star grass, a low, ominous growl echoed behind me. Turning around, I was confronted by a wild wolf, approximately 10 meters away. A level 18 creature that had already locked onto me in enmity. There would be no chance for a critical strike. I raised my hand and unsheathed the thorn sword with a sharp clang. The attack surged forward, enhancing my power by 10, bringing my attack strength to 11. 7. With the elevation of my level and the strengthening of my equipment, this 10 boost became exceedingly significant. It is precisely this reason that the sword S-Wave is classified among the SS-level self-created techniques, just a step below the SSS tier, making it a skill of near-divine caliber. In a single strike, the thorn sword collided with the wolf's forehead, delivering a powerful blow of 142 damage. Simultaneously, the young wolf brandished its lethal claws, imbued with a flickering crimson energy, and unleashed Claw of the Wind LV2, which shattered against my shoulder. Sending a searing pain coursing through me, this sensation was no mere illusion, akin to having my shoulder struck by a brick in reality. My health plummeted by 119 points. I swiftly cast a healing spell, restoring 100 health points, and continued my offensive with a flurry of 2 swift strikes. As I maneuvered my feet, I carefully tracked the wolf's attack trajectory and suddenly sidestepped to evade. Yet, I was a fraction too slow. The system S-lag prevented me from dodging this assault, causing a further loss of 71 health points. Indeed, without the creatures utilizing their skills, the damage I sustained was manageable. Time and again, I attempted to evade, but each effort met with failure. Eventually, I resigned myself to the reality that the wild wolf's agility far surpassed my own, no matter how adept a player might be. They remained constrained by their attributes. There was no point in further evasion, only humiliation awaited me. With a final, mournful howl, the wild wolf collapsed. I collected the copper coins and turned to leave. Soon, I discerned that the 7-star grass thrived by clinging to rocky surfaces. Thus, I decided to circle the valley's stone formations. With a bit of luck, I should be able to avoid encountering the notorious group of Shichubawang. Chapter 18. The narrow path of rivals in the valley. I stood firmly atop the corpse of a massive wolf, still warm beneath my feet. Summoning the alchemy interface, I selected the option for the 7-star pill, placing 3 portions of 7-star grass, 3 portions of awakening water, and a cauldron into the mix. After confirming the synthesis, a prompt chimed. You have successfully concocted the 7-star pill. Alchemy proficiency level 1. As you are the first player to create the 7-star pill, you have been rewarded with 1 charisma. Ah, splendid. I have garnered a slight increase in charisma. Though I remain uncertain of its true utility, it must, however, be something advantageous, since I cannot be the first to reach level 20 or to master LV3 combat skills. I shall focus on alchemy. At the very least, my understanding of this craft will set me apart in the world. I carefully stored the 7-star pill, grasped my thorn sword, and pressed onward, continuously dispatching wolves along the way while collecting every last bit of 7-star grass from the valley. This sense of bounty is truly delightful. After nearly 2 hours, my inventory boasted 112 portions of 7-star grass, yet to advance my alchemy skill from level 3 to level 4, this amount is woefully insufficient. Elevating the skill from 3 to 4 requires 1,000 proficiency points, which translates to a staggering 3,000 portions of 7-star grass. The consumption of cauldrons and awakening water further compounds the challenge, making this endeavor a remarkably arduous and costly venture. It is precisely for this reason that only the largest guilds can cultivate top-tier crafting professionals. Without sufficient manpower and resources, the pursuit of skills becomes nearly impossible. My advantages are apparent. I possess both combat and healing capabilities, and the consumables I require are the magical pills that I can produce myself. Thus, I hold the entire chain of leveling consumption in my hands. Moreover, after selling the silver feather bird, I now possess nearly 20 gold coins. This sum is my capital for striving towards level 4 alchemy. At this stage, 20 gold coins represent an insurmountable fortune. Continuing forward, I arrived at the heart of the 7-star valley. As I pressed on, the grass became increasingly sparse, accompanied by an incessant chorus of wolf howls. Upon climbing a small hill, I was taken aback by the sight before me. At least 100 level 18 wolves were congregated in the valley ahead, howling as they gathered around a golden-furred wolf king. This was no ordinary beast. It was a level 20 golden boss, proudly seated amidst its minions. Behind it lay a vast cave, undoubtedly the lair of the wolf king. Licking my lips, I realized that with so many subordinates surrounding the wolf king, any thoughts of vanquishing him were folly. However, the wolf king's cave warranted exploration. It might harbor rare herbs. Yet, simply walking in would likely lead to being devoured by the pack. Instead, I decided to scout from the rocky heights above, hoping to uncover some opportunity. As I climbed the verdant rocks, I noticed that the closer I approached the wolf king's lair, the denser the patches of 7-star grass became. My spirits soared as I gathered more and more, and in less than 10 minutes, I had acquired another 100 portions of 7-star grass. Crack! The thorny sword cautiously pierced through the rocky layers, delicately excavating the 7-star grass from the fine soil. My demeanor was remarkably earnest, akin to a young boy tenderly caring for his girlfriend. As I gently uprooted the 7-star grass, the soil and sand at its roots suddenly cascaded down, disappearing into the depths below. Had I inadvertently created an opening? Astonished, I knelt to peer into the abyss, faint glimmers of light beckoning me. Could this be the entrance to the Wolf King's lair? It appeared that I had a chance to enter. A level 20 golden boss awaited within. If I ventured into its den, would I discover an array of treasure chests? Might I uncover divine weapons such as the 8 Desolation Blade? My heart raced uncontrollably. What an opportunity! With renewed determination, I withdrew the thorny sword and began to excavate vigorously at the rocky base below. The opening grew larger, and with each thrust, the soil between the rock formations crumbled and cascaded down, revealing gaping holes. Clang! The blade struck the rock, reverberating with a thunderous sound. As a stone the size of a football plummeted, crashing down upon a wild wolf in the den below. The mountain trembled ominously, leaving me speechless. Upon closer inspection, I realized the mountain was precariously unstable, reminiscent of a child's hastily built sandcastle, teetering on the brink of collapse. My digging seemed to strike a critical point. Another swing of the sword could trigger a catastrophic collapse. This was not a scenario I wished to witness. Suddenly, shouts from nearby players echoed in the distance. I quickly crouched behind the rocks, revealing only my eyes as I peered out. Emerging from the distant thicket was a group of players. None other than the formidable Shichu Ba Wang and his entourage. At last, they had arrived at the Wolf King's location, and I noted with dismay that Shichu Ba Wang had reached level 20. A fully invested level 20 swordsman, quite formidable indeed. It appeared this group was intent on advancing to confront the Wolf King. Their team was well equipped. A level 19 monk, robust in defense and health, served as the tank, accompanied by 2 spellcasters for damage output, 2 wind elf archers, and a gunslinger for ranged support, rounded out by 2 healing practitioners. With such a composition, defeating a level 20 golden boss would likely pose little challenge. After a moment of contemplation, I made a swift decision. I would not engage with them. Instead, I would enter the Wolf King's cave first. I could see ample 7-star grass within, precisely what I sought for concocting the 7-star pill. I had no intention of thwarting Shichu Ba Wang's attempt to slay the boss. Disrupting their plans would serve me no advantage. After all, I was not one to harbor grudges. Although Shichu Ba Wang had harmed me previously, I could hardly stoop to their level. Once I mastered an SSS grade attack skill and refined my combo editing, I would bid farewell to the Jianghu. MLGBD. If I didn't knock him down a peg, at least he'd leave without a trace. Crack. With a sense of relief, I tumbled down through the crevices into the lair of the Wolf King, landing directly on the ground. Almost immediately, a wild wolf charged towards me, and with the thorn sword in hand, I swiftly dispatched it with 4 precise strikes. Standing upright, I realized that visibility here was severely compromised, engulfed in darkness. It took a full half-minute for my eyes to adjust, and upon closer inspection, I noticed several wild wolves scattered within the cave's passage. Additionally, the walls were adorned with dense clusters of seven-star grass, causing my mouth to water. Truly, this journey was not in vain. After 5 minutes, I had eliminated over a dozen wild wolves. Though their attacks were lethally potent, I managed my health meticulously, ensuring my survival. As a swordmaster and healer, I possessed both the means to heal and to fight, undefeated in this realm. After vanquishing the wild wolves, I withdrew my herb shovel and focused intently on gathering the seven-star grass within the Wolf King's cave. Nearly an hour passed, and I nearly cleared the cave of this precious herb, accumulating an astounding nearly 2,000 stalks in my inventory, a collection efficiency beyond belief. I was tantalizingly close to reaching level 4 in alchemy, though sadly, there were no herbs left in the cave. Delving deeper, I reached the cave's depths but found no treasure. Instead, I stumbled upon the Wolf King's south resting place littered with human bones and piles of foul-smelling wolf dung. How unrefined for a king to make his lavatory part of his chamber. I turned to leave, ready to make my exit, as my task was nearing completion. Just then, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted outside, accompanied by the sharp sounds of combo skills being unleashed. Crouching against the stone wall, I peered outside. It appeared that all the wolf pups had been eliminated, and now, the likes of Shi Chu Ba Wang and others had begun their confrontation with the boss. The ascetic monk wielded a staff, entangled with the Golden Wolf King, his face marked by the claws of the beast. 2 healers worked in tandem to restore his health, while the spirit mage unleashed devastating fire spells. The Wolf King's health was around 10,000 and was rapidly depleting. I estimated that within 5 minutes, the Wolf King would surely fall. Standing in the cave, I deliberated. They were too close. If I went out now, I would certainly be discovered. This would lead to a grim fate. I had to remain calm and patient. Once they defeated the Wolf King and departed, I would make my exit. I was just a lone figure in shallow waters, and sometimes, one must endure in silence. The Wolf King's roars grew increasingly desperate, its claws slashing wildly as it ravaged the ascetic monk, whose health plummeted to around 20. Yet, the 2 healers managed to stabilize him momentarily. The Wolf King, unable to recover, saw its health drop swiftly to about 10, roughly 1,000 points remaining. It's almost over. Keep pushing. Shi Chu Ba Wang chuckled heartily. Let us slay this Wolf King and hope for the first legendary golden equipment drop. Little Pig, clutching a musket, peppered the boss with shots, laughing as he remarked, Boss, don't kid around. We haven't even seen the first silver item drop yet, nor has the entire server seen the first bronze item. The best we've got is someone in Fanshu City obtaining a green artifact. You're dreaming if you think we'll get a golden item. The overlord of Western Shu let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Let us deal with it when the time comes. Let's see how fate unfolds. Just then, the Golden Wolf King unleashed a furious howl, enveloped in a crimson glow. To his astonishment, the overlord of Western Shu realized. Could it be that the boss is about to mutate? Panic washed over him as the Wolf King turned and dashed towards the cave. The little pig squealed in alarm. No, it's not mutating. It's fleeing. We must pursue. I stood there, dumbfounded, as the Wolf King moved with astonishing speed, darting past me and vanishing into the cave. How cowardly. Is hiding in a cave a sign of weakness? As the overlord of Western Shu approached, his gaze fell upon me, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. Damn it, that scoundrel, Xiaoyao Zizai, is here. Attack him, eliminate him. A low hum filled the air as his blade trembled, a golden hexagram shimmering to life above it, signaling the onset of a combo attack. In an instant, the strike was unleashed with remarkable ferocity. The overlord's assault was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving me with little time to react as I instinctively dodged, my feet sliding back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. A resounding miss echoed in my ears, a testament to the training I had undergone in recent days, which had instilled in me a reflexive evasion technique. Miss. 145. As the blade fell, I felt my spirit waver. The attack power of the overlord was alarmingly high. If both strikes had landed, I would surely have perished. Suddenly, the soft rustle of movement caught my attention. The ground stirred, and 2 wild wolves emerged from behind the overlord of Western Shu, sending a shiver down my spine. An opportunity had arisen, and the timing of their appearance was impeccable. Chapter 19. The Crimson Blood Dagger. Suddenly, 2 wild wolves lunged towards the back of the Western Shu overlord, who was the nearest target and thus the primary focus of their assault. Having just completed a healing spell, I too charged forth, wielding the thorn sword. With a swift motion, I executed a seemingly mundane yet effective strike, a tactic that had proven successful time and again. A sharp sound echoed as I struck, a critical hit. The Overlord's health plummeted significantly, and the two wild wolves behind him unleashed their claws, delivering a devastating blow that left him severely weakened. His complexion turning a shade of purple. Aware of the wolf's ferocity, he instinctively fled while shouting, "Sister, heal me." Two healers promptly arrived, and I recognized the urgency of the situation. These two must not restore his health, for my hopes would dwindle. With my sword lowered, I pursued the Overlord. As one of the healers rushed forward, her staff poised to heal him. Yet, I was not to be outdone. With a swift thrust of my thorn sword, I aimed for her neck and struck. A resounding crack echoed as I delivered a fatal blow, eliminating her instantly. The system chimed with a notification. "You have slain the player, Gentle Rain. In the wild, your sin value has increased by 100 points, and you are now marked as a red-named player." The Overlord, enraged, exclaimed, "Damn it, you scoundrel." I refrained from engaging in a verbal spat. Instead, I endured a strike from him before casting a healing spell upon myself. In a rapid motion, I plunged my thorn sword into the chest of the other healer, inflicting 161 points of damage. As a cloth armor class character with a pure magical build, she simply could not withstand my onslaught. With a 1.5-second attack interval, when I struck again, she stood there, mouth agape, clearly unprepared to heal herself. With a pitiful wail, she too fell. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out at the cave's entrance. A player named Little Pig fired at me, dealing 74 points of damage. The Overlord's relentless assault followed, striking with ferocity, 111 damage. I swiftly retreated, casting another healing spell while utilizing my knowledge of the terrain to navigate the cave with ease. The Overlord and his companions were momentarily disoriented, their vision obscured by darkness, rendering them nearly blind. This was my sole opportunity. I had to act. Just then, two wind elves, archers, rushed in. Seizing the moment, I slashed twice with my sword, dispatching another foe. However, I was struck by an arrow, my health dwindling dangerously low. With my level 2 healing spell unable to suffice, I knew it was time to withdraw. Having already claimed 3 lives, it was prudent to retreat before I faced a grim fate. As the Overlord regained his sight and approached, sword in hand, he bellowed in fury, "You scoundrel, stand still. I shall grind your bones to dust." A smirk crept across my lips. In light of his threats, I could hardly be blamed for my ruthless heart. Whack! Barefoot, I leaped onto the rocks, ascending to the very crevice from which I had previously descended. Below me, the formidable warriors of the Western Chu followed in pursuit, 7 men in total, their arrows whistling ominously, threatening lives. Upon emerging from the cave, I disregarded the blinding sunlight and turned back, delivering a powerful strike with my sword against the azure rock, a critical point that bore the weight of the entire cavern. The clang of metal echoed as sparks flew. The thorn sword, remarkably sharp, shattered the stone into fragments. Almost immediately, boulders began cascading down from above, heralding a tremendous collapse. The mountainside crumbled almost instantaneously, dust and debris engulfing the Wolf King's Denver. In an instant, the den was entirely buried beneath the mountains, while I trembled violently, descending alongside the falling rocks. Inside the cave, agonizing screams erupted as the warriors of Western Chu, including those like Run, Little Pig, were all buried within, perishing in the chaos. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding. System announcement. The first Golden Tier boss, Crimson Blood Wolf King, has been defeated by a player in a unique manner. As a reward, the player receives 3 points of charm value. Who was this player? I pondered for a long moment before glancing at my personal interface. To my astonishment, I had accumulated 5 points of charm value. It turned out that player was none other than myself. Regrettably, as I had not delivered the final blow, I received no experience points. Otherwise, I would have surely leveled from 18 to 20, or perhaps even to 21 or 22. With the warriors of Western Chu fallen, the opportunity to retrieve their corpses would last only about 10 minutes. I had another pressing matter to attend to. Hastily, I brandished my thorn sword and rushed towards the direction where the Wolf King had fallen, for the spoils he had dropped awaited my claim. I could not let this opportunity slip away, as it was the fruit of my valor and cunning. In a flurry, I sifted through the rubble, desperately searching for nearly 3 minutes until at last I uncovered a strand of golden fur among the stones. Digging further, I soon beheld the Wolf King's lifeless body. Upon turning it over, I was greeted by 2 pieces of equipment and 2 gold coins. What a windfall. I collected the coins and examined the equipment. 1 dagger glimmering with a crimson sheen and a green leather chestplate that appeared quite impressive. With a flick of my wrist, the attributes of the gear materialized before my eyes. The data clear and vivid. Crimson blood dagger, green rock equipment. Attack. 5590 agility. 5 bonus. Increases the user's critical hit rate by 0. 1 required level. 20 green wilderness chestplate, green rock equipment. Defense. 17 stamina. For required level. 20 elated. I marveled at my fortune. 2 pieces of green rock equipment had dropped. Though not silver tier, they were certainly superior to black iron gear, and at level 20. They were akin to artifacts for players at this stage. What a remarkable stroke of luck. Note, the ranking of equipment tiers in Destiny is as follows. Black iron, green rock, bronze, silver, gold, purple luminous, spirit rain, heavenly wing, sacred dawn, immortal rain, and epic artifacts. He swiftly packed the crimson blood dagger and the emerald chestplate into his bag, gripping the sword tightly before vanishing into the dense forest along the mountains. Even if the legendary Ba Wang and his companions resurrected the fallen, they would undoubtedly be unable to locate me, for the 7-star valley is vast, and they could not afford to search separately as they would be ill-equipped to confront the formidable level 18-20 monsters. They would have to stick together, further diminishing their chances of success. However, having been deprived of both the boss and the spoils, the entire team suffered a loss of a level. Given Ba Wang's vengeful nature, it was likely that he harbored a desire to obliterate me completely. Indeed, within mere minutes, a system announcement resonated through the air. Ding. System announcement. Player Ba Wang shouts Xiao's eye. Remember today's events well. You have not merely provoked me, but you stand against the entire Xiong Ba Feng Yun Guild. Just wait and see. I shall personally erase you from the map of Ba Huang City. You will surely regret your actions today. The player's shout echoed effectively above the city. Indeed, Ba Wang was evidently a man of considerable wealth. Bearing a notorious red name, I continued to slay monsters, each kill diminishing my infamy by 1 point. I needed to slay 300 wolves to cleanse my reputation. But I welcomed the challenge, as it provided an opportunity to level up while engaging in combat. Having not ventured far, I received a notification indicating a friend had messaged me. My friend's list contained but 1 soul, the deputy guild leader from Prague, the enchanting assassin, Yuqing Qian. Xiaoyao, what have you done to provoke those rabid dogs from Xiong Ba Feng Yun? She inquired. I pondered briefly before responding. There were some minor grievances in the novice village. And not long ago, we encountered each other again within the territory of Ba Huang City. Oh, judging by your level, you haven't died. But your name has turned red. Did you slay them? Yuqing Qian asked. Yes, I dispatched 2 healers and an archer, I replied. Yuqing Qian seemed taken aback. Wow, that is impressive. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a healer. What kind of damage output allows you to take down 3 opponents? Moreover, the last time I saw you, you wielded a sword. Is the healer a DPS class? I chuckled lightly. Well, I prefer to tread an unconventional path, opting for a more aggressive style as a healer, investing all my points into damage. Ah, that explains it. You truly are a unique individual. By the way, how is your alchemy progressing? I'm at level 3 now and have begun crafting level 3 potions, I answered. Excellent. Yuqing Qian responded with a smiley face. For my next order, I'd like 1,000 level 3 potions. Can you supply that? I readily agreed. Certainly, 1,000 potions. However, the 7-star potion contains 200 magic points, surpassing the shop's level 3 potions by 50 magic points. Therefore, I'll sell them for 5 silver coins each, matching the shop price. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Certainly. Here's the refined translation of your text. All right, no problem. I shall take my leave now. You continue your game. But do exercise caution. If you fall in your red name state, you will lose a considerable amount of equipment. Rest assured. By the way, I possess 2 items. I wonder if you might be interested. What are they? I promptly compiled the attributes of the Crimson Blood Dagger and the verdant chestplate into a catalog and sent it to her. Moments later, Yuqing Qian sent a request for a direct call. Wow, where did you acquire these green rock items? Her voice was tinged with excitement. I chuckled, urging her to remain calm. They dropped from monsters. There's no need to inquire about their origins. Are you interested? Yes, indeed. A level 20 green rock dagger. This must be the first of its kind on the entire server. I want it. Xiaoyao, please give me a preferential price. Very well. I pondered for a moment and replied, the Crimson Blood Dagger, being a weapon, is slightly more expensive. I can sell it to you for 5 gold. The verdant chest plate will be 2 gold, totaling 7 gold. Not too steep, is it? In the dialogue box, Yu Qingqian's beautiful eyes blinked, and she smiled. It's a deal. All right, let me go get killed by monsters to turn my name red, and I'll message you afterward. Sure. Yu Qingqian smiled and added, wait, Xiaoao. You are quite generous. No need for formality. You are equally generous. Indeed, we are both good people. Chapter 20. The first bucket of gold. With a swift motion, the thorn sword slashed across the neck of the wild wolf, bringing it crashing to the ground. A golden light cascaded down, and after vanquishing numerous monsters, I ascended to level 19, drawing ever closer to the pivotal threshold of level 20. Simultaneously, my inventory swelled with several pieces of white equipment, though the drop rate from the wild wolf was lamentably low, seemingly devoid of any attribute gear. As I ventured forth, I began to unravel the intricacies of combo editing. Thus far, no player in the game had triggered the principles of creating their own combos. This was understandable. The limited range of skills available meant that if it were so simple to create combos, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the game. After meticulously studying the combo editing system, I grasped the essence of what a combo entailed. It was a method of exploiting techniques such as offense, defense, momentum, and disruption to destabilize the opponent, rendering them unable to defend or evade, thus allowing one's attacks to land uninterrupted. In reality, I could indeed execute such continuous attacks, but the game's requirements were significantly more stringent. Precision in power, angle, and timing had to be impeccable to trigger the opportunity for self-created combos. While dispatching the wild wolves, I reflected on the years spent training under the old master. The technique he imparted to me was deceptively simple. It revolved around suppressing the opponent through aggression while maintaining a balance between feigned and genuine moves. The name of the sword technique he taught me remained a mystery, perhaps even to him, as it lacked any incantation or mnemonic. With a swift flourish, the thorn sword surged forward, piercing the neck of the wild wolf with a satisfying sound. Following through, I delivered a powerful left punch, and after a brief interval of 1.5 seconds, I executed a spinning attack that struck the wolf squarely on the forehead. Stab, strike, slash. This was my most familiar and proficient sequence of attacks. Regrettably, despite repeated attempts, I could not trigger the self-created combo. The reason eluded me, but why dwell on it? First, I would focus on leveling up. I was acutely aware that these 3 strikes were mere standard attacks. Even if I were to trigger the combo editor, the resultant power would be limited. Once I acquired skills in melee physical attacks, I could amalgamate them to forge my own combos, ensuring that the final blow would be a potent strike, thereby significantly enhancing my combat prowess. As I continued to slay wolves and gather 7-star grass along the mountain path, 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. I even forgot to eat lunch. My experience points had surged to 94 at level 19, tantalizingly close to reaching level 20 and transitioning to the second tier. The red name indicating my notoriety had vanished, a consequence of my extensive monster slaying. In the distance, I heard the rustling of footsteps. Another group of players approached, 5 individuals, all between levels 18 and 20. They cast a fleeting glance in my direction, but said nothing, preoccupied with their own wolf hunts. I, too, did not linger. Shouldering my sword and departing, my inventory heavy with 200 units of 7-star grass. This was the culmination of my day's endeavors, ample enough to elevate my alchemy skill to level 4. Soon, I would be the first player to master level 4 alchemy. Half an hour later, I returned to Bahuang City, made some repairs to my equipment, and then sent a message to Yu Qingqian. Qingqian, I've returned to the city and I'm waiting for you at the North Gate Square. If you need weapons and leather armor, hurry over. Ding. A message from Yu Qingqian arrived. I'll be there in a minute. Suddenly, the teleportation array shimmered in the distance, and a curvaceous assassin beauty appeared before me, none other than Yu Qingqian. Xiaoyu, she called out, waving and smiling from afar. She approached quickly and gracefully, brandishing her dagger, and remarked, it seems my level 7 black iron dagger is about to become obsolete. I looked at her in astonishment and asked, did you just use a return scroll to come back? Yes. It cost 1 gold coin. My heart ached at the thought. Yu Qingqian smiled sweetly. As lovely as the moon. Oh, it's just 1 gold coin. We in the Prague Guild have 2,000 members farming near Bahuang City, which is more than enough to sustain the top few hundred players. Besides, you, Xiaoyao, are already a distinguished guest among my friends. How could I not come when you call? I felt a flush of embarrassment. I really can't accept this. Let us trade. All right. Opening the trading interface, I placed the Crimson Blood Dagger and Green Wilderness chest armor on the table, while Yu Qingqian generously offered 7 gold coins. It was clear that the Prague Guild was indeed affluent. Curiosity piqued. I inquired, Qingqian, just how many members does Prague have? With a playful blink, Yu Qingqian chuckled. There are a total of 40,000 registered online, but many couldn't acquire helmets. Only 700 have entered the first public test, all of whom are in Bahuang City. Currently, there are about 60,000 players in Bahuang City, including our 700 from Prague. As she spoke, Yu Qingqian looked at me meaningfully and added, Xiao Yao, you should really consider joining us. After all, you've offended that pack of mad dogs from Xiong Bafengyun, and being alone must be lonely. If you join Prague, I'll inform the guild leader, and together we can take down Xiong Bafengyun. A flicker of intrigue crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed the thought of joining Prague and replied, no. I prefer solitude, and I'm not one to take orders from others. Let us leave it at that. Yu Qingqian continued, look, you're already level 19. Soon to reach level 20. At that point, you'll learn the healing arts and blood clotting techniques, which are precisely the high-end talents we lack in Prague. I couldn't help but smile. All right, Qingqian, please stop persuading me. If you keep this up, I might think you're selling insurance. Yu Qingqian laughed like a tinkling bell. Very well, let us leave it at that. Are you going to start refining the 7-star pills? Yes. Will you watch me refine the elixirs here, or would you prefer to come back later? With a swift motion, Yu Qingqian drew the Crimson Blood Dagger from her waist, waving it in front of me, and said, the attack power of the Crimson Blood Dagger is impressive. I'll head out to slay some monsters for a while. When you're about done, send me a message 10 minutes in advance, and I'll return to find you. What do you think? Sounds good. As I observed Yu Qingqian stepping out, I promptly turned and made my way to the materials merchant, purchasing a substantial quantity of awakening water and alchemy furnaces. Each level 3 elixir consumed 3 units of awakening water and 1 alchemy furnace, costing a total of 50 copper coins, equivalent to 0.5 silver coins, while each could be sold for 5 silver coins. This disparity represented an extraordinary profit opportunity, indeed, a chance to amass great wealth. Summoning the alchemy interface, I commenced the synthesis. The system prompted, you have successfully refined 7-star elixir, X1. Alchemy proficiency increased to level 1. The notifications continued, you have successfully refined 7-star elixir, X1. Alchemy proficiency increased to level 1. This repeated until my proficiency soared, and the sensation was delightful. After nearly 2 hours of relentless refining, my inventory and warehouse became brimming with 7-star elixirs. Following a chime, I had completed my endeavor. Ding! The system announced, congratulations, your alchemy skill has reached LV4. As the first player to master alchemy, LV4, you have earned 4,000 experience points and 2 charisma points. A golden light cascaded down, and I instinctively leveled up to 20. Now qualified for promotion, I allocated all my points to strength, rejuvenating my attributes, carefree and unfettered, apprentice healer, level 20 attack, 126137 defense, 64 health, 290 magic, 260 charisma. 7. I continued refining while sending a message to Yu Qingqian. When she gracefully entered through the northern gate, holding the Crimson Blood Dagger, my materials were nearly depleted. Have you finished? She inquired with a smile. Yes. Shall I provide you with 3,000 units? All right, wait a moment, I'll fetch some money. Good. A few minutes later, a level 21 wind elf descended from the sky, wielding a longbow, a fully fledged archer. He produced a coin pouch and casually tossed some gold coins to Yu Qingqian, then turned to me with a smile, stating, so, you must be the sword-wielding healer that Qingqian mentioned. Indeed, the reality exceeds the reputation. I twitched my lips slightly. Hello? Well, I must be off. My team requires my presence. He took flight again, soaring out of the city. The wind elf's racial traits are remarkably impressive, allowing him to fly and run with ease. Opening the trading interface, I divided the 3,000 elixirs into 5 transactions, each comprising 600 units. Yu Qingqian meticulously handed me 30 gold coins for each trade, totaling 150 gold coins. Upon receiving this substantial sum, my total gold reached 150 coins. My earlier expenditures on the alchemy furnaces and awakening water had amounted to nearly 15 gold coins, which I had now entirely recouped. observing my content expression. Yu Qiqian chuckled softly. Xiao Yao, you are now arguably the wealthiest player in the entire Bahuang city. Have you considered how you might spend this fortune? I pondered for a moment. Hasn't Destiny opened a player trading system? Ah, you wish to sell gold? Indeed, taking advantage of the current high exchange rate. That makes sense. Yu Qingqian smiled gently. The exchange rate in the treasure pavilion is approximately 1 gold for 20 renminbi. This 150 gold can translate into quite a sum. Are you in dire need of money in reality? I nodded without reservation. Yes, desperately so. Among my circle of friends, I am affectionately dubbed the god of poverty. She chuckled. What an amusing title. May fortune smile upon you in the future. Indeed. Thank you. However, after Yu Qiqian obtained the elixir, she did not depart. Tilting her head, she observed me. Xiao Yao, you have reached level 20. It's time to undertake your class advancement quest. I can assist you in defeating the tasks. I reflected for a moment. Believing in self-reliance, I replied, no need. I trust my abilities are sufficient to complete the quest independently. If I encounter difficulties, I shall call upon you. As the vice leader of the Prague Guild, it would be unbecoming to trouble you unnecessarily. Very well then, she conceded, turning away. I logged on to the official website, entering the Treasure Pavilion system, a marketplace where the virtual and reality intertwine. It was rife with individuals selling gold. I glanced over, noting that many were selling at 30 renminbi per gold. I could not be so unscrupulous, so I confirmed the sale of 100 gold for 2,500 renminbi, hoping someone might take the offer. With a clap of my hands, having successfully listed the gold for sale, it was time to pursue my class advancement. The level 20 skills of the healer awaited me. Chapter 21. The Spider Matriarch in the Vocational Training Center. My mentor, a healer of great renown, stood gracefully, her long hair flowing and her form subtly accentuated beneath her gauzy skirt. Upon my arrival, she greeted me with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Ah, young healer. You have grown sufficiently strong. Are you ready to officially become a healer of the Sacred Alliance? How astute these NPCs have become in this era. I nodded in affirmation. Yes, teacher, I wish to formalize my profession. Splendid. My mentor beamed, extending her hand. Firstly, you must pay me a fee of 10 silver coins to initiate your formalization quest. Very well. I handed over the 10 silver coins, for I was no longer lacking in resources. She tilted her elegant neck, gazing at me with a smile, and continued, to become a true healer, you must undergo a trial. Here, take this parchment. You must enter the spider cave in the southern cemetery, locate the inscription deep within, and make a rubbing of it to complete your task. But beware, the spider cave is fraught with peril. You may meet a most gruesome fate. A shiver ran down my spine. This task had been thrust upon me, regardless of my willingness. System prompt. You have accepted the trial quest, Inscription of the Spider Cave. Current quest difficulty. Sea level quest details. Enter the spider cave. Make a rubbing of the inscription on the tombstone deep within the cave. Teaming is prohibited. If you form a team or receive healing from other players, the quest will automatically fail, and you must wait 72 hours to accept it again. What a harsh stipulation. No teaming or healing allowed. My friend, Yu Qingshan, would likely be unaware of this frustrating requirement, despite her willingness to assist me. Upon exiting, I opened my profession list. In the city of Baja, the highest-ranked healers were at level 23, yet they remained apprentices. I found this amusing, indeed. The challenges of the formalization quest were so stringent and uniquely randomized, all being sea-level tasks. Who, besides me, a sword-wielding healer capable of both healing and combat, could accomplish such a daunting task alone? In the entirety of Baja, there were over 1,000 healers above level 20. Yet not one had successfully formalized their profession, an indication of the daunting nature of the quest. I imagine that healers across the server were in utter despair. With my thorn sword in hand, I hummed a cheerful tune as I departed Baja, heading directly south to the cemetery. The task had conveniently marked the coordinates of the spider cave, making it a straightforward endeavor. Just then, a chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations. Your auction of 100 gold coins in the treasure house has been purchased by another player for 2,500 renminbi. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, you have received 250 renminbi, which has been transferred to your construction bank account 62270020087300084. Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is indeed a certain Leaf's card number. After checking my bank card, I see that it has once again exceeded 1 million renminbi. Prosperity is upon us. Let us drive onward. The southern graveyard is shrouded in darkness. At its edge, several soldiers from the city of 8 Desolations stand guard, brandishing their long halberds and observing the black crows perched upon the trees, whispering amongst themselves. It seems there are NPCs present. Perhaps I shall attempt to see if there are any quests available, while also taking the opportunity to slay a few foes. Approaching the NPC who appears to be the captain, I engage him in conversation. Sigh, of late, that wretched horde has grown increasingly rampant, the outpost captain laments. Not only have the cattle and sheep grazing nearby fallen victim to the spiders, but even our transport cavalry has come under attack. It is said that several individuals have succumbed to the venom of these arachnids. This has incited the wrath of our commander. Another soldier interjects. There is no recourse. Those beasts are truly insidious. The outpost captain casts a glance at me. Humph, young lad. Are you an adventurer from the city of 8 Desolations? What are you eavesdropping on? I respond confidently, my lord, I am willing to serve you. Please tell me how I might assist you. The captain, filled with disdain, replies, what can a mere apothecary do for us? Do you think you can infiltrate the spider's lair and return with 100 spider fangs? I nod resolutely. Indeed, I can. The NPC is taken aback. Well then, prove your mettle to us. Here is a bounty notice. If you manage to collect 100 spider fangs, I shall reward you handsomely. With a snap, a blood-red bounty notice falls into my inventory, marking the necessity for this task. System notification. You have accepted the quest. Infiltrate the spider's lair. Current task difficulty. B rank, quest details. Enter the spider's lair, slay the spiders, and collect 100 spider fangs to present to the captain. You shall receive a generous reward. And should you succeed in defeating the spider matriarch, even greater rewards await you. Excellent, the quest is in hand. Let us embark. Entering the graveyard. Not far ahead, a horde of skeletal creatures roams, their bones rattling ominously. Level 19 monsters, best to avoid them. Engaging them would be a waste of precious time. I must locate the spider's lair first. As I made my way around, I glanced at the ranking board of the 8 Wilderness City. Indeed, there were numerous skilled players. While I could only be deemed, well, somewhat mediocre. 1. Yin Zhao Wu Shuang, level 25, class, Swordsman 2. General Li Mu, level 25, class, Swordsman 3. Yuqing Qian, level 24, class, Assassin 4. Fei Long Zaitian, level 24, class, Spirit Sorcerer 5. Yue Liang, level 24, class, Assassin 6. General Bai Qi, level 24, class, Berserker 7. Lai Hu, level 24, class, Berserker 8. General Wang Jian, level 24, class, Swordsman 9. Xian Wujia, level 23, class, Archer 10. Yishir Min 2, level 23, class, Apprentice Healer. The number of players who have officially transitioned into their classes has exceeded 10,000, making the competition quite formidable. As for myself, I have yet to achieve that milestone. The journey ahead is long, and I must pursue it gradually. The players on this leaderboard are all from 8 Wilderness City, and if I were to include the players from Fanshu City and Jiuli City, I would likely find myself ranked beyond the 100,000 mark. Moreover, it is said that the players of 8 Wilderness City possess the weakest skills among the 3 major cities, which is indeed disheartening. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the top player, Yin Zhaowu Shuang, is none other than the leader of the Prague Alliance, also referred to as the uncle by Yuqing Qian. Additionally, the players occupying the leaderboard, Generals Li Mu, Bai Qi, and Wang Jian, are evidently from the same family. The 8 Wilderness City is teeming with talent, and thrilling confrontations are destined to unfold. As I walked through the graveyard, the sound of crunching leaves underfoot echoed around me. Upon arriving at the designated task location on the map, I found myself before a colossal gravestone, momentarily perplexed by the absence of the spider cave entrance. Gazing at the gravestone, I noted the inscription, "The Wu family initially pursued literature, failed for 3 years. Later, they practiced martial arts, excelled in archery, and were expelled by the officials. Consequently, they studied medicine, achieved success, and composed a remarkable prescription. Consuming it, they passed away." My eyes widened in astonishment. What a remarkably talented, yet morally questionable game designer. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound. Beneath the gravestone, the leaves began to stir, and an ominous crimson figure emerged, startling me. It was a spider, the size of a millstone, entirely blood-red. Blood spider, common monster, level 20 attack, 85 to 105 defense, 40 health, 700 skills, lifesteal, LV3. Description: Guardian of the Spider Cave. These blood spiders excel at siphoning blood, replenishing their vitality during combat, making them exceptionally troublesome. So, the spider cave lies beneath this mausoleum. Onward to battle. With a flourish of my thorn sword, I unleashed my signature move, the triple strike, executing a flurry of slashes in a mere 3 seconds. Although it felt prolonged, every strike found its mark on the blood spider. The creature shuddered and hissed as 3 damage numbers erupted: 112, 91, 123. Indeed, the final strike possesses the most formidable power. Had it been a swordsman's heavy slash or another formidable attack skill, the damage would undoubtedly have escalated dramatically. After 3 blows, the blood spider retaliated. However, this resistance was effortlessly countered by my healing, followed by 2 additional strikes that yielded 7 copper coins, which I promptly collected. Bending down, I prodded the ground with my thorn sword, causing the leaves to part and reveal a hidden cave. Beneath lay the spider's lair, a concealed map indeed. Following the entrance, my body slid into the spider cave, plunging nearly 10 meters downwards. Upon landing, I found myself enveloped in a damp and dark environment. Not far away, a blood-red silhouette approached slowly, another blood spider. Regrettably, my visibility here was severely impaired, limited to a mere 35 yards. Caution was imperative. As I dispatched the blood spider, a sound echoed, a spider fong fell to the ground, which I collected and stowed away, continuing my advance. The spider cave twisted and turned, teeming with blood spiders. After vanquishing dozens, I encountered another spider, its body shimmering with a verdant hue, a venomous spider. Hissing ominously, the venomous spider lunged at me. I swung my sword, but before I could deliver a second blow, it spewed venom, splattering my face. Combat alert! You have been poisoned, losing 10 health points per second for 10 seconds. I quickly employed a healing spell. In a protracted battle, as a skilled healer, I was not deterred by such toxins. Having traversed the spider cave for over an hour, my pack brimmed with 70 spider fangs, yet I had yet to discover the cave's depths. Pressing onward, I was suddenly greeted by a glimmer of light, leading me to a grand hall. In the distance, a colossal tombstone stood within the chamber, accompanied by a coffin that resembled an ancient general's burial site. However, a massive verdant spider, akin to a 2-meter radius grinding stone, coiled atop the coffin, its green venom corroding the wood like an alien entity. How repulsive! I furrowed my brow and glanced around. It was the boss, the Spider Queen, a level 21 silver tier boss. Now, the battle was truly upon me. Chapter 22: The First Bronze Artifact. Spider Queen, Silver Grade Boss, Level 21 Attack, 0 Defense, 100 Health, 50, 000 Skills. Spawn, Introduction, the Spider Queen. The sovereign reigning within the spider cave corrupts the remains of the deceased with her malevolent power, siphoning the essence of death. She possesses the ability to spawn endlessly, resulting in an uncontrollable surge of beasts within the spider cave. To swiftly quell the epidemic in the southern cemetery, the Spider Queen must be vanquished. As I observed the attributes of the Spider Queen, I fell into silence. An attack value of 0 for a level 21 boss? What does that signify? This can only imply one thing. The Spider Queen's lethal move is spawning, rather than direct assault. She is akin to a breeding ground. Within the Spider Hall, besides the Queen, there are 12 level 21 venomous spiders, which can be lured one by one to be defeated before confronting the Queen herself. As for how to eliminate the Queen, it is a gamble, and I wager that my healing abilities can keep pace with the consumption. With my decision made, I commenced immediately. I lured and dispatched the venomous spiders one after another, and within 5 minutes, only the Queen remained in the spider hall. Her colossal form trembled slightly, yet she did not spawn, seemingly due to not being attacked. After observing for a while, I pinpointed her position. The Queen was ensconced atop a massive coffin, which formed an approximate 60-degree angle with the adjacent stone wall. If I stood within that angle, around 45 spawned minions could reach me, while the Queen herself would not attack. Therefore, as long as I could endure and survive, I could slay this boss. Yes, there was a significant chance of success. With a sudden rush, I dashed forth, my foot stirring up the dust within the cave. Just as I neared the Queen, about 10 yards away, I triggered her aggro. Her immense body began to writhe, and with a swift motion, she expelled a round green orb that spun before bursting open, releasing a small venomous spider, roughly the size of a bowl, charging towards me. I quickly glanced at its attributes, confirming. Small venomous spider, common monster, level 20 attack, 4. 050 defense, 20 health, 100 introduction, spawned by the Spider Queen. Elation surged within me. As I had anticipated, the small venomous spider's attack power was not high, even lower than my own defense. This truly seemed promising. Brandishing my sword, I took my stand in the corner formed by the wall and the coffin. And with a swift swipe, I struck the queen, causing her to shudder and lose 57 health points. Remarkably high defense, it was nearly unbreakable. Simultaneously, the queen convulsed, continuously producing new small spiders at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a throng of small spiders emerged, predominantly venomous ones, forming a small fan-like formation around me, hissing as they attacked. Unfortunately, their strikes only dealt 78 points of damage, and after a brief while, I could easily recover with a level 2 hemostatic spell. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through my ankle, draining me of 30 health points. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a crimson spider, a fire spider, boasting an attack power of a staggering 100 points. Such ferocity in its assault was alarming. It had to be dealt with. With a swift swing of my thorny sword, I dispatched the fire spider, which possessed only 100 health points. After resolving this immediate threat, I found myself besieged by a swarm of venomous spiders. While I relentlessly struck at the Spider Queen, my attack power was limited, inflicting approximately 50 points of damage with each strike, while the queen had the ability to regenerate health. Thus, I could only deal around 2,000 points of damage in a minute, transforming the encounter into a drawn-out war of attrition. Half an hour elapsed, and the queen still retained 8 of her health. My silver feather cloak's durability had dwindled to a mere 15. If this continued, I would inevitably wear down all my equipment, leaving me utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the queen did not unleash any devastating abilities in her final moments. A few minutes later, her health reached its limit. I silently hoped for a silver item to drop, unaware that even green and bronze gear were highly sought after, let alone something as prestigious as silver equipment. With a swift slash, my blade grazed the queen's forehead, causing a spray of green ichor to erupt. The queen perished, splattering me with venom. As I wiped the noxious fluid from my face, I widened my eyes to behold the queen's carcass. To my astonishment, it appeared that equipment had indeed dropped. Following a radiant flash of gold, I leveled up to 21. The surrounding small venomous spiders and fire spiders fell alongside their matriarch, yielding an abundance of spider fangs sufficient for my quest. With a leap, I ascended to the shrubbery above, extracting 2 shimmering pieces of equipment from the viscous remains of the queen. One was a pair of exquisitely crafted boots with cloth armor attributes, causing my heart to flutter with excitement. The other was a ring that glimmered with a subtle brass hue, its form intriguingly peculiar. Upon inspection, the boots' attributes materialized before my eyes. To my delight, they were indeed mine. Flame boots, green rock equipment, type, cloth armor defense, 12 spirit, 5 additional, increases the user's healing effect by 10 points required level, 20 ecstatic. I realized I had struck gold. Not only did they provide a defense boost of 12 points and a spirit enhancement of 5, but they also amplified my healing effectiveness by 10 points, precisely what I needed. I quickly donned the flame boots, and they enveloped my feet in a fiery aura, liberating me from the burden of walking barefoot. Next, I examined the other piece of equipment, a ring coated in slime. After cleaning it, I discovered its soft golden sheen, its attributes shimmering like stars in the night sky, enchanting me beyond measure. Flowing light ring, bronze equipment, stamina, 12 additional, increases the user's attack power by 7 points required level, 20. My mind buzzed with disbelief. It was indeed bronze equipment. I had struck it rich, and it was a ring perfectly suited to my needs, enhancing my stamina by 12 points and my attack power by 7 points. Truly a remarkable find. Upon donning the ring and inspecting my attributes, I was astonished to witness a significant surge. Carefree, apprentice healer, level 21 attack, 131,149 defense, 77 health, 384 magic, 290 charisma, 7. With 12 points of stamina. The healer's stamina growth is 0.7, translating to an impressive 84 health points. Additionally, there are hidden healing effects amounting to 10 points. In summary, this journey proved to be exceedingly fruitful. No, rather, I should say I struck gold. What a delightful surprise. Standing triumphantly atop the coffin, I gathered the surrounding spider fangs. With enough quest items collected, I could no longer continue my scavenging. It was time to return and submit my quest, The first officially recognized healer was about to emerge. Crack! With a forceful step, I crushed the underbrush beneath me, only to be startled as a pair of desiccated skeletal arms clutched my leg, sending a jolt of terror through me. "You foul creature, do not harm me," I exclaimed, brandishing my thorn sword. The splinters of the bush flew in all directions as I struck, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was merely a corpse, its flesh and vitality long drained by the Spider Queen. What a fright that was. Turning to leave, I crawled out of the spider den, greeted by the refreshing evening breeze that felt particularly invigorating. Upon arriving at the cemetery guard station to submit my quest, the NPC captain's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Well done, young lad. You have indeed slain the nefarious Spider Queen. Splendid. You are our hero. Come forth, young adventurer, and claim your glory. These rewards are rightfully yours." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, infiltrating the spider den, earning 7,000 experience points. Moreover, due to your defeat of the Spider Queen, you have received an additional reward, Murder Hornet card illustration. Ah, a card illustration as well. I retrieved the blood red card from my inventory, raised my hand, and used it, instantly adding it to my illustration list. Upon opening it, I marveled at the Murder Hornet, which boasted even greater prowess than the silver feather bird. It was undoubtedly an essential companion for players in the early stages of leveling up. Murder Hornet, attack, defense, health, agility, magic. With a staggering 4.5-star growth in attack and agility, it truly is a weapon of choice. Moreover, it would accelerate the leveling process. However, I was left wondering where I might find this Murder Hornet. Even the official database yielded no results. The Destiny Company is as miserly as a bank loan officer, seemingly intent on extracting every last drop of a borrower's hard-earned money. Never mind, I shall return to the city and formalize my profession. With great haste, I raced back to Bahuang City, seeking my vocational mentor. The enchanting healer instructor continued to twirl her staff, exuding youthful charm while casting a glance in my direction, her smile radiating warmth. "Ah, my dear young one, have you discovered your glory?" I retrieved the parchment, upon which the inscription had already been etched, and presented it to her. "I have completed it, esteemed teacher." The beautiful mentor displayed a momentary surprise. "Very well, young healer, you have shown me our hope. Come forth, the honor belongs to you. You are now a true healer." Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have completed the professional transition task and become a healer. Furthermore, you are the first player to attain the qualification of a healer, granting you a special reward, 5 charm points. I now possess a total of 12 charm points, although I remain uncertain of their potential utility. Continuing the conversation with the enchanting mentor, 2 skills appeared for study. Life Healing LV1 restores 150 health points to the target, with a cooldown of 6 seconds, requiring 10 mana points, and necessitating a level of 20. Bruise Treatment LV1 heals injuries, costing 10 mana points, and also requiring a level of 20. Life Healing, an upgraded version of the bleeding treatment, enhances healing capabilities by 3-fold. Both skills can be utilized in rotation to augment healing efficacy, which is commendable. As for Bruise Treatment, it is currently unnecessary. Players typically succumb to death after sustaining significant blows, rendering the need for Bruise Treatment moot. With a tremor of my hand, I learned both skills, becoming the first healer to transition in the entire server. Beep, beep, beep. The phone connected, and at last, Lin Warner messaged, "Li Xiaodao, log off for dinner. It's getting late, and I have some matters to discuss with you." All right. Chapter 23. My companions around 8 p.m. in the campus lounge bar. This establishment, filled with the soothing strains of light music, serves as a tranquil retreat for many students, primarily couples relishing their romantic moments. However, I am devoid of any romantic inclinations, as I find myself under the intense gaze of Lin Warner, her striking eyes fixed upon me. Setting my cup down, I remark, "Young lady, should you continue to glare at me so fiercely, I might just take my leave." Lin Warner purses her crimson lips and inquires, "You truly possess a bronze ring? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" "Indeed," I affirm with a deliberate nod. Lin Warner pouts, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Changyue, exclaiming, "Yue, how could this fellow have such extraordinary luck to unearth a bronze ring with 12 body and 7 attack power? It's utterly unjust." Dong Qingwei chuckles lightly. "It's not so surprising. A handsome rogue like him is bound to have good fortune." Lin Wana shoots me a skeptical look. "Wherein lies his handsomeness? He resembles Bai Fujin." A while later, Lin Wanner continues, by the way, school resumes the day after tomorrow. Therefore, there will be a welcome ball tomorrow night. Where and I have both received invitations, and Li shout out, you should join us to meet some new classmates. A welcome ball? I exclaim, my eyes widening in disbelief, but I can't dance. That's of no consequence. Your presence is all that matters. I hear there will be plenty of delicious food. Very well, it's a promise. I take another sip of tea and inquire, young lady, have you received your mortal scroll? Lin Wanner nods. Yes, the experience is indeed substantial. One can earn 5 of the current level's experience for every hour spent online. Even if one merely stands idly at a stall for a day, leveling up is nearly guaranteed. I ponder aloud. I wonder if such a ratio will persist at higher levels. Dong Chunghua chuckles. That's unlikely. Don't get your hopes up. As players' levels increase, the ratio will steadily decline. Otherwise, wouldn't all the players from Bahuang City and Jiuli City flock here? By the way, Xiaoao, what is the highest level among the players in Bahuang City? Level 25, a swordsman known as Yin Zhao Wushuang, the leader of the Prague Guild. Oh, so it's him. Lin Wanner opens her mouth as if to speak, then hesitates, casting a playful glance in my direction. I feel a shiver run down my spine under her scrutiny. What is the matter? Is there something wrong with Yin Zhao Wushuang? Dong Qinghua elaborates. In Conquest, the Prague Guild is also present. Yin Zhao Wushuang is a man of 50 with above-average gaming skills. However, his greatest strength lies in winning hearts. It is precisely this individual who has revived the nearly extinct Prague Guild. You haven't joined Prague, have you, in Bahuang City? I shake my head with a smile. Not at all. I have no intention of joining any guild for the time being. Lin Wanner gazes intently at me and playfully asks, and why is that? I straightened my chest and spoke. Well, it's quite simple. The gaming headset was a gift from you. So I am awaiting the young lady's invitation for me to join her. If she establishes her own guild or decides to join another, I shall follow her. Dong Qingwei couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. It's delightful to see you possess such awareness. I actually wish to create a guild. Why not come to me? No. Lin Wanner raised her voice a notch. Why not? Dong Qingwei inquired. Lin Wanner replied, because he is mine. Is that so? Your possession. Dong Qingwei teased with a mischievous grin. Lin Wanner, realizing she had misspoken, immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. After a few moments, she lifted her gaze, maintaining her usual demeanor, and continued to look at me calmly, saying, in truth, this fellow's gaming skills and techniques are rather average. According to my father, he is merely a novice, likely just a vendor. I simply regret the loss of that limited edition Crimson Flame headset. I remained silent until past 10 in the evening. After escorting the 2 lovely ladies back to the girls' dormitory, I lingered in the shadows downstairs for quite some time. I perched on the wall, confirming my surroundings. To the southeast at a 15-degree angle sat a security guard smoking, a clear lookout. To the northeast at a 35-degree angle rested a figure clad in a black trench coat on a stone bench in the small park. Appearing as though he were invisible, an undercover lookout. There was no doubt. One was a visible guard, and the other was hidden, a classic tactic employed in outdoor surveillance. Certainly orchestrated by Lin Tianan. For the sake of his cherished Wanner, the old man had gone to great lengths, likely assigning numerous personnel throughout the university. As for me, according to Lin Tianan's words, I was merely a friend and classmate of Wanner within the institution, a concealed pawn, and also her last line of defense, making my position exceedingly critical. Taking a deep breath, I noted that 1,000 meters ahead of Luhua University lay a police station, ensuring safety and reducing the likelihood of any incidents during the late hours. Moreover, the coordination between the 2 sentries appeared exceptionally refined. Even as I glanced at the individual on the stone bench, I could distinctly sense him smiling in my direction. Judging by their demeanor, it was apparent that both were likely special forces, having engaged in lethal operations, for they exuded a uniquely hardened and disciplined aura. Upon returning to my dormitory, I sank into a deep slumber, only to awaken the following morning. After procuring breakfast for Lin Wanner, I handed it over to Dong Qingwei at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The dormitory matron glared at me with a fierce expression, declaring sternly, "You insolent boy. Dare to take a single step further, and I shall break your legs." I shivered at her words, standing still, too intimidated to move. A few minutes later, a beautiful figure approached, a lovely Dong Qingwei clad in a pink skirt. She indeed was striking, her long, fair legs particularly eye-catching under the morning sun. "What day is it today?" She tilted her head, gazing at me. I smiled. Red bean buns, milk, bread, choose any. Dong Qingwei took the breakfast from my hands and said, Xiao, remember to wait for us here at 6 o'clock in the evening. We will attend the ball together. And dinner will be served at the event. All right. I nodded with a smile, then I shall take my leave. Wait, she exclaimed. What is it? Dong Qingwei chuckled and continued. Just now, Warner mentioned that once we both reach level 30, we should pay a visit to Baja City to see how you, all alone, have fared in that place. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. What do you mean by fared? I have been doing quite well in Baja City. Thank you very much. By the way, what are your and Mrs. IDs? I will add you both when I log back in. No need. When we arrive at Baja City, you will find out naturally. Without waiting for me to say anything more, Dong Qingwei ascended the stairs in her short skirt, the gentle breeze rustling around her. A vision in pink. Returning home, my task for today was to reach level 22 and seek out my next lucrative scheme, the murderous bee. Since I had a guide for the murderous bee, I was determined to capture one as a pet. Although I was a sword-type healer, my attack power was insufficient. I needed a formidable attack pet to ensure my success. Upon logging in, I found myself at the vocational training center. I promptly turned and left, placing several hundred level 3 7-star pills in my inventory, instantly restoring 200 points of mana, just enough for my needs. Outside the northern gate of Baja City, along the edge of the forest, swarms of blood-sucking bats flitted about. These diminutive creatures were the weakest and least aggressive monsters in the vicinity, only appealing to players who had just reached level 10. I stepped forward, unsheathed my sword, and as a small bat swooped towards me, it emitted a series of shrill cries and launched a blood-sucking attack, only managing to drain 12 points of health. Raising my hand, I cast life healing. In an instant, I was restored to full health, with my skill proficiency increasing to level 1. I repeated this process, allowing the blood-sucking bats to attack me while I cast life healing to gain proficiency. After over an hour of this, both life healing and hemostasis had reached level 3. With life healing capable of instantly restoring 450 health points, exceeding my maximum health, while hemostasis restored 150 health points, making it quite suitable for me. Throughout this ordeal, countless players watched me, shaking their heads in disbelief, exclaiming, "Look at that healer! How foolish to not fight back against those bats. Must be out of his mind. What a pity, he looks rather handsome." After completing this task, I swiftly dispatched the bat with a single sword stroke and, sitting beneath a tree, began sifting through forum resources regarding the murderous bee. Soon, a map titled Poisonous Grassland appeared before me. The Poisonous Grassland is situated in the southeast direction of Baja City, approximately a 15-minute journey away, inhabited by monsters around levels 22 to 25. Just yesterday, players had formed a party to venture there and discovered that the primary creatures were of the wasp variety, making it highly probable that the murderous bee lurked among them. Well then, off I go, I thought, gathering my supplies, repairing my equipment, and stepping out, the journey to conquer the Jianghu had begun. As I traversed the winding path, after a brief passage of time, I stumbled upon a sun-drenched grove, where the faint sound of buzzing resonated in the air. The map interface indicated that I had arrived at the infested thicket. Ah, third brother, hurry up. This is truly intense. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the tranquility, as a wind sprite archer darted from the thicket, bow in hand. Hot on its heels was a hornet of considerable size, resembling a basin, which struck with a piercing sting, inflicting substantial damage. 121. 240. The second strike proved fatal, dispatching the archer swiftly. The hornet, having claimed its victim, leisurely returned to its lair. On the ground, a raging berserker, wielding a battle axe, charged forward, his face flushed with fury. Damn it! Who said the monsters here were easy to slay? Our healer can't keep up. In a fit of desperation, he halted abruptly, flames erupting from his axe as he bellowed. Fire axe! With a resounding impact, the hornet was momentarily staggered, suffering 221 points of damage. This was the berserker's level 10 skill, enhancing his fire attack power. However, the hornet still retained about 70 of its health. Suddenly, the creature's tail began to shimmer with a golden star pattern. This was all too familiar, a combo attack. And a level 3 combo at that. The rapid succession of strikes unleashed a torrent of 23 attacks, totaling over 400 points of damage. The berserker, fully invested in health points, found his 300 points of vitality obliterated in an instant, collapsing with a pitiful wail, plummeting from level 22 back to 21. How tragically unfortunate. As I tread softly across the verdant grass, I carefully navigated around the lifeless bodies, striving to avoid any entanglements with those players, and ventured deeper into the toxic thicket. With my formidable regenerative abilities and decent attack power, I was confident I could handle the hornets in solitary combat. Chapter 24. The buzzing nipple. Navigating through a dense thicket, I found myself in an open area teeming with shrubs, where numerous flying insects, particularly wasps, danced in the air. As I drew closer, I could discern the attributes of the monstrous creatures. Giant wasp, common monster, level 22 attack, 79. 114 defense, 40 health, 600 skills, combo LV3, description, the sovereign of the poisonous grassland. These venomous wasps have claimed this forest as their dominion, rendering even the mightiest beasts powerless against them. Ah, the giant wasp. I squinted my eyes, recalling my fondness for the Camaro. With a clang, I unsheathed my sword, unleashing a wave of energy that enhanced my attack power by 10. My effective attack power surged to 165 points, surely sufficient to breach its 40 points of defense. However, before I could close the distance, the giant wasp had already detected my presence. It lashed out with its tail, initiating a standard attack. 97. The sting was fierce. At that moment, my thorn blade retaliated with a swift thrust, attempting a 3-hit combo, but was abruptly interrupted. Inflicted with pain, the giant wasp unleashed its combo skill, its stinger shimmering like stars, striking me in rapid succession. 110. 121. 214. Fear gripped my very soul. But in the fleeting interval between its attacks, I hastily cast a level 3 healing spell, restoring 450 points of health, almost to full capacity, coupled with a hemostasis spell. I barely managed to keep my health above 50. My face was ashen. No wonder that team of 7 had perished. The wasp's assault was exceedingly brutal. With a resounding crack, my thorn blade descended in fury, delivering 8 decisive strikes that felled the giant wasp. It emitted a shrill cry before collapsing, granting me a substantial amount of experience and dropping 11 copper coins. Truly, a treasure worth acquiring. I opened the map to observe the deeper regions of the poisonous grassland, now increasingly crimson in hue. It seemed that higher-level monsters awaited further within. I resolved to press onward. As long as I adeptly managed my healing during the openings of its combos, the wasp would not claim my life, and all would be manageable. After more than an hour, I traversed through the corpses of countless giant wasps, venturing deeper into the thicket. Alas, I had not obtained the wasp's bestiary card. Otherwise, it would have been a stroke of fortune. The wasp's growth and attack was rated at 4 stars, surpassing that of the silver feather bird. Capturing one would surely lead to prosperity. Ahead lay a thicket of thorns, and with a flourish of my blade, I carved a path forward. As I parted the dense foliage, a fragrant bouquet wafted into my nostrils. On the grassy ground, vibrant hornets flitted about, producing a piercing buzzing sound, their stingers resembling steel needles. This was none other than the monstrous murder hornet I had been seeking. Cautiously, I approached, positioning myself approximately 20 yards from the nearest murder hornet. It was time to assess its attributes, knowing my enemy would ensure my triumph in battle. Killer bee, common monster, level 24 attack, 94, 154 defense, 50 health, 700 skills, combo LV3, description, the sovereign of the toxic grasslands. These venomous bees dominate their jungle territory, rendering even the fiercest beasts helpless against them. Upon examining the attributes of the killer bee, I felt a chill run down my spine. An attack power of 154, coupled with skill enhancements, is something I may not withstand. This is truly a formidable challenge. With a swift movement, I launched my assault. Whoosh! I burst forth from the thorny thicket, activating my level 2 poetic skill, enhancing my attack power by 2. My sword danced gracefully, carving an arc as I executed a sweeping strike. Bang! 117. The killer bee trembled violently, buzzing furiously in its counterattack, unleashing a combo skill. Amidst the explosive sounds, my health plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly cast a healing spell. 174, 180, 354, 172. Just barely managing to salvage my life. It was a harrowing experience. Although I bore several status effects, my cloth armor rendered me too fragile against such high-level monsters. How infuriating. Timely healing brought me back from the brink of death. After defeating one killer bee, I was drenched in sweat. This was not merely monster slaying. It felt like a battle for survival. The first killer bee yielded no equipment. Pressing onward, I navigated through a swarm of killer bees. Before engaging, I meticulously checked the level of each bee, but to my dismay, I found not a single level 1 killer bee. My spirits sank. As noon approached, I took a brief respite for a meal and resumed my quest. By a little past 3 p.m., I continued to patiently eliminate killer bees in the toxic grasslands, killing them repeatedly as they respawned, hoping for a level 1 to appear. At last, perseverance bore fruit. Around 4 p.m., the first level 1 killer bee materialized within the forest. My heart raced with exhilaration as I leaned against a small tree, gasping for breath, watching the level 1 killer bee dance joyously in place. I was equally elated, my heartbeat quickening. I retrieved a stack of sealing cards from my bag, having spent quite a fortune on 100 of them. Here it comes. This level 1 killer bee is mine. Whoosh. The sealing card flew forth, enveloping the killer bee's head, as a 6-pointed star formation descended to initiate the sealing. The killer bee buzzed and struggled, repeatedly attempting to escape the formation, but ultimately continued to flutter joyfully in the jungle, the sealing effect dissipating, and the seal failed. I pressed on, with a 24 sealing success rate. It had to work. Finally, on the 5th sealing card, the killer bee ceased its fluttering, slowly entering the sealing card, transforming into a beam of white light that entered my pet space. My goodness, I struck it rich. With excitement, I opened the pet list and waved my hand, revealing the attributes of this murder hornet, which truly impressed me. Murder hornet, level 1 attack, defense, life, agility, magic, excellence, 74. A 74 excellence rating. This undoubtedly signifies a pet of decent quality in the alluring 4. 5-star growth and attack is certainly mouth-watering. Ah, what a remarkable find. Overwhelmed with joy. My first pet had finally appeared, and I felt a sense of exhilaration. Just as I was about to release the murder hornet to accompany me in leveling up, a flicker of golden light caught my attention from the thicket ahead, and a figure cloaked in deep black was slowly emerging. No, I had witnessed the emergence of the murder hornet before. It merely appeared gradually without such a magnificent display. Rubbing my eyes, I continued to observe. Emerging from the golden glow was a creature reminiscent of the murder hornet, yet distinctly different. Adorned with a faint golden sheen on its wings and golden-tipped stingers, its body was slightly sturdier, and its surface shimmered with a delicate exoskeleton, resembling a fully armed giant hornet. Upon discerning the level of this newly spawned creature, I nearly gasped in disbelief. It was indeed level 1. Overlord Hornet, Elite Monster, Level 1 Description, an evolved species of the murder hornet, a legendary weapon of destruction. The Overlord Hornet possesses unparalleled attack power and agility, becoming the nightmare of many poachers and leading numerous heroes to meet their demise in the wild. In the bestiary list, the entry for the murder hornet glimmered softly. Upon inspection, I discovered that there was also an entry for the Overlord Hornet, which signified that I could seal this Overlord Hornet before me. Buzz. My mind went blank. The surprise was overwhelming, leaving me at a loss. An elite monster at level 1, no less, and with the rarity of its entry akin to a stunning beauty encountered on the street. I possessed the bestiary entry for the murder hornet and the ability to seal the Overlord Hornet. All these factors combined could only signify 3 words for me. I'm going to strike it rich. Above the Overlord Hornet, my current sealing probability was displayed at 11. Well, I would take my time. Eventually, I would succeed. I still had 95 sealing cards, so there was no need for concern. Whoosh. I threw out the first sealing card, only to be met with a swift miss. The Overlord Hornet spun in the air, its poison stinger taunting me. Whoosh. The second sealing card flew out, and in 5 seconds, it too was a miss, with the Overlord Hornet continuing to mock me. The third card miss. The fourth card miss. The fifth card miss. It was fortunate that I was an exceptionally patient person, for after being mocked by 87 cards, I was on the verge of losing my mind. This was hardly an 11 chance, it felt more like 1. When I tossed the 91st card, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I intoned with fervor, "Hasten as the law commands, may the ancestral spirits reveal their presence." The tyrant bee buzzed incessantly, continuing its spiraling dance within the sealing array, flickering as its body gradually diminished in size. Finally, with a swift motion, it was sealed away, transforming into a beam of white light that soared into my pet space. My heart nearly ceased its rhythm, and my body trembled with anticipation. I summoned the pet list with a thought and opened the attributes of the tyrant bee. In an instant, my heart raced to the brink of stopping. NX, extraordinarily NX. The deficiencies in my attack power had been entirely compensated. Tyrant Bee, level 1 attack, defense, life, agility, magic, excellence, 97. Compared to the killer bee, the advantages of this evolved species, the tyrant bee, lie in its attack power, which has officially risen from 5 stars to 5 stars, while its defense has also increased by 1 star. The rest remains unchanged. Its health and magic are still woefully inadequate, yet its agility is remarkably high, which is precisely the attribute I require most. With formidable offense and defense, that suffices. Coupled with my healing technique, the Tyrant Bee's sustained combat capability is exceptionally strong, capable of standing on its own. Most importantly, a 97 excellence rating is unprecedented, truly magnificent. Overjoyed, I immediately adjusted the Tyrant Bee's status to combat mode and began training it to level up. As for naming my pet, calling it Tyrant Bee felt excessively grandiose. This weapon-grade creature, known for its lethal prowess, deserved a name that was adorably charming and warm to mask its intimidating aura. After much contemplation, I joyfully renamed the Tyrant Bee to Bobo the Pacifier. Oh yes, how majestic! Bobo the Pacifier, the annals of destiny shall undoubtedly record your name. You will become an irreplaceable page in a world littered with moral decay, destined to shine through the ages and bask in glory for a millennium. Chapter 25, The Indomitable Beauty of Yin and Zhao. With a sharp crack, the blade sliced through the wings of the killer bee, delivering a decisive blow. A radiant beam of golden light cascaded down, marking the ascension of both myself and my companion, the little pacifier. As it fluttered and danced around me, its wings buzzing with delight, I couldn't help but find the situation a tad absurd. In a fleeting hour, little pacifier had ascended to level 15, allocating all 150 attribute points to strength. When I opened the pet interface, I was taken aback. At merely level 15, its attack power eclipsed my own. What would the future hold? Little pacifier, Supreme Bee, level 15 attack, 19291 defense, 101 health, 305 magic, 173 skills, combo LV1, stab LV1. Such attack power was undeniably tempting, comparable to that of a fully allocated level 15 swordsman wielding a divine-grade weapon with 141 damage. Moreover, little pacifier's attack and defense were impressive. Nearing the threshold of battle readiness, I modified the pet commands in engaged combat mode. Targeting a distant killer bee, I pointed my sword and commanded, "Go." In an instant, little pacifier dashed forth like an arrow, its speed astonishing. 5 stars in growth. The 97 excellence rating was indeed extraordinary. Such a companion would surely be a nightmare for any rival player. Little pacifier soared ahead of the killer bee, its rear raised high as a golden hexagram shimmered on its pincers. With swift strikes, 2 damage numbers emerged, followed by a sudden lunge that unleashed a third damage figure, 197, 201, 312. The killer bee fell, utterly defeated in a heartbeat. I stood there dumbfounded. This little pacifier had defied expectations by annihilating a level 24 monster, while it itself was only level 15. As I watched it joyfully return, I felt a wave of self-derision wash over me regarding my own attack power as a healer. Perhaps it was time to return to town. With just over an hour until 6 p.m., I could conduct a lucrative business deal before attending tonight's welcome ball. Having participated in similar events across cities like Paris, Tokyo, and Seoul, I felt a sense of confidence, despite my lack of proficiency in English. With sword in hand, I made my way back to town, deliberately recalling little pacifier. Its flamboyance was rather conspicuous. As a level 22 healer, I preferred to blend into the background. However, parading around with a Supreme Bee would draw undue attention, making me an easy target for envy. To expedite my leveling, it was prudent to remain discreet in the early stages. Upon returning to the city of 8 desolations, I set up a stall adorned with several pieces of white equipment, prominently displaying a 74 excellence-rated killer bee. I bellowed, "Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. The city of 8 desolations is offering a killer bee with 74 excellence rating and a 5-star attack growth, an ideal companion for leveling in PK. Come, wealthy patrons, take a look." My proclamation drew numerous curious gazes, yet many regarded my claims with skepticism. Is this a joke? A 5-star attack growth. How exaggerated. Indeed, a 74 excellence rating seemed far-fetched. The highest excellence in the entire city belonged to a blood-sucking bat at just 69. Is that full serious? However, upon revealing the attributes of the killer bee, the crowd fell silent, their expressions grave. Several individuals eagerly rubbed their hands together. Had PK been permitted within the city, I might have been ambushed for my prized possession. Soon, a level 23 young undead swordsman approached, his fearsome visage cloaked beneath a hood. In a raspy voice, he inquired, "Hey, buddy, how much for that killer bee?" I raised 3 fingers. "This much. 30 gold coins." "I'll take it." "No, it's 300 gold coins." A moment of hesitation followed. That's a bit steep. I can't afford it." Numerous inquiries emerged, yet none were willing to offer over 100 gold coins. After all, with the current exchange rate, 100 gold equated to 2,500 renminbi. Few players would readily part with 7,500 renminbi for a mere pet. Nevertheless, I remain convinced that wealthy individuals were aplenty, especially in a game like Destiny, where quality goods commanded exorbitant prices. If my killer bee boasted a 100 excellence rating, the price would surely double. The attack growth and excellence rating of a pet are equally paramount, thus. A pet with 5-star attack and 50 excellence might fetch the same price as one with 3-star attack and 100 excellence, necessitating a comprehensive evaluation of their worth. Ding. A message arrived from my soul friend, Yuchichian. "Xiaoao, are you selling the 74 excellence killer bee?" Are you interested, Chi-Chien?" "Yes. Please hold off on the sale for a couple of minutes." "All right." Precisely 2 minutes later, Yu Qingxian emerged from the crowd, brandishing a blood-red dagger. Her smile radiant as she scrutinized the attributes of the killer bee. She exclaimed, "Wow, this indeed is an extraordinary pet. Xiaoao, what price do you intend to set?" I chuckled. "I am open to negotiation. I will sell to the highest bidder. However, if you wish to purchase, I can offer a slight discount." With a gentle shake of her head, Yueqing replied, "No, I cannot afford such an exquisite pet. It is our uncle who wishes to purchase it. Please wait a moment. He will arrive in 3 minutes to discuss it with you personally." A few minutes later, a level 26 swordsman pushed through the crowd, his face marked by weariness. Above him floated a striking line of text, ID, Yin Zhao Wushuang LV 26 swordsman, the top of the level rankings in Baja City. Goodness. There is also a flamboyant ranking emblem. That golden title is truly splendid. Furthermore, even on Yueqing's shoulder, a golden title denoting her 4th rank hovered. Symbolizing status and strength, envy and jealousy surged within me. Indeed, Yin Zhao Wushuang was an elder, his face adorned with a smile as he addressed me. "You must be Xiao's eye, right? Remarkable. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. I never expected that after Silver Feather Bird, this most exceptional murder hornet would also be birthed from your hands. Your luck is truly remarkable. I have heard you accomplish the formal transition to healer without companions. Impressive." I smiled and inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing the murder hornet?" Yin Zhao Wushuang nodded. "Yes, name your price." I shook my head. "No, the merchandise is here. You propose a price, and if it is suitable, I shall sell." "Oh, I see." Yin Zhao Wushuang pondered for a moment, extending 5 fingers. 500 gold coins. Will you sell? If you agree, I will gather the funds immediately." I nodded. "All right, 500 gold coins. Excellent. I shall be back in 10 minutes. Okay." Yin Zhao Wushuang leaned against the inner wall, brandishing a dark iron sword, and cheerfully conversed with Yueqing about matters within the Prague Guild while I continued to display my white gear. In less than 10 minutes, 3 or 4 individuals approached Yin Zhao Wushuang for transactions. He straightened up and walked over, smiling. "The gold coins have been gathered. Let us proceed with the trade." "Very well." I opened the trading interface, selecting the murder hornet, while carefully ensuring not to mistakenly select my precious Bobo pacifier, for that would be a significant loss. With such violent attributes, it is my future asset for leveling up. I would not part with it for 500 gold coins, nor even for 5,000. Poverty cannot sway my resolve. With a chime, the transaction was completed, and 500 gold coins were secured. Yin Zhao Wushuang clapped his hands, releasing the murder hornet, and remarked, "Xiao's eye, are you truly certain you do not wish to join our Prague Guild? Among the many organizations in Baja City, I can assure you that Prague is undoubtedly the most competitive force. With your abilities, you could achieve great things with us." I smiled. "Thank you. But I do not wish to join any guild. I already have friends." "Very well, then. Until we meet again in the martial world. Goodbye." Yu Qingxian playfully tucked her small hand behind her back, flashed me a smile, and followed the older man away. The pairing of the elderly gentleman and the charming young girl seemed almost absurd. It was a waste of such beauty like Yu Qingxian's. glancing at the time. I realized it was nearly 6 o'clock, and my stomach was rumbling with hunger. I logged off and stepped outside. Within the campus of Luwa University, warm breezes caressed the air. As twilight descended, the campus illuminated with brilliant lights. I stood there waiting, and before long, Lin Wanner and Dong Chungyue emerged. My spirits lifted instantly. Lin Wanner, adorned in a deep blue dress, radiated an enchanting glow under the lights, her exquisite features exuding an extraordinary grace, akin to a beautiful sprite that graces the night. Moreover, her undeniable curves were accentuated, with the delicate swell at her neckline creating a captivating allure that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. I swallowed hard. My employer was truly stunning. I must maintain my composure. Dong Chungyue, dressed in a white ensemble, linked arms with Lin Wanner, the two resembling twins. As Lin Wanner approached the roadside, she glanced at me and smiled. "Shall we go?" I found myself momentarily entranced, unable to respond. "Why are you staring?" Lin Wanner teased, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. Dong Chungyue chimed in with playful banter. "Xiao Yao, doesn't T. Wanner look particularly striking today?" I nodded affirmatively. Dong Chungyue chuckled. "But don't gaze so intently. You'll have plenty of opportunities to look at her in the future." "Oh," I turned with a flourish. Let us head to the ball. In a moment of clumsiness, I collided with a lamppost, stars dancing before my eyes. How could there be a lamppost here? The two girls behind me giggled softly as we made our way toward the gathering hall for the welcome ball, undoubtedly one of the most vibrant venues on campus. As a penniless fellow who made a living off fried rice, I couldn't believe I was attending such an event. I resolved to indulge myself in a lavish meal, ensuring I did not shortchange myself. Chapter 26. It turns out to be Luwa University Grand Auditorium. A throng of people congregated at the entrance, many already awaiting entry. A few young men clad in black tuxedos stood guard, requiring an admission ticket for entry, while freshmen could gain access simply with their student ID. "Ahem, please do not tell me I forgot my student ID." Dong Chungyue smiled at me. I rummaged through my pocket and produced a crumpled student ID, chuckling. "Rest assured, I am not so forgetful. My student ID is certainly with me." "All right, let us go in." Lin Wanner nodded, grasping Dong Chungyue's hand. The two of them gliding into the venue like ethereal sprites of the night, and I followed closely behind, brandishing my student ID towards the young men, who paused momentarily before nodding. "You may enter." The moment I stepped into the auditorium, I was taken aback. The vast hall was adorned with banquet tables and stacked wine glasses, the kind used to pour red wine. Goodness, what a waste of such expensive wine. I couldn't help but wonder whose generous funds afforded this welcome gala. They must be exceedingly wealthy. Looking up, I beheld countless lights embedded in the ceiling, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars. This was beyond mere opulence. It was the epitome of extravagance. Chinese department, Class 1. In the distance, several young men in black tuxedos waved, courteously smiling. "Is that the freshman Lin Wanner and Dong Chungyue? We are here. The table for Chinese department Class 1 is right here." Lin Wanner, slightly startled, led Dong Chungyue and me over. A young man with a beauty mark on his chin stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Lin Wanner. I am Jack, the president of the student council in the Chinese department, a senior." Lin Wanner did not shake his hand, but merely lowered her head with a radiant smile, saying, "Greetings, Senior." Jack's hand hovered awkwardly in the air. I took the opportunity to step forward, shaking his hand and saying, "Hello, President. I am Li Xiaoao, a freshman and also a friend of Lin Wanner. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jack was momentarily taken aback, but then revealed a grateful smile. "The pleasure is mine." Dong Chungyue chuckled softly, pulling Lin Wanner. "Wanner, let us sit over here. Li Xiaoyao, join us right after you finish." Greeting the senior, indeed observing Jack in his exquisite suit. I coughed. My attire consisted of a Maybang shirt, G2000 trousers, and step shoes. Yet, while clothing brands may vary in prestige, one's character knows no hierarchy. Thus, I held my head high as I regarded the senior, then turned to take my seat beside Lin Wanner. Today, my role is that of a freshman, a friend of Lin Wanner, a scenario meticulously arranged by Lin Tianan, who even assisted in altering my records. There would be no trace of my legendary past as a mercenary, special forces operative, SWAT officer, criminal investigator, traffic officer, or security guard. Lin Tianan was quite capable of ensuring that, and this was exactly what I desired. Shortly thereafter, the number of students began to swell, with youthful faces reflecting both curiosity and envy. Typically, These individuals hailed from prestigious backgrounds, adorned in luxurious attire, while the seniors appeared rather average in comparison. This gathering, rather than resembling a welcoming soiree, felt more akin to an exhibition of opulence. It seemed prudent for me to maintain a low profile today. Behind me, sharp gazes pierced through the air. Several boys from Class 2 of the Chinese department had already identified their delectable targets, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei, who sat closely beside me. I, appearing rather handsome and robust, exuded an aura of depth and focus, enabling me to overhear their hushed conversations. Look over there. At the table next to us, aren't those two stunning beauties the legendary superstars of our freshman Chinese class? One is Lin Wanner, and the other is Dong Qingwei. Rumor has it they both come from illustrious families. Well, Lin Wanner, could she be the one who sings Heart of Time? I've seen her posters, and she truly resembles them. She is my goddess. Why am I stuttering? Ugh, how pathetic. It's undeniably Lin Wanner. She's simply stunning. By the way, who is that obnoxious fellow sitting next to her? They seem quite familiar with each other. Never mind. Dressed in the 2017 new collection from Maybang, he looks like just another passerby. Once the dance begins, you all should drink with him a bit to distract him, making it easier for me to approach. My gaze swept over to the speaker, a young man with dyed red hair, around 25 years of age, similar to my own. His brow bore a fierce and arrogant demeanor, clad in a deep crimson outfit that undoubtedly bore a designer label. Even his watch gleamed with a golden sheen. Unmistakably a Vacheron Constantine, a limited 2016 edition adorned with diamonds, rumored to be worth over 200,000 RMB. I had only seen such luxury in magazines. I wondered who this individual might be. Who is that red-haired guy? I inquired, glancing at Dong Qingwei. He seems somewhat familiar. Don't look back. Just steal a casual glance, she advised, holding her glass of red wine, her eyes sparkling as she chuckled softly, lowering her voice. That's Lu Ying, the son of the chairman of Hangzhou Fengling Group. His personal wealth is rumored to exceed 10 billion. However, he's a junior here, and I have no idea how he managed to get in. His reputation at school is quite poor, so it's best to keep your distance. I nodded in understanding. Lin Wanner then pursed her lips and cast a sidelong glance at me. Why are you paying attention to him? Not at all, I replied. I merely think they will likely approach you both for a dance or to toast soon, so it's wise to prepare in advance. At that moment, another individual took a seat beside me. It was none other than my bespectacled friend, Tengu. Haha, so you are here. Tengu wrapped his arm around my shoulder, yet his gaze remained fixated on the two enchanting beauties, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei. This guy. I shrugged off Tengu's arm and inquired, Eyeglass's brother, what brings you here? I mean, I am also a freshman, part of the Chinese department. Otherwise, how could I possibly be assigned to the same dormitory as you? Tengu's eyes darted towards Lin Wanner, his voice trembling, cheeks flushed, and he seemed to struggle for breath, nearly succumbing to nervousness. He licked his lips and stammered, Miss Lin Wanner, greetings. I am Tengu, Li Xiaoyao's roommate. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Wanner smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. You too. Tengu was nearly breathless, pulling out his phone and tapping away, then whispered to me, Li Xiaoyao, you are indeed fortunate. I was taken aback. Fortunate? How so? Still pretending. Tengu thrust his phone towards me. Take a look at the Luohua University community these past few days. This school has a tradition where freshmen are ranked anew among the top 10 beauties upon their enrollment. Oh, top 10. Indeed. Tengu wiped his mouth. The results of this refresh have already emerged. Lin Wanner is ranked first, universally acknowledged as the most beautiful, while Dong Qingwei takes second place. The former sophomore, Situ Shui, has plummeted from first to third, and fourth and fifth are Wang Ran and Lu Lu, respectively, with the rankings adjusted accordingly. I twitched my lips. How tiresome. Lin Wanner glanced over. Exactly, it's truly tedious. This was our first moment of agreement. Tengu chuckled, his gaze scanning the surroundings. But when he spotted Lu Ying and her entourage, his expression turned icy. He turned to me and said, Hey, Li Xiaoyao, are Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei truly your friends? I nodded. Of course. Is there a problem? Then you must protect them. Why is that? Well, Lu Ying. Do you know her? Tengu lowered his voice significantly, only audible to me, and continued, Lu Ying, the heir of Fengling Group, a junior, has been at Luohua University for 2 years, notorious as the beauty killer. Last year's top 10 beauties at Luohua University, aside from Situ Shui, Wang Ran, and Lu Lu. Allegedly, all 7 of the remaining girls have been with Lu Ying. I was astounded, my mouth agape, rendered speechless. How could such matters affect a virgin like me? Beside me, Lin Wana remarked softly, I absolutely detest disloyal men. I turned in astonishment to gaze at her, marveling at her keen hearing. Lin Wana, with a charming smile gracing her exquisite face, reassured me, do not worry. I would never indulge in drinking or dancing with such individuals. I nodded in agreement, yes, understood. Soon after, the host announced the commencement of the welcome party, and I was at last free to indulge in the food laid before us. Though I could not name the dishes, they were genuinely delectable. My companion, the bespectacled gentleman, shared my sentiment, as we seemed akin to famished souls returning from a long absence, devouring the offerings with great enthusiasm. The table was occupied by 20 students from the Chinese department, and after a round of self-introductions, conversation dwindled. Several boys busied themselves attempting to engage Lin Wana, while Dong Qingwei and the other girls conversed, leaving me and my friend to continue our feast. As I reached a state of mild satiation, a throng of individuals surged towards us, freshmen from the Department of Economic Management, their cheeks flushed from drink, eager to toast the beauties of the Chinese department. One particularly tall and gracious young man smiled and remarked, all the boys from our department are here. Surely, the lovely Lin Wana would not deny us this honor? How could she? Lin Wana stood gracefully, a glass of red wine cradled in her hands. She elegantly tilted her head back, downing the drink in one swift motion. Her cheeks slightly flushed as her gaze briefly met mine, stirring discomfort within my heart. As more came to propose toasts, Lin Wana continued to drink. Her demeanor languid as she reclined in her seat, her moon-like eyes fixed upon me, brimming with complex emotions. I dared not meet her gaze, for I could discern her fury, anger directed at her father for assigning me to watch over her, for not permitting her the freedom to live unencumbered. I understood her plight, yet felt helpless to alter it. Miss, you have had enough to drink. Shall we return? I reached for her wrist, which felt delicately soft, almost ethereal. Do not touch me. Lin Wana recoiled as if stung, resembling a wounded creature. Beside us, Dong Qingwei looked on in confusion. Wana, what troubles you? Lin Wana cast me a penetrating glance. I am sorry, I remained silent, merely observing her. At that moment, another group approached, and a somewhat familiar voice called out, Miss Lin Wana, may I have the honor of inviting you for a drink? I sprang to my feet, facing Lu Ying, and declared, Miss Wana has had too much to drink. Allow me to take her place. What do you think you are? Lu Ying's brow arched in disdain, exuding arrogance. His eyes widened as if he had made a startling discovery, and he suddenly barked, So it is you, living carefree. Chapter 27. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. A shiver coursed through me as my ID and destiny was unexpectedly called out by the individual before me. Who could this person possibly be? Upon closer inspection, enlightenment struck me. The young master adorned with a Vacheron Constantine watch was none other than Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu, a figure I had repeatedly trampled within the confines of the 8 Desolation City. Quickly regaining my composure, I replied nonchalantly, I believe we are not acquainted. Lu Ying's gaze grew icy. You do not recognize me? Yet I know you well. Humph, how adeptly have you wielded the thorn sword? In 7-Star Valley, you single-handedly dispatched so many of us. It was quite an impressive feat. I smiled faintly, maintaining an air of calmness. It was nothing. Punishing the wicked and eliminating evil is simply my duty. Now, kindly step aside. Lu Ying glanced at Lin Wana behind me, his hostility somewhat abating. Considering your acquaintance with the beautiful Lin Wana, I shall refrain from settling the score with you in reality. Depart at once. A good dog does not block the path. I remained steadfast, replying coolly, as I stated, Wana has had too much to drink, and I am merely drinking this toast on her behalf. Who do you think you are? Lu Ying's fury erupted as he raised his hand and splashed the liquor from his cup directly onto my face. The pungent aroma of 53-degree aged Moutai, worth 2.5 WRMB a bottle, was a disgraceful waste. Li, you fool. My bespectacled friend noticed my embarrassment and abruptly stood up. Lu Ying's fierce gaze swept toward him, radiating a murderous intent. My friend hesitated, slowly settling back down, opting not to intervene. I stood there, motionless, my eyes locked on Lu Ying. At that moment, I possessed over 20 methods to eliminate him in an instant, yet I exercised restraint. Lin Tianan and Uncle Wang had both cautioned me that I was a hidden asset by Lin Wano's side. I must not reveal my identity nor showcase my skills. I had to remain low-key, so obscure that I shone not at all. If I acted now, my purpose would be rendered futile. What is wrong? Are you going to strike me? Luing mocked, continuing, "What's the matter? Are you a coward who lacks the courage to fight back?" I regarded him coldly, a surge of lethal intent flashing in my eyes. "Russell." Luing involuntarily took 2 steps back, seemingly sensing the chilling aura of a true assassin, an intensity far beyond that which a pampered young master could comprehend. Behind me, Linwana slowly rose, holding her glass of red wine. She addressed Luing, saying, "Enough, I will drink with you." With that, she downed the contents of her glass in one go, casting a glance my way as she silently reached for a tissue to dab the liquor from my cheek. Luing stood there, momentarily stunned, before glaring at me and declaring, "Just wait. I will make you regret this." Those whom Luing wishes to eliminate have never escaped my grasp. I remained silent, turning to gaze at my classmates in Class 1, wiping the traces of alcohol from my face. Raising a glass of Baijiu, I downed it in one swift motion, the strong liquor burning my throat as I swallowed, inhaling deeply to calm the anger simmering within my chest. I reminded myself that I was no longer that reckless youth, and my sole purpose now was to protect Lin Wanner. My classmates stared at me in astonishment. Even our teacher remained silent. Dong Chenghua looked at me and murmured, "Xiao Yao, I'm sorry for putting you through this." I managed a faint smile, replying, "It's nothing." Lin Wanner stood up, bowing slightly to everyone. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll be heading back." With that, she turned to leave, and I hurried after her, while behind us, Dong Chenghua seemed hesitant to speak. Outside the auditorium, the cold wind revitalized me. A few meters ahead, Lin Wanner's deep blue skirt fluttered in the breeze, her long, fair legs illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights, curving alluringly. She walked somewhat unsteadily, prompting me to catch up and support her arm, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Lin Wanner shook her head and gently pushed away my assistance, saying, "Stay away from me." I followed her at a distance as she made her way along the flower bed. Suddenly, she sat on a stone bench, crossing her arms, resembling a wounded kitten, and began to cry softly. I stood silently beside her, offering my presence and quiet companionship. After a long while, Lin Wanner lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, and with a mix of anger and sorrow, she exclaimed, "Li Xiaoao, do you know how much I despise you? I loathe you. I absolutely loathe you." I remained speechless as she continued, "You are his will, an imposition upon me. Why should my mother and I be treated like mere tools, subject to his whims? Why can't I pursue my own desires? Why must I be monitored like a criminal? I refuse. I refuse. I hate that man, and I equally despise you." I stood there in silence, understanding that the man she referenced was her father, Lin Tianan. After a moment, I softly suggested, "It's quite chilly tonight. You should head back before you catch a cold." Lin Wanner sat quietly for some time, crying, then wiped her tears, stood up, her eyes red, and apologized. "I'm sorry." I shook my head with a smile. "No, you haven't done anything wrong. No, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. It's all right. I appreciate you being this way. How shameless. Get lost." Hiki. The moods of girls shift like the weather, changing swiftly. Yet, I understood very well that while the distance between Lin Wanner and me seemed close, it was, in truth, very far apart. As we walked side by side along the campus path, after a considerable time, I asked, "Miss, do you long to resist?" Lin Wanner halted, looking at me in astonishment. "You, what do you mean?" I flashed a radiant smile and said, "If you wish, I shall accompany you in your defiance." Lin Wanner gazed at me in astonishment, hesitating momentarily before suddenly breaking into laughter. She stepped closer and patted my shoulder, saying, "Forget it. I don't believe you. You're just my father's lackey. You dog." I retorted angrily. Yet Lin Wanner continued to laugh as she walked ahead, soon disappearing into the girls' dormitory. I stood there, and before long, a flamboyant woman, adorned with a small red envelope, approached me, swaying her hourglass figure with an alluring grace. She smiled at me and said, "Handsome, would you like some company?" My goodness, had a streetwalker come to school? I clenched my teeth and remained silent. Not far away, a few familiar figures ambled toward me, swaying as they walked. It was none other than Luing, the notorious ruler of Shichu, along with a few others, all evidently intoxicated. Luing, clutching half a bottle of liquor and licking his lips with a lecherous grin, lamented, "What a pity that I didn't get my hands on that little beauty Lin Wanner today. TSK, her figure is simply perfect, and her face is stunning. Haha. If I could get her into my bed, I would gladly stay there for 3 days and nights." The other boys erupted into laughter. An idea sparked within me. I quickly strode forward and seized the streetwalker's hand, pulling her into the woods. "Hey, handsome, don't be in such a hurry," she purred, sensually pressing against me and exhaling warm breath. "Are you thinking of doing it on the grass? That can be arranged, $50 for one round. But since I like your looks, let's make it 100 for one time, just for you." I promptly retrieved 200 from my pocket and said, "Here's this for you. I need you to do me a favor." "What kind of favor?" "There's a red-haired lad over there. He's a rich fool. I need you to lure him into a room. That's all I ask. Really rich. Incredibly wealthy." The streetwalker caressed my chest and, with a lingering glance, departed. Under the streetlight, she whispered something to Lu Ying and his companions, swiftly reaching an agreement. Lu Ying, clearly intrigued by the attractive woman, had initially intended to pursue Lin Wanner, but faced a gentle rejection. His desires were ablaze, and he needed to resolve them with a woman, making the streetwalker the ideal target. I concealed myself in the shadows, closely following the pair as they exited the school gates. Simultaneously, I pulled out my phone and dialed Wang Xian's number. "What's up, you little rascal?" Wang Xian inquired. "Captain Wang," I replied with a grin. "Notify the officers responsible for vice to assemble immediately near Luwai University. Prepare a set of police uniforms. That's all. Contact me when you arrive. Tonight, we intend to apprehend a certain individual." "When did you start overseeing vice operations?" he questioned. "I'm keen on it. Send someone quickly, or I might just quit." "All right, you little rascal, daring to threaten me? They'll be on their way shortly." "Very well." As I watched Lu Ying and the streetwalker enter the budget hotel, 4 police officers appeared on the street. I waved from a distance. Several recognized me. "Xiao Ge, where's your uniform?" "It's here." Swiftly donning a pristine uniform, with my police badge tucked in my pocket, I was clad in the garb of the local deputy chief. Upon entering the hotel, I presented my badge at the front desk, inquiring about Lu Ying's room, 308. I flashed a smile at the front desk attendant. "Thank you for your cooperation. Beautiful." Her cheeks flushed. "Wow, such a handsome officer." Ascending to the 3rd floor with a few officers, we arrived at room 308. I swiped the card, but the door was secured with a chain lock. With a swift kick, I forced it open, already hearing moans from within. I disregarded the noise, raised my badge, lowered my cap, and commanded firmly, "Police, don't move. Sir, we suspect you are involved in illicit activities. You may seek legal counsel, but you must come with us." Lu Ying, inebriated, glared at me. "Get lost. Do you know who I am?" Ignoring her outburst, I lunged forward, my fist striking her cheek with a resounding thud, leaving a trail of blood. "I don't care who you are. You're under arrest." I grinned, turning to exit, handing my uniform and badge to the officers, instructing them not to trouble the woman. Stepping out of the budget hotel, I felt a sense of relief. The matter was resolved. I would remain hidden in the shadows, my deeds unrecognized. Let them think they could humiliate me at the soiree. This was merely a prelude. A moment of restraint does not signify a lack of vengeance. For as an aspiring gentleman, I adhere to the principle that a nobleman does not allow the sun to set on his grievances. Chapter 28. The Arts of Music, Chess, Calligraphy, and Painting. After a night of tumultuous wind and rain, the campus erupted at dawn, as rumors spread that the so-called campus heartthrob, Lu Ying, had been caught overnight with a woman of questionable repute, bringing disgrace upon himself. I chose to remain silent. My revenge had been executed flawlessly without a single drop of bloodshed, and no one would suspect my involvement. Perhaps in the eyes of the students at Luwai University, I, Li Xiaoyao, am merely the coward who endured a face full of wine without daring to retaliate. Yet, such perceptions hold no significance for me. What truly matters is that today is September 1st, and classes are commencing. Gazing at today's schedule sent a shiver down my spine. Why did I choose the Department of Chinese Literature? With 2 morning classes, research on the complete library of the 4 treasuries, and selected readings of the Mencius, I found myself utterly bewildered by the text before me. How was I to navigate this course? I harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ming Ku and Ji Xiaolan as I ambled down the campus path. Clutching a stack of books, I walked alongside Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. The campus environment was splendid, adorned with an abundance of beautiful women. Most of the girls attending this prestigious institution hailed from affluent backgrounds, possessing both the time and resources to cultivate their appearances, rendering them all quite exquisite. In the first class, the lecture on the complete library of the 4 treasuries took place in a spacious auditorium filled with hundreds of students. Lin Wanner and Dong Qingyue, diligent students, occupied the front row, and I reluctantly joined them, bracing myself against the tide of male admirers gathering behind us, all eager to glimpse the university's newly crowned beauties. A chill ran down my spine as I felt the piercing gazes of envy directed at me, while the elderly professor lectured with a smile reminiscent of a gnarled old tree, believing himself to be imparting wisdom. Today, the attendance exceeded the enrollment numbers, blissfully unaware that it was the allure of the beautiful students that drew the crowd. Otherwise, such a mundane course would hardly attract more than 100 listeners. Propping my head on my hand, I leaned over to doze off, my thoughts drifting to the gaming session I could indulge in later that afternoon after such a prolonged absence, during which my levels had undeniably fallen behind. A gentle nudge from Lynn Warner, accompanied by a radiant smile, roused me from my reverie. Moments later, the professor's voice interrupted, the student in the front row. "Could you tell us what the four treasuries encompass?" I sprang to my feet, my voice resonating. "Is it music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" The professor appeared momentarily befuddled. Lynn Warner, teeth clenched in frustration, whispered, "Idiot, it's the classics, histories, philosophies, and collections." Realization dawned upon me, and I sank back into my seat, embarrassment washing over me, only to succumb to sleep once more a few minutes later. After enduring the morning classes, I hastily consumed a meal at noon before returning to my dormitory. I logged online, eager to expedite my journey as a healer in the Sword Sect. Within the realm of the 8 Desolation City, I find myself still at level 22, while the esteemed Yin Zhao Wushuang has ascended to the impressive height of level 27. This audacious individual is undoubtedly striving to reach level 40 as swiftly as possible, aspiring to become the first to undergo the second-class transition. It is rumored that upon reaching level 40, every profession gains access to entirely new and devastating skills, marking a pivotal juncture for players. A level 39 player, regardless of their equipment, cannot hope to contend with a level 40 player, so the tales of the martial world suggest. Turning my attention to my pet space, I observe the Overlord bee, immersed in slumber, awaiting my summons. I believe venturing out now should pose no considerable issues. At the very least, my output will not be lacking, with the support of this exceptional bee, boasting a remarkable 97 excellence rate. My overall damage output will significantly surpass that of a swordsman with 5 points allocated to strength at the same level. Having repaired my equipment to pristine condition and stocked my inventory with dozens of potions, I am adequately prepared to embark on my next challenge. It is imperative that my endeavors be purposeful. Thus, I shall seek out level 4 herbs, as I am now capable of concocting level 4 elixirs. The level 3 7-star elixir can instantly restore 200 points of mana, while the level 4 version restores 300 points, a noteworthy distinction. Most importantly, the current player base predominantly hovers around level 20, particularly among the spirit mages. Their level 20 area of effect spell, Rock Shatter, consumes 30 points of mana at level 1 and escalates to 90 points at level 3. This means that casting Rock Shatter once depletes 90 points of mana, necessitating the use of at least 300 points of mana replenishing Cold Wind elixirs to sustain its usage. A spirit mage devoid of mana is rendered utterly ineffective. I peruse the skill list and locate the recipe for the level 4 Cold Wind elixir, restores 300 points of mana, requiring 3 Cold Wind herbs and 1 7-star herb, along with a Alchemy Furnace, level 2. I am fortunate to possess a sufficient quantity of 7-star herbs. However, I am in need of the new recipe, the Cold Wind herb. I navigate to the forum to seek information about its whereabouts. After nearly 10 minutes of diligent searching, I finally discover a legend regarding the Cold Wind herb in a mirror forum, detailing how a level 22 assassin encountered traces of the herb in the northern jungles of 8 Desolation City, though he returned empty-handed due to lacking the herbalism skill. This jungle is known as the Cold Wind Forest, situated in a territory close to the snowy regions. Upon opening the large map, I find that the Cold Wind Forest cannot be pinpointed, yet its specific location lies directly to the north, approximately an hour's journey away. After some contemplation, I resolutely purchase a return scroll for 8 Desolation City, intending to save time on my return journey. With my level 4 alchemy skills, I am fully capable of earning 1 gold coin in just 1 hour. With all matters settled, I step outside, grasping my thorn sword as I exit the bloodstained gates of 8 Desolation City. This fortress exudes an aura of violence, reminiscent of a border town, teeming with barbaric inhabitants and dark races such as moon spirits and undead. It seems that at every moment, players engage in combat within the city's confines. and the signs of guild rivalries are already apparent. As for myself, I am but a casual observer, focusing on leveling up and honing my skills. This is my current pursuit. Stepping onto the verdant grass, I ventured into the jungle beyond the city of Baja, disregarding the lowly creatures below level 20. I pressed on alone, hastening for nearly 30 minutes until I found myself within a map stained crimson. Ahead lay foes surpassing my level, the system map thus shrouding the path in blood-red haze. A stark warning that I tread upon perilous grounds where death awaited. With a flourish, I summoned a hexagram, and my loyal companion, the 15-level Bumblebee, emerged. Boasting an attack power of 291, my steadfast ally, the Bumblebee twirled in place, joyously flapping its wings with an air of carefree abandon. Continuing onward, I entered a damp and shadowy thicket, where, from a distance, I beheld spectral soldiers clad in tattered iron armor, drifting through the foliage. These were undead monsters. Their armor in disrepair, wielding rusted crossbows, exhaling deep, mournful breaths, or perhaps wails. As I drew nearer, I realized these foes were 5 levels above me, rendering their information inaccessible. Death Hunter, Common Monster, Level 27 Attack, Defense, Health, Skills. Description: the Death Hunters, lurking in the frigid wilderness, are a horde of once-living humans, their consciousness sustained solely by fragile necromantic energy. They mercilessly slay any invaders that trespass into their territory. These brutal hunters are remarkably powerful, and countless bounties have been posted in Baja City, yet none dare claim their heads. Observing their attack and defense statistics posed a dilemma, particularly with the significant level suppression I faced, which caused me considerable distress. However, it is said that slaying monsters 5 levels higher yields a substantial increase in loot and experience, provided one engages in solitary combat. Forming a team to tackle higher-level foes would drastically diminish these rewards. I glanced at the Bumblebee fluttering above my shoulder and smiled faintly. Yes, I would use these Death Hunters as my training dummies, leveling both myself and my companion concurrently, an efficient endeavor indeed. Go, I commanded, pointing my sword. The Bumblebee surged forth like lightning. With an agility growth of 4.5 stars and an excellence rating of 97, this was the advantage of remarkable swiftness. The previously annoying buzz transformed into a melodious symphony as the Bumblebee's stinger glimmered with 3 consecutive hexagrams, piercing the chest of a Death Hunter. Instantly, the armor shattered, falling away like dry cotton, and with a single flurry of strikes, it lost a significant portion of its vitality. 138, 120, 141. Indeed, the level suppression was formidable. Considering the monster was level 27 while my Bumblebee was merely level 15, inflicting such damage was commendable. With a resounding thud, the Death Hunter raised his crossbow and loosed an arrow towards Little Pacifier, a crimson burst erupting forth as a staggering hit of 254 struck her, causing her health to plummet dramatically. I stood in stunned silence, hastily raising my hand to cast a healing spell, restoring Little Pacifier's lost vitality. With my sword drawn, I surged forward, unleashing a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes, followed by another healing spell to replenish her health. United in purpose, we became an unstoppable force. After a fierce struggle, the Death Hunter let out a wail and collapsed, defeated. Golden light cascaded down as Little Pacifier ascended to level 16, allocating all her points to strength. Moreover, I too experienced a surge in my own experience points. Indeed, slaying foes beyond our level proved to be remarkably effective. We pressed onward, and after nearly 2 hours of relentless hunting, I accumulated a significant 47 silver coins just from collecting copper. I also reached level 23. While Little Pacifier had already advanced to level 20, her upgrade pace accelerating, along with a substantial boost to her attributes. Little Pacifier, Overlord B, level 20 attack, 271388 defense, 194 health, 485 magic, 194 skills. Combo LV2, Stab LV2, Excellence. 97 note. The calculation formula for the Overlord B at level 20 is as follows. Attack level 10 0. 971 0. 75. Defense level 5 0. 971. Health level 12. 5 0. 971. Magic level 5 0. 971. Essentially, an attack power of 388 is considered an extraordinary attribute at this stage, while 194 points of defense is more than sufficient compared to those feeble monks with 485 health. She can withstand attacks from monsters of the same level without fear of being instantly vanquished, truly impressive. Accompanied by little pacifier, the delightfully named Overlord Bee. I continued my journey through the forest. Ahead, patches of snow began to appear on the ground, indicating our arrival in the frigid zone. The map then alerted me. Please note, you have entered the Cold Wind Forest. A shiver coursed through me. I had finally arrived at the Cold Wind Forest. Chapter 29. The unmatched strike in the frigid expanse of the Cold Wind Forest, distant silhouettes of plants glimmering with a snowy luminescence caught my eye. A wave of exhilaration surged within me as I discovered the coveted LV4 herb, cold windgrass, an essential ingredient on my path to fortune. Clutching my thorn sword, I ventured deeper into the forest, my body shivering as I entered an area of extreme cold. It felt as though I had stepped into a frost-laden vault. Clad only in my flimsy white robe, ill-equipped to withstand such bitter chill. Hastily, I wrapped myself in the silvery feather cloak draped across my shoulders, which provided a modicum of warmth. I then approached a grand tree, beneath which a delicate blade of grass swayed in the wind, seemingly beckoning to me, the cold windgrass. My lifeline. Before I could draw near, a menacing roar pierced the air, and to my right, a ghastly crimson figure emerged, a creature far superior in level to me. A chill ran down my spine as I instinctively recoiled a few steps. Amongst the foliage stood a skeletal warrior, dragging a battered iron sword, its body a ghastly green, crowned with a rusted helmet, the greenish skull grotesquely exposed. It emitted a low, haunting growl, a fearsome sight indeed. Green rock skeleton, common monster, level, 29 attack, defense, health, skills, description. The green rock skeleton, guardian of the Cold Wind Forest, was once a protector of the kingdom. However, tainted by malevolent spirits, they lost their will and became bloodthirsty undead. These formidable skeletal beings were buried alive within the mountains, emerging after millions of years of contact with the rocks, acquiring defenses akin to stone, rendering them exceedingly difficult to vanquish. They have resided in the Cold Wind Forest for millennia, yet none have succeeded in eradicating them completely. Without a doubt, their defensive capabilities were exceptionally high. Conversely, it was evident that their offensive strength could not be formidable. This proved beneficial for me, as I cherished such high defense creatures. With my 5-star attack growth and a 97 excellence rate on my healing skill, I was well equipped to counter the attributes of the green rock skeleton. Let the experience points flow. Grinning, I raised my sword and commanded my healing companion to engage. The little healer buzzed forward, launching a series of piercing strikes upon the skeleton, producing resonant clangs as of striking stone. How astonishingly high was this defense? 110, 74, 69, 71. As I observed the 4 damage numbers, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washed over me. The green rock skeleton possessed approximately 1 for 100 health points, and after a flurry of assaults, it retaliated with its iron sword, inflicting 144 points of damage. Indeed, its attack power was rather lackluster, inferior to that of the previous level 27 Death Hunter. I merely employed my healing skill to restore my companion's health while simultaneously advancing with my thorn sword. Clang. 21. The disgraceful numbers of damage nearly brought me to tears. What a shameful experience. After a chaotic flurry of blows, the green rock skeleton collapsed with a wail, generously dropping 45 copper coins, though regrettably it did not yield any superior equipment. Turning around, I gathered frostwind grass, and with a satisfying chime, 3 frostwind grass items fell into my inventory, filling me with a sense of accomplishment, though alas, there were no system rewards or charm points gained. I pressed on, searching for the remaining frostwind grass in the frostwind forest while continuously dispatching the green rock skeletons. How fortunate I was to have a little healer by my side. Otherwise, it would have been an arduous task. Relying solely on my own attacks, I would need to swing my sword 71 times to defeat one, and with the monster's health regeneration, it would take approximately 35 minutes, a truly exhausting endeavor. However, with the little healer's assistance, I could defeat one in about 30 seconds, achieving results with half the effort. This 97 excellence-rated Overlord Bee was truly a blessing from the heavens. After nearly 3 hours of relentless combat, I lost track of time, forgetting about dinner. No matter. I would continue to slay alongside my late-night snack. I had no idea how many green rock skeletons I had dispatched. But just as the little healer triggered the brilliance of Combo LV3, the nth green rock skeleton fell with a dreadful cry, and with a resounding thud. 2 items dropped onto the grass. One was a jade green illustration card, and the other a gleaming long spear. Oh, it seemed I would be changing weapons. Ecstatic. I picked up the illustration card, and indeed it was the entry for the green rock skeleton. Green rock skeleton. Attack, defense, health, agility, magic, skills, rock shield. What a remarkable defensive pet. With a 5-star defense growth that was almost miraculous and a health rating of 4. 5 stars. This green rock skeleton would be the ideal choice for battling bosses, especially if its excellence rating were slightly higher. It might even surpass the high-level ascetic as a meat shield, particularly given the current lackluster equipment among players. Delighted, I utilized the illustration card. Knowing I would continue to linger here, I had just accidentally slain a level 1 green rock skeleton, which I now regretted. Grasping the spear that shimmered with a deep azure hue, a chill surged through my palm. My wrist strength was sufficient to wield it. And the weapon's attributes should be impressive. As I waved my hand, the attributes floated in the air, filling me with uncontainable joy. After hours of battling skeletons, I finally received my reward. Ancient Ingot Spear, Bronze Weapon. Attack, 100 to 125 Strength, 14 bonus. Increases user's attack power by 0. 5 required level, 24. I could scarcely contain my delight. A maximum attack of 125 was spectacular. This was precisely the weapon I needed right now. With the Thorn Sword, I was on the verge of breaking through defenses, and furthermore, the Ancient Ingot Spear being a bronze weapon would have a lucrative market when I eventually chose to sell it. Immediately equip the new weapon and forsake the sword that yields a mere 10 attack power. Let us wield the spear instead. Though I am accustomed to the sword, utilizing this polearm to thrust, cleave, and prod reveals its own undeniable brilliance. Indeed, the vast world operates under a singular law. Upon donning the Ancient Ingot Spear, my attributes surged exponentially, propelling me once more into the esteemed ranks of the formidable healer, Carefree Wanderer, level 24 attack, 230255 defense, 80 health, 424 magic, 320 charm, 12. While my attack power may not rival that of the fierce little healer, it is sufficient to breach the defenses of the green rock skeletons, and that is enough to satisfy me. With a joyous heart, I brandished the Ancient Ingot Spear, its radiance dancing in the night sky. The spear's blade shimmering like pear blossoms in the air, truly a sight to behold. Onward, in search of the next green rock skeleton. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, I finally stumbled upon a second level 1 green rock skeleton amidst the frigid forest. My heart raced at the sight of its level 1. Without hesitation, I drew forth my sealing cards and executed a series of 9 consecutive seals, ultimately succeeding in ensnaring the green rock skeleton within my pet space. Dragging its broken sword, it emitted a low growl. Upon release, it was quite promising. Green rock skeleton level 1 attack, defense, health, agility, magic, skills, cleave, rock shield, excellence, 75. Excellent, a 75 excellence rating. Deemed above average, wealth awaits. Ha ha ha. With narrowed eyes, I secured my pet and continued my endeavors alongside the little healer, striving to reach level 25 today. Though not a remarkable expert, with the assistance of the Ancient Ingot Spear and the little healer, I aimed to maintain my position as the premier ferocious healer of 8 desolate city. As night approached, past 9 o'clock, a second level 1 green rock skeleton emerged. With a flurry of 11 sealing cards, I succeeded once more. This marked my third pet, filling my pet space, boasting an excellence of 49, a mediocre companion. I pondered the potential selling price. Yet it was clear that the green rock skeleton would not fetch as much as the killer bee. Offensive pets are undoubtedly the most coveted in the early stages of the game. Surveying my inventory, I noted a substantial collection of cold wind grass. It was time to return to town. As I prepared to shatter the return scroll, I suddenly heard the faint sounds of release skills in the distance, particularly the unmistakable sound of the combo skill, clashing armaments. Unbeknownst to me, I had arrived at the edge of the cold wind forest, adjacent to a map known as Wild Grave Slope, where it seemed players were engaged in battle or PK. I decided to venture forth to witness the commotion. With the Ancient Ingot Spear in hand, I navigated through the thicket, crouching behind the grass. As I peered ahead, I was taken aback. Within Wild Grave Slope, at least 100 players were embroiled in chaos, and among them, a boss with its health at a mere 15. It appeared that 2 major factions of players were vying for dominance over the boss, and amidst the throng, I recognized a familiar face, Bragg, with a resounding clang. The formidable Yin Zhao Wushuang, clad in armor, withstood the onslaught of the boss. Chanting incantations, he unleashed the Wushuang strike. A wave of energy surged beneath his feet. Exuding an impressive aura, he leapt into the air, his blade shimmering with an intimidating brilliance, transcending the limitations of attack cooldown. In a mere 3 seconds, he executed 5 consecutive strikes, an elegant thrust, sweeping slashes, and a powerful kick, consistently targeting the boss with the same angle of attack. It was a dazzling combination, a self-created sequence of moves. I marveled at his prowess, realizing the vast difference in skill. Yanzhao Wushuang was undeniably extraordinary. As he deftly maneuvered his blade with calculated precision, he commanded, "Defend against their attacks. We must eliminate the Corpse King first. Securing its spoils will ensure our victory. Qishan, Weiliang, take down the elite of the general's family. Do not allow them to unleash their full might." Among the ranks of the brag players, 2 figures swiftly vanished. Employing stealth, though I could not see them, I knew one of the assassins was my acquaintance, Yu Qishan, a significant client of mine. In another faction, leading the charge was a level 27 swordsman, ID, General Li Mu, a prominent player on the 8 Desolation City leaderboard. Behind him were the level 26 Berserker General Bai Qi and the level 25 Archer General Lian Pe. Indeed, a considerable portion of the city's elite resided here. With a flourish, General Li Mu executed a deft strike. Dispatching a brag healer while bellowing, he breached the defenses of 2 knights, driving his blade into the chest of a spiritualist, delivering a devastating critical hit of 442 damage. "Brothers, this level 30 Corpse King belongs to us. We shall not yield it to Brag's curse," General Li Mu roared. Meanwhile, General Lian Pe skillfully drew his longbow, firing an arrow before quickly retreating into the foliage to obscure his position from the enemy's ranged attacks. He then leapt back into action, executing precise kills on Brag's healers. Both sides employed the same strategy: eliminate the healers first to deprive the enemy of support, paving the way for a true battle of life and death. Sitting quietly upon the mountainside, I gazed down at the fierce struggle below, feeling no urgency to return. Observing their battle, I aim to learn from the techniques of Yanzhao Wushuang and General Bai Qi, remaining humble in my approach. Such an attitude is indeed commendable. Chapter 30, Prague Versus. General, amidst the biting cold wind, a blood-red dagger emerged from the shadows, swiftly slicing across General Bai Qi's throat. The level 26 Berserker was struck with horror, realizing he had been ambushed. Before him stood a striking female assassin clad in shimmering leather armor, wielding a crimson dagger, none other than Yu Qishan, the appointed vice leader of Prague. Her boots crunched on the grass, and after stunning General Bai Qi with a single blow, Yu Qishan surveyed her surroundings. Once assured of solitude, she suddenly crouched slightly, letting out a delicate cry as blood surged upon her dagger, gathering power for approximately 1 second before unleashing the skill bleed LV3. With a resounding impact, General Bai Qi regained consciousness from the strike, hastily turning around. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yu Qishan had already plunged the crimson dagger into his back, executing a backstab that amplified her damage by at least 30. General Bai Qi trembled. A damage notification of 289 points appeared above him, and he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Stunned, Bai Qi had fallen. Not far away, General Wang Jian approached, sword drawn, executing a straightforward attack angle that left Yu Qishan with no option to evade or parry. She could only brace herself for the blow. With a sharp thrust, 272 points of damage nearly claimed her life. Yu Qishan gasped, swiftly retreating, but Wang Jian's relentless assault followed closely behind. The sharp sound of his blade echoed as 2 golden 6-pointed stars ascended along his sword, an indication of the impending level 3 combo skill. Panic surged through her. "Quick, heal me." Yu Qishan sprinted, her dagger in hand, as 2 beams of level 3 healing light enveloped her, barely restoring 300 health points. General Wang Jian, a youth of around 20, bore a stern expression, propelling himself forward with fervor, seemingly determined to eliminate this enchanting assassin. Under the moonlight, Yu Qishan's cloak billowed, her long, snow-white legs gracefully traversing the grass, a striking sight despite being pursued. Yet, she remained composed, constantly shifting her perspective to monitor Wang Jian's movements. "Ha!" With a fierce shout, Wang Jian seized the moment, abruptly veering through the underbrush to block Yu Qishan's path. His sword raised high, he initiated a powerful cleave attack, confident that this petite assassin could not withstand his might. However, as the dagger sliced through the air, Wang Jian's sword had yet to descend when he felt a sudden strike to his back. A blow had landed, dealing 250 damage, and another beautiful assassin appeared behind him. Her dagger slashed in rapid succession, inflicting 2 damage numbers of 180 points each. Seeking death, Wang Jian swiftly sidestepped, evading Yu Qingqian's follow-up strike. While consuming a health potion, he unleashed a fierce sword slash at the back of the second assassin, rolling down the slope in a calculated retreat. He understood well that battling a swordsman against 2 assassins presented an exceedingly slim chance of victory. On the hillside, 2 assassin maidens stood side by side. Both adorned with flowing long hair and strikingly beautiful features, their bright eyes and pearly teeth captivating. Apart from their differing equipment, they appeared almost identical. Though the game allows for slight variations in appearance, such a near resemblance could only signify one thing. These 2 assassin maidens were indeed twins. Yu Qingqian, level 26 assassin, and Yu Liang, level 26 assassin. I crouched in the grass, utterly astonished. Goodness, Yu Qingqian has a sister. Both maidens displayed commendable prowess, or else they would not have caught the eye of someone as formidable as Yin Zhao Wushuang. In the valley below, the battle intensified. General Li Mu, a clever strategist, had successfully employed tactics to eliminate the healers, gaining a significant numerical advantage. Although Yin Zhao Wushuang was powerful, he found himself outmatched, as he was unable to contend with multiple foes. After being repeatedly struck by General Lian Po's arrows from a distance, he, in a fit of rage, called out, "Bring a few men to take out their archers." Figures shifted, and before Bragg could make a move, Li Mu had already led his men in a decisive ambush. In mere moments, they dispatched the archers, leaving only Yin Zhao Wushuang, who charged toward Lian Po with his heavy sword. General Lian Po, a level 25 archer, was around 50 years old, a seasoned veteran of the general's family, and certainly an imposing figure in reality. Yin Zhao Wushuang was also a man of at least 40, prompting me to take a deep breath. When 2 old warriors clashed, one would surely be injured. With a resounding thud, Lian Po stepped back, his boots crunching the grass as he unleashed a rapid volley of arrows. Yin Zhao Wushuang's health dwindled swiftly, dropping below 50%. Damn it, perish. As he closed the distance, Yin Zhao Wushuang let out a fierce battle cry, not drawing his sword but instead delivering a powerful punch to Lian Po's shoulder, sending him staggering backward and losing his balance. This was precisely what Yin Zhao Wushuang intended, to create an opportunity for a devastating blow. With a shriek, he unleashed his signature move, the Wushuang strike. General Lian Po observed this with a hint of amusement, suddenly throwing himself backward down the slope, tumbling and rolling amidst the grass. He had calculated this maneuver to evade Yin Zhao Wushuang's strike. Without it, Yin Zhao Wushuang would merely be an ordinary swordsman, watching a series of 5 misses unfold. Yin Zhao Wushuang's face turned ashen, his fist clenched in frustration. How cunning, exceedingly cunning. Behind him, a swift wind rushed in. Yin Zhao Wushuang quickly turned to face General Li Mu's assault. Among the general's family, Li Mu was undoubtedly the strongest, ranked second on the heavenly rankings of Bahuang City, and a constant threat to Yin Zhao Wushuang. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing swords echoed as the golden hexagram danced. Li Mu's level 3 combo struck fiercely against Yin Zhao Wushuang's chest. 199. 201. As Yin Zhao Wushuang felt a tremor coursing through his body, he suddenly bent his knee with great force, colliding his knee against Li Mu's chest. Simultaneously, wielding his sword with both hands, he delivered a heavy strike that pierced through Li Mu's throat. This old fellow was merciless. Li Mu, already not at full health, was dealt a fatal blow and immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yin Zhao Wushuang took a deep breath and retrieved a vial of blood, just as he was about to drink from it when 2 arrows flew in from the hillside behind him, with a pair of sharp sounds. The first-ranked player of the 8 desolate city trembled all over and slowly knelt down, meeting his demise, and from his body erupted a black heavy sword. Behind him, General Lian Po climbed up the slope, retrieving the long sword with a cold remark. A level 22 bronze long sword, quite impressive. Amidst the chaos of battle, the conflict drew to a close. Ultimately, with the advantage in numbers from the general's family, 5 individuals surrounded the Corpse King boss, intent on claiming victory over it. The players brought by Blag were few, only Yu Qingqian and Yu Liang concealed in the shadows, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike the boss with a lethal blow. I continued to remain hidden in the bushes, patiently anticipating the outcome. Be cautious. The boss is about to fall. Guard against others stealing the kill. General Lian Po cautioned in a hushed tone, as he drew back his longbow and unleashed a series of powerful arrows aimed at the boss's neck. The Corpse King roared in fury, swinging its arms to strike Wang Jian, who was serving as the tank. Fortunately, the general's family had a healer on standby, and Wang Jian's defense held firm. 3, 2, 1. As the corpse king's health dwindled, my heart raced. Would Yu Qingqian make her move? Just as I silently urged her on, she indeed sprang into action. The general's healer suddenly trembled, and a damage indicator of 552 appeared above his head before he collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Yu Qingqian, brandishing a blood-red dagger, charged forward, striking with precision. The arrow in General Lian Po's hand had yet to be released when he was rendered dizzy. In another direction, Yu Weilong's dagger plunged fiercely into the heart of the corpse king, disregarding the foul, bloody stench. She executed 2 heavy cuts, and the corpse king let out a bellow of rage before falling. A cascade of items erupted from its body. Loot the items, Wang Jian urged, but alas, the speed of a swordsman could not rival that of a fully agile assassin. Yu Qingqian was the first to arrive, swiftly gathering 3 pieces of equipment into her inventory. And without pause, she rushed towards the slope, calling out, "Sister, retreat. We cannot possibly win against 2v5. Yet, Yu Weiling was resolute. You go ahead. I will fight to the end with them." Just as General Lian Po regained consciousness from the stun, Yu Weiling expertly dodged Wang Jian's attack, driving her dagger into the old man's back. With a backstab, Lian Po slowly fell, losing the healer far too quickly. "Damn it," Wang Jian muttered. "I will pursue Yu Qingqian. The equipment is in her possession." Behind her, Yu Weilong struck down the berserker once more. Before she could regain her footing, a series of rocks erupted beneath her, the devastating impact of the level 20 skill, Shattering Strike, cast by the level 24 spellcaster just 5 meters away. Yet, Yu Weilong halted, slowly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. On the hillside, Yu Qingqian, her fair legs marred by thorns, disregarded the pain as she ascended with 3 pieces of gear dropped by the boss. Behind her, Wang Jian activated his level 3 Swift Strike skill, unique to swordsmen, enhancing his attack speed by 6 and movement speed by 3, gradually closing the gap between them, with the opposing spellcaster trailing closely behind. This is dire. Yu Qingqian's brows knitted in concern, acutely aware of her precarious situation. Though she possessed a return scroll, the 5 seconds required to shatter it would afford Wang Jian ample time to eliminate her twice over. Furthermore, a menacing attack-type hornet flitted about Wang Jian's shoulder. A swordsman accompanied by a pet was far beyond the capabilities of Yu Qingqian, a mere assassin. Die. With a leap, Wang Jian caught up, his blade raised for a powerful slash. 258. Yu Qingqian was struck back, stumbling in disarray. Before she could regain her balance, an ice spike spell struck her shoulder, significantly impairing her mobility as the opposing spellcaster closed in. 226. Despite her decent gear, her total health, capped at 500 points, was nearly depleted. In the thicket, I clutched my ancient spear, torn between my principles of non-involvement in guild disputes and the unwavering code to aid a friend. Yu Qingqian had asserted that we were friends, and that bond remained unaltered. Gritting my teeth, I opted for a compromise, healing without aggression. Raising a hand, I cast Healing Touch. For 150. In an instant, Yu Qingqian was nearly at full health, her astonishment evident. What? How is this possible? Wang Jian turned his furious gaze towards me. Damn it. There's a healer lurking in there. Quick-witted, Yu Qingqian said nothing, brandishing her crimson blood dagger and charging toward the spellcaster. The latter could only learn the spirit shield at level 40. Prior to that, they were merely fragile targets. No reason not to eliminate him. With a decisive strike, she felled the spellcaster, but not before being hit by another level 3 ice spike. From afar, I cast another level 3 hemostasis spell, restoring her health. Yet the sound of crushed foliage heralded the imminent arrival of General Wang Jian, his blade aglow with a golden hexagram, bellowing. Carefree? You seek death. Chapter 31. Daily Blind Dates. The combat prowess of General Wang Jian is unparalleled, far surpassing that of Lu Ying. His attack speed is akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no opportunity for his adversary to evade. Moreover, his 3-level combo strikes with ferocity from 3 distinct angles, embodying the strategy of overwhelming an opponent with absolute power. Simultaneously, the killer bee buzzes ominously towards me. It's over. A glance reveals that both my bleeding and healing spells are on cooldown, rendering me incapable of employing a timely cure to salvage my life. With Wang Qian's 3-level combo coupled with the assaults of the killer bee, my meager health and defenses afford me no chance of survival. Thus, I shall wager my life against his. My hidden overlord be suddenly soars into action. At the moment he seeks to extinguish my existence, I must ensure his demise. General Wang Qian gritted his teeth. You little doctor, perish. The blade pressed against my shoulder, unleashing a searing pain as 3 consecutive damage numbers flashed. 312, 298, 334. In truth, just 2 of General Wang Qian's strikes would have sufficed to obliterate me. Such is the disparity. The opponent's strength points are excessively high, and his attack power formidable. Meanwhile, after acquiring healing abilities, my growth in strength has been minuscule, revealing the inevitable truth that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Overwhelmed by agony, I fell. Yet, in that fleeting moment as I collapsed, the Overlord B, under my dual command, executed a 3-level combo directly upon Wang Qian's chest. What is this? Faced with the charming yet imposing presence of the adorable pacifier, even the esteemed General Wang Qian was momentarily stupefied as 3 damage numbers erupted from his chest. 355, 327, 712. How infuriating. As I closed my eyes in death, the final blow from the pacifier unexpectedly delivered a critical hit. What a delight. Even if Wang Qian possessed 2 lives, it would not suffice to withstand my assault. Had I known, I would have taken the initiative. A single ambush from the pacifier could have vanquished him. Swish. In a spectral state, I found myself in the graveyard. Checking my belongings, no gear had dropped, yet I discovered 3 white items in my inventory along with 2 bundles of frosty grass. A pang of regret washed over me. However, Wang Qian too had fallen. The general's lineage had faced total annihilation, leaving no opportunity for him to claim my possessions. I must proceed and see if there is a chance for revival. After a 7-minute sprint, I arrived at the site of the bodies. The mountain breeze rustled through the pine forest, the cold winds still hauntingly desolate. I stood beside my corpse, hesitant to resurrect, for not far from me, Generals Li Mu, Wang Qian, Bai Qi, and others had already revived. General Wang Qian was seated upon my corpse, imbibing from a health potion. It was this carefree individual who had thwarted our endeavors, infuriating. Wang Qian kicked at my lifeless leg, stating, had it not been for him interrupting with a timely heal for Yu Qian, we surely would have obtained the boss-level equipment she had just acquired. General Li Mu cast a fleeting glance and remarked casually, I have gathered some information. Xiao Zizai is one of the few esteemed healers in Bahuang City, as well as the foremost alchemist. He maintains a commercial relationship with Yu Qian, which suggests a friendship. Thus, it is understandable for him to assist her. Wang Qian furrowed his brow and inquired, Boss, what do you mean by that? Li Mu smiled faintly. It is quite simple. In all of Bahuang City, few possess the skills to elevate a healer to such heights, and even acquire the art of life therapy. Moreover, Xiao Zizai boasts level 4 alchemy and herb gathering skills. Such a talent is precisely what we require. Fourth, I believe it is time for you to set aside past grievances and contemplate the future development of our family. Wang Qian pondered for a moment, choosing not to respond further. Nearby, the venerable archer, the 50-year-old Lian Pa, seated in the grass with his longbow, interjected. You young lads are underestimating the situation. Just because we feel we have an advantage over Bragg today does not mean we are stronger than them. That is a grave misconception. Bragg has sent only 70 individuals today, yet they have several thousand more within the realm of Bahuang City. We, on the other hand, consist solely of the 4 of us. Even with friends and family, our total barely reaches 40. What gives us the right to confront the vast forces of Bragg? Today's victory is somewhat fortuitous. In reality, we have suffered a defeat. Li Mu nodded with a smile. Indeed, we must think long-term. Currently, we lack funds, manpower, and a guild. Essentially, we are a family with nothing to our name. Thankfully, our rapid leveling has allowed us to forge some connections. Or else we wouldn't even have this 40-person lineup. I have heard that guilds like Longxiang and Xiongba Fengyan have taken residence in Bahuang City. Their resources and networks far exceed ours. Therefore, we must seize opportunities, work diligently, and create a new paradigm. Wang Qian raised his head and scoffed, Boss, do you fancy yourself a news anchor? Enough with the useless talk. What do we do now that Xiao Zizai has yet to revive? Li Mu stood up, sheathing his longsword, and replied with a smile, Yinzhao Wushuang and the others are in the process of reviving. Soon, a multitude of Bragg players will come rushing towards us. Our course of action is simple. We must return to the city immediately and avoid confrontation. The boss-slaying quest has failed, and I have no desire to irreparably damage our relationship with Yinzhao Wushuang. Let us depart. The group swiftly produced their return scrolls. transforming into beams of white light as they soared back to the main city. I stood beside the corpse, hesitating to revive, uncertain if there were still members of the general's family lying in ambush. Revive, handsome, hee. From the grass emerged a graceful figure, wielding the crimson blood dagger, Yu Qingqian. She blinked and said, "My vision is quite broad. The general's family has departed. Revive now." With that, I was enveloped in light. I successfully resurrected at my original location and immediately cast a healing spell upon myself, replenishing my vitality. Simultaneously, I consumed a 7-star pill to restore my magical energy. Observing the radiant moon Qiqian, I offered a smile and said, "What a coincidence, Qiqian." With a gentle laugh, Moon Qiqian responded, "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Would you care to join me for a meal?" I shook my head. "No, thank you. I have been preoccupied with my studies in ancient literature. It has kept me quite busy." "Very well," Moon Qiqian remarked, gazing intently at me. "Xiaoao, I am grateful for your assistance this time. Without you, our boss-laying plan in Prague would surely have failed. We never anticipated the strength of the general's family. We brought only a meager number of people and nearly met our downfall." I sighed. "It is a pity. I merely intended to lend a hand. But I did not expect General Wang Jian to come after me, ultimately leading to my demise at the hands of my pet. Alas, having offended the general's family, my situation in 8 desolate city is becoming untenable." From behind me, a hearty voice rang out, "Then why not join us in Prague? The doors of Prague are always open to you." Descending the slope was a swordsman, none other than the esteemed Yin Zhao Wushuang. It was time I acknowledged him. He was indeed a formidable master, having developed his own combination techniques, and perhaps, in reality, he was a swordsmanship expert. Beside Yin Zhao Wushuang stood a petite girl wielding a dagger, who smiled like Moon Weilong and said, "Xiaoao brother, you are so familiar with my sister. Why not join us in Prague? It would be delightful to be together." Several players from Prague chimed in. "Haha, together? Together." Moon Qingqian's face turned a shade of green as she brandished her crimson dagger, declaring, "Whoever dares to make a fuss again will face my wrath." The crowd fell silent. I, grasping my ancient spear, smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Yin Zhao Wushuang, but I truly do not wish to join any guild. I prefer to wander alone in the game." Yin Zhao Wushuang stood tall, regarding me with determination. "I understand your sentiment. But this journey is never one to be undertaken alone. Solitude is inevitable. I believe it would be better for you to join Prague. After the guild is established, I could appoint you as an elder. What do you think?" I couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "No, thank you. I will not join any guild unless my brothers return to fight alongside me in the Destiny continent." "Your brothers?" Yin Zhao Wushuang inquired, astonished. "Do you have a studio or a guild?" "A studio," I replied. "What is its name?" He pressed. "I am familiar with the prominent high-fidelity gaming guilds and studios, such as Conqueror, Overlord, and Jiashan. Pray, enlighten me." "Dragon Slayer," I admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yin Zhao Wushuang pondered for a moment, then remarked with a cough, "I truly do not recall this studio. However, it is evident that having a master like you, Xiaoao, must indicate great potential. In any case, do consider it. Perhaps when your Dragon Slayer studio is established, joining our Prague guild would be a splendid endeavor. You see, the young lady Qin Qian speaks of you often, referring to you as an intriguing melee healer. Moreover," Yin Zhao Wushuang lowered his voice, "she is single, and her mother arranges blind dates for her daily." I burst into laughter. The face of Yu Qiqian turned a shade of green, exuding a fierce aura. "You old man, do you wish to meet your demise?" Yin Zhao Wushuang laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "I have no intention of dying." "Well then, I must be off. You all carry on with your conversation. And Xiaoyao, please provide us with more high-tier mana potions, as our Prague guild will continuously challenge various maps and explore. We seek an endless supply of superior potions." I nodded in agreement. As Yin Zhao Wushuang and his companions began to depart, I called out, "Uncle Yin Zhao, wait a moment. What is it?" He turned around. I rubbed my hands together, grinning. May I inquire about how you execute your combos? I have been studying for quite some time and have yet to trigger them." Yin Zhao Wushuang paused, then laughed. "Well, once you join our Prague, I will reveal the secret to you." Darn, he is indeed withholding techniques. I sighed, realizing that Yin Zhao Wushuang was quite stingy. No matter. I shall explore this on my own without seeking assistance. Turning towards Yu Qingqian, I extended my hand. "Come now, hand me the cold wind grass. I'm going back to refine some level 4 mana potions." Chapter 32. Lin Water at level 30. Yu Qiqian gracefully approached and presented 2 sets of frost windgrass, pouting slightly. Alas, I had intended to keep a couple of sets as mementos. What for? To commemorate the elixirs we crafted, of course. They should be remembered once consumed. Assassins don't require blue mana, only energy. Very well, I shall return to the city to refine elixirs. Would you care to join me? Level 4 Frostwind Elixir restores 300 points of magic. Does Bragg need any? Absolutely. Yu Qiqian blinked, adding, during our recent battle, our several spellcasters exhausted their mana using the rock-piercing skill against the boss. Consequently, they could not sustain their output, leading to our defeat against the General's clan. Otherwise, General Li Mu and Wang Jian would have surely been eliminated by our concentrated fire. I nodded, all right. Then let us return to Ba Wang City together using the return scroll. Sure. With a flash, 2 figures emerged from the teleportation array in Ba Wang City. At this stage, players had little gold, and few were willing to spend 1 gold for a return scroll, leaving the teleportation array rather deserted. Upon reaching the warehouse manager, I conversed and retrieved a batch of alchemical furnaces and awakening water that I had previously purchased. Standing beside the warehouse, I summoned the alchemy interface, meticulously placing the materials. And soon, a pristine elixir materialized in my hands. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted the level 4 elixir, Frostwind Elixir. As the first player to complete the level 4 elixir crafting, you receive a reward, Charm 1. With 13 points of charm now. Though uncertain of its significance, its presence on my personal panel surely indicated its value. After all, more attributes can only be beneficial. Who would complain about having too many? Yu Qiqian stood beside me, her big, watery eyes fixed on my elixir crafting. I glanced at her and inquired, beautiful Qiqian, how much do you plan to sell the level 4 Frostwind Elixir for? Yu Qiqian pondered, I'll consult with my uncle. I cannot decide this alone. A short while later, she looked up and said, Uncle suggested that the level 3 7-star elixir is priced at 4 silver each. As for the level 4 Frostwind Elixir, with a 50 increase in restorative effect, the price should also rise by 50. So, you can sell it to me for 6 silver each? My face turned pale. Is that how your uncle calculates? Bragg will surely go bankrupt. Qiqian, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. The price for the level 4 Frostwind Elixir is set at 10 silver each. I assure you, if I reach out to other major guilds, they would pay 20 or even 30 silver without hesitation. Your uncle is quite the shrewd businessman. Yu Qiqian chuckled. All right. Let us settle on 10 silver each then. You are truly honest, brother Xiaoyao. I pursed my lips. I merely wish to earn more and cultivate friendships. Indeed. Yu Qiqian settled down beside me, setting up a stall as she waited for me to craft the Frostwind elixirs, engaging me in conversation. Xiaoyao, did you know? General Li Mu holds your abilities in high regard, claiming you to be the foremost healer in Ba Huang City, as well as possessing the strongest individual combat prowess. What is your perspective on this? The accolades of others are but ephemeral. I touched my nose, responding somewhat begrudgingly. Qiqian, you must have observed that in a one-on-one confrontation, I am scarcely a match. Generals Wang Jian, Li Mu, and Bai Qi could undoubtedly dispatch me in a mere round. In terms of personal combat capabilities, I am significantly inferior to you all. Victory in a duel is beyond my reach. Yu Qiqian smiled faintly. You are being overly modest. Your demise at the hands of Wang Jian was merely due to your cloth armor, which is ill-suited for melee combat. Observe how the cloth-armored members of the general's lineage maintain their distance. Once drawn close, it is akin to courting death. Moreover, your instant healing abilities are quite remarkable. In my extensive gaming experience, I have encountered fewer than 10 players in the priest class who possess such skill. I cast a sidelong glance at her. How old are you to claim such extensive gaming experience? Yu Qiqian, slightly indignant, straightened her figure, exclaiming, I am already 19 years old, and I have been gaming for 3 years. What of it? I chuckled. You are merely showing off your naivety. Since my retirement, spanning from 2012 to the present, I have immersed myself in various games such as Blade Soul, Conqueror, and Overlord, from 3D to realistic simulations without missing a single title. You have only 3 years of experience. Wait? Yu Qiqian gasped, wide-eyed. Brother Xiaoyao, you retired? Did you serve in the military? Realizing I had inadvertently revealed too much, I hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. Qiqian, are you and Yue Liang sisters? Are you twins? You look strikingly alike. Yu Qingqian laughed lightly and chose not to pursue the matter, replying, Indeed, Wei Liang is my twin sister. We have traversed several games together. Very well. How did you both come to know Yin Jiao Wuxuan? Well, Yu Qingqian pondered. He is a friend of my father and an avid gamer himself. He oversees the development of the Prague Guild in this game, and my sister and I joined him, directly becoming part of the guild's management. But you, Xiaoyao, what is your true identity? You seem like an enigma, difficult to decipher. I replied nonchalantly, I am a man as fleeting as the wind. After a considerable time, I finally completed the alchemical process. In my inventory and warehouse, I had crafted a total of 900 fourth-level potions. Regrettably, the distribution of frost windgrass was rather scattered, allowing me to gather only that amount in a day. However, my proficiency had surged to 49. With just a bit more effort, I could elevate my alchemy skill to level 5. At that point, I would truly stand unrivaled. I decided to trade, giving 800 potions to Yu Qingqian while retaining 100 for personal use, earning 80 gold coins. Upon returning to the treasure vault, I noticed the gold to RMB exchange rate had begun to decline. 1 gold coin could only be sold for 20 renminbi. Consequently, I promptly listed 100 gold coins at 19 renminbi each, eager to offload them before they depreciated further. A few minutes later, I acquired 1,900 renminbi, bringing my total to 12,000 renminbi. The grand scheme of wealth progresses further. As Yu Qishan held the heavy elixir, her face radiated joy. Just as she was about to depart when I suddenly called out to her, Qishan, what is it, Xiaoyao? I have 2 pets. Would you care to consider them for your adventures in Prague? What kind of pets? I swiftly gestured, and 2 green rock skeletons materialized before her, one boasting an impressive 75 excellence, and the other at 49. Yu Qishan squinted her beautiful eyes and smiled. That one is a superb defensive pet. I nodded. Indeed, while your guild is exploring and battling bosses, should the monk and knight fall, such a pet could prove invaluable, enhancing both health and resilience attributes, rendering it invincible in defense. What say you? Yu Qingqian bit her red lip, her eyes gleaming with desire, clearly yearning for it. I observed her and chuckled. Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Well, she nodded. I am in need of a defensive pet to withstand monsters. But I cannot use guild funds for personal purchases. My own finances. Well, my father hasn't provided me with much for gaming. I only have 20 gold. After pondering for a moment, I proposed, then, I shall sell you the 75 excellent green rock skeleton for 20 gold, leaving you some to purchase health potions. What do you think? Really? Her excitement was palpable. I assured her, indeed, why would I deceive you? Great. She eagerly opened the trading interface, and soon the 20 gold was in my possession once more. The lucrative nature of high-level players' sealed pets is indeed remarkable. It has already become common knowledge on the forums, with thousands of players gathering daily near the poisonous forest, waiting for the level 1 killer bees. Alas, they often arrive too late, and few manage to acquire the illustrations and seal them into level 1 pets. This is the privilege of the pioneers. When the crowd grows, the opportunities diminish. As I watched Yu Qingqian depart, I hoisted my ancient spear and made my way to the square, only to find stalls bustling with activity. On the eastern side of the plaza, a large group of level 1 pets, vampire bats, wasps, and dark skeletons, were up for sale, all marked with their prices and excellence levels. Unfortunately, they were rather overpriced, with a 37 excellent killer bee costing 100 gold, akin to robbery. Struggling to find a gap in the crowd, I swiftly set up my stall and proclaimed loudly, selling black iron thorn sword, 5-star defense 4. 5-star health green rock skeleton, a 30-level monster companion. An absolute artifact for attracting monsters. Come quickly to make your offers. I shall be logging off for dinner in 20 minutes. Before long, a sizable crowd gathered around my stall. The thorn sword sold swiftly for 3 gold, while the 49 excellent green rock skeleton proved to be highly sought after, with the price continuously escalating. A barbarian wielding a battle axe shouted, "Hey, buddy, I want that green rock skeleton. Sell it to me. 10 gold. You must sell it to me. Otherwise, young man, you will find it impossible to leave the city, for should you attempt to do so, you shall face dire consequences." Another enchanting sorceress interjected, "Handsome, I desire the green rock skeleton. I will pay 11 gold. The hunchbacked undead assassin added, "Youngster, I will take the green rock skeleton for 13 gold. Should you refuse, I shall make you experience the sensation of a backstab and the warmth of your own blood." Observing the malevolent crowd, I shuddered and ultimately pointed to the sorceress offering the highest bid. That young lady, I shall sell it to you for 19 gold. Let us proceed with the transaction. Upon completing the trade, I had secured another 19 gold. At that moment, my phone buzzed with a notification from Lin Wanner. Oh, it was time to accompany my beautiful employer for a late-night snack. Summoning the system sprite, I logged off. Downstairs, two lovely young women awaited my arrival. I approached them with a smile, saying, "Good evening, young ladies, and good evening to you. You." Dongqing, you giggled. "Oh, shameless brother Xiaoyao, good evening." I replied. Lin Wanner suppressed a chuckle and remarked, "All right, enough of the frivolities. Let us dine. After a good meal, we shall return and continue leveling up for 2 more hours. Tonight, I aim to ascend the ranks." I questioned, "Must you be so relentless? What level are you striving for?" She replied, "Level 30. I took a deep breath, overwhelmed by her determination. Chapter 33, The Elixir of Death dinner was modest, consisting of Italian cuisine accompanied by a cup of warm milk tea. Cradling the comforting beverage, Lin Wanner sat quietly. The glow of the streetlight cascading through the window and illuminating her porcelain face, while also casting a spotlight between her alluring curves. Today, she wore a low-cut top that exuded a hint of wildness, drawing envious glances from several young men at nearby tables. "Li Xiaoyao?" Lin Wanner suddenly inquired. I hastily averted my gaze from her chest, my heart racing uncontrollably as I replied, "Yes." "Are there not many high-level players in Bahuang City?" Lin Wanner blinked playfully, smiling as she continued, "Isn't the highest-level player the leader of the Prague Guild, Yanzhao Wushuang? What level is he now?" "Yes," I nodded. "Originally, Yanzhao Wushuang was at level 28, but now, after being defeated by the general's family, he has fallen back to level 27. "Oh, the general's family? I haven't heard of them." I chuckled lightly. There are indeed a few skilled players, but their numbers are too sparse to create any significant impact for the time being. Lin Wanner's starry eyes sparkled with beauty as she smiled gently. "Is that so? However, it's true that the competition in Bahuang City isn't overly fierce. The large guilds that have established themselves here are few and far between. Prague, Longxiang, and perhaps just a couple of other prominent families. The top 3 guilds on the Chinese virtual game leaderboard are not even in Bahuang City. With less competition, players can level up more steadily." "Is that so?" "Yet, it's not entirely the case. Outdoor PKs are quite common." "Huh?" Lin Wanner opened her mouth in surprise, a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes as she remarked, "Are you really afraid of PK?" At that moment, Dong Chungyue nudged Lin Wanner playfully and laughed. "Wanner, don't forget about Xiaoyao's profession. He is a wandering healer, lacking much offensive power. As a solo player, how could he possibly enjoy PK? What would he use his handsome face to charge at others?" Lin Wanner pouted her red lips. "Humph, how is he even handsome?" Dong Chungyue squinted her lovely eyes. "But I truly think he is quite handsome, a bright and sunny young man." "Lin Wanner." I cleared my throat to ease the tension and asked, "Miss, what's the situation in Fanshu City? Who holds the top spot on the level leaderboard?" "The leader of the Heroes Tomb Guild, Wang Jian." "Oh, Wang Jian. What kind of person is he?" I inquired, slightly astonished. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, her enticing figure rising and falling as she seemed to choose her words carefully, whispering, "Wang Jian is hailed as the most handsome man in Fanshu City, and he's also recognized as the leading figure in the Revival Flow, standing alongside Jian Fohan on the Chinese server." "Revival Flow?" I responded in surprise. Dong Qingwei chuckled lightly. "Xiaoyao, you're quite behind. Not even aware of some basic tactics in realistic games? The 3 prominent schools of close combat PK, Zhanfu, Jiamai, and Jingji, have garnered much attention, and among them stands a figure known as Wang Jian, renowned as the foremost player in the previous game, Overlord. Mastering the Zhanfu school, he has now entered Destiny, swiftly earning a reputation akin to that of a deity within the realm of Fanshu City." Lin Wanner smiled. "Indeed, he is my idol." I gazed at Lin Wanner, remaining silent for a few moments, feeling an inexplicable sensation within. Dong Qingwei leaned over the table, narrowing her beautiful eyes at me, and remarked, "Xiaoyao, you do not wish for Wanner to have a male idol, do you? Do not conceal your feelings. Answer me directly." I suddenly perceived the sharpness of this girl, casting her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "You are overthinking it. Who the young miss admires is of no concern to me. My sole responsibility is to ensure her safety and well-being." "If?" Lin Wanner inquired. "Forget it. There is no if." Dong Qingwei chuckled. "All right, The atmosphere is quite tense. Xiao, once Wanner and I reach level 30, we shall visit you in Bahuang City. After all, you are our comrade. We cannot allow you to remain alone there. I responded, sounds good. Lin Wanna pouted slightly. Yes, let us take him along to level up. The poor healer. I interjected. By the way, what is your ID? Dong Qingwei asked. Xiao's eye. What? Dong Qingwei exclaimed. Her eyes wide. Could it be? You are the legendary first official healer of Bahuang City? I puffed out my chest. Yes, indeed. Impressive, right? Lin Wanner casually remarked. No matter how impressive, he is still just a healer. How trivial. I clenched my fists. A profession does not determine worth. Even a healer possesses an indispensable role within a team, understand? Let us return soon and strive for level 30. Lin Wanner, sensing my indignation, quickly revealed a refreshing smile. Once you and I elevate our primary skills to LV4, we shall seek you out in Bahuang City. Very well. Upon returning to my dormitory, I did not immediately log into the game. Instead, I opened the notebook of my friend, Brother Jing, and searched for information regarding Wang Jian. To my astonishment, I uncovered details that revealed him to be an extraordinarily formidable opponent. ID, Wang Jian, founder of the second-ranked Chinese guild, Hero's Tomb. He first emerged in the era of the pioneering realistic game, Overlord, showcasing remarkable gaming talent and quickly becoming a sought-after figure. Rumor has it that his real name is Beichin Feng, a descendant of the Beichin family, renowned for their Xingyiquan martial arts in Hunan. In reality, he is equally impressive, the son of the chairman of Beichin Group, with a net worth exceeding 100 million. Most notably, Wang Jian possesses striking good looks, which have made him the object of admiration among numerous female players in Fanchu City. I decisively shut down the database of this individual when Jian, after a brief moment of silence, I contemplated. Xingyi Quan. In my youth, while training in Hunan under my father's guidance, I indeed had some encounters with it. However, I have yet to experience the martial arts of the Beichin family. Perhaps, through the highly immersive game, Tiaming, I may have the opportunity to engage with this legendary pinnacle of Xingyi Quan. It is no wonder Lin Wanner regards Wen Jian with such admiration. He is undeniably exceptional. Yet, how could she overlook the prowess of someone like me by her side? Filled with indignation, I logged into the game, eager to continue my quest and strive for level 30. Although I am currently only at level 24, I am determined to elevate my character. The growth potential of my little healer, dubbed Little Milk Bottle, is formidable, and it is undoubtedly my strongest asset. Leveling up is the path to power. And I aim to reach level 26 tonight while training Little Milk Bottle to level 25, thus enhancing our strength. Upon entering the game, I found myself in the bustling city of Bahuang. I promptly repaired my equipment, stocked up on potions and sealing cards, and stood idle at the northern gate of Bahuang, perusing the expansive map in search of new leveling grounds. I sought locations that were not overly crowded, as the nearby areas were dominated by various teams of middle and high school students. Typically, teams of university students, postgraduates, and working professionals could be found in maps a 20-minute journey away, where the monsters were of a higher level, more suitable for seasoned players. After a considerable search, I finally identified a blood-red dot on the eastern horizon of the map, indicating a creature of at least level 30, perfect for my training. With Little Milk Bottle by my side, defeating monsters 6 levels higher would not pose a significant challenge. Confirming my target, I set off, traversing through a jungle populated by lower-level creatures. Along the way, I realized that my status as a level 24 healer was quite sought after. I received friendly invitations from no fewer than 10 teams. Hey there, level 24 healer. Join our team to hunt level 25 wild boars. There is plenty of experience to gain, and we'll save any cloth armor for you. Bellowed a burly barbarian wielding an axe. The enchanting wind elf mage, on the other hand, was far more graceful, fluttering her wings and hovering a few meters above the ground with a sweet voice. Carefree brother, come join our team to farm the venomous hornets? They're level 27 monsters, and we can roll for the loot together. Indeed, join us. My sister is just 17 and still single. Politely declining their offers, I refrained from summoning Little Milk Bottle, whose striking appearance was too ostentatious for the moment. After nearly 30 minutes of travel, I encountered level 28 hyenas and goblins, yet they were not my targets. These creatures had balanced offensive and defensive attributes, and I carried numerous sealing cards, hoping to capture 1 or 2 high-tier offensive pets to sell for profit. Patience and perseverance are key. Spending over 5 hours on a map can yield lucrative opportunities once the bestiary is completed. In this game, it is all about luck and resilience. And I possess the latter. But I digress. Onward I go. Further ahead, I stumbled upon a quaint, desolate village, devoid of human presence. On one side of the village lay a modest NPC encampment, where a blood-red banner fluttered proudly, the emblem of Ba Huang City. Grasping my ancient spear, I advanced cautiously. Yet, before I could draw near, 2 icy gusts of wind swept past me, prompting an instinctive retreat. Crack! 2 iron arrows embedded themselves into the earth. The vigilant archers stationed at the lookout had spotted me. Hastily raising my spear, I called out, "Hold your fire. I am one of you." One of the archers, a grin spreading across his face, replied, "So you are an adventurer from Ba Huang City. My apologies, I mistook you for those filthy beasts upon entering the encampment." I was greeted by the sight of a robust NPC warrior, his arms bared and wielding a battle axe, seated atop a wild boar. He flashed me a toothy grin, saying, "Young one, to venture into this forsaken land, you possess a measure of courage." I chuckled, brandishing my spear. "Courage is but one of my attributes." "Excellent." The warrior rose, the title of patrol captain Qianlin hovering above him in the air. He clapped a hand on my shoulder and boomed with laughter, "Young one, given your audacity, I have a perilous mission that I wonder if you would dare to undertake." Eagerly, I replied, "I am willing." Qianlin gazed skyward, inhaling deeply before continuing. "This land once belonged to Duke Luolei of Ba Huang City, but alas, several months ago, a malevolent sorcerer arrived, concocting dreadful potions that turned the living into zombies, rendering this place a realm of death. These zombies are merciless, congregating in the sorcerer's underground laboratory. We require someone to descend to the lowest level of that laboratory and retrieve a vial of the death potion. If you can bring it back, you shall be the pride of Ba Huang City and of the Tianling Empire. So, do you possess the courage to accept this task? Ding. System notification. Would you like to accept the main quest, Death Potion? Current task difficulty, B level. Captain Qianlin regarded me with a hint of disdain in his gaze and remarked with a faint smile, "It matters not if you choose to decline. Not everyone possesses such bravery. Should you opt out, you may preserve your life and return to Ba Huang City to boast of vanquishing countless vile beasts, deceiving those tavern maidens with tales of your exploits, and indulging in their company at will. The choice to go or not rests solely on your courage." A tremor coursed through my body, and with gritted teeth, I declared, "I accept this task." Chapter 34. Seizing the initiative. What a spirited lad. Qianlin regarded me with a gaze that was not one of admiration, but rather imbued with a certain message, as if to say, "You thought you could outsmart me, didn't you?" Completing this B-level task alone indeed seemed somewhat formidable. Nonetheless, a promise made must be kept for a lifetime. This is the essence of a hero who champions righteousness. With the ancient spear in hand, I set forth. Upon exiting the camp, to the north lay a blood-red map. Without much contemplation, I knew the laboratory I sought was ensconced within its bounds. As for the entrance, that was a puzzle I would have to solve myself. The sound of rustling filled the air as my white cloth shoes tread upon the supple black grass. Surrounding me were countless skeletal remains, alongside corpses that had recently succumbed to death, slowly decaying. Swarms of flies danced around, and astonishingly, the bodies exhibited signs of slow movement, as if hinting at a resurrection. Yet, one need not ponder. Even if they were to rise again, they would merely be soulless zombies. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon the grand map, and I noticed a blue dot that vanished in an instant. It was not the trace of a monster, but rather a player. Their abrupt disappearance could only indicate 2 possibilities. They had perished or had gone into stealth. Of course, it was also conceivable they had returned to town or logged off. I continued forward, gripping the ancient spear, while simultaneously adjusting my perspective to survey the situation behind me. Indeed, hidden footprints appeared upon the pliant grass. Someone was following me. Without hesitation, I whirled around, sweeping the ancient spear in a wide arc. Clang! Sparks flew as a green dagger grazed the spear, the assailant's sneak attack thwarted. Before me stood a young assassin, likely around 20, well-equipped and of considerable level. ID, Wind Chaser level, 25 race, undead class, assassin. Upon witnessing my evasion of his attack, Wind Chaser immediately launched a second strike, his dagger shimmering with a bloodlust glow, executing a skill intended to stun me, a favored move of assassin players. In that fleeting moment, I trembled my arm, and a 6-pointed star flickered into existence, summoning the Queen Bee. Attack, my dear. The golden six-pointed star glimmered upon the bee's stinger, initiating a level 3 combo. However, only 2 strikes manifested. A level 3 combo can yield up to 23 attacks, but alas, fortune was not fully in my favor. Even so, the damage dealt was sufficient to turn Wind Chaser's visage pale, 319. 334. With those 2 strikes, Wind Chaser's body weakened, and he gradually collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As he perished, his expression twisted with resentment as he gazed at me, murmuring, carefree and untroubled, await your reckoning. This map shall be your grave. Furrowing my brow, I studied his corpse. Where had this adversary come from? Why such animosity directed toward me? It seemed he had been lurking for some time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, only to be caught off guard by the presence of the queen bee, leading to his untimely demise. There are 2 possibilities. The pursuer could either be a loyal follower of Lu Ying, the overlord of the Western Shu, or a member of the general's esteemed family. However, it appears that the likes of Li Mu and Wang Jian from the general's lineage possess admirable qualities. They are honest and passionate young men. Given that neither Li Mu nor Wang Jian could be easily overcome in a one-on-one confrontation, it stands to reason they would have no motive to dispatch an assassin against me. Therefore, there remains but one possibility. Lu Ying, the overlord of the Western Shu, has indeed commenced a genuine pursuit to eliminate me within the boundaries of Bahuang City. Bending down, I retrieved the boots dropped by the pursuer. Upon inspection, they were made of leather and crafted from green rock, quite commendable, though I could not equip them. I tossed them into my bag, pondering that perhaps I could sell 1 or 2 for a decent sum of gold. Shouldering my ancient spear, I shook my head and mused aloud. Regardless of whether you pursue me or not, I shall proceed with my quest. Should you come, I will welcome you. Should you depart, I shall not bid you farewell. As I stepped into a wilderness reeking of putrid odors, I followed the quest's direction to the heart of this map, the most blood-soaked area. Corpses in various stages of decay littered the ground, and the stench was nearly suffocating. Undoubtedly, players who ventured here would promptly disable their sense of smell. However, I chose to endure it, for resilience is one of my virtues. Moreover, every sensory experience within the game profoundly affects a player's perception, and having survived countless life-or-death encounters, I understood this better than most. Pressing onward, a grotesque cave entrance loomed before me, resembling the bloodied head of a giant, half buried in the earth. Its gaping maw revealed a dark aperture, the entrance to this nightmarish realm. The head appeared to have recently begun to decay, with writhing maggots nestled between its teeth. I stifled a gag, nearly succumbing to the urge to retch. The map's design was undeniably macabre. How audacious it was for me to enter this territory. Narrowing my eyes, I brandished my ancient spear and, with my trusty pacifier in tow, ventured into the giant's head. Indeed, a stone staircase awaited me, and though the stench was overwhelming, I found that ignoring it dulled its impact. As I ascended the steps, a chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. You have entered the perilous map, Black Blood Cave, Level 1, Evil Sorcerer's Laboratory. Indeed, this was the place. Before me lay an expanse of darkness, my vision limited to roughly 12 meters. I relied solely on the red dots on my map to locate the monsters lurking within. Upon entering the first level, I noticed the damp, foul-smelling ground beneath my feet. Less than 10 meters away, 2 crimson dots emitted low, guttural growls. This was not a favorable situation. As 2 monsters were huddled together, my hand grazed the damp stone wall as I held my breath and advanced cautiously. When suddenly I encountered something on the surface, damp and mysterious. Bringing it closer to my nose, I detected the scent of pine oil. Raising my ancient spear, its bronze sheen illuminated my discovery, a lamp hanging from the stone wall. Below it was a pull cord. Upon tugging it, a flicker of flame ignited, and the oil lamp blazed to life. Simultaneously, flames erupted across the distant walls, illuminating the entirety of the Black Blood Cave's first level. In the distance, 2 tattered figures resembling zombies stood moaning. Upon closer inspection, they were identified as Brutal Corpse, Common Monster, Level 30 Attack, Defense, Health, Skills, Description: The Brutal Corpse, one of the guardians of the underground laboratory. Unfortunately, being 6 levels above me, I could not discern its attack attributes. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With the assistance of Little Milk, we should manage without issue. Raising my ancient spear, I issued the command, and Little Milk promptly darted forward, launching a series of piercing attacks. After 2 strikes, the corpse let out a horrendous wail, losing 500 health. It was not a defensive type of monster, and could not withstand such relentless onslaught from Little Milk. With its nearly severed head swaying, the two brutal corpses advanced, attempting to strike Little Milk by colliding their heads together. This method was quite savage. Simultaneously, a bluish halo appeared on the foreheads of the corpses, crashing down onto Little Milk with two resounding thuds. 211. 189. Little Milk's health plummeted significantly in an instant, and I nearly lost my composure. Hastily casting a level 3 healing spell, I raised my ancient spear and with a swift thrust, pierced the neck of one zombie. Little Milk continued her assault, focusing fire. And at the 11-second mark, the first brutal corpse collapsed with a wail. My experience points visibly surged. This experience was indeed bountiful. At the same time, the defeated zombie dropped 1 silver coin. What a windfall. I squinted as I picked up the coin while continuing to heal Little Milk, then joined in the attack. In this perilous terrain, the Bawang Bee was undoubtedly the main force, and I officially transitioned into the role of a healer. However, providing health to my pet was no shame. The second zombie soon followed the first into oblivion, crying out as it fell. With a thud, it not only dropped a piece of equipment but also a blood-red card. How intriguing. I bent down to collect it. The equipment was a pair of greaves glimmering with a green sheen, brutal leggings of death, green rock artifact, type, armor defense, 35 strength, 9 required level, 25. A typical strength-oriented piece of armor, quite satisfactory, I thought, as I stowed it away for future sale. Moreover, the blood-red card was what I valued most. Upon unfolding it, I observed that the attributes were indeed promising: fire skeleton, attack, defense, health, agility, magic. Contemplating this card, I mused. While its attack and defense growth may not rival that of Little Milk, with a 4-star attack and 5-star health growth, I recognized the significance of nurturing such a pet. High health and attack power would allow it to compete with melee players. This kind of pet was durable and would surely become a mainstream companion. The fiery skeleton transformed into a beam of white light and entered my compendium, instilling hope that the subsequent maps would harbor the presence of fiery skeletons, particularly the coveted level 1 variant, which would surely bring fortune. Pressing onward, I vanquished dozens of the merciless decayed corpses in conjunction with my companion, the little healer. At last, I discovered a stone staircase in the corner of the first layer leading to the next level. Behind me, the relentless corpses began to respawn rapidly. It was imperative to vacate this area without delay. I cautiously descended to the second level, where a sudden illumination revealed that the lights had activated on their own. This time, I encountered level 30 underground goblins, creatures with hunched forms, standing less than a meter tall, wielding large iron forks. Their grotesque appearance was accentuated by pulsating crimson veins surrounding their bodies, as if they were on the verge of bursting. Though their attack power was modest, their speed was formidable, striking approximately once every second, thus challenging my healing output. Surveying the corridors of the second level, I promptly opted for the right passage, recognizing the futility of engaging every single underground goblin. Suddenly, the first goblin spotted me from a distance and charged forward with its iron fork. My companion bravely confronted it, swiftly dispatching the creature in mere moments. As the goblin fell, it erupted with a resounding boom, splattering the vicinity with a repugnant spray of blood and gore, truly revolting. After nearly an hour of relentless combat, I reached the edge of the second level and finally located the entrance to the third level. Just as I was about to ascend the staircase, I heard the distant voices of players behind me. MD, there are corpses of monsters yet to respawn. Someone has indeed been here. It became evident that the carefree individual must have passed through this area. That scoundrel denied me the opportunity to approach Lin Wanner and Dong Changhua. Just wait and see. Chapter 35. Smoke enveloping the wind and Moon Luing, with his audacious demeanor, had begun to curse me even before our encounter. Naturally, I could not allow such a duplicitous man to approach Lin Wanner, who harbored a profound disdain for Luing. His claims of having seduced 7 of the top 10 beauties from Luhua University were merely a facade. Many women had succumbed to his monetary allure. However, Lin Wanner seemed impervious to such temptations, bolstered by the formidable power of the Tianxing group behind her, which effortlessly eclipsed Lu Ying's stature. Standing upon the stone steps leading to the third floor, I furrowed my brow, pondering how many had come to seize control of the chaos. Should there be too many, it would pose a significant dilemma, especially as I had my own mission to fulfill, while they were solely intent on my demise. Resolving to ascend to the third floor first, I slipped and found myself there, where the system illuminated the lanterns automatically. In the distance, the grand map revealed clusters of flames, monsters, igniting a thrill within me. Oh, I had found them. Fire skeletons. Not far off, a skeleton, approximately 1 meter tall, lay half-crouched on the ground, emitting low growls. It was devoid of clothing, yet enveloped in wisps of fire, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. A level 31 creature, its offensive capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable. My companion, the little one, had already reached level 23, while I stood at 24 with 99 experience. A single fire skeleton would suffice for me to ascend to level 25. And since a pet's level cannot exceed that of its master, my companion would also reach 25. With determination, I brandished my ancient spear, taking the lead. I executed a sweeping thrust. Crack. 147. 189. My attacks against the monsters felt somewhat strained, yet my companion surged forward, delivering a series of blows that stripped the fire skeleton of nearly 600 health points. Meanwhile, the fire skeleton let out a low growl and lunged at me, raising its arm to strike. The sound of impact rang painfully against my chest, as if my ribs had shattered. 389. How vicious. As a healer, I ought to maintain my distance from such beasts. Engaging in close combat with a defense below 150 was unwise. I stepped back, allowing my companion to confront the creature while I continued my assault. Within 20 seconds, the fire skeleton fell, its cries echoing as it met its end. A flash of golden light erupted, and I had ascended to level 25 with 2 experience. The bounty of experience was abundant, and my companion had also reached level 24. Excellent. We would continue to vanquish fire skeletons, and I estimated that defeating 30 to 40 more would elevate me to level 26, a pace of advancement rarely found elsewhere. As I steadily progressed, the synergy between my main character and my pet grew increasingly harmonious. In less than an hour, 2 beams of golden light cascaded down, marking my ascension to level 26, while my companion, Little Nipple, reached level 25. Our offensive and defensive attributes sharpened remarkably. Little Nipple, Berserker B, level 25 attack, 369. 492 defense, 246 health, 615 magic, 246 skills, combo LV3, stab LV3. With an astounding 492 points of attack power, I easily surpassed any melee player at level 30, unless they wielded a mythical weapon boasting a 200-point attack cap. In truth, even weapons with a mere 150-point attack are exceedingly rare at this stage, let alone those of higher caliber. As for defense, my 246 points were on par with heavy armor players of level 30. This level 25 Little Nipple had undeniably become a formidable force. Glancing back, I noticed that over an hour had passed. Yet the likes of Shichu's overlord had yet to arrive, likely delayed by the monsters they encountered along the way. The level 30 beasts were notoriously vicious. Even in numbers, they would face considerable challenges. I decided to focus on my own training, undeterred by their plight. Noticing the time, 1 a.m., I pressed on, resolved to endure the following day's lessons with the prospect of fatigue. The experience gained from slaying fire skeletons was undeniably bountiful. Within 2 hours, I ascended to level 27, transforming into a renowned healer, while Little Nipple also advanced to level 27, with our attributes significantly bolstered. The elevation of a pet grants an automatic enhancement of numerous attributes, unlike players who must rely on equipment for such improvements. Venturing further, I stumbled upon an expansive circular plaza, densely populated by fire skeletons. At the heart of this throng lay a descending stone staircase. Could it be that I needed to eliminate all these fire skeletons to proceed? Moreover, I could manage to confront a maximum of 23 at once. Any more would overwhelm my healing capabilities, endangering both my character and my pet. As my gaze swept over the mass of fire skeletons, I suddenly felt a jolt of excitement. Near the center, close to the entrance, a diminutive fire skeleton roamed, its name and level piquing my interest at least. It stirred my enthusiasm. Fire skeleton, common monster, level 1. To my dismay, the ceiling range was 40 yards, yet I was at least 50 yards away, rendering me unable to reach it. I had no choice but to methodically clear my way in, luring fire skeletons one by one to defeat them. Once I cleared a sufficient area, I would be able to seal it. Filled with exhilaration, I instructed Little Nipple to remain in place. I gauged the distance, cautiously advancing 1 step at a time. Upon triggering the aggro of the outermost fire skeleton, I quickly retreated, drawing 2 towards me, and, in collaboration with Little Nipple. We dispatched them, gradually luring and eliminating more. Half an hour later, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing from the distant corridor. Players were approaching. Squinting into the distance, I soon recognized a familiar figure clad in shimmering armor, wielding a sharp blade. It was Shi Chu's overlord, Lu Ying. He spotted me as well, his eyes blazing with fury as he exclaimed, "Li Xiaoyao is indeed here. At long last, I have found you, and this time, escape will be impossible." However, between myself and the formidable Shi Chu Wang, I have summoned dozens of fiery skeletons, a force he cannot afford to overlook. With their formidable attack power, two of them striking simultaneously could swiftly eliminate him, a level 26 swordsman, should a critical hit occur. Behind Shi Chu Wang, Xiao Zhu Kuai-Pao appeared, along with an assassin, the very one I had previously vanquished, the chasing wind. He regarded me with a cold stare, a dagger glinting ominously in his hand, and whispered, "Boss, my intel was accurate, right? This kid must have accepted a mission to venture into this zombie cave." Shi Chu Wang chuckled derisively, "Let us wait. Once everyone is inside, we will advance slowly. He won't be able to escape." Before long, a formidable group of 5 spiritualists, 3 healers, 2 gunners, 3 archers, and 7 knights entered the dark blood cave, all belonging to Shi Chu Wang. Did he truly gather such a crowd merely to eliminate me? Such an inflated view of my worth as a healer. The chasing wind observed me from a distance, exclaiming, "Boss, he is level 27, leveling up at an astonishing rate. Even surpassing your level." Shi Chu Wang replied with a light chuckle, "So what? Soon, we shall reduce him back to level 26. Xiao Zhu Kuai-Pao's eyes widened as he gazed into the distance. "Boss, wait. What?" Lu Ying was taken aback. Xiao Zhu Kuai-Pao pointed toward the horde of monsters. "Look, there's a level 1 fiery skeleton among them, precisely the creature from the illustrated guide I collected." "Perfect. I have a sealing card." "Excellent." Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily. "Quickly, let us enter and eradicate that kid along with the monster. That level 1 fiery skeleton belongs to us." A chill crept into my heart, facing 50 opponents, especially with so many ranged attackers. A single round could obliterate my 10 lives. I needed to create distance, or I would be unable to fight back. Yet, the thought of relinquishing that level 1 fiery skeleton was unbearable. I had arrived first, and the pet was almost within my grasp. Who would willingly let it go? Regardless of the outcome, I would take down that fiery skeleton with me. Not far off, the spiritualists unleashed their skills, spiritual fire and cold wind, while the gunners fired their shots. They could likely destroy a level 31 fiery skeleton in just 1 round of attacks. Within 2 minutes, they would breach the passage. This was unacceptable. I had to disrupt their rhythm. With this in mind, I swiftly maneuvered toward the hall, positioning myself at a diagonal to them. "Boss, what is that kid planning?" Xiao Zhu Kuai-Pao inquired. Shi Chu Wang scoffed. "Is he frightened? Ignore him. Let us focus on breaking through the passage, and soon we will eliminate him." I took my stand, determining my position on the map, then expertly controlled Bo, my little healer. With a swift motion, the little healer's astonishing speed was fully unleashed, darting into the center of the monster horde. Having attracted the ire of nearly 100 fiery skeletons, it then charged towards Shi Chu Wang and his companions with electrifying speed. Alas, his pet, the little pig, is fleeing, its face turned pale with fear. "Quickly, eliminate his pet to dispel the aggro of the fire skeletons," cried the pursuer. Unfortunately, their pace was woefully inadequate. The archer's calibration was rushed, failing to lock onto the Dominator B. Consequently, a horde of fire skeletons surged forward, their overconfidence proving fatal. "Retreat, fall back to the 2nd level immediately." In this dire situation, Lu Ying displayed commendable adaptability. However, with nearly 100 fire skeletons charging en masse, escape was not an option in the blink of an eye. A significant portion of the players fell, a gruesome sight with almost 40 corpses lying motionless. "Damn it, you will pay for this." Lu Ying's curses echoed from a distance. I chuckled softly, summoning the little pacifier that had been slain by the monsters, continuing my onslaught against the creatures, drawing ever closer to the level 1 fire skeleton. After nearly half an hour, silence enveloped the air, and I found myself mere yards from the level 1 fire skeleton. Just 2 more kills to go, my heart raced with anticipation. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance to the 3rd level. A figure tumbled down, accompanied by anguished cries. It was a stunning female assassin, with approximately 40% health remaining, her complexion fair and captivating. Hot on her heels was a player, the pursuer. Thinking of escaping? You arrogant wench, you shall perish. At the instant the pursuer brandished his dagger, the lady swiftly seized his wrist and, with a deft maneuver, thrust the dagger into his back. With a splatter of blood, the pursuer crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Yet, the assassin herself shuddered, a crimson blossom erupting from her shoulder, having been struck by a shot from a player wielding a formidable firearm. With gritted teeth, I could not stand idly by. I drew my sword to assist. Brandishing my ancient gun, I rushed to her side, casting a healing spell that restored her health, while my little pacifier darted forward, delivering a flurry of strikes that felled the gunman. Grasping the assassin's arm, I whispered, "Let us flee." We found temporary safety within the confines of the plaza. Pausing to catch our breath, she widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Your black, flying hornet is truly impressive." I nodded humbly, "You flatter me." Glancing at her ID, I noted her name, Smoke Locking the Wind Moon, a level 24 human assassin, skilled indeed. "How did you find yourself pursued by the players of the Dominator?" I inquired. Pouting slightly, she replied, "I have no idea. I originally intended to descend for leveling up, but unexpectedly they ambushed me at the second level, killing my vampiric bat. A gift from my brother. So, I stealthily made my way to the third level, only to be discovered again." I pursed my lips. "Very well, join me. I shall draw the monster's attention while you take them down." Agreed. 3 fire skeletons were summoned in succession, and under her relentless backstabs, they were swiftly vanquished. I approached the ceiling location and exclaimed with a smile, "Fengwei, wait until I seal that level 1 fire skeleton." "Huh?" She opened her mouth in surprise, then nodded in agreement. "All right." With a swift motion, I cast the first sealing card, miss. The second card followed suit, also resulting in a miss. Growing anxious, I noticed that Fengwei seemed even more agitated than I. Her dagger shimmered with a faint glow, and a sense of unease washed over me. Could it be? No way. Just as I threw the third sealing card, a flash of crimson light darted past, and a dizzying icon appeared above the head of the little healer, rendering her stunned. Simultaneously, a chilling glint emanated from Fengwei's enchanting eyes as her dagger plunged into my side. 312. Behind me, the sound of bats screeching filled the air as another attack struck, causing 200 health points to vanish. The sudden turn of events occurred too rapidly for me to even have a moment to apply a healing spell. Chapter 36, laying down the blade and turning back yet. All I could see was the emotionless gaze of Yen Sua Fengyu, who coldly remarked at the moment I departed, "This is the consequence of challenging the formidable Xiongba Fengyun." With a sudden rush, my body relaxed, and I transformed into a spectral form, materializing in a nearby graveyard, a mere 10-minute journey to the Black Blood Cavern, just beyond the NPC sentry post. However, in my effort to extricate Yen Sua Fengyu from peril, I had slain a gunslinger, marking myself with infamy. The penalty of 100 points of malevolence caused me to plummet a level, descending from 27 to 25, a substantial loss indeed. Standing alone in the graveyard, I inspected my belongings and gear. My white armor leggings and bracers had vanished. Fortunately, the ancient ingot gun remained intact, for its loss would have been a heart-wrenching blow. Additionally, some equipment from my inventory had been lost. The cost of dying with a red name was exorbitant. Clenching my fists, I understood all too well that Yen Sua Fengyu was an agent of Lu Ying, a ruthless individual. To lure me into a trap, Lu Ying had orchestrated this elaborate ruse, sacrificing the first level of the pursuer to garner my sympathy and trust. Truly, the human heart is inscrutable, a lamentable reality. Without a trace of anger, I managed a faint smile, gripping the ancient ingot gun as I propelled my spectral form towards the Black Blood Cavern. A glance at my pet space stirred my emotions. Rather than anger, I felt an overwhelming joy. For within my pet space resided a new companion, a fiery skeleton wreathed in flames, a true treasure. With a wave of my hand, the attributes of the fiery skeleton materialized before me, further igniting my delight. Fire skeleton, level 1 attack, defense, health, agility, magic, excellence. 100. A line of text floated before my eyes, electrifying my entire being. What extraordinary fortune! Was this my first pet with a 100 excellence rating? With the fire skeleton's attack and health growth, combined with its perfect excellence, it would surely be formidable in the early stages. Indeed, it surpassed the silver-feathered bird and the killer bee I had previously sold by more than a factor of 2. Splendid. Even if the task remained unfulfilled, this bounty rendered the endeavor worthwhile. The value of this fire skeleton alone must exceed 100 gold coins. What a windfall. Rushing back through the cavern's third level, I beheld from afar the gathering of Shi Chu Ba Wang, Yin Sua Fengyu, and the pursuer, as they methodically cleared the ranks of fire skeletons, for the entrance to the fourth level lay at the heart of their assembly. My body lay quietly among them. And as the system prompted me to revive, I promptly dismissed the notion. To resurrect now would be tantamount to courting death. A fleeting glance fell upon my lifeless form. Yin Sua Fengyu, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, remarked, Xiao Yao Zizai must have loathed me by now. I deceived him so thoroughly. The wind chaser turned with a smile and said, do not take it to heart. This individual has been obstructing our ambitious leveling plans in Ba Huang City since his arrival. Humph, he met his rightful end. Yin Sua Fengyu, dagger in hand, inquired, is that truly our freshman from Luhua University, Li Xiao Yao? Indeed, you can verify the records, Li Xiao Yao, a freshman in class 1 of the Chinese department. Despite this, Yin Sua Fengyu appeared quite troubled. Lu Ying approached, brandishing a blade, and playfully slapped her rounded posterior, enveloping her in an embrace while gently kneading her form. He laughed. So why are you so concerned? Remember, you are mine, and you shall always stand by my side. You aren't infatuated with that lad, are you? Yin Sua Fengyu opened her mouth as if to speak but hesitated. After a moment, she playfully thumped Lu Ying's chest and laughed. What nonsense. Am I to fall for Li Xiao Yao? Absolutely not. Though he is undeniably handsome, I am not attracted to such a feeble man. Surely, you know my preferences? Lu Ying chuckled heartily, leaning down to bestow a deep kiss upon her crimson lips, his hands wandering to caress her bosom as he said, once we finish this map, I shall ensure you have a delightful time, haha. Yin Sua Fengyu, flushed with emotion, squirmed in Lu Ying's embrace. Xiao Zhu Kuai Pao, wielding a firearm, interjected, ahem. Boss, let us hasten to slay the monsters so we can enter the fourth level. I reckon Xiao Yao Zizai's spirit has returned by now. Perhaps watching us from nearby. This display of affection might just infuriate him. And as the saying goes, those who flaunt love meet a swift demise. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, addressing the empty space behind him with a grin. Li Xiao Yao, do you see? This beautiful woman is mine. Do you still wish to play the hero? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect. I clench my fists, standing motionless, thinking, a gentleman waits patiently for revenge. I shall endure a little longer. In less than 30 minutes, the 40 members of Xiong Ba Feng Yun had obliterated the fire skeletons, even obtaining several green rock equipment pieces, their spirits high as they praised the map's bounty. Just before entering the fourth level, Xiong Ba Feng Yun surveyed my corpse and commanded, leave 3 to guard his body. The rest, follow me into the fourth level. The boss within this map should still be present. We must not disrupt our rhythm in slaying it. Yes, boss. A knight and 2 gunners remained beside my remains. I chose to remain in my ghostly state, trailing them into the fourth level, which featured a black blood zombie map with level 33 monsters, possessing formidable attack power. However, Lu Ying had brought along 40 players, all above level 20, more than capable of dispatching the black blood zombies with ease. In the ethereal realm, my soul lingered in a corridor on the 4th floor. From a distance, I beheld a foreboding sight. Behind a throng of black-blooded zombies, a shadowy figure sat ensconced in a corner, gripping a staff. Its hair was wild, its visage dark and grotesque, neither human nor specter, exuding an aura of terror. Above this ominous being floated the striking inscription, Wizard Bick, Golden Tier Boss, Level, 35 Attack, Defense, Health, Skills. Description: the malevolent Wizard Bick, once the royal mage of the 8 desolate city, had gained considerable renown during his youth as he traversed the 7 great empires of the continent. However, by some twist of fate, he delved into dark magic, becoming irrevocably ensnared in the shadows. Ultimately, he concocted a potion of death, rendering him one of the most wanted criminals in the Celestial Wing Empire. I inhaled deeply. A level 35 golden boss capable of dropping golden tier equipment was indeed formidable. At this stage, not a single piece of golden gear had surfaced across the entire server, nor had even a silver item appeared. The highest tier available was bronze, with major guilds challenging silver and golden bosses to procure superior equipment. The rarity of this level 35 golden boss was thus evident. Should it drop a golden item, it would be a sensation. Regrettably, I was alone. Was I to merely watch as the tyrant of the realm vanquished Wizard Bick? That was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, beside Bick lay a vial of green potion. Unmistakably my quest item. Obtaining it would signify the completion of my task. From a distance, Luing also spotted the boss and could not contain his elation, his sword emitting a sharp cry as he dispatched a black-blooded zombie, exclaiming, "Delightful. Indeed, there is a boss, and a golden one at that. Li Xiaoyao has truly bestowed upon us a grand gift." Beside him, the player known as Little Piglet frowned and cautioned, "Boss, let us not be too hasty in our joy." He whispered a few words, and soon, a knight let out a cry as he fell victim to the claws of a black-blooded skeleton. I narrowed my eyes, quickly grasping the situation in my spectral state. Living players could not perceive me, yet those in a similar state could. They intended to sacrifice a knight to ascertain whether I still drew breath? How merciless! Without hesitation, I summoned the system sprite and logged out. You have your stratagems. I possess my means of evasion, who fears whom? Removing my helmet, I brewed a cup of coffee and settled by the window, gazing at the starlit sky. On the adjacent bed, my friend, Glasses, also removed his helmet, regarding me with surprise. "Lee, while everyone else is busy leveling up, how is it that you find time to sip coffee at this late hour?" I smiled slightly. "Oh, nothing much, just taking a breather. I'll log back in shortly. Tonight shall be an all-nighter, and I'll catch up on sleep during class tomorrow." Glasses grinned. I was thinking the same thing. Truly, great minds think alike. After a full 30 minutes, I logged back in. With a flourish, the soul manifested on the 4th level, and the fallen knight had indeed resurrected. It was evident that he could hardly wait for me for 30 minutes. And even with 40 players, they might not triumph over a level 35 golden tier boss. They were all acutely aware of this necessity for utmost effort. Otherwise, the wizard Bick might unleash a massacre upon the realm today. After waiting for nearly 4 hours, as dawn approached, Luing and the others finally eliminated the black-blooded zombies and prepared to confront the boss. "Everyone, be cautious. The monk shall lead the charge and draw the boss's aggro. Healers, ensure the monk is well supported, and melee fighters, advance in groups of 3. Ranged classes, manage your firepower carefully and avoid overtanking." Luing, wielding her sword, stood at the forefront, directing the battle with poise. Beside her, a level 20 monk player brandished an iron staff and charged forward. Indeed, his bald head shone brightly, but his armor offered formidable protection. Before reaching the boss, he halted abruptly, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, he raised one hand, and a golden light enveloped the wizard's head. Casting the skill put down the knife at level 3, reducing the target's attack power by 3% and attracting a significant amount of aggro. Cackling laughter echoed through the corridor as Wizard Bick erupted into a fit of mirth, rising suddenly, surrounded by swirling magical energy, brandishing a skeletal staff. "Damn you, Ents. Are you the lackeys of the old dog Luo Lei from Bahuang City? It seems so. Come, let me assist you in opening the gates of hell. I intend to slaughter you all." With a flourish, his staff summoned a thunderbolt that crashed down upon the monk. 591. The members of the Xiong Ba Feng Yun stared in astonishment. "Quickly, heal up. We're moving in." Chapter 37. The sword of Chi-Ching. A surge of black flames engulfed the crowd as 3 wind elf mages and a human gunslinger fell simultaneously, each suffering over 500 points of damage from the attack of the wizard Bick. "Be cautious," Luing urged, executing a series of rapid strikes while gritting his teeth. "The cooldown for this dark fire impact is 15 seconds. Ranged comrades, be sure to evade." Before he could finish, Wizard Bick raised his staff high, chanting loudly, "Gazing upon the gates of immortality, guardians of hell, reveal your fangs and let the world witness your brilliance." I summoned Hellhound. With a howl, a black hexagram spun, and a blood-red head suddenly emerged, followed by its crimson claws. The Hellhound, roughly the size of a giant lion, immediately struck the 2 monks from the dominators of the wind and cloud, the sound of impact resonating sharply as they fell to the ground without a word. 771. 810. The ferocity of the Hellhound's physical attack was indeed a nightmare for melee players. Ing Sufinjayu swiftly approached, his dagger poised, and shouted, "The Hellhound has only 4,000 health. We must eliminate it quickly, or we shall all perish. Ranged fighters, shift your targets." As the frost wind spell surged, several gunslingers crouched down in the distance, the pungent scent of gunpowder filling the air. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and indeed, the Hellhound's health plummeted. Another round, and it was instantly slain. The boss unleashed a fiery impact every 15 seconds and summoned a Hellhound every 60 seconds. Having discerned this pattern, the fight became significantly more manageable. Gradually, the wizard's health dipped below 20, and Lu Ying's expression transformed from tense to relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. Ha! If we keep this up for a few more rounds, we shall defeat this boss. Little Pig, clutching his rifle, advised cautiously, it would be wise to remain vigilant. We've already lost 50 of our personnel. Both teams of 10 are nearly wiped out. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. Yes. If we can hold out for 2 more minutes, we can bring down this boss. Our comrades outside will return to revive us. Everyone stay focused. If we slay this boss, we might obtain a golden artifact. And then our dominators of the wind and cloud will have the means to claim the city of the stag. I gripped my ancient musket tightly. Observing from a distance in my ethereal form, my teeth clenched. Now was not the time to revive. Could I merely watch them succeed in defeating Wizard Bick? Suddenly, calamity struck. A piercing scream erupted as a swordsman was brutally slain by the Hellhound. Lu Ying's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it. Healer, provide healing. Use the life restoration spell. And, Mage, freeze the Hellhound with your Frost Wind spell. Do not let it unleash its full fury. Behind him, the healer's face turned pale. Boss, my mana is depleted. The level 3 life restoration spell requires 30 mana, but I only have 20 left. And the potion is on cooldown. Several other spiritual practitioners gritted their teeth, lamenting, our spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Damn it. Lu Ying, thoroughly enraged, exclaimed. Did you not claim that our endurance was absolutely sufficient? Why can Bragg slay a golden tier boss, while we cannot? A bunch of useless fools. Nearby, Yin Sua Fengwei remarked, it is said that Bragg utilized a level 4 frost elixir for mana recovery, while we only have a level 3 7 stars elixir, resulting in a 33 deficit in mana regeneration. Lu Ying bellowed, regardless of casualties, unleash our full power. The boss's health is dwindling. If we can vanquish it, even if we perish in the process, it shall be deemed a victory. Let the 3 guarding the corpses outside join us. Not guarding the carefree corpses anymore. Little Pig. Run was taken aback. Lu Ying sneered. 5 hours have passed. What a joke. That bastardly Xiao Yao has probably already fallen asleep. What energy does he have left to accompany us at this hour? Indeed, boss. Clutching my ancient ingot spear, I felt an exhilarating rush as I sprinted toward the 3rd level. Just as the 3 dominating players from Fenglan entered the 4th level, I instantly resurrected. With a flash, my corporeal form materialized on the 3rd level. Simultaneously, I cast a healing spell, consumed a frost elixir, restoring myself to peak condition, summoned a little healing companion, and charged into the 4th level. Damn it, the opportunity for vengeance had arrived. I had asserted that revenge would not linger overnight, while the dawn had yet to break. I would eliminate this despicable lot. Upon entering the 4th level, a fierce battle was already underway in the distance. Without firepower support, the wizard had summoned 2 hellhounds, left unchecked to wreak havoc, while the fierce hellhounds pounced everywhere, causing the ranged and melee fighters of Fengyun to fall one after another. I kept a close watch on the boss's health, which was now a mere 3. The end was nigh. Beside Lu Ying stood only 4 Fengyun players. The rest had perished. The assassin, chasing wind, let out a wretched scream, reduced to a mere puddle in the fiery onslaught, while Yin Sua Fengwei turned around and, upon spotting me, could not help but scream, Heavens! What is it? Lu Ying turned, his face turning pale. MLGBD, he is still here. Little Pig, run. Clutching his firearm, asked, what do we do? The boss's health is only at 3. We must dodge Li Xiaoyao's attacks while directing firepower towards the boss. If we kill it, we shall claim victory. Lu Ying's focus remained unwaveringly fixed on the wizard, which was indeed quite astute. With a swift lift of my ancient ingot spear, I pierced through Little Pig, run shoulder, inflicting 189 points of damage. He retreated rapidly, but my speed matched his. The ancient ingot spear swept out at an unusual angle, and Little Pig, run could not evade, taking another shot and finding his health at its nadir. As I delivered my 3rd shot, the little piglet also lowered his firearm, uttering a resigned whisper before meeting his demise. In truth, we should never have provoked the carefree wanderer. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Only Lu Ying and Yin Sua Fengyue remained in the arena. I could hardly be bothered to eliminate them. Instead, I raised my hand and cast a healing spell on the boss. A surge of energy, for 150. In an instant, Lu Ying's face turned a deep shade of eggplant purple. How utterly shameless of you, carefree wanderer, to heal the boss. Before he could finish his words, the hellhound unleashed a ferocious growl, swiftly severing the head of this Western Chu overlord. Task accomplished. On the other side. Under the assault of dark flames, Yin Suo Fengwei slowly crumpled to the ground, her beautiful visage charred. Wisps of smoke curling from her head as she gazed at me in shock before collapsing. The little milk bottle unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the boss. I deftly maneuvered to evade the Hellhound's strikes. The boss's health had dwindled to less than 500 points, precisely calculated. With a swing of my ancient spear, I shattered the heart of the sorcerer. Finally, the last vestige of life extinguished. A golden light descended, and I ascended to level 26. The experience from this golden tier boss was immensely rewarding. Moreover, with the sorcerer's demise, both hellhounds vanished, and to my delight, amidst the sparkling radiance. The sorcerer dropped several pieces of equipment, including a longsword radiating a golden sheen. By the heavens, I had acquired my sword. Could it possibly be a golden artifact? I hurriedly dashed forward, grasping all the spoils, when suddenly a chime rang in my ears. Ding. System notification. You have obtained your first golden tier equipment, Chi-Ching Sword. Would you like to disclose your personal information? Without hesitation, I chose to conceal my name and publish the information. Instantly, a resounding announcement echoed through the air of Bahuang City. Ding. System announcement. A player has acquired the first golden tier weapon, Chi-Ching Sword. As a reward, you receive 3 charm points, 5,000 experience points, and 100 gold coins. Damn. 100 gold coins. I couldn't contain my joy. This reward was incredibly substantial. The Destiny Gaming Company truly was generous. They were practically showering me with riches. After securing all the equipment and collecting the death potion from the sorcerer, I turned to leave, only to notice several flickering lights in the distance. The first batch of players from Xiangbazongyan who had fallen were now resurrecting. Time to go. I was currently marked as a red name, and should I be killed, I would drop my equipment. Losing all my gear would be trivial. But my Chi-Ching Sword absolutely must not be lost. I withdrew a city return scroll, shattered it, but received a notification. You are currently a red name and cannot teleport back to the main city. But you may teleport to the nearest Tower of Repentance. In the Tower of Repentance, for every hour online, 30 points of sin value are deducted. Confirm, let us go? Amidst the astonished gazes of several formidable players, I departed from this realm of chaos before they could act. Darkness enveloped me as I entered an ancient tower, imprisoned within its confines, able only to glimpse the outside world through iron bars. Before me lay a verdant wilderness, alive with the melodies of birds and the fluttering of butterflies, a splendid locale, situated within the boundaries of Bahuang City, its only drawback being my inability to exit. Within the sanctum of the confession tower, I leisurely unwrapped my parcel. Behold, the Chi-Ching Sword. As I grasped the blade, its golden sheen imbued with a hint of azure. A surge of formidable power coursed through my veins. With a swift motion, the sword's attributes materialized before my eyes. Chi-Ching Sword, golden artifact, attack, 210. 300 strength, 25 stamina, 20 additional. Increases the user's attack power by 3 additional. Ignores one of the target's defense description. In ancient times, the Chi-Ching hovered in the heavens, attracting the continent's strongest to seek a divine weapon within its realm, which turned out to be this very Chi-Ching Sword. It is said that this sword possesses divine power, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Required level, 30. A level 30 golden artifact with such awe-inspiring attack power. My excitement knew no bounds as I secured the Chi-Ching Sword in my inventory, reserving it for the day I would reach level 30. Next, I examined the other 2 pieces of equipment, both dropped by golden tier bosses, yet vastly inferior. One was a green rock armor bracer, and the other a green rock leather helmet, neither of which I could utilize. I decided to set them aside for later sale in Bahuang City, where I could easily exchange them for a handful of gold coins. Glancing at the time, it was 6 a.m. My morning class began at 8, and I planned to rise around 7. Not wanting to waste time, I decided to remain in the confession tower for a while, waiting to transform into a white name before I could venture out and revel in my prowess. I did not merely sit idly. With the Chi-Ching Sword, lacking any attack attribute enhancement, in hand, I thrust the blade into the wind, persistently practicing the mesmerizing combos that intoxicate me. I executed thrusts, sweeps, slashes, and collisions in a 5-hit sequence, repeating the motions, yet I was unable to grasp the intricacies of the combos just yet. No matter, I had time aplenty. Chapter 38. A meeting after school at the gate at 7:30 in the morning, beneath the girls' dormitory. I stood there, having spent the night sleepless, my energy severely depleted. trembling as I clutched a roll of books in my hands. Today, as classes were, well, I had forgotten, so I had just grabbed a few random books. Moments later, two stunning figures emerged from the dormitory, instantly captivating my attention. Lynn Warner cradled several books in her arms, their weight pressing against her ample bosom. Undoubtedly a source of immense contentment. She was adorned in a pink and white top, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder, a subtle allure that nearly left me breathless. "What is the matter?" Lynn Wano approached me, her gaze assessing. With a smile, she inquired, "Your eyes are so red. Did you stay up late leveling up last night?" I nodded. "Yes, but miss, your eyes are quite red as well." "Surely, you stayed up late too? What level are you at?" Lynn Wano pursed her red lips. A hint of pride in her demeanor as she declared, "Level 31 assassin. Pretty impressive, right?" Indeed, quite formidable. I had checked before logging off. The top player in the 8 desolate city remained Yin Zhao Wushuang at level 29. In terms of leveling speed, Lin Wan certainly outpaced Yin Zhao Wushuang by a considerable margin. Among the other assassin players, Yu Qi Qian and Yu Weilang were only at level 27. The disparity was evident. "Let us go to class. I'll catch a nap during the lecture." "All right." The three of us walked side by side to the classroom. This time, we did not arrogantly occupy the front row, but chose seats in the middle. Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei sat closer to the aisle, while I settled on the outside, resting my face upon the ancient literature textbook and promptly falling into a deep slumber. Behind us, a group of boys gazed at the two beautiful girls. Yearning to approach, but lacking the courage, they remained at a distance, their adolescent hearts racing uncontrollably. I awoke only when the bell rang for the end of class. Raising my head, bleary-eyed. "Is it time for lunch?" Beside me, Lin Wana replied with a straight face, "Not yet. That was just the end of the first class. Oh, then I'll sleep a little longer." The morning passed in a hazy blur, and at last, I anticipated the end of the third class. I stood up and stretched, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the classroom. "What is happening?" Lin Wanner asked, astonished. I shook my head. "I'm not sure. It seems there is some campus celebrity arriving." I'm not quite clear on what celebrity. Before she could finish her sentence, a girl clad in a green t-shirt entered the classroom. She was stunning, the loose t-shirt accentuated by her well-endowed figure, curvaceous and appealing, her face also quite lovely, stirring the imagination. I stood in the aisle, momentarily transfixed, not solely by her beauty, but by a sense of familiarity. "Who is that?" a few boys behind me murmured. With a slight push of his glasses, Brother Glasses fixed his fervent gaze upon me and remarked, "See you, a sophomore from the Business Administration Department, is quite the beauty. Ranking 9th among the top 10 lovelies at Luhua University." A shiver coursed through me, and an ominous premonition washed over my senses. As anticipated, Siyu approached. Her striking eyes locked onto mine from a mere 50 centimeters away. With a sudden, chilling smile, she questioned, Are you the carefree one?" I inhaled deeply and replied, "And what of it?" Suyu chuckled lightly. "You certainly possess a boldness, don't you?" Behind Suyu, several young men entered, one of whom, resplendent in designer attire, sported a gleaming gold watch on his wrist. This was none other than Lu Ying, the legendary heartthrob known as the jewel of the campus. Lu Ying swaggered over, casually draping an arm around Suyu's shoulders, and leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek before turning to me with a smirk. "Li Xiaodao, you exude such bravado in the zombie cave, don't you?" I paused momentarily. "It's going well enough." Lu Ying's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. "How dare you? Given a taste of sunshine, you bloom like a flower. Are you still dreaming of a hero saving a damsel? Let me clarify. Siyu is mine. You, a mere scoundrel, should keep your distance. Dare to approach her, and you might as well be chasing phantoms. Do you even think yourself worthy of her?" I pressed my lips together, maintaining my composure. "Lu Ying, I never claimed to pursue Suyu. Moreover, she isn't really my type. What exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly." Lu Ying's countenance grew even more uncomfortable as he pointed a finger at my nose. "My message is quite simple. You, a worthless wretch, should not linger before me. Siyu belongs to me, and you are unworthy of sharing the same air as her. Do you understand? A woman of her caliber is for my enjoyment alone. Do not even dare to fantasize about it." Surrounding students jeered, seemingly convinced that I harbored intentions towards Suyu and had thus drawn her ire. Even Brother Glasses adjusted his spectacles, saying, "Li, you truly have some audacity. Thinking you could approach a campus beauty like Suyu." Just as I found myself at a loss, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Lin Wanner, unbeknownst to me, had risen and entwined her arm with mine, resting her delicate face against my shoulder. She smiled softly at Lu Ying and remarked, "Oh, Does he truly not deserve a girl like Suyu? I beg to differ. I think Li Xiaoyao is quite a fine individual. As she spoke, she shot me a playful glance and whispered, "Hurry up." Taken aback, I instinctively wrapped my arm around her alluring shoulders. The moment my hand made contact, a sensation of smoothness enveloped me, and I found myself blissfully overwhelmed. You. Lu Ying trembled with rage. He had intended to showcase his prowess alongside Suyu, only to be outmaneuvered by Lin Wanner. Though Suyu was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lin Wanner, whose appearance and grace utterly eclipsed her. With this move, Lin Wanner had stripped Lu Ying and Suyu of all their advantages in an instant. "Wait for me, Li Xiaoyao," Lu Ying exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at me. "Let us settle this after school at the gate." With that, he stormed out of the freshman classroom, holding Suyu in a huff. I stood there dumbfounded. The phrase "let us meet at the school gate after class," so long forgotten, stirred memories of my student days, a dreamy era that suddenly felt much closer. Beside me, Lin Wanner cast me a sidelong glance and remarked coolly, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let go?" I quickly released my arm from around her, clearing my throat. "Ahem, my lady." Lin Wanner said nothing further but returned to her desk, her gaze fixed on the textbook. She playfully raised a slender finger, akin to a green onion, and whispered with a smile, "Today, you owe me a favor. I'll remember this." I took my seat and murmured, "Yes, I shall repay it." Dong Xingyu leaned over her desk, her beautiful eyes flitting between Lin Wanner and me, unable to suppress a laugh. "Wanner, I think you were quite brave just now, like a heroine coming to the rescue of a bear in distress." Lin Wanner chuckled, while I rubbed my nose awkwardly. "You error, please don't mock me." Dong Xingyu continued with a grin, "Xiaoyao, Lu Ying challenged you to meet after school. Are you going?" It felt as if he had declared war. I pursed my lips. Why would I go? He is so weak, likely drained from indulgence. And he wouldn't even withstand a single punch from me. I'm not stooping to his level. By the way, why does Lu Ying harbor such animosity towards you? I recall his ID as Shi Chuba Wang, and he even has a guild. Ah, last night. We had a few rounds of PK. I see. Dong Xingyu browsed the official forum on her phone and suddenly gasped with excitement. Wow, Wanner, look. The first piece of golden equipment has appeared, and it's a weapon, the Qi sword. A sword-type weapon, ideal for physical classes like swordsmen and knights. It must be the most valuable weapon of all. I wonder who the fortunate soul is. The name is 4 characters long. Who could it be? Lin Wanner chuckled softly. How would I know? My ID is only 2 characters. Could it be Yanzhao Wushuang? Surely not. Dong Xingyu quickly dismissed the notion. Ever since 2013, Prague has been on a decline. Yanzhao Wushuang bears the responsibility of reviving it. If he truly acquired the Qi sword, he would undoubtedly reveal his name to rally new blood for the Prague Guild. He wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Just like when he boldly announced his ID upon obtaining the first bronze helmet. Suddenly, Lin Wanner turned to me and burst into laughter. I felt a surge of indignation. Hey, why do you laugh at me like that? Lin Wanner shivered slightly, her enchanting shoulders trembling as she smiled and remarked, I simply believe that you, my friend, are utterly unlikely to possess such good fortune in acquiring the Qi sword, despite your 4-character ID. I retorted, humph. One day, when I wield the Qi sword, I shall surely frighten you to death. Lin Wanner straightened her posture, her charming curves quivering gently, and gazed at me with a playful smile. Very well, I shall eagerly await the day when you, Li Xiaoyao, manage to retrieve the Qi sword to terrify me. Suddenly, a notification chimed on my phone, indicating that the 100 gold coins I had listed for sale had been purchased at the Treasure Pavilion for 17 renminbi each, totaling an income of 1,700 renminbi. With this, my bank account truly held 15,000 yuan. At noon, after finishing lunch, I escorted 2 young ladies back to their dormitory. With no classes in the afternoon, I dialed Song Han's number. Xiaoyao, what's up? Is there something you need? He answered. Indeed, little wolf. Do you know when the second batch of Destiny helmets will be released? Approximately a week from now, I suppose. Why do you ask? Come to the north gate of Luhua University. I have something for you. All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, a well-worn electric scooter approached with a rush, and Song Han removed his helmet, grinning as he asked, Xiaoyao, what's the matter? I handed him a convenience bag, saying, This contains 15,000 RMB. You should have about 5,000 as well. Once the game helmets are released, make sure to purchase 2. 15,000. Song Han exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement. 1 for me, one for Old K, and we just need one for the Fox. Our Zhanlong Studios reorganization is looking promising. I nodded yes. Once the helmets are available, secure your purchases, then find Old K and the Fox. It's crucial to enter the game and level up quickly, otherwise our levels will lag significantly, making it challenging to develop into a first-tier studio. Understood. After seeing Song Han off, I let out a sigh of relief. This task was halfway accomplished. I must continue to earn money for the reorganization of Zhanlong. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Fiery Skeleton on a leisurely afternoon. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window of my dormitory, I sipped a glass of cool water and hastily logged in. With a swift motion, I found myself within the confession tower. My equipment unchanged. I opened my inventory and, upon inspection, felt a wave of relief wash over me. Both the Qiqing sword and the fiery skeleton remained intact. Indeed, my perseverance throughout the night had not been in vain. Today, Luing had come to our freshman lecture hall, accompanied by Su Yu, clearly agitated. Little did Luing know that my patience could endure for such an extended period. I had spent a full 5 hours in a state of spiritual presence with them last night. For me, it was hardly a challenge. In anticipation of an opportunity to strike, I could wait 24 hours if necessary. Thus, 5 hours felt trivial in comparison. Glancing at the time, I noted that I had 74 minutes remaining before I could absolve all my sin points in the confession tower. I resumed my practice, repeatedly experimenting with my combo editing. With a crunch beneath my feet on the gravelly ground, I executed a sudden thrust, the Qiqing sword piercing forward, sending ripples through the air. With a flick of my wrist, the sword transitioned into a sweeping motion, cleaving through the space before me. My body surged forward, culminating in a final sweeping strike. This 5-hit combo bore some resemblance to the unparalleled strikes of Yin Zhao, yet I struggled to trigger the combo editing opportunity. This assault strategy would be easily applicable in reality, assuming my strength surpassed that of my opponent to effectively collide with their body. Otherwise, it would be futile. It was evident that once I mastered this combo, my personal output would ascend to an entirely new level, vastly superior to my current series of mundane attacks. An hour had flown by, my red name vanished, and I exited the confession tower wielding the ancient ingot spear. Having exhausted my city return scrolls, I had no choice but to complete a quest, earning a substantial amount of experience. I then made my way back to 8 Wilderness City, fortunately not far away. Merely a 20-minute journey. 20 minutes later, I arrived at 8 Wilderness City. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. I checked my level, 26. I was in no rush to level up. First, I needed to dispose of my items and accumulate some gold. Finding a vacant spot in the northern square of 8 Wilderness City, I set up my stall. With a flourish, I summoned forth a blood-red 6-pointed star. And amidst its resonating echoes, a small skeleton, wreathed in flames, emerged from another realm. Its eyes glowed crimson as it displayed a posture of submission before me. Ah, a fiery skeleton with 100 excellence, a blood attack type pet, truly formidable. I revealed the attributes of the fiery skeleton and arranged a few other green rock and black iron items on my stall. Raising my voice, I proclaimed, "Behold this astonishing pet, a level 1 fiery skeleton, boasting 4-star attack and 5-star health, with a 100 excellence rating. Come take a look. Even if you do not wish to buy, spread the word to your friends. The highest bidder shall prevail. Auction lasting 30 minutes. Additionally, high-tier green rock leather armor and black iron plate armor are available. Come swiftly if interested." With a resounding shout, a throng of players was instantly drawn to the scene, primarily captivated by the 100 excellence-rated fire skeleton. At this stage, players had scarce opportunities to collect illustrations, and the number of level 1 pets available for sealing was exceedingly limited. The brilliance of this 100 excellence was simply irresistible. Even the teleportation array shimmered with white light, as players frequently used scrolls to return from the wilderness, evidently placing immense value on the fire skeleton. Ding! A message from the user Moonlight Whisper, Xiao Yao. "Is that 100 excellence-rated fire skeleton from Bahuang City for sale? Are you interested?" I replied, "Moonlight Whisper, I already have a green rock skeleton, but my uncle is quite eager for it. A 100 excellence rating is incredibly tempting. Then let him come take a look." All right. Amidst the crowd stood a young swordsman, level 28, wielding a sword that glimmered with an ethereal light. His armor was at least of black iron quality, all attribute-enhancing gear. Above him floated the title, General Wang Jian, a pivotal figure in the general family. In the realm of heavy armor classes, apart from General Li Mu, he was second to none. Amidst the cacophony of bidding, General Wang Jian stepped forward, casting a piercing glance in my direction. Xiao Yao Zi, where did you acquire this fire skeleton? I smiled. From the Black Blood Cave. Why do you ask? Nothing much. I want it. Bid. 100 gold coins. With Wang Jian's bid, the players who had been offering tins of silver or a few gold coins hesitated to speak. However, just seconds after Wang Jian's declaration, another voice emerged. Humph. You dare bid only 100 gold coins? I bid 150 gold coins. A high-ranking swordsman approached, exuding an air of arrogance. It was none other than Lu Ying, the overlord of the West Chu, attempting to purchase my fire skeleton. Nevertheless, business is business, irrespective of the individual. I smirked slightly. 150 gold coins? The overlord of the West Chu nodded, while beside him, Yin Sua Feng Yu, holding a dagger, gracefully leaned against him, laughing. What's wrong, Li Xiao Yao? Are you worried we can't afford it? I shook my head. Not at all, but I must wait to see if anyone bids higher. Humph. Minutes passed, and at last, Yin Zhao Wu Shuang arrived with a dozen players from the Prague faction. Moonlight Whisper and Moonlight Cool were also present. The atmosphere in the square felt almost palpable as the players from Prague appeared. Everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Given the future battle for supremacy in Bahuang City, Prague was likely to emerge as the final victor, instilling a sense of reverence among the crowd, including the overlord of the West Chu, Yin Zhao Shuang. General Wang Jian clenched his fists, standing poised for action. Yin Zhao Shuang scanned the gathering, a smile gracing his lips. Oh, members of the general family are here as well. How interesting. It seems everyone is intent on acquiring this 100 excellence-rated fire skeleton. As she spoke, Yin Zhao Shuang raised a formidable iron fist, exuding an overwhelming presence. Carefree, I shall acquire this fiery skeleton for 300 gold coins. My heart swelled with joy. Splendid. Someone was bidding higher. General Wang Jian's gaze turned icy. Yin Zhao Shuang, while this fiery skeleton is indeed commendable, it is merely a transitional pet. A discerning individual would recognize that it is capped at a maximum of 200 gold coins. What does your offer of 300 gold coins signify? Yin Zhao Shuang chuckled. Though it is a transitional pet, it can assist its owner in accelerating the leveling process and maintaining an advantageous status. You need not be reminded of the significance of being first on the level leaderboard. General Wang Jian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Very well, since you desire this fiery skeleton so fervently, we of the Wang family shall relinquish it. Thank you. Meanwhile, Yin Sui Fengwei slightly parted her lips and remarked, since the Wang family has no interest, we, Xiangba Fengyun, shall take it for 400 gold coins. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Yin Zhao Shuang's expression soured, and she replied coolly, 500 gold coins. This escalation benefits no one. You should comprehend this, Xiangba. With a snap, Lu Ying grasped the hilt of his sword and icily stated, in the world of commerce, fair competition prevails. What is it, Yin Zhao Shuang? Do you intend to leverage your influence over us? Yin Zhao Shuang shrugged with a smile, responding, you are overthinking it. That is not my intention, however. I have heard about the deep-seated enmity between your Xiongba, Fengyun, and Carefree. In less than a week since the server opened, there have already been over 3 outdoor PKs. Are you truly willing to acquire a pet captured by your adversary? Lu Ying cast a disdainful glance my way, smirking Carefree. To me, that individual is nothing more than refuse, unworthy of my disdain. Yet, for the sake of the fiery skeleton, a prudent transaction may not be unwise. Dazed, I observed as behind Yin Zhao Shuang, Yu Qiqian gripped the handle of her dagger, furious, muttering, this Xiangba is utterly shameless. How dare he insult brother Carefree? Yin Zhao Shuang remained composed, gently restraining Yu Qiqian's dagger, saying, do not be agitated. We are here for business, not to create enmity with Xiongba Fengyun. Lu Ying chuckled. Indeed, Yin Zhao Shuang is a sagacious individual. So what of this fiery skeleton? Yin Zhao Shuang smiled lightly. Since you desire this fiery skeleton so ardently, I shall yield it to you. I will continue my search for other offensive pets. Excellent. The fiery skeleton is ours. So you swayed her alluring figure. Leaning against Lu Ying, I accepted the fiery skeleton and opened the trading interface, stating calmly, very well, Xiangba, for 500 gold coins, the fiery skeleton is yours. Lu Ying accepted the trade, and soon, 500 gold coins were transferred, the transaction completed. Upon acquiring the fire skeleton, Lu Ying cast a scornful glance in my direction and declared, Li Xiaoao, mark my words. You may have sold me this fire skeleton today, but tomorrow it might very well be the instrument of your demise. Just wait and see. I furrowed my brow and replied, good dogs do not obstruct the path. I still have business to attend to. Kindly leave. You. Luing raised his hand and drew his sword, growling. You truly have the audacity to challenge me at the North City Gate? Life and death are at stake. Do you dare? I glanced at the Qingsheng sword within my bundle, then considered my own leveling progress, and chuckled. Let us not prolong this. I have no time to engage in a duel with someone like you. Please, depart. With that, I raised my hand and summoned a six-pointed star, releasing the Overlord Beast's small pacifier. I looked at Luing and coolly stated, can your pet withstand an attack of 492 with a level 3 combo? Depart now, lest you humiliate yourself. Luing shivered, seemingly sensing the menace of the Overlord Bee. Meanwhile, Yu Qian, brandishing a dagger, interjected, if you are so eager for a duel, I shall gladly oblige. Luing shot her a sidelong glance, his eyes lewd, and replied with a smirk, let us not. While you possess a pleasing appearance, your bust is merely a C cup. I have no interest in you. Yu Qian, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration. Yin Zhao Wushuang, observing the scene, muttered softly, Qian. Enough. Let us focus on leveling up and avoid unnecessary conflict. Oh. The charming little girl glanced at me with a smile and followed the elder gentleman away. I settled down by the city wall, continuing my sales at a price 30 below the market value. In no time, I had liquidated my inventory of various mid-tier and low-tier equipment. Subsequently, I repaired my gear, stowed away the Qiqing sword, and with the ancient ingot spear in hand, set forth on my journey, determined to reach level 30 today. Chapter 48 Letter prepared for everything. I suddenly felt my feet grow heavy, as if I were confronted by an exquisitely alluring beauty, poised and graceful. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled that I had not visited the Lord of Bong City in quite some time. It would be prudent to pay a visit. Many formidable quests are issued by such grand bosses, and there could be no harm in checking in. With the ancient ingot spear in hand, I jogged to the Lord's mansion, only to find a considerable number of players lingering about. They appeared as agile as monkeys, anxious not to miss any main storyline quests. Engaging in dialogue with the NPCs of the Lord's mansion, even the cleaning lady was not overlooked. I approached directly to converse with Duke Lorelei, the Lord of Bong City. With his face adorned by a bushy black beard and clad in heavy armor, Duke Lorelei regarded me with a hearty laugh, his robust hand suddenly resting on my shoulder. Young healer, I did not expect someone so youthful to possess such remarkable talent. Very well, I entrust you with a most significant task. Ding. System notification. Due to your charisma exceeding 15 points, you have triggered a main quest. Will you accept the quest, a letter? Current quest difficulty, AA, a letter? An AA level quest? I widened my eyes. Surely this AA level task would be exceedingly formidable. I struggled through B level quests. How could I possibly endure an AA level challenge? Nevertheless, the main quest lay before me, and I could not afford to forfeit it. I would obtain it at all costs. I chose to confirm. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the main quest, a letter, at AA level. Quest details. Take Duke Lorelei's letter to Phoenix Valley and seek out Major Pachio stationed there. Present your letter to Major Pachio, and he will assign you a new task. With a soft thud, the parchment crafted from sheepskin landed in my inventory, shimmering with a golden hue, signifying the extraordinary nature of the task item. Duke Lorelei crossed his arms, his stature towering at least 2.5 meters. As imposing as a mountain, his gaze scrutinizing me, he remarked with a smile, Young one, I have not seen my son, who is on an expedition, for 7 years. Whether I receive a reply depends on your success. I frowned slightly, though I did not fully comprehend. I resolved to follow the task prompts. First, I would head to Phoenix Valley and locate Major Pachio. Onward to Phoenix Valley. Upon exiting the northern gate, I surveyed my surroundings and discerned that no formidable players were trailing me. I promptly brandished my spear and ventured into the thicket. Subsequently, I sought the coordinates of Firebird Valley, located to the northwest of 8 Desolation City, a remote region bordering an expansive ocean, marked in crimson on the map. The monsters there undoubtedly surpassed my level significantly. It appeared I had fallen prey to the machinations of NPCs, navigating through dense jungles teeming with monsters. I maintained a low profile. My petite companion, the little milk bottle, was released and nestled against my shoulder, camouflaged and inconspicuous. Together, we traversed the wilderness for 50 arduous minutes. As we pressed onward, I encountered the 33-level jungle leopards, ferocious beasts adorned in mottled fur. I was compelled to confront them one by one, carving a bloody path toward my quest destination. With a swift thrust, my ancient spear pierced the neck of a jungle leopard. Ahead lay a small hill, and I clambered up its slippery slope, my movements clumsy and awkward. Peering down into the vast valley below, I was taken aback by the sight of a densely packed NPC army. Tents sprawled for miles, the sounds of neighing warhorses resonating through the air. Columns of armored cavalry surged past, their banners billowing, emblazoned with the insignia of 8 Desolation City, identical to the Bloodslaughter 8 Desolation emblem on my shoulder. As long as one belonged to 8 Desolation City, be they player or NPC, they enjoyed a 3 boost to attack and defense attributes. Leaping down the hillside, I lost my footing and tumbled down the slope, landing unceremoniously in a small river. In the distance, several NPC soldiers erupted in laughter. Is that clumsy lad also an adventurer from 8 Desolation City? Ignoring their mockery, I pressed on, spear in hand, into the depths of the encampment until I reached the central tent, surrounded by guards wielding swords. Before I could enter, several approached, swords raised. Halt. Who goes there? Fellow comrades. I quickly raised my arm, revealing the emblem of 8 Desolation City. I am an adventurer sent by Lord Luole to seek out Major Pachio. Seeking Major Pachio? One guard questioned skeptically. What proof do we have that you are indeed sent by the Lord? I produced a letter, waving it for emphasis. Is this not sufficient? The guard's demeanor softened upon seeing the royal seal of 8 Desolation City on the letter, confirming my identity. Very well, brave one, follow us. He cast a lingering glance at my spear, shaking his head in disbelief. In this day and age, a healer wielding a spear instead of a staff is quite incomprehensible. Following the guards into the grand tent, I beheld a colossal sand table at its center. Beside it stood a formidable warrior clad in fiery red armor, none other than Major Pachio himself. Major? This individual claims to have been sent by the Lord to deliver a message. Oh? Pachio chuckled, gripping his heavy sword as he approached me. Young one, though you are an adventurer from 8 Desolation City, I must say your frailty is striking. You possess not even the strength to bind a chicken. How did you manage to arrive here? As far as I know, the area surrounding the Firebird Valley is rife with thorns and wild beasts. How is it that a frail apothecary like you has not been devoured by those creatures? I retrieved a letter and chuckled, saying, how can I possibly feed the beasts without first delivering this letter? Aha, amusing indeed. Upon taking the letter and unfolding it, I noticed a cloud of worry crossing Pachio's face. He looked at me and remarked, the outer layer of the letter is meant for me, but the inner layer is intended for another. Are you aware of this? I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. Pachio clenched his teeth, striking his fist upon the sand table, and muttered, that selfish scoundrel. What is the matter? I inquired. His face was filled with animosity as he replied, Lord Luole. The city lord is a formidable figure whom even the warriors of the empire respect. He has fought countless battles throughout his life and has ultimately shaped the present structure of Ba Huang City. Lord Luole has a son named Luolin, who is exceptionally gifted. By the age of 16, he had already distinguished himself at the Empire's War Academy and, at 17, ascended to the rank of Sky Knight, becoming a rare powerhouse. However, when Luolin turned 19, he abruptly departed from Ba Huang City, disappointing everyone, including his father, to venture to a place no one dares to go. I was taken aback. What place? The Cold Wasteland. Pachio confirmed. The Cold Wasteland? I was utterly bewildered. Pachio nodded and explained. Within the territory of Ba Huang City, though wild beasts abound and the dead are numerous, further north of my defensive line lies a forbidden land. A perilous domain where even a stellar-level sword saint could meet their demise. That boy Luolin, in his quest for experience and to enhance his strength, foolishly ventured alone into the northern Cold Wasteland, his fate uncertain. Thus, this letter is a missive of doubt regarding its delivery. I cannot allow you to perish needlessly in the Cold Wasteland. After a moment of contemplation, weighing my options, I ultimately clenched my fist and declared, it matters not. If I do not attempt this, I shall never find peace in relinquishing the endeavor. Pachio gazed at me and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Young one, your tone resembles that of my youth, blissfully unaware of the world's perils. Very well. You must first prove your strength to me before I can trust you to venture alone into the Cold Wasteland. I nodded affirmatively, agreed. Ding. System notification. Your AA level mainline quest has derived a subtask, Proof of Strength. Task details: proceed to the southwest of Firebird Valley to the Maple Grove, where a band of thieves is stationed. These vile brigands frequently pillage the surrounding villages. Upon locating the band of thieves, you must slay at least 100 of them and collect the tomb rating logs, Chapter 17, from their persons and return them to Major Paccio. A substantial reward and proof of your strength await you. With the task in hand, I set out immediately, summoning my little companion, and headed towards the southwest of Firebird Valley. After approximately 5 minutes, the verdant jungle transformed into a fiery red hue. Indeed, I had arrived at the Maple Grove. The air was filled with a cascade of falling maple leaves, exquisitely beautiful. However, amidst the grove, wisps of smoke spiraled upwards, and tents were erected in abundance, each surrounded by roughly 10 thieves. Approaching slowly, I discerned the attributes of the thief: Crimson Marauder, Common Monster, Level 35 Attack, Defense, Health, Skills. Description: a band of bloodthirsty brigands. Indeed, a level 35 monster possesses a certain ferocity. From a distance, I summoned my little healer, and the spirited creature dashed forth, targeting a solitary brigand beside a tent. After a series of critical strikes, the thief's health plummeted by 700. Yet it still had a considerable amount remaining, approximately 1,700 health for a monster of this level, making it no easy feat to vanquish. Damn it, the invaders have arrived. Once attacked, the brigand immediately raised the alarm, and crimson light emanated from beneath him, awakening a nearby brigand who joined the fray against my little healer. I dared not be complacent. Hastily, I cast a healing spell while rushing in to assist with my weapon. After a flurry of attacks, my healer managed to dispatch 2 thieves while maintaining 74 health, though my magical energy was significantly depleted. Combating higher-level monsters truly demanded considerable effort. With a crack, the second brigand fell, dropping a piece of parchment. Upon picking it up, I discovered it to be the 3rd page of the tomb-digging log, which clearly detailed: today, I unearthed the tomb containing a bronze cauldron. Alas, it had decayed, or it could have fetched me a few coins, perhaps enough to secure a bride. I tossed the tomb-digging log into my satchel, a wry smile tugging at my lips as I pressed on. The brigands were of a higher level, thus granting substantial experience. In less than 2 hours, I had ascended to level 28, and my quota for monster slaying was filled, having gathered 16 pages of the log, with only the final page eluding my grasp. Just as I was engaged in battle, I suddenly noticed several blue dots appearing on the distant map. Players were approaching. The rustling of leaves signaled a graceful figure emerging from the maple grove, a lovely silhouette wielding a dagger. She slightly bowed, her form swiftly sinking into the void, vanishing before my eyes. In that fleeting moment, I caught sight of her ID, Smoke Locks, Wind Moon. The specter of the past lingered. How infuriating. The people of dominance had found me once again. Chapter 41. The Azuride won. The rustling of fallen leaves echoed through the jungle as a throng of individuals surged forward. The Overlord of Western Chu, brandishing a long sword, strode at the forefront, his level 27 status evident. He gazed upon me, standing solitary amidst the foliage, and erupted into laughter, carefree and untroubled. Where can you possibly hide this time? No one can save you now. I gasped in disbelief. On the ground, maple leaves were gently pressed down. It was unmistakably the stealth of smoke-locking Wind Moon. Although the assassin's stealth was imperceptible, it was influenced by the surrounding terrain. No assassin would dare to stealthily traverse through water, as the rippling waves would betray their presence. I raised my eyes to the distance. Behind the Overlord of Western Chu loomed nearly 100 individuals. The odds were overwhelmingly against me. I stood no chance alone. I turned and stepped into a thicket. There was no need to engage them directly. I could wait until I had departed to deal with the thieves, striving to complete my task without losing levels. Once I reached level 30 and upgraded my healing art to level 4, I would be able to heal 600 health points per cast, and my little healer would be capable of standing on her own. Suddenly, shadows darted through the air, followed by a volley of arrows. I hastily retreated but was struck by 2. Quickly, I cast a bleeding cessation spell and looked up to see 3 wind elves archers, bows in hand. Their wings unfurled behind them, grinning at me. The foremost among them sneered, "Li Xiaoyao, under the gaze of the wind elves, do you still believe you can escape? Do you think the Overlord of Wind and Cloud will grant you another chance?" I inwardly lamented. Among the 5 great races, only the wind elves could soar through the skies, launching ranged attacks from above. The group led by the Overlord included no fewer than 10 wind elves. As they had stated, I had no opportunity to flee. Behind me, the Overlord of Western Chu and his companions closed in. while smoke-locking wind moon relentlessly approached to claim my life. I gritted my teeth. I could not strike first, for to do so would mark me in red. Yet, to perish without retaliation was not my style. I had to fight back. If I could provoke a few of the archers to become gray-named, I could slay them without incurring any sin points. In a flash, my little healer soared into the air, her tail adorned with a golden starburst. With swift strikes, she dispatched one of the wind elves who had turned gray from attacking me. Then, with a flick of her tail, she unleashed a thrusting skill upon a second wind elf. The wind elf let out a pained gasp, suffering over 20 health loss, and with a sharp crack, their wings shattered, sending them plummeting to the ground. This was the racial weakness. Exceeding 20 health loss resulted in the loss of flight capabilities. Brandishing my ancient spear, I leaped forward, witnessing the event unfold clearly. With a flourish, my spear pierced the archer's abdomen, inflicting 237 points of damage. The finishing blow was successful. They fell. In the air, my little healer pursued the third wind elf, delivering 2 successive normal attacks, resulting in the demise of all 3 gray-named adversaries. Let us go. As I was about to flee, a gunshot rang out behind me, and I felt a searing pain as I was struck by a marksman's attack. A double shot at that. 257. 224. A timely application of emergency medical aid revived my health, while my healer companion was dispatched to attack that gray-named marksman. Run. Little pig. Assassin. Go. With a low command from the mighty Shichu Wang, my healer dashed forward but suddenly trembled, becoming dazed from a brutal strike. Then, Shichu Wang bellowed, "Spirit mages, cast the frost gale." Approximately 10 spirit mages unleashed their spells, and the frost gale struck with relentless force. 198, 219, 187. Amidst the cascade of damage figures, I had no opportunity to heal. My healer was swiftly eliminated. Shichu Wang Luing leaped forward, his sword slicing through the air as he roared, "Carefree and unrestrained, do not hesitate to perish." Clang! I raised my ancient halberd, attempting to block his sword. But my strength paled in comparison to that of a swordsman. I was knocked back repeatedly, crashing into a thicket of thorns that pierced my leather armor, sending a jolt of pain through my back. Behind Luing, 2 berserkers charged forward, their battle axes ablaze. The fire axe skill struck my shoulders from both sides, tearing through me with excruciating pain. Clarity washed over me. I was doomed. 371. 344. A flash. My soul appeared in a nearby graveyard, and looking at my hands, they were empty. My ancient halberd had been destroyed. Gritting my teeth, I resolved to remain calm. If it was lost, so be it. Let them savor a moment of triumph. However, as a healer facing so many high-level players, I found myself utterly helpless. The opposing team included 5 wind element spirit mages who could soar through the air, capable of dispatching my healer with a single round of their chaotic strikes. With my healer gone, my fate was sealed. At my current level, taking on 3 opponents was already pushing my limits. Moreover, if they were skilled players with pets, I would struggle even to engage in a one-on-one fight. As my spirit wandered to Maple Grove, I beheld Luing and Siyu guarding my lifeless body. Holding the ancient halberd, Luing wore a sneer of disdain. Humph, such a worthless character wielding such a fine weapon. Only in my hands can this ancient halberd unleash its true power. Siyu smiled alluringly. Indeed, that Li Xiaoao fellow, humph, apart from his handsome looks, is utterly lacking. Such a cowardly boy. Beside them, Little Pig furrowed his brow and remarked, "Not necessarily. He faced us without fear. Deep down, Li Xiaoao possesses great strength. We shouldn't underestimate him. After all, we've suffered losses at his hands before." Bah! Luing kicked my lifeless body, declaring, "Now that I stand over him, who is truly superior?" Little Pig planted his firearm into the ground, rendered speechless. After waiting for over an hour without any sign of departure from the other party, I received a message from Yu Qingqian, "Xiaoyaoge. Have you been surrounded by the people of Xiongba Fengyan?" I replied, "Yes, how did you know?" She urged, "Don't worry. I'll bring some people over to help you reclaim your territory." I quickly interjected, "No. Uncle Yin Sha does not support you in offending Xiongba Fengyan on my behalf. It is not worth it. Please, do not bring anyone over." "Absolutely not." She insisted. "I have already obtained your coordinates. Wait for me. I will arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Rest assured, I have not called upon the people of Prague. I am bringing only my friends." I conceded. "All right, thank you, Qingqian." "Hee hee, no need for thanks. I'm already calling you Xiaoyaoge." After shutting off the communicator, another notification chimed. The system prompted, "Player, Song Yu, requests to add you as a friend. Do you confirm?" I was momentarily taken aback. Who could this be? I quickly accepted, only to discover a familiar avatar belonging to a level 32 spiritual practitioner. Quite impressive. The message from Song Yu arrived. "Hee, does Xiao Yao know who I am?" I replied, "Dongqing Yu? Oh, quite clever. Wan Air and I have arrived at Bahuang City. I heard from someone in the background that you have been surrounded." My face flushed with embarrassment. "It's nothing serious, just typical martial arts grievances." "What do you mean by martial arts grievances?" Dongqing Yu expressed her frustration. "You are my friend, and besides, Wan Air has mentioned that you are hers. How can you be bullied? If word gets out, the reputation of our Yutong duo will be tarnished." I found myself at a loss for words. "Just wait for me at Bahuang City. All right, revive soon." Not long after, a group appeared at the edge of the forest. Two figures swiftly approached, followed by several players prefixed with Prague. Indeed, Yu Qingqian and Yue Liang had arrived. This was troublesome. The Western Chu overlord suddenly stood up, gazing into the distance. Damn it. Prague has come to stir the waters. Immediately, everyone prepared to confront Prague. Their numbers were few. Several swordsmen charged forward, but Yu Qingqian's maneuvers were remarkably sharp. With a flash of her dagger, she executed a strike, deftly maneuvering through the fallen leaves, heading straight for a few spiritual practitioners from Xiongba Fengyun. Before closing in, she scattered fluorescent powder, and two assassin girls went into stealth. Behind them, 30 players from Prague launched a large-scale invasion. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, with players falling at a pace far exceeding my expectations. Revive. The corporeal body stood firmly upon the ground, while simultaneously summoning the little pacifier. I unleashed a healing spell to restore my vitality and charged forward unarmed, directing the pacifier to eliminate those gray-named players from the dominators of the storm. The first targets were several spiritualists. They must be vanquished, or else the forces brought by Yu Qingqian would be utterly insufficient for the battle. Clang! A dagger clashed in the void, causing Yu Qingqian to slide backward a few steps along the forest floor. Simultaneously, another assassin, Yinsua Fengyue, was flung back, colliding inelegantly with the maple tree behind her. Yu Qingqian glared at Yinsua Fengyue, gritting her silver teeth. Is this the woman responsible for my beloved's downfall? Ugh, shameless. Cus' expression was grim, seeking death. Mere seconds later, Cu collapsed to the ground, having been backstabbed by Yu Qingqian. Without even a chance to retaliate, her positioning woefully inadequate. Xiao Zizai resurrected, exclaiming, "Eliminate him." The West Chu overlord bellowed. In the next instant, I found myself the focus of fire, and Yu Qingqian urgently called out, "Xiao Yao, be careful." The biting winds wreaked havoc, shredding my cloth armor in an instant. The unfortunate healer fell slowly to the ground, dying once more and returning to level 26. In that moment, Yu Qingqian pulled me into her party, where only two remained alive, Yu Qingqian and Yue Liang. Standing in the graveyard, I swiftly messaged in the party channel, "Wait for me, I will revive shortly." Just 7 minutes to return. "Do not worry," Yu Qingqian reassured with a smile. "There are hardly any dominators of the storm left. Even the West Chu overlord has been slain by my sister." "Ah, that is good." However, mere seconds later, a sudden shriek escaped Yu Qingqian's lips. "Wow, this." In the next moment, her spirit appeared not far behind me. Lamenting softly while brandishing a dagger, an incredibly formidable assassin has arrived. They dispatched both me and Wei Long. I was left speechless. A few minutes later, upon arriving at the battlefield, I found the combat had concluded, leaving a field strewn with corpses. Who could fathom what had transpired? Upon a tree trunk, a pair of snowy white legs swayed gently. It was a young girl clad in leather armor, a fiery red dagger hanging at her waist. A heavy iron umbrella gripped in her left hand. Her visage was flawless, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a true beauty. Moreover, her ample bosom strained against her leather armor, creating an alluring cleavage. Adorning her shoulder was a golden insignia proclaiming her as the third on the Tianbang of Fanshu City, a testament to her identity. She sat languidly, holding the iron umbrella, her exquisite gaze surveying the heap of corpses below, and smiled. "Come now, revive one, and I'll take you down." Dare to challenge me? I stood in astonishment, gazing at the text above this enchanting girl's head and her familiar features. ID. Song Tong LV32 Assassin. Swish. Two figures simultaneously resurrected, Yu Qingqian and Yue Liang. both of whom were even more impulsive than I, charging towards the girl in the tree with daggers drawn. Yuchi-chan's beautiful eyes gleamed with fury. Humph, let us settle this once and for all. From the trunk, the young girl leaped down with grace. Her right hand raised slightly, clutching a dagger that clashed with a resonant sound, forcing Yuchi-chan to retreat. Simultaneously, her left hand wielded a heavy iron umbrella, unleashing its might. With a resounding thud, the umbrella unfurled, its impact formidable, causing Yue-Ong to stagger backward repeatedly. I stood there, dumbfounded, two of Prague's finest players. Yuchi-chan and Yue-Ong were at a disadvantage when united? This individual is truly formidable. In a flash, I respawned and extended my hand, casting a healing spell on Yuchi-chan, whispering, "Cease hostilities." The three ladies turned their gazes towards me. I felt bashful, standing there. We're on the same side. Young lady, what brings you here? The level 32 assassin, Chong Tong, was none other than Lin Wanner, holding the iron umbrella, her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of Moon Spirit, looked at me, and she smiled softly. I heard you were being bullied, so I came to witness the spectacle. Chapter 42, A Misunderstanding Buzz. The crimson dagger pulsated with searing energy, and Yuchi-chan clenched her silver teeth. How could they simply let it go after attempting to kill us once? Let us eliminate them first. I care not for your status as a top expert from the ordinary book city. With a swift motion, her small boots crunched on the fallen leaves as a whirl of airflow spiraled beneath her feet, propelling her forward at an extraordinary speed. With a sharp crack, she lunged toward Lin Wanner, her left hand raised to coordinate an attack with her secondary dagger, both blades aimed for a direct strike, a pure clash of strength. Lin Wanner gazed with keen eyes, her left hand holding an iron umbrella across her chest. Boom. Sparks erupted from the fierce collision. Lin Wanner's strength was no less formidable, perhaps even stronger. Her delicate arm exerted force, instantly sending Yuchi-chan flying backward, while Lin Wanner adeptly utilized the rebound to spring back approximately 3 yards, leaving behind a large miss on her original standing ground. Yue-Yong's sneak attack had failed, seemingly fully anticipated by Lin Wanner. As Yue-Yong's strike missed, her body lost balance, and before she could stabilize, a blunt object struck her shoulder, sending her crashing into the grass, leaves adorning her beautiful face. She sprang back up, casting her gaze toward Yuchi-chan. Sister. Yuchi-chan's enchanting eyes narrowed as she looked at Lin Wanner, her teeth clenched in frustration. Lin Wanner, however, stood there with a cheerful smile, her leather armor shimmering alluringly under the moonlight, her curvaceous figure radiating youthful vigor, complemented by a deep red cloak fluttering gently in the breeze. With her left hand propped on the iron umbrella and her right hand gripping a dagger, she smirked and said, "Ladies, if you are friends of Li Xiaodao, shall we call a truce?" It's all a misunderstanding. Yuchi-chan's face grew cold. Do you think we can just stop because you say so? Do not forget, you have killed at least 5 of our Prague members. I lost 2 levels, and Yue-Yong lost 3. How shall we settle this score? Yue-Yong, dagger in hand, gritted her teeth. If this grudge goes unavenged, it will make her believe that players from 8 Desolation City are easy to bully. Lin Wanner shot a sidelong glance, flames flickering on her dagger, and smiled slightly. Am I forgiven now? At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Enough. Wanner, if they are so aggressive, then let us engage them. We can always apologize to Li Xiaodao afterward. Otherwise, they will think we, the players from ordinary Book City, are soft targets to be trifled with. Yuchi-chan looked up to see a wind elf hovering above, a level 32 elemental sorceress, Sangyu. Swish. On the ground, the body of a barbarian from Prague rose, wielding a battle axe, gazing upward, murmuring, "Damn, it's Sangyu, the 7th-ranked sorceress in ordinary Book City. And that Song Tong, the 3rd-ranked assassin, should be considered the strongest assassin in the current Chinese server, so there was help?" Yuchi-chan glanced up and remarked nonchalantly. I hurriedly stepped forward, positioning myself between Lin Wanner and Yuchi-chan, arms outstretched. All right, it has been stated that it is a misunderstanding. As she spoke, Yuchi-chan pointed towards Lin Wanner, introducing her. This is the enchanting beauty with azure eyes. She is a friend of mine from the real world. We attend the same school. The beauty of the Tsongyue is also here for the purpose of visiting me. Subsequently, she gestured towards Yuchi-chan, saying, Miss. Although this Yuchi-chan hails from Prague, she is also my friend who has been of great assistance to me. It was she who brought the people from Prague to help me when I was guarding the corpse. However, I overlooked the fact that you and Dongxing would arrive so swiftly. Otherwise, such a misunderstanding could have been avoided. Lin Wanner blinked her bright eyes and inquired, "Are they truly here to assist you in battling the formidable Xiang Bafengyan?" I nodded, "Indeed." "Then it truly is a misunderstanding." Lin Wanner gracefully approached Yu Qingshan, and to my surprise, she slightly lowered her body and performed an elegant bow, chuckling. "I was unaware that you were here to aid Li Xiaoyao. I sincerely apologize. I understand that mere apologies hold little value, so I shall express my sincerity to amend my mistake." As she spoke, Lin Wanner's delicate hand delved into her satchel, retrieving a helmet that shimmered with a faint golden hue, presenting it to Yu Qingshan with a charming smile. This frost-scale battle helmet was acquired from a level 31 boss. A level 27 bronze armor helmet. Neither you wear nor I can utilize it, so please accept it as a gesture of my apology for the misunderstanding. Initially, Yu Qingshan intended to decline, but upon seeing the frost-scale battle helmet, her eyes sparkled with desire. Indeed, a level 27 bronze armor helmet was an extraordinary artifact at this stage. Although Yu Qingshan could not equip armor-type gear, it would significantly enhance the defense and attack power of Yin Zhao Wushuang, without question. Accepting the frost-scale battle helmet, a smile graced Yu Qingshan's lips. I never imagined that Brother Xiaoyao would have such powerful friends. The two stunning female players who rank among the top 10 in the Fanshu City level chart are actually friends of Brother Xiaoyao. It is truly unimaginable. I thought this foolish older brother was all alone. Ahem. I coughed lightly from the side, interjecting, "All right, enough of that. No need to take the opportunity to mock me." Yu Qingshan giggled. "Very well, then. There is nothing more to discuss. I shall accept this frost-scale battle helmet. Thank you for the gift, Azurite Beauty. Of course, it pains us that we, including Wei Liang and others, have lost so much experience. Must we remain here guarding the corpse of Xiong Bafengyan?" Lin Wanner pouted. "Guarding a corpse is so dull." However, I countered, "Oh no. Let us stay for at least half an hour. I still have a quest here. I must obtain the last item required to complete this AA level main quest." "What?" Lin Wanner gasped in astonishment, her chest rising and falling dramatically. You have received an AA level main quest?" "Indeed. Otherwise I would not have consented to allow Qingshan to bring people for assistance." "Very well. The East City moon, soaring through the sky, has finally descended to the ground, retracting its ethereal wings. Holding a verdant staff, it smiled and said, "Wayner and I happen to have nothing to attend to. We shall form a carefree group and assist you in completing this task." I felt a twinge of embarrassment. "However, this task cannot be shared." "No worries, we can simply gain experience from slaying monsters. The creatures here possess quite commendable levels." "Very well." As a radiant beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, it cast its glow upon the jungle. Lin Wayner stood there, entranced, as the sun bathed her in warmth. However, her snow-white skin seemed to be scorched, wisps of smoke gently rising from it. This exemplified the disadvantage of the moon spirit race during daylight. Their attack power diminished by 25, and under direct sunlight, they suffered a loss of 1 health per second. I observed her in silence. Lin Wayner blinked her beautiful eyes. "What is it?" I pointed at her smooth, rounded shoulder. "Miss, you are emitting smoke," Lin Wayner exclaimed, raising her iron umbrella with her left hand, suddenly unfurling it with a sharp snap. The deep crimson parasol bloomed open, shielding its owner from the sun's rays. From beneath the canopy, her eyes were obscured, revealing only the slight upward curve of her exquisite lips. Indeed, this presented a picturesque scene. Within the confines of Bahuang City, during daylight, there were moon spirit maidens wielding umbrellas, leveling up amidst the monsters. Moreover, only female players could select the moon spirit race, with system enhancements contributing to their beauty in physique and visage, making them the most coveted race among all male players in the game. To have a moon spirit maiden by one's side for leveling up was akin to possessing boundless combat prowess. This is... Lin Wayner stepped forward, lifting her fair leg to kick aside a corpse, flipping it over. She was taken aback. "Why does this person look so familiar?" East City Moon remarked in disbelief. "Isn't this the two-timer you spoke of?" Lin Wayner instantly comprehended everything. "Oh dear. No wonder Liu brought you to our classroom to trouble Li Xiaoyao during the day, so that's the reason." I pointed to the other side. "Look. That one, Yin Suo Fengyu, is Su Yu, a member of the top 10 beauties of Luhua University." "Truly." East City Moon chuckled lightly. "I heard that Xiaoyao was ambushed by Xiong Bafengyan in a zombie cave, and it was orchestrated such that Siyu disguised herself as an innocent player to sneakily eliminate Xiaoyao. Afterwards, she mocked him for being a pushover. Is that correct?" My face flushed with embarrassment. That was in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Lin Wainer pouted her red lips and cast a sideways glance at me. Are you smitten with her? I lowered my gaze. Not at all. Not at all. Then why is your face turning crimson? The young lady remarked, your breastplate straps are about to burst. Go to hell. Thus, Yu Qingxian and her group of friends stood vigil over the lifeless body, while the formidable players of the realm fell one by one, eventually opting not to resurrect. Acknowledging their inability to resist, they chose to embrace their spectral state and savor the moment. Meanwhile, I was accompanied by Lin Wainer and Dong Chengyue, and with two female allies at my side, slaying monsters transformed into a delightful experience. Are those the thieves? Dong Chengyue inquired. Indeed, I will lure the monsters. No need. Just ensure Wanner's health remains intact, she replied. Dong Chengyue raised her staff, her mana swirling around her, and with a sudden gesture, unleashed a frigid wind spell that struck a thief directly, inflicting a staggering 417 points of damage. I marveled inwardly, pondering the immense magical prowess required to deal such formidable damage. The thief roared and charged towards us, but Lin Wainer met him head-on, brandishing her dagger for a powerful strike. 319. With deft grace, her agile boots carried her behind the creature, where she delivered a lethal blow, causing it to bleed and activating her backstab skill. 447. 512. Dong Chengyue followed up with an instant cast of a fire spell, and the thief collapsed in agony. Remarkably, they executed a flawless collaboration that left me speechless. With empty hands, I remarked, is this how you two coordinate to slay monsters and ascend to such high levels? Yes. What of it? Dong Chengyue chuckled lightly. I replied, your prowess is extraordinary. Lin Wainer chimed in, Li Xiaoyao, what do you rely on for damage output? Considering your level, you've died numerous times while battling in the wild, yet your overall level remains commendable. With a flourish, I summoned a six-pointed star that began to spin. As my little pet fluttered its wings and emerged, simultaneously sharing its attributes with the team. Chapter 43. The Cloud Moon Staff. What? This. Lin Wainer stood there, holding a small umbrella, her bright eyes blinking in disbelief. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, she gazed at me as if I were a monster. 5-star attack, 4-star defense, 4.5-star agility, and a 97 excellence rating. This is simply a divine beast. Now I understand why you are pursued like a rat in the street in Bahuang City. My face turned pale. That isn't merely being pursued. It's the curse of holding a treasure, all right? Moreover, I do have friends. As you can see, Yu Qingxian and Yu Weiyang are helping me too. Lin Wainer shot me a sidelong glance. Those two young ladies are merely enamored by your looks, aren't they? I was indignant. If you say one more word, I will. The beautiful young lady straightened her impressive curves, her dagger flickering with flames, smiling at me. What? Do you still wish to strike me? Come on. I dare you to. I glanced down and suppressed my anger. All right, say whatever you like. Meanwhile, Dong Chengyue chimed in with a smile. This Overlord Bee is indeed formidable, with astonishing attack power. You know, Xiaodao, both Wainer and I have killer bees as our pets. Wanner's has an excellence rating of 87, mine is 79. Though they are quite strong, compared to your Overlord Bee, we feel embarrassed to even summon our pets. Continuing to slay the thieves, by the 10th kill, with a snap, the final page of the grave-digging log finally dropped. Picking up the quest item, I cheerfully announced, all right, the mission is complete. Will you both accompany me to hand in the quest? Or, Lin Wainer inquired, is there a follow-up to the quest? Yes. But first, let's add each other as friends, my lady. Ah. Lin Wainer pursed her red lips, her starry eyes gleaming with mischief. However, I do not add male friends unless they are exceptionally handsome, like Wang Liham. I gritted my teeth, clenching my fists. Will you add me, or not? Lin Wanner's beautiful eyes narrowed. What? You, a healer without a weapon, still wish to challenge me? Seeing my silence, she chuckled. All right. I shall make an exception and add you, though you are not handsome. Dong Chengyue, speechless beside us. How can Xiaoyao not be handsome? I think he is the most striking one at Luwai University. Lin Wainer, have you been drugged by him? Dong Chengyue. With 7 pages of the grave-digging log in my possession, I bid farewell to Yu Qingxian and Yu Weiyang, setting off with Lin Wainer over mountains and valleys to the camp of Major General Pachio. Meanwhile, Dong Chengyue soared through the air, serving as our aerial support while also scouting the surroundings. After all, the monsters here are of a high level, and players may prove to be even more terrifying. Both Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei wield bronze weapons, making it likely that others may take notice. In the pursuit of wealth, who cares if you are a top-tier player or not? Upon entering the camp and approaching the Major General's tent, I accompanied two young ladies inside, retrieving the task item from my bosom and presenting it with reverence. "My lord," I proclaimed, "I have brought you what you requested." The Major General, Pachio, appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Well done, young healer. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. You have proven your courage and strength. Here, accept your reward." Ding. A system notification chimed. You have completed the A-level main quest, a letter, Phase 1, earning rewards, 6,500 experience points, 2 charisma points, 20 gold coins. And the item, Cloud Moon Staff. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light enveloped me, and I ascended to level 27. However, the two young ladies were captivated solely by the task reward item, their eyes widening in astonishment. Cloud Moon Staff? With a bemused expression, I opened my inventory and produced a resplendent silver staff. Sweeping my hand to reveal its attributes, Cloud Moon Staff, silver item, magic attack, 105170 magic, 20 stamina, 17 bonus, increases the user's magic attack by 1. 2 required level, 30. Grasping the Cloud Moon Staff, I promptly handed it to Lin Wanner, saying, "I dislike being indebted to others, my lady. Although you inadvertently harmed Yu Qingqian and the others, your intentions were noble. Thus, consider this Cloud Moon Staff a compensation for your cold-scaled helmet. I hope you do not find it lacking." Lin Wanner cradled the staff, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. A silver staff. Oh. It seems to be the first silver weapon to emerge aside from the Qiqing sword. She then naturally passed the Cloud Moon Staff to Dong Qingwei, exclaiming, "You err. Your magic attack can now exceed 500. Dong Qingwei held the Cloud Moon Staff possessively yet turned to me, remarking, "Xiaoao is truly cunning. Why didn't you present the Cloud Moon Staff to me yourself?" I shrugged. I feared you might misconstrue my intentions as infatuation. Furthermore, the Cloud Moon Staff is a silver item. It cannot simply be gifted. If it were to be yours, you would need to part with at least 500 gold. Dong Qingwei pouted. How vexing. Lin Wanner stifled a laugh. I then resumed my conversation with Major General Pachio. "So, my lord, what is the next task you require me to undertake?" "Please hold for a moment." Pachio unfurled a letter from Duke Luolei, affixing another seal upon it before handing it to me. "This letter now bears the Imperial Legion's seal. Wherever you go, the forces of the Holy Alliance shall not impede you. Take this letter to the cold desolation, and if fortune favors you, you may find that rascal rolling. Bring back his reply to Duke Luolei, and you shall be richly rewarded." I nodded. "Thank you." After securing the letter, I departed the tent with the two young ladies, only to open the quest list in search of my next objective. However, the focus had waned. The task pointed towards the northern cold desolation, offering no specificity. Only a vague sense of exploration lay ahead. As the biting cold winds swept over the forest, Dong Qingyu gracefully descended to the ground, adjusting her robe, her delicate face pale. "Ah, it is so cold here. I can no longer fly." Lin Wanner hoisted the iron umbrella onto her fragrant shoulder, her slender waist adorned with a dagger, gazing at me. "Li Xiaodao, are you certain the mission target lies to the extreme north? We have been walking for over an hour. Please do not tell us that you have deceived me and Yuer into accompanying you here for a leisurely stroll." I shook my head. The mission target is indeed to the north. However, it has not been clearly marked, and the monster levels here are alarmingly high. What level are they exactly? Lin Wanner narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Look, that ice bear ahead. Its level is beyond my perception, at least around level 39. Should we test our strength against it? It blocks our path." "All right." I summoned my little pet, saying, "You should also summon your pets. Let them draw the aggro first while you unleash your full power. I will take care of healing the pets." A level 39 monster presents a significant challenge for us. If we cannot prevail, Miss will stealth, Yuer will fly, and I shall take the fall. Fear not. We should not face total annihilation. Only by trying will we know. 3 insect-type pets buzzed forward, and the ice bear unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking the creature on the forehead. Yet, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingyu's killer bees could only inflict a meager 100 damage, while my little pet managed an impressive average of around 250 damage, considerably enhancing my reputation. Roaring, the ice bear rampaged, its massive paw crashing down upon Dong Qingyu's killer bee. Bang! 988. A critical hit, and it was instantly dispatched. Dongqing Yu winced in pain, her elegant brows furrowing as she swung her cloud moon staff, casting ice spike to bombard the beast. I provided her with 3 sets of level 4 cold wind elixirs. Her mana regeneration was sufficient, so she need not be stingy with her magical power. Soon after, Lin Wanner's killer bee met a similar fate, and I could only continuously cast healing spells on my little pet while Lin Wanner darted forward, delivering a stunning blow with her dagger. Then she maneuvered behind the monster, executing a powerful backstab. The ice bear, in agony, released my little pet and turned its claws toward the beautiful assassin. Boom. The umbrella was raised in defense, sparks flying, as Lin Wanner lost 270 health points, sliding across the snow. Determined, she gripped her dagger and charged again, while I alternated healing between her and my little pet. Dongqing Yu unleashed a barrage of magical energy from a distance, and the trio fought fiercely against the level 39 ice bear. Finally, after nearly a minute of relentless battle, the ice bear fell with a sorrowful cry, finally defeated, dropping 3 silver coins and little else. The 2 ladies exhaled in relief, while I gazed into the distance. Snowflakes swirling in the air, furrowing my brow, and said, "The mission indicator has appeared, right there in that snowy expanse. My mission target should have manifested." Lin Wanner looked out at the sea of snow, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Are you asking us to escort you into the depths of the snowfield?" I nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are all I have left. If you do not escort me, I shall have no choice but to run through the corpses until I perish. As a level 1 healer, I am unable to employ the level 3 healing arts to aid you." Dongqing Yu chuckled lightly, "Fear not. We shall carve a path through the bloodshed and deliver you safely." Wanner encouraged, "Let us do our best." Lin Wanner replied, "Yes. Let us hope these ice bears drop some high-tier equipment." Thus, the 3 of us ventured deeper into the snowy domain, encountering a relentless tide of ice bear monsters, each seemingly stronger than the last, making them increasingly difficult to vanquish. Before long, both Lin Wanner and Dongqing Yu's pets had fallen below level 20, eliciting heart-wrenching cries from the 2 maidens. My own little familiar had also lost several levels, but it was still capable of enduring the trials. With a swift motion, I plunged my dagger into the throat of an ice bear, and with a valiant strike, this formidable creature, at least level 40, let out a pained grunt before collapsing, dropping a pale white piece of equipment. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a pair of bracers. Ice bear bracers, bronze item, type, leather armor defense, 100 agility, 21 bonus, increases the user's critical hit rate by 0. 2 required level, 34. Holding the ice bear bracers, Lin Wanner's sighed, "I am but 1 level short of being able to equip these. Their attributes are rather decent." Dongqing Yu pointed towards the horizon. "We are nearing the edge of the snowy realm. Look, Xianyao." Following her gaze, I beheld a vast expanse at the terminus of the snow, where a continuous range of mountains rose majestically. Atop the peaks, there appeared to be the remnants of an ancient city, pulsating with a strong resonance tied to my quest. Indeed, the person I sought was undoubtedly there. Chapter 44, Cold Desolation. Dragon City. Lin Wanner smiled and raised her hands in a gesture of farewell. "All right, Li Xiaoao, Yuer, and I will take our leave here. There are no more monsters ahead. You go and complete your task. We shall return to Fanshu City to level up our pets. I wish you success in reaching level 40 and becoming the first second transformation healer. And remember, do not die again." I remained silent as the 2 ladies each produced a return scroll, shattering them one after another, vanishing in a cascade of white light before my eyes. I patted the forehead of the little one and said, "Well, it's just the 2 of us now. Let us go." Holding a white staff dropped by a white bear, which provided no additional attributes but granted 50 points of attack, I set out with the little one, leaving the snowy realm behind. Ahead lay a desolate landscape. Amidst the deep mountains, the howls of wolves echoed ominously. It was evident that these were high-level wolves, far beyond my capability to confront alone. As I stood in a barren valley, a sudden tremor coursed through my body, not from the cold, but from the earth itself shaking. "What is that?" I gripped my staff tightly. At that moment, a massive figure emerged from behind a hill several hundred meters away. It was a giant, towering at least 10 meters high, wielding a stone hammer several meters in length, bellowing as it approached, its body covered in green fur. Its eye sockets were empty, save for a single eye atop its head. A cyclops, a legendary creature indeed. I swiftly crouched behind a mere 20-centimeter tall foxtail, staring intently at the cyclops in the distance. Level? Attributes. Best not to provoke such a beast, lest I be obliterated in an instant. The Cyclops roared. And confronting it was a massive black beast, resembling a tiger, its body engulfed in crimson flames, bearing its fangs in a display of both fury and fear. The Cyclops, with a thunderous shout, hurled its stone spike, striking the beast squarely on the forehead, blood splattering everywhere. The beast's claws raked across the Cyclope's legs. And a fierce battle ensued between the two titans, transforming the borderland into a gruesome battleground, blood staining the ground beneath them. Clenching my teeth, I resolved to wait for the opportune moment. Once the two giants' health diminished, I would strike. Strike what exactly? That creature possessed an immense health pool, its level surely exceeding 100. The little one would barely scratch its defenses. What a fool's errand that would be. Grinding my teeth in frustration, I remained helplessly on the sidelines as the fierce clash escalated, blood splattering everywhere. Moments later, a startling change unfolded. A robust barbarian, brandishing chains, descended from the mountain with a mighty leap, bellowing, "Wretched beasts! How dare you wreak havoc in cold desolation Dragon City? Come forth, and let me take your lives." To add to the winter feast of cold desolation Dragon City, everyone is starving. He swung the chain in his hand and suddenly thrust it forward. The long chain shot out like a spear, piercing the neck of the colossal beast with a sickening thud, resulting in an instant kill. I stood there, dumbfounded, as I read the name of this brawny barbarian, Beastmaster Darren. Level: Attack, Defense, Health, Skills. Description: one of the guardians of the cold desolation Dragon City. Beastmaster Darren is responsible for clearing the beasts at the foot of the Dragon City to ensure safe passage for the transport teams. He also trains the newly recruited warriors of the Dragon Domain. This formidable warrior is fiercely loyal to King Roland of Dragon City and willingly dedicates his life to serve him. Beastmaster. I was utterly perplexed and glanced at the map, only to realize that the area ahead was none other than cold desolation Dragon City. A fortress perched atop a snow-capped mountain hundreds of meters high. Though it appeared abandoned for millennia, it still thrived with a pulse of life. What a miraculous citadel! Could it truly be home to dragons? As I pondered these thoughts, Beastmaster Darren was already wielding his chain, suddenly ensnaring the neck of a Cyclops, forcefully yanking it. And with a sickening crack, he decapitated the giant. The gruesome corpses fell heavily onto the snow, staining the ground crimson over a vast expanse. This was no ordinary encounter. I gritted my teeth, realizing I was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable NPC. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed me. Something was amiss. I had been detected. Dragging my staff, I hastily retreated, but in an instant, Beastmaster Darren transformed into a shadow, appearing before me with a thunderous crash as he shattered the earth beneath him. His menacing eyes locked onto mine as he roared. "Who are you? What brings you to cold desolation Dragon City? Are you a spy sent by Firecloud City? Damn it!" I stumbled back several paces before halting suddenly, revealing the emblem on my arm, and stammered, I am an adventurer from 8 Desolation City. Here to seek someone." "Oh?" The ferocity in the Beastmaster's eyes diminished slightly. "A mere brat from 8 Desolation City has come to cold desolation Dragon City in search of someone? Who do you think you're fooling?" "Humph. The world is unaware of cold desolation Dragon City's existence. The cowardly and weak would never dare approach the demons of the north." "You must be lying," I replied firmly. "What cowardice? My presence here, facing those monsters, is not a sign of weakness." "What? You truly seek someone?" "Yes." Beastmaster Darren squinted his blood-red eyes and asked, "Who are you looking for?" I produced a letter from my pack and said, "I am searching for someone named Roland." "Ah." The Beastmaster trembled, exclaiming, "Lord Roland, you are actually seeking King Roland, the ruler of our Dragon City. You wretched brat, you truly are a spy. Come to destroy our city, aren't you?" I retorted, "How could I alone bring about the ruin of Dragon City? Cannot you discern the seal upon the letter? If Roland is indeed the king of Dragon City, then this missive must have been penned by the very hand of the king's father. Could it truly be?" The beast tamer, Darlin, hastily unfurled the letter, utterly bewildered. "I cannot comprehend these imperial characters. Cursed fate. Yet I have seen the seal worn by King Roland. Could it be that you are truly a lackey sent by the 8 Desolation City? Very well. I shall escort you to King Roland. Regardless of whether you are a spy, the great and wise King Roland shall discern the truth." With that, the beast tamer seized my shoulder and effortlessly lifted me. In a swift motion, he unleashed the chains binding the colossal beast. Letting out a fierce roar as he charged up the mountainside, the wind howling past us, snow swirling in the air, bitterly cold. In the blink of an eye, We arrived at the edge of the imposing, dilapidated city. The beast tamer bellowed upward. "I am Darlin. Lower the ropes." From the city above, a heavy iron chain descended. The beast tamer cast me onto the massive beast's carcass and grasped the rope with one hand, swiftly ascending into the city. With a thud, he landed upon the ground within the city, and I leapt from the beast's remains, surveying my surroundings. The ground was frigid, and several dozen soldiers clad in cloaks, wielding long halberds, guarded the city's perimeter, their faces obscured. "Come along, lad." Under the beast tamer's insistence, I entered the desolate city. We traversed the corridors, and in the distance, a group of young warriors practiced their swordsmanship in the training grounds. Further still, a contingent of cavalry galloped toward us, led by a white warhorse. Upon it, a figure draped in a snow-colored cloak dismounted gracefully, landing before the beast tamer. She unveiled her cloak, revealing an exquisite beauty that could captivate kingdoms. She gazed at the beast tamer and spoke softly. "Darlin, what tidings have you brought us this time?" With utmost respect, the beast tamer replied, "Captain Lu Shuang, I bring a colossal beast weighing several tons, enough to feed everyone for half a month, and also a suspected spy bearing a message for King Roland." I gritted my teeth and interjected, "I have said, I am not a spy." The beautiful NPC, adorned with the title Captain Lu Shuang above her head, approached with a smile, saying, "Whether you are a spy or not, the illustrious King Roland shall surely know. Come with me. I shall take you to meet King Roland." I acquiesced. For sword-wielding knights flanked me, escorting me alongside Lu Shuang into the heart of the castle. We traversed a lengthy corridor for what felt like an eternity until at last we reached the grand hall. The hall was stark and unadorned, lacking even a proper desk. A dark-haired man stood beside a map, sword in hand, his brows furrowed, with the words King Roland of Dragon City floating above him. "My Lord Roland." Lu Shuang humbly knelt, stating, "I have returned from my patrol and brought with me a messenger who appears to be a spy." "Oh, a messenger." Roland raised his head, and within his dark, piercing gaze lay wisdom and courage, as if he possessed the ability to see into the depths of one's soul. He regarded me with a subtle smile and inquired, "Young adventurer, what message do you bring me?" I offered him the parchment, then stood silently at his side. As Roland perused the letter, his entire being trembled. His eyes grew red, and he clenched his fists tightly. Taking a deep breath, he lamented, "I have betrayed the empire, and I have failed my beloved father." Liu Shuang looked up, asking, "My lord, what has transpired?" "Nothing of great consequence." Roland waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "In my past, I betrayed the entire empire, establishing the desolate cold wilderness Dragon City, yet I have let down my father's lofty expectations. Now, my father, Duke Lorei of the Empire, has sent me this letter merely to ascertain my safety. Thus, I must compose a response." Liu Shuang nodded, "My lord, this is only natural. I shall personally deliver your reply to 8 Wilderness City." "No." Roland shook his head. "Liu Shuang, you are of cold wilderness Dragon City. You would be regarded as an outsider in 8 Wilderness City. Let this adventurer carry the letter back instead. Understood, my lord." I rubbed my hands together, secretly elated. After surviving life and death, this A-level task was finally nearing completion. I wondered what splendid rewards the system would bestow upon me. Regardless, once I acquired the coveted treasures, I would enhance my strength and teach that arrogant group of scoundrels a lesson. Chapter 45, The Silver-Locked Battle Boots. Come with me. I shall escort you out. After completing the letter, Roland handed it to me, and Lu Shuang coldly remarked. Clutching the warm sheepskin parchment, I followed Lu Shuang closely, glancing up to admire her striking silhouette, exuding an aura of confidence and charm. Her exquisitely crafted shoulder armor gleamed like a blade yet retained a touch of gentleness. Grasping a long sword that resembled white jade, her hair elegantly pinned up, her snow-white battle robe billowed gracefully as her long, snowy legs, adorned with battle boots, left a trail of footprints in the snow. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, I raised my gaze to the falling snow, noticing Lu Shuang's delicate brows furrow slightly. She sighed. "This year's cold wave has arrived earlier than usual. We are still inadequately prepared in terms of provisions, and resources for kindling are scarce. With ferocious beasts lurking nearby, our manpower is exceedingly limited. I truly do not know how we will endure this harsh winter." Beside her, the beast tamer Darren, holding iron chains, chuckled, "Lady Shuang, there is no need for concern. I will swiftly hunt more wild beasts to replenish our granaries, ensuring that every warrior defending Dragon City can enjoy savory meat throughout the prolonged winter." As for manpower, alas, despite the abundance of talent in the magical martial academies of the 7 great empires, those pampered elites are reluctant to seek refuge with us in the desolate Dragon City. After all, who would willingly choose hardship? Lu Shuang brushed the snow from her eyelashes, her eyes reflecting a grave determination as she stated, "No. We must attract more talented individuals. I sense that powerful and malevolent forces are stirring in the northern regions of Dragon City. We established our stronghold on this mountain range to thwart the invasion of evil spirits. And we must possess sufficient combat strength to defend both Dragon City and the dignity of humanity." Darren grinned. "Understood, Lady Shuang. I will do my utmost to capture the soldiers of Peiqiu, persuading them to serve our Dragon City." Lu Shuang frowned. Capturing those who do not come willingly to Dragon City for training serves no purpose. They will inevitably become deserters. Furthermore, our Dragon City soldiers can easily take on 10 foes each, all being exceptionally gifted individuals. I have no desire to recruit fools merely to fill our ranks, as that would only render us weaker. The beast tamer, looking rather helpless, asked, "Then what do you propose?" Lu Shuang pondered for a moment. I'm unsure. Standing silently to the side for quite some time, I finally grasped my staff and ventured, I am genuinely eager to join the ranks of the cold, desolate Dragon City. I wonder if you would be willing to accept me?" "Oh?" Darren turned to me, suddenly bursting into raucous laughter, the sound reverberating against the surrounding walls. Wiping away tears of mirth, he exclaimed, "Ha! You, a frail and delicate healer, wish to join Dragon City? Do you jest? Can you slay a colossal beast of the wasteland? Can you defeat a cyclops? If not, does Dragon City intend to take you in merely to feed the horses?" I clenched my teeth, glaring at the beast tamer, but remained silent. As the ethereal figure of Liu Shuang approached me, her enchanting gaze swept over me. Suddenly, she extended her delicate hand, pressing firmly upon my shoulder, and with a light-hearted laugh remarked, "Your innate talents are indeed exceptional. However, you have chosen the wrong vocation. You are born to be a warrior, not a healer devoted to saving lives. Young man, do you genuinely wish to join the cold, desolate Dragon City?" I nodded emphatically, yes, with utmost sincerity. Liu Shuang raised an elegant brow, smiling. "But you are from the 8 desolate city, a mere adventurer under the banner of Duke Luolei. Why would you forsake the honor of the 8 desolate city to willingly join us in this harsh land of the cold, desolate Dragon City? You must understand. In cold, desolate Dragon City, you shall face hunger and cold, amidst the dangers posed by ferocious beasts, far removed from the comforts of 8 desolate city. Pray tell, why do you wish to leave?" Without hesitation, I clenched my fist and declared, "Because I can no longer survive in the 8 desolate city." Liu Shuang chuckled softly, her previously icy demeanor melting away like snow upon a mountain as she gazed at me and said, "I see, but I hope your words ring true." I was left speechless. Was it not true? In the 8 desolate city, I had a formidable enemy in Shichu's overlord, a narrow-minded individual who would relish the opportunity to reduce me to nothing. Furthermore, Lu Ying's resources were vast, with ample funds to invest in the game. And as he recruited more members, the might of the Xiong Ba Feng Yun Guild would only grow. What was I in comparison? One solitary individual could hardly contend with a large guild. Even if I possessed unwavering courage, I lacked the strength to match. Rather than face such odds, it would be wiser to join the cold, desolate Dragon City and revel in the freedom of the borderlands. The beast tamer Daling earnestly implored, "My lady, you must remain calm. This young man is as harmless as a fledgling, merely a delicate scholar. If we allow him to join Dragon City, our average prowess will be diminished. You must proceed with caution. Do not be swayed by his handsome appearance." Liu Shuang momentarily froze, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. "What did you just say?" Daling trembled, instantly kneeling before her. "I spoke out of turn. I truly deserve death." Liu Shuang ignored Daling, focusing her gaze upon me, saying, "Young healer, it is settled then. However, to join the cold, desolate Dragon City, you must obtain the consent of King Lin. Therefore, you will need to request a letter of introduction from Duke Luolei. With that, you shall be able to join us and become one of our own." I took a deep breath and nodded. "Understood. I shall not disappoint you." With that, I produced a return scroll and shattered it. In a flash, I was back in the 8 desolate city, hastening towards the Lord's manor, where Duke Luolei remained seated as usual. Upon seeing my arrival, he rose to greet me, a joyful expression illuminating his wrinkled face. "Young man, what news do you bring?" I retrieved Lin's letter and replied, "I have found Lin in the cold, desolate land. And this is his response. Ah, Roar was elated. Clutching the letter in his hands, his excitement spilling over as he muttered to himself, "My son is not dead, he still lives." Moments later, after perusing the letter, he turned to me and said, "I have come to understand everything. The cold wasteland dragon city he has established is now devoid of resources. However, the cold wasteland is a forbidden area, and I cannot risk sending too many soldiers into danger. Therefore, I shall dispatch a 100-man team to transport a small quantity of resources to cold wasteland dragon city. This action contravenes the imperial accord, and I hope Leonard will not hold it against me." I nodded in affirmation. "He must surely recognize your noble intentions." Roar smiled at me. "Young man, you have fulfilled my long-held wish, and I am immensely grateful to you. Come, this is your well-deserved reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the AA level main quest, a letter, earning rewards of 29,000 experience points, 200 gold coins, 7 charm points. And the quest item reward, silver lock battle boots. A golden light enveloped me, and I ascended to level 29. The rewards for the AA level main quest were indeed substantial, and among the rewards was a pair of boots. Upon opening my inventory, I beheld a pair of silver battle boots resting quietly within. I retrieved them and brushed my hand across them. The attributes shimmering before my eyes: silver lock battle boots, silver item, type, armor defense, 75 strength, 25 stamina, 21 bonus, increases the user's attack power by 0.7 required level, 30. These are level 30 silver battle boots with impressive attributes, enhancing strength and stamina by 20 points, along with a 0.7 attack power bonus, an artifact for heavy armor players at this stage. However, as a humble healer, I might not find them immediately useful. Wait, that's right. Lu Shuang mentioned that should I join Cold Wasteland Dragon City, I would change my profession. Perhaps I could indeed make use of these boots. I shall place them in my inventory for now. After lingering in place for a while, I turned to Roar and said, "Lord Mayor, I have another matter to discuss." "What is it?" Roar looked at me in surprise. "I have observed that fierce beasts roam the vicinity of Cold Wasteland Dragon City, putting the valiant warriors stationed there in grave danger. Therefore, I wish to offer my assistance as an adventurer from 8 Desolate City. I hope you can write me a letter of introduction to Lord Lin, so I may become a part of Cold Wasteland Dragon City. Of course, my heart will always belong to 8 Desolate City." Roar pondered for a long moment before nodding. "Very well, you are the benefactor of our father-son reunion. I shall write you a letter of introduction this very moment." A few seconds later, I held a new parchment letter in my hands, joyfully tucking it into my inventory as I prepared to depart. At the city gate, there was a cacophony. A crowd of players had gathered in the North Gate Square, many of whom bore the Bragg prefix, clearly indicating their affiliation with Bragg. It is unacceptable to make such a decision. Vice Alliance leader Yu Qingxian has devoted herself wholeheartedly to the development of our guild. She should not be subjected to such a heavy punishment over a trivial matter. Indeed, I implore you to reconsider, esteemed elder. Amidst the crowd, Yan Zhao Wushuang stood clad in radiant armor, his gaze icy. He suddenly raised the blade in his hand and bellowed, "Silence." The hundreds of individuals in Prague fell utterly silent. Yan Zhao Wushuang surveyed the surroundings with a somber expression and stated, "Qingxian is the daughter of my friend. I would never treat her unjustly. However, as a large guild, Prague must adhere to its regulations. I have reiterated time and again that Prague's focus in the initial stages is on leveling up and defeating bosses. We do not engage in player killing, nor should we provoke a guild like Xiongba Fengyun. Yet, for the sake of leisure, Yu Qingxian has instigated a conflict between Prague and Xiongba Fengyun. Thus, punishment is warranted. I have made my decision. Yu Qingxian will be expelled from Prague for 1 week, after which I shall reinstate her into the guild." The crowd stood in solemn silence. Yu Qingxian, holding her crimson dagger, gazed at everyone with her starry eyes and softly remarked, "I understand that you all have my best interests at heart, but never mind, I shall accept the elder's punishment and withdraw from Prague. Furthermore, I am unsure how to exit since we have not yet obtained the guild establishment decree." As Yu Qingxian lamented, Yan Zhao Wushuang's expression turned a shade of green. With a rustle, I grasped my staff and took several steps forward, parting the crowd as I approached Yan Zhao Wushuang, whispering, "Esteemed Yan Zhao, Yu Qingxian is not at fault. The blame lies with me. If there is any ire, direct it towards me." Chapter 46, Challenge of the First. As Yan Zhao Wushuang suddenly turned to me, his voice was low and firm. Xiao's eye. I am aware of your close relationship with Qiqian. However, as a man, you must understand that certain responsibilities must be shouldered alone. When Qiqian brought people to assist you, you ought to have done everything in your power to dissuade her, rather than continuing to incite the conflict between Burag and Xiangbafoyan. Faced with this formidable level 31 swordsman, I stood tall in my robe, gripping my short staff, and met his gaze without fear. In a deep voice, I articulated each word. As a man, I only know that when a friend is in distress, one must draw their sword to assist. I recognize that Qiqian is my friend, and I will not allow anyone to bully her. Furthermore, as a leader, when a subordinate errs, it is incumbent upon him to bear the consequences, rather than aggressively pursuing blame. Uncle Yinzhao, do you truly believe you are worthy of being the leader of Burag? A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could almost be discerned. Yinzhao Wushuang, the foremost expert of Bong City, creator of the unparalleled dual combo, was revered as the greatest master in the city. No one had ever dared to challenge him in such a manner, nor could anyone match his imposing presence. Yu Qiqian stood dumbfounded, gazing at my back, murmuring, "Brother Xiao." YuElyang clutched her dagger. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she whispered, "It's over. Xiao's eye has provoked Uncle S' wrath. This truly spells disaster." Yinzhao Wushuang's eyes widened with intensity as he bore down upon me. After a long moment, he abruptly raised his hand and unsheathed the heavy sword from his back, stating calmly, "Xiao's eye, I genuinely feel glad for Qiqian to have a friend like you. However, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Come, let me witness the brilliance of the first healer in Bong City. Let me ascertain that Qiqian's banishment from Burag due to you is justified. If you lack the strength and only possess sheer courage, I will regard you as nothing more than an inexperienced youth unversed in the ways of the world." With a resounding thud, a crimson battle flag fell upon the ground before us. Ding! System notification. Player, Yinzhao Wushuang, has issued you a challenge. Will you accept? Players who are defeated will not incur any losses. I raised my staff to confirm my acceptance of the challenge, simultaneously stamping my left foot on the ground. A hexagram shimmered, and a small, buzzing pacifier appeared beside me, ready to take flight. Brother Xiao. Yu Qiqian watched as I accepted the challenge. Her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. I closed my eyes, the surrounding voices fading into nothingness as I entered a state of poise and calm, maintaining precise judgment. Perhaps I still held a chance of victory. Otherwise, as a healer, my fate would be to be slain by a peak level 31 swordsman. Yinzhao Wushuang's strength was well known, and even Lin Wanner would likely have less than a 50 chance of winning against him, let alone myself. Countless tactics raced through my mind, and ultimately, I chose one, to lure and eliminate the formidable killer bee of Yinzhao Wushuang, boasting a 74 excellence rate, while striving to preserve my own life. Subsequently, I would employ the third-tier healing spell, relying on the formidable offensive prowess of my little healer to exhaust Yinzhao Wushuang. This strategy alone promised victory. As the system began its countdown, thousands of eyes were fixed upon us. 3, 2, 1. The battle commenced. Indeed, at the very moment combat began, Yinzhao Wushuang maneuvered the killer bee towards me while circling with his sword, unwilling to confront my little healer directly, thus conserving ample health to deliver a devastating strike upon me. The little healer buzzed forward, executing a combo almost simultaneously with the killer bee. Its chirping echoed as it unleashed 3 successive strikes, each inflicting over 300 points of damage. Whereas the killer bee's attacks on the little healer dealt approximately 600 points of damage, which I promptly mitigated with a timely healing spell, restoring it to full health. With a thud, the killer bee fell to the ground, lifeless, eliciting a chorus of boos from the players of 8 Wilderness City. No one had anticipated that Yinzhao Wushuang's pet would be dispatched so swiftly. Ding! A piercing alarm rang out. Yinzhao Wushuang had arrived, his sword shimmering with a golden star of 6 points, a level 4 combo. A level 3 combo offers a 50 chance of 3 attacks, while a level 4 combo boasts an 80 chance of 3 strikes, alongside a hidden boost to attack power. As I saw the blade descending, I anticipated and dodged, slipping away to the side, while raising my staff defensively before my chest in an attempt to parry. Clang! Sparks flew from my staff as the force of his blow threatened to unbalance me. Above my head, the words "miss" flashed twice, followed by 147, 160, 374. Although I had avoided the first strike of the combo, My successful parry significantly reduced the damage of the second strike. However, the third blow still inflicted unbearable pain upon me. Had it not been for the timely application of my bleeding control spell, I would have surely collapsed to the ground. Yan Zhao Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. He seemed taken aback that I had evaded the first attack of his combo through nimble movement. Yet, a warrior of such caliber seeks victory, not merely the gains or losses of a single strike. Before I could regain my footing, a crimson aura enveloped his heavy sword, signaling the arrival of a level 4 heavy strike. With a 4 increase in attack power, calculated against Yan Zhao Wushuang's base attack. The potential damage was terrifying, especially for me, with a mere 85 points of defense. In the critical 0.5 seconds before the heavy strike landed, I thrust my staff forward, wielding it like a sword. Following that was a flurry of sweeping and crashing attacks. Alas, I failed to create a true combo of my own. Yet my 280 points of attack still forced Yan Zhao Wushuang to stagger back half a step, effectively disrupting his level 4 heavy strike. The hue of my face turned a deep shade of purple as Yan Zhao Wushuang, filled with fury, raised his sword and executed a sweeping strike. Seizing the opportunity, I sank my body low, feeling the blade narrowly graze my forehead before it clanged against the stone wall behind me, sending a shower of sparks and debris flying. The destructive power of Yan Zhao Wushuang was indeed formidable. Rolling out of harm's way for 4 yards, I raised my hand and cast a level 3 healing spell, restoring my health to full. At that moment, my companion, the little pacifier, returned, its pincers gleaming with a piercing attack that struck heavily upon Yan Zhao Wushuang's armored shoulder. The blow dealt 297 damage. Remarkable. His defensive capabilities were astonishing. Facing the little pacifier, Yan Zhao Wushuang wasted no time in unleashing his lethal move. With a thunderous crack, a wave of energy surged from his feet, and he initiated a relentless series of strikes against the pacifier, executing a devastating combo known as the Wushuang Strike. This combination comprised 5 attacks, a direct stab followed by sweeping slashes and a powerful kick. The first 3 strikes were executed with such speed that they were nearly impossible to interrupt. However, I discovered through meticulous analysis of his Wushuang strike footage that there existed a brief window of up to 0.3 seconds between the kicks, indicating that no combo was flawless. The A-grade rating of the Wushuang strike confirmed this notion. With my magic boots firmly planted on the ground, I lunged forward, waiting for the precise moment when Yan Zhao Wushuang's foot was grounded. Gathering all my strength, I delivered a powerful kick to the top of his foot. A resounding thud echoed as the airflow surged, nullifying the 2 subsequent strikes of the Wushuang combo. Alas, the little pacifier was left with but a sliver of health, and I desperately sought a critical hit, for that would spell the end for Yan Zhao Wushuang. A swift strike dealt 254 damage. Regrettably, no fatal blow was dealt, and Yan Zhao Wushuang still retained approximately 200 health points. Amidst the sweeping attack, the little pacifier fell to the ground with a pitiful cry, and my bleeding stop and healing spells were locked in a 6-second cooldown, rendering them useless. Die. With the pacifier defeated, Yan Zhao Wushuang lunged forward, forcefully striking my shoulders with his heavy sword, landing 2 consecutive blows. The damage registered as 365 and 331. I was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the corner of the wall, my health reduced to 0. Ding. System notification. Player Xiao Yao Zizai has been defeated in a duel. Player Yan Zhao Wushuang emerges victorious. Splendid. The guild leader has triumphed, and in magnificent fashion. Indeed, Uncle Yan Zhao is the foremost fighter of Bahuang City. The Wushuang combo was utterly spectacular. The crowd erupted in congratulations for Yan Zhao Wushuang. Yet he displayed no semblance of joy. Instead, he glared at me with suspicion, casting a puzzled glance at his heavy sword. It appeared he was baffled by my ability to pinpoint the flaw in his Wushuang strike and to disrupt the crucial sequence at the pivotal moment. The blow to his pride was evidently greater than any defeat. Moreover, the onlookers, though unspoken, were acutely aware that a healer challenging a swordsman constituted an inherently unfair battle. Yan Zhao Wushuang not only suffered a miss but also had his combo interrupted, signifying a victory that felt more like a defeat. As the soft sound of footsteps echoed, Yu Qiqian approached me, gently placing her hand on my arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Gij, I am truly sorry. I am to blame for everything. I shook my head, softly responding, it is I who should apologize for allowing you to endure such humiliation. It is entirely my fault. Yu Qingxian was on the verge of tears. Xiao Yao Gij, why are you so kind to me? I was momentarily taken aback. Because, my dear Qingxian, you have treated me well as well. Yin Zhao Wushuang stood there, sword in hand, gazing at me with a cold demeanor. Xiao Yao Zizi, I do not care about the deep-seated enmity between you and Xiong Bafonian, but you must remember, do not involve Prague in this matter. We shall not partake in your vendetta with Xiong Bafonian. As for Qingxian, she is your friend, and you know how to cherish a friend. I rose to my feet, brushing off the dust from my clothes, my brows arching defiantly. Uncle Yanzhao, as a friend of Qingxian, I actually suggest she completely sever ties with Prague. If I had a guild, I would extend an invitation for her to join. You, faced with such an audacious attempt to undermine, Yanzhao Wushuang's face turned pale with anger, his sword aimed directly at me. Xiao Yao Zizi, do you even know your own worth? You are no match for me. By what right do you speak such words? I held my staff with a calm demeanor and replied, just because I am not your opponent now does not mean I shall never be your adversary. Chapter 47. Scavengers of the Dragon Domain. With my staff in hand, I slowly emerged from the northern city gate of the 8 Desolation City. Yu Qiqian followed closely behind, standing outside the moss-covered city walls, gazing at me with teary eyes. Brother Xiaoyao, she nearly sobbed, prompting me to turn back to her. Gently caressing her alabaster chin and smiling, I am off to level up. Once I have grown strong enough, I will surely defeat Uncle Yanzhao and take you away from Prague. Just wait for me. Yu Qiqian seemed entranced, nodding as tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering against the cobblestones below. Behind us, Yanzhao Wushuang gripped his sword, visibly seething with rage, while Yu Weiliao stood there in a daze, murmuring, Sister. Xiaoao. With that, I turned and swiftly vanished into the forest, with my little companion leading the way as I hurried towards the cold and desolate Dragon City. It was 5 in the afternoon, and without hearing from Lin Wanner, I felt no urgency to dine. I decided to first visit the Dragon City to change my profession. After more than an hour of navigating through numerous ice-bear territories, I finally reached the base of the Dragon City after enduring great trials. Standing at the foot of the slope, I gazed upward and began the arduous climb with my staff in hand. After climbing nearly 200 meters, I lost my grip and tumbled down, crashing against the rocky wall multiple times before landing flat on a slab of blue stone. The system notified me, you are severely injured. Injury level 74? Damn, I have internal injuries. With a flick of my arm, I used the bruise removal technique, a skill of the healing traveler, swiftly alleviating my wounds before continuing my ascent. At long last, after nearly an hour and several falls, I stood firmly at the corner of the Dragon City, constructed from massive stone blocks. Raising my arm, I shouted to the sentinels above, lower the rope and pull me up. I have an important letter to deliver to the King of Dragon City. Suddenly, a rope descended from the city. I grasped it and began my ascent, but my strength was lacking, and after climbing only a few meters, I fell once more, unable to muster the energy to continue. I called out, Hey up there, can you pull me up? The sentinel shook his head, muttering, useless. Yet, he kindly assisted me anyway. Once I landed safely on the city bricks within Dragon City, I exhaled in relief. However, as I took a few steps forward, an invisible pressure enveloped me, making it hard to breathe. Behind me, a burly man with a flaming battle axe approached, gripping my neck with one hand. Hey, you little rascal. Where did you come from? Why are you sneaking into our Dragon City? My face paled. Sneak in? Can't you see I entered openly? I bear a letter from 8 Desolation City for King Luolin. Let me go. To my surprise, the man released me, lifting his battle axe to my neck. Speak quickly. What is your purpose for being here? As I cast a fleeting glance, I discerned a formidable presence, an individual of boss caliber, clad in heavy armor. He was the vice-captain of the Dragon Rider Corps of Cold Desolation Dragon City, known as Sook. His face was adorned with thick whiskers, and his muscles appeared on the verge of bursting, weighing in at an estimated ton. A member of the barbarian race, his sheer might could easily subdue any dragon. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from behind me. Sook, enough. Release him. He is now one of our own in Dragon City. Understood, my Lady Frost. Sook replied hastily, moving his battle axe aside and regarding the woman behind me with reverence. Indeed, it was Lu Shuang, the only person in Dragon City with whom I felt a sense of kinship and who was not overly hostile towards me. Dressed in a white battle robe, Lu Shuang gazed at me and inquired, Young man, do you have your letter of introduction? I nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have it, a personal letter from Duke Lorelei. Very well. Lu Shuang smiled slightly. Please hand me the letter, and I shall facilitate your entry into Dragon City, initiating the ceremony for you to become a great and valiant warrior of our realm." I surrendered the letter, and Lu Shuang stepped forward, placing one hand upon my chest. "Repeat after me in the Dragon Domain. The chill is profound. Benevolent thoughts endure in the Dragon Domain. The chill is profound. Benevolent thoughts endure," I echoed. She pursed her crimson lips and continued, "Though I may fall, I shall not forsake my mission in the desolate cold. I shall steadfastly guard the bastion. Though I may fall, I shall not forsake my mission in the desolate cold. I shall steadfastly guard the bastion," I repeated. Lu Shuang smiled and declared, "I pledge to become a part of Cold Desolation Dragon City, to defend honor with my life, to serve as the first line of defense for humanity's 7 great empires against the northern frontiers. Even in death, I shall remain unyielding. I pledge to become a part of Cold Desolation Dragon City, to defend honor with my life, to serve as the first line of defense for humanity's 7 great empires against the northern frontiers. Even in death, I shall remain unyielding," I affirmed. "Very well." Lu Shuang concentrated, and in an instant, a radiant beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping me. Shortly thereafter, I heard a system notification chime. Ding. System alert. Congratulations, you are on the verge of successfully transitioning your class. You have become a swordsman, earning the occupational title of Dragon Domain Scavenger. However, your previous class, the healer, will be removed, and the system will retain 1 random skill from your previous class. Do you confirm your transition to Dragon Domain Scavenger? I was momentarily taken aback. Only 1 skill could be preserved? Was it to be blood stanching, life healing, poetic imagination, or bruise treatment? This seemed exceedingly harsh. I had assumed all could be retained. I swiftly confirmed my choice. I had to rectify my class, for without attack power or defense, and lacking formidable offensive skills, how could I possibly rescue Yu Qingshan from the clutches of Uncle Yanzhao? Ding. System alert. You have randomly chosen to retain the skill, Life Healing, LV3. Yes, the skill with the greatest restorative capability has been preserved. My luck is truly remarkable. I leapt for joy, exhilarated beyond measure. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully transitioned to the role of a Dragon Domain Scavenger, affiliated with the swordsman profession. You are now able to equip armor-type gear, and your growth parameters have been adjusted to Strength Growth 1, 0, Stamina Growth 0, 8, Agility Growth 0, 9, and Spirit Growth 0, 8. Additionally, you have automatically acquired the fundamental skill of your profession, Combo, LV1. Observing my newfound growth, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Previously, as a wandering healer, my strength growth was a mere 0.5, which resulted in me gaining only 45 or 55 attack points per 10 levels. Now, as a swordsman with a growth rate of 1.0, each 10 points of strength translates to an impressive 810 attack power. Splendid. Upon further examination of my attributes, a remarkable transformation became evident. Carefree and unfettered. Dragon Domain Scavenger. Level 29 attack, 236301 defense, 104 life, 410 magic, 320 charisma, 25. Without any weapon, my attack power stands at 301 points. If I manage to wield the Qi Qing sword, an additional 300 points of damage would be added, resulting in a staggering 601 points of damage, surpassing even the most formidable foes. How extraordinary! Moreover, I have acquired the combo skill, which I had long desired. This signature technique of the swordsman class allows for 56 consecutive strikes at level 10, a feat unmatched by any other profession. Henceforth, the swordsman class is destined to maintain its position as the primary source of damage output. If I could master the art of chaining attacks, my output would ascend to an unparalleled level. Glancing at my experience points, I noted that I was at 29 levels with 7 experience, still far from reaching level 30. With this in mind, I resolved to strive towards attaining level 30 before logging off, aiming to elevate my combo skill to level 3. Furthermore, the Qi Qing sword and silver lock battle boots awaited my acquisition. Casting a glance at the figure before me, Liu Shuang, I inquired, Liu Shuang, who will be my mentor? Liu Shuang pondered for a moment before responding. As you are currently the lowest-ranking member of Dragon City, your mentor will be the beast tamer, Darlene. He was originally responsible for scavenging tasks within the Dragon Domain, and now he shall teach you everything you need to know. A shiver ran down my spine. All right. Then where will I rest tonight? Within the city? Liu Shuang chuckled. No, the mission of a scavenger lies beyond the city walls, so you cannot rest inside. Allow me to escort you to Beast Tamer Darlene. You have already been marked with the emblem of Cold Wilderness Dragon City, and he will recognize you. With that, Liu Shuang suddenly grasped my arm and flung me outside. What an abrupt departure. The cold wind howled around me as I descended the castle steps. Light snowflakes dancing in the air. Wrapped in the gusts of wind, augmented by Liu Shuang's energy, I slid down to a secluded corner outside the city. In the distance, a flickering campfire drew nearer, and at last, bang. As my face met the ground, I was fortunate not to suffer a fatal blow. The gentle embrace of frost had cushioned my fall. As I lifted my head, I was confronted by a robust man wielding chains who was roasting a loud, squealing wild boar. He had impaled the creature with a sturdy branch, setting it over the flames, his face alight with anticipation. This man was none other than my mentor, the Beast Tamer, Darlene. With a gasp, I scrambled to my feet, wincing from the impact, while Darlene stared at me wide-eyed. What are you doing here, boy? Wait. That brand on your shoulder, oh no. Lord Frost has taken you in as a member of the Dragon Domain? I nodded. Indeed. I have become a proud scavenger of the Dragon Domain, and you are my mentor. Darlene smacked his thigh in disbelief. Bah? That little wench Frost has sent me such a useless apprentice. How despicable. I, Darlene, have traversed the outer realms my entire life. When have I ever taken on such a liability? I brushed off the dust from my clothes and replied earnestly, though I may lack talent, I still wish to be taught with care. Darlene glared at me, teeth clenched. Very well, I shall instruct you properly. I nodded. At present, I possess only a basic skill for combos. Could you teach me a few more techniques, master? Darlene slapped his forehead and reclined at the edge of the tent. All right. We shall discuss it tomorrow. And so, I sat by the campfire, while Darlene happily feasted on wild boar meat, waiting until dawn broke. As the sun rose, he suddenly stood up, dragging the heavy chains behind him, and proclaimed with a smile, Boy, it is time for us to set forth. Let me impart to you the essential knowledge required in the Dragon Domain. I grasped my staff and respectfully followed my mentor. Thus began my journey as a scavenger in the Dragon Domain, burdened with the mission of rescuing the maiden. Chapter 48. The earthbound worm. The chilling wind howled through the frostly forest, crashing against the foot of Dragon City, creating a swirling vortex of icy gusts. Amidst the desolate wilderness, two figures traversed the terrain, one striding ahead, wielding a heavy iron chain, his imposing stature evident, while the other followed, brandishing a staff and accompanied by a small bee. Master, what is the primary duty of a scavenger in the Dragon Domain? I inquired. Darren, dragging the iron chain, chuckled. To eliminate all hazardous elements surrounding Dragon City, preventing those formidable beasts from approaching, lest they harm the ordinary soldiers tasked with transporting supplies. I nodded, suddenly recalling the one-eyed giant Darren had slain previously, and I felt a wave of trepidation. Sending me alone to confront such a colossal beast would likely be a death sentence. Moreover, the beast tamer cast his gaze into the distance, his expression turning serious. There is another crucial task. What task? Follow me. Yes. Darren leapt forward, covering nearly 100 yards in a single bound. His agility was truly remarkable. By the time I reached him, I discovered a large mound of steaming beast droppings resting on the hillside, its radius nearly a meter, with faint sparks flickering atop. This left me momentarily speechless. Darren glanced skyward, remarking, It appears to be the excrement left behind by a firebird. Young one. Take note, these firebirds feast on fruits that grow within volcanoes, accumulating vast amounts of energy within. Their droppings are highly combustible material. With winter approaching, Dragon City will grow increasingly frigid. Thus, we must stockpile substantial quantities of beast and bird droppings to burn for warmth during the harsh winter. As he spoke, the beast tamer deftly swung the iron chain, encircling the steaming heap of firebird droppings. After a brief wait, the droppings hardened into clumps, which he then began to drag toward Dragon City. I watched in astonishment. Was this truly my professional duty? Kid, stop daydreaming. There's a pile of porcupine droppings over there. Already frozen. Let us take that too. Yes, master. I cast a glance at a nearby clump of droppings, the size of a grinding stone. Is this porcupine droppings? What size of porcupine could have produced this? I had anticipated entering Dragon City to become a valiant dragon warrior or a dragon knight. Yet here I found myself destined to be a terminator of bird and beast excrement. Different roles exist within the profession, but no job is inherently superior to another. We must labor. With a sharp crack, my staff pierced through the porcupine droppings. With a firm effort, I easily lifted it, trailing behind the beast tamer as we made our way back to our modest encampment. Indeed, the camp was quite rudimentary, a dilapidated tent barely large enough for the beast tamer, leaving me to stand watch outside, alongside a small campfire. Adjacent to the camp was a vast pit, into which the beast tamer effortlessly tossed the firebird droppings. I too flicked my staff, sending the porcupine droppings into the pit with a flourish. Clang. System prompt. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the clutter and earned 900 experience points. Is there really experience to be gained? I was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. This is my professional task. It seems that the experience points are quite ample, and the speed of leveling up will not lag behind that of slaying monsters. Although there is no chance of acquiring equipment. After returning the burning items, I continued to accompany the beast tamer as we wandered through the wilderness beneath Dragon City. This map falls within the realm of the dragon domain, and few players would invest nearly an hour to venture into this desolate land, especially with numerous monsters exceeding level 40 along the way. Most players at this stage lack the capability to traverse here. After delivering several more piles of beast dung, my experience points had already reached 27 of level 29. I resolved to work diligently, aiming to reach level 30 today, acquire the Ching Ching sword and silverlock boots, which would significantly enhance my overall strength. Amidst the rustling sounds, a faint noise emerged from the hillside to one side, and the beast tamer immediately raised his arm, whispering, "Halt." I squinted my eyes to look. What is it? A significant opportunity has arrived. Oh. Accompanied by the stirring of the soil, suddenly, a plump head resembling a bug emerged, and soon the entire creature crawled out of the ground. It turned out to be a soft-bodied, worm-like creature akin to a sea cucumber, with the words Earth Ginseng Worm floating above it. Its level was indiscernible, but it was certainly above level 35. Today is indeed my lucky day. The beast tamer licked his lips, nearly drooling, and said, "This Earth Ginseng Worm is a premium ingredient. Within the territory of the Celestial Feather Empire, it can sell for at least 100 gold coins per pound. It is highly nourishing, and consuming the flesh of the Earth Ginseng Worm during the cold winter can warm the body. Such a large Earth Ginseng Worm could feed everyone in Dragon City for an entire week." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the chain, retrieving a dried fish from his pocket. Earth Ginseng Worms especially favor fish-based foods. I'll lure it over. You cover my back. Be cautious. Do not allow it to burrow back into the ground. Once it enters the soil, its movements are as swift as a bird, and it will be impossible to capture. I nodded, gripping my staff, while the little one took cover on the other side. The beast tamer swiftly darted to the opposite side of the hill, placing the dried fish on the ground before concealing himself. In less than half a minute, the massive worm, weighing at least several hundred kilograms, slithered towards the fish, eagerly devouring it. Suddenly, the beast tamer leaped up. This time, you won't escape. Thud. The iron chain pierced through the body of the Earth Ginseng Worm like a sword. Blood splattered everywhere as the creature struggled, writhing violently. Remarkably, it broke free from the chain's restraint, sustaining a massive wound, and retraced its path directly towards me. Damn it! I raised my staff, commanding the little one to charge forward, and the little one unleashed 3 rapid strikes, dealing over 1,000 damage. The defense of this Earth Ginseng Worm was quite lacking. Good, my boy, intercepted. The beast tamer soared through the air once more, chain in hand. Yet, unexpectedly, the earthworm charged recklessly, and despite my efforts to resist, I was knocked back, tumbling along with my staff. The incessant assaults from the small pacifier proved futile, as the earthworm boasted nearly 5,000 hit points, an extraordinary resilience that rendered it impossible to vanquish in a short span of time. Hiss, letting out a harsh cry. The earthworm burrowed back into the depths from whence it came, no longer surfacing. The small pacifier buzzed around me in a fit of frustration. Standing at the entrance of the earthworm's lair, the beast tamer appeared disheartened, sighing, "Alas, it has managed to escape. What a pity, young one. This is not your fault." I pursed my lips, "Master, I bear no guilt." "That's well. Let us continue. We shall hunt a few giant porcupines over there. Winter approaches, and the transport teams we hired are frequently beset by wild beasts and bands of thieves outside Bahuang City. We cannot rely on them for our supplies. The food we need to survive the winter must be procured by our own hands." I nodded, yet inquired, "Master, are not the warriors in Dragon City all immensely powerful? Why do they not take on the task of hunting for food?" The beast tamer chuckled. Those are the Sea Army de la Sea Army of Dragon City. They spend their days either in meditation or honing their martial skills. They have little time to hunt wild beasts. This duty falls upon us. Otherwise, Lord Shuang would not have permitted you to become a scavenger of the Dragon Realm. In truth, we are the providers of ingredients for the Dragon Realm's kitchens. I pursed my lips and gazed towards the direction of Dragon City, asking Master, "Are there really dragons in this desolate Dragon City?" The beast tamer was momentarily taken aback, falling silent for several seconds before offering a self-deprecating smile. Who knows? The continent has not seen any tales of dragons for hundreds of years. The last sighting of a great dragon was during the Imperial Chaos 500 years ago. Perhaps the dragon race has lost the favor of the divine, becoming a legend that shall never reemerge. I inhaled deeply, remaining silent. It seemed my aspirations of becoming a dragon warrior were dashed. Onward we pressed, and soon a massive porcupine, weighing over a ton, emerged at the edge of the jungle. The beast tamer launched the primary assault while I provided support. Within 15 seconds, we felled the porcupine, and as it collapsed, dust billowed up to several feet high. Though the porcupine's meat is coarse and difficult to swallow, it is an invaluable treasure during the harsh winter. The beast tamer dragged the porcupine's carcass with his chain as I followed closely behind. Upon reaching our camp, we encountered over a dozen armored warriors of the Dragon Realm standing there. One of them, holding a bag of firebird droppings, looked to the beast tamer and respectfully stated, "Lord Darren, have you procured new ingredients?" Darren set down the porcupine, replying, "Indeed, this porcupine weighs over 1,000 pounds. Take it away, and after butchering, dry the meat." In the biting cold of winter, a strip of cured meat and a jug of fine wine, that is the essence of life. Yes, my lord. As we relinquished the porcupine, a familiar system chime resonated in my ears. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully delivered food and earned 3,000 experience points. A surge of joy welled up within me. Indeed, the experience gained from hunting porcupines far surpassed that of merely gathering dung. Before long, I had delivered several more prey. All colossal beasts, and during the daylight hours, a quartermaster from Dragon City awaited us at the foothills south of the city, ready to receive our spoils. Each delivery granted a consistent amount of experience, and naturally, if I were to hunt alone, my gains would likely be even greater. As evening approached, my experience level had climbed to 29 and 87, tantalizingly close to breaking through the threshold of level 30, stirring a sense of urgency within me. "Kid, I need to take a break. You can manage the wilderness on your own." The beast tamer, Darren, languidly reclined in the tent, relishing its warmth. Grasping my staff and accompanied by my little companion, I set forth to forge my own path. Chapter 49, A Leap in Strength Wandering Through the Wilderness. My initial target for attack was none other than the most rudimentary creature I encountered, the iron-capped goblin. Narrator, where are the slimes? This creature, of merely level 34, presented itself with average offensive capabilities but notably high defense, thus posing little threat to me. However, it would serve as a stepping stone to reach level 30. As night fell, the iron-capped goblins roamed aimlessly across the vast expanse, brandishing their sharp axes while emitting unpleasant chattering sounds, reminiscent of small, menacing dwarfs. Attack! With a command. My companion, the little milk bottle, buzzed over and unleashed a flurry of strikes on one of the iron-capped goblins, inflicting nearly 800 points of damage. I, too, charged forward. Brandishing my staff, amidst the piercing shriek, a golden hexagram materialized at the staff's tip. Level 2 combo, activate. 118. 99. Indeed. My offensive power paled in comparison to that of the little milk bottle. The staff's attack was woefully inadequate, merely 10 of the Qingqing sword's prowess. It was imperative to procure a new weapon. With a series of strikes, the iron-capped goblin collapsed, defeated. I swiftly cast a healing spell, replenishing the milk bottle's health, and inspected the spoils dropped by the goblin, an impeccably shiny axe. Goblin battle axe, white equipment, damage, 2540 required level, 30. I picked it up and stowed it in my pack. Given the current player's levels, few would seek such white-grade weapons. Yet it could fetch a decent price at the shop, perhaps several dozen silver coins, considering the axe's respectable level. Continuing my endeavor, after vanquishing several more iron-capped goblins, my experience points soared to 94 of level 29, with level 30 tantalizingly close. Additionally, I had accumulated a total of 7 goblin battle axes as minor rewards. In the midst of my slaying, an unsettling rustling emerged from the soil nearby. In Indy, this sensation was all too familiar. My heart raced at last. I had encountered this creature again, the earth ginseng worm, a delicacy that made my mentor drool with desire, akin to our ginseng and abalone. With a thud, the earth ginseng worms had emerged from the ground, and I felt a strange sense of familiarity. On its back lay a deep gash, slowly mending indeed. It was the very one I had seen before. I rummaged through my pack and retrieved a large salted fish, a gift I had acquired from a beast tamer. It was perfectly suited for this moment. The earth ginseng worm boasted a total health pool of 5,000 points. And this time I was determined to ensure that its health reached zero as it burrowed back underground, allowing me to capture its remains. Resolute in my decision, I stowed away the little milk bottle, lightening my load, and halted approximately 100 yards from the earth ginseng worm. I produced the salted fish and cast it onto the ground, ensuring the wind carried its aroma directly to the earth ginseng worm. Concealed in ambush, I patiently awaited the emergence of the earthworm. The creature, having sustained injuries, exhibited heightened vigilance, raising its head and observing its surroundings for nearly 10 minutes. Fortunately, my patience was unwavering. At last, the earthworm wriggled its way out of the soil, hastening towards the large salted fish. With a swift motion, I leapt from the underbrush, brandishing a goblin battle axe, plunging the handle into the ground with the blade facing the direction of the earthworm. I hoped this rudimentary trap would prove effective. Subsequently, I retrieved several more axes, burying all 7 goblin battle axes along the creature's path of movement. I prayed for divine guidance, trusting that my understanding of this creature's behavior was accurate. Its tendency to retrace its steps, driven by caution, assured me it would not venture onto untraveled terrain. With a single hand raised, a hexagram formation shimmered into existence, and my familiar emerged, charging directly at the earthworm. As it executed a series of rapid strikes, I unleashed my own combination attack. The earthworm, having devoured the large salted fish, hastily retreated, mirroring its previous actions, and I found myself once again toppled. My familiar followed suit, delivering a flurry of bites. Panting heavily, the earthworm sprinted with fervor, but suddenly let out a mournful cry as a gaping wound appeared in its abdomen. The trap of goblin battle axes had indeed proven effective, inflicting nearly 500 points of damage. Grasping my staff, I pursued relentlessly, striking wildly while my familiar continued its assault. The earthworm's health bar plummeted, yet its single-mindedness led it to retrace its path, only to be severely wounded again by the goblin axes, its vitality dwindling rapidly. My heart raced as I realized the earthworm was nearing the entrance of its burrow. Just then, it emitted a final wail, succumbing to its injuries and collapsing to the ground. Coin spilled forth, along with a gleaming set of armor. As I picked it up and beheld its luster, I couldn't help but smile broadly. Armor of the earth, bronze, type, armor defense, 70 strength, 19 additional, increases user's attack power by 15 points, required level, 30. Clutching the armor of the earth, I was elated. The system had indeed favored me, providing a breastplate suitable for my ascension to level 30. Complemented by the silver-grade silverlock boots, thus enhancing my overall defense significantly. Tossing the armor of the earth into my pack, I grasped the earthworm's tail and dragged it back to the camp. After nearly 30 minutes of toil, I finally arrived, only to find the Beastmaster Darren snoring thunderously. Lost in deep slumber, I approached, gently nudging his ankle, whispering, "Teacher, look what I've brought back." Upon seeing the earthworm, the Beastmaster's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. "Well done, my boy. You've actually captured an earthworm. Truly impressive." The beast tamer was filled with exhilaration, extending his arms and letting out a shout towards the direction of Dragon City. Within moments, a dozen Dragon Domain warriors came rushing down, one of whom was the quartermaster. "Lord Darren, what urgent matter has summoned us at such a late hour?" Darren pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Behold, what is that?" The quartermaster's face flushed with excitement. "That is the legendary earth ginseng worm. My goodness, it is said to be cunning and elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. How did you manage to procure such a plump specimen?" "It was accomplished by that new scavenger lad." "Splendid. The cold wilderness Dragon City shall reward you handsomely." The quartermaster approached me, patting my shoulder with a smile. "On behalf of Lord Roland, the King of Dragon City, I bestow upon you these honors and rewards. May you continue to strive for excellence." Ding. A system notification rang out. "Congratulations, you have submitted a rare food ingredient and earned 24,000 experience points, along with 1 point of charm. Your reputation in Cold Wilderness Dragon City has increased." Suddenly, a golden light descended upon me, and at last, I had reached level 30. Dismissing the beast tamer and quartermaster, I eagerly retrieved the treasures from my pack. With a satisfying clink, I donned the silver lock boots and the earth armor, making me eligible to wear heavy armor as a swordsman. My defense surged dramatically, and the shimmering silver boots and radiant armor finally transformed me into a respectable warrior. With a flourish, I replaced my tattered staff with the Ching sword, the very first golden weapon in the entire server. This became my greatest source of strength. A powerful surge coursing through my hands and radiating throughout my body, a clear indication of an increase in attack power. Opening my personal attributes, I was taken aback by my current stats. How extraordinary. Carefree Scavenger, Dragon Domain Scavenger, level 30 attack, 514, 695 defense, 259 health, 740 magic, 320 charm, 26. The 300 attack power of the Ching sword was truly formidable, elevating my attack ceiling to nearly 700 points and raising my defense to 259 points. Additionally, the Ching sword and silver lock boots combined added 41 points to my stamina, with a swordsman's stamina growth of 0.8, bestowing an extra 328 health points, bringing my health limit to 740 points. I was finally a bona fide blood attack type heavy armor player. With a clang, I drew my sword, triggering a wave effect that increased my attack power by 10. With a flick of my wrist, the Ching sword danced in a flourish, a feat far beyond what players unaccustomed to wielding swords could achieve. Yes, it was time to train diligently. After bidding farewell to Master Darren, I ventured once more into the wilderness, this time to challenge the 36-level wild hyenas. These creatures were exceptionally cunning and agile, but I believed I could prevail. Straight ahead, 20 yards away, a hyena was growling softly, as if in heat. Onward. This time, the little pacifier remained in place as I ascended alone. The radiant glow of the Ching sword shimmered, and the golden hexagram danced atop the blade. A level 2 combo descended with a piercing roar. Thud, thud, 379, 401. Witnessing such extraordinary damage numbers, a sense of accomplishment surged within me. This was the direction I had long pursued. The hyena howled, brandishing its sharp claws, leaving a scratch upon the earth's armor and draining away 97 points of my health. Heh, in heavy armor, you cannot harm me. I suddenly swung the Ching sword with vigor, executing a series of thrusts, slashes, and powerful blows in seamless succession. This time, it felt remarkably fluid. 5 strikes completed within 2.9 seconds, successfully repelling the wild hyena. 2 strikes were all it took for the level 36 wild hyena to yelp and fall lifelessly to the ground. I stood there, momentarily dazed, reflecting on the unique sensation I had experienced while wielding the sword, akin to a familiar skill that suddenly reemerged before my eyes. Moreover, this 5-hit combo significantly reduced the original attack cooldown of approximately 1 second. This was beyond logic and could only signify one thing. I was on the verge of mastering my own unique combo. Delighted within, just then, a notification chimed, a message from the 33rd level beauty, the esteemed Miss Lin Wanner. Li Xiaoao, are you still leveling up? She inquired. It's already 9 p.m. Are you heading out for a late-night snack? Indeed. Would you like to join? I'll be there shortly. I'll wait for you downstairs. All right. Chapter 50. A first test of skills. As the evening breeze wafted through the campus, I strolled along the tree-lined path, surprised to find fireflies dancing among the grass in early autumn. Beside me, Lin Wanner donned a beige sundress, her natural beauty illuminated by the glow of the streetlights. Despite her simple attire, she exuded an elegance that unmistakably marked her as a stunning beauty. I followed closely behind her, fulfilling my duty as her personal bodyguard. Walking alongside her would suggest a romantic connection. Li Xiaoao, we're not dining at the school cafeteria today. Let's eat out. What do you think we should have? She suddenly inquired. Without hesitation, I replied, whatever is expensive is what we should eat. Lin Wanner abruptly halted, turning to face me with her captivating eyes narrowed in disbelief. Do you want to die? I've already spent a considerable amount of my monthly allowance. There's hardly anything left. I shrugged. Then let us have some street-side egg fried rice, although I fear you might not relish the idea. Lin Wanner pursed her lips, smiling slightly. Who said I wouldn't want it? Let us go. Are we really having egg fried rice? Of course. Why would I deceive you? All right. Upon reaching the food street outside the campus, it was around 9 o'clock, the perfect time for students to indulge in late-night snacks. With over 1,000 students at Luwa University likely engaged in their game, Destiny, the crowd was substantial. We chose a modest stall, and I pulled out a chair for Lynn Warner before sitting opposite her, raising my hand to call out, "Boss, 2 bowls of egg fried rice, the for-you-on variety." Lynn Warner took out her phone, quietly scrolling through forum posts, while nearby, several students had noticed the stunning beauty seated before them, their eyes wide with amazement, barely containing their drool. Resting my chin on my hand, I gazed at Lynn Warner, who was focused on her phone, her lips delicately pressed together as she murmured, "Oh no, I just got surpassed in the level rankings of Fanshu City. I've dropped to 4th place. All I did was help you with the task. And now so many have overtaken me." Her large, sparkling eyes, complemented by exquisite features and a flawless complexion, made her look even more enchanting in the twilight. I felt an uncontrollable urge to pinch her cheeks, though I refrained, merely watching her with admiration, thinking how delightful it would be to take her home. "I truly wish I could take you home and keep you." I spoke sincerely. Lynn Warner blinked in surprise. "What did you just say?" I quickly backtracked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Her lips curved into a teasing smile. "Who did you say you wanted to take home?" I shook my head vigorously. "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Lynn Warner chuckled lightly. "Forget it. You couldn't possibly afford to keep anyone, right? By the way," Lynn Warner turned to me, "I just saw a post on the forum mentioning that you challenged Yin Zhao Wushuang over the matter of Yu Qinqian and lost." I nodded. "Yes, Yin Zhao Wushuang's attack power is formidable. I couldn't withstand a 4-hit combo, so losing was to be expected. However, I have heard that you managed to disrupt Yin Zhao Wushuang's dual strikes following the unparalleled attack." Lin Wana smiled enigmatically. "The unparalleled strike has a mere 7 seconds of casting time. To interrupt it under such pressing circumstances is indeed quite an impressive feat." My face flushed with embarrassment. Truthfully, it was purely accidental. Just as I suspected. Lin Wana chuckled softly, glancing at me before inquiring, "Li Xiaoyao, my father has spoken highly of your exceptional skills, claiming that throughout Hangzhou, there may not be a single person capable of matching you in close combat. I am genuinely curious to know if your prowess is as formidable as he suggests." I gritted my teeth and replied, "There's no need to discuss this. It's best to avoid conflict when possible, to maintain harmony." "Then why did you engage with Yin Zhao Wushuang?" "Well, you harbor feelings for Yu Qinqian." "No, absolutely not." "Humph. An explanation is merely a veil for the truth." I conceded. "All right, I do like Yu Qinqian. Are you satisfied now?" Lin Warner was momentarily taken aback. Lowering her gaze, "I have no interest in your personal life or affairs." A few minutes later, the fried rice was ready. While I savored my second bowl, Lin Wana had finished her first. I asked, "Why didn't Dong Chengwei accompany you today?" She was on a mission and mentioned she ordered takeout. "Oh." Once we finished eating, I clapped my hands. "Let us go." "Don't you have class tomorrow morning?" Are you attending?" "No interest. Will it affect your grades?" "No. I'll give you a heads up. I know the professor for tomorrow's class." "Great." As we entered the campus, we were greeted by the familiar stone-paved path, the cobblestones comfortable beneath our feet. However, Lin Warner, adorned in heels at least 7 centimeters high, looked beautiful, yet walked with caution, taking careful steps. Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp and stumbled. Quick as lightning, I sidestepped and reached out to support her at the waist, but miscalculating my aim, my hand inadvertently landed on a soft, springy surface. Caught off guard, I found myself holding her without daring to let go. A cold sweat broke out on my back as I hurriedly adjusted her posture before reluctantly releasing my grip. Lin Warner emitted a soft sound, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, turning a bright crimson, perhaps having never experienced such intimate contact with a man before. Her beautiful eyes widened at me. You must have done that on purpose." I quickly explained, It was truly an accident. I would never have the audacity to touch you there." Lin Warner, her face aflame with indignation, stamped her foot. "Touch me where?" Well, I truly made a blunder. I never intended to touch that area." My father claimed you were skilled, and this is the level of your prowess?" I was at a loss for words. "Fine. If you wish to believe I did it on purpose, what do you intend to do?" Lin Warner stood there. Her cheeks flushed, uncertain of how to react, and after a moment of hesitation, she murmured, "Let us go back and rest early." However, just a few steps later, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes, and soon 4 figures appeared before us, all clad in identical black Zhongshan suits, reminiscent of students. I instinctively stepped forward to shield Lin Warner, inquiring, "What do you want?" Despite the dim light of the street lamp, I could discern their youthful yet menacing faces. These were the privileged students from our school, notorious for bullying others. One of them, standing at the back, chuckled, a laugh that was all too familiar. Li Xiaoyao. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to confront you? A chill ran through my gaze. Luing. Indeed, it was him. Luing stepped forward in his Zhongshan suit, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed Lin Wanner. Classmate Lin Wanner. Today's matter is between me and Li Xiaoyao. It does not concern you, so you may leave. Lin Wanner, taken aback, opened her mouth in disbelief. Luing. Are you looking for a fight? Don't forget the rules of the school. Students who fight are expelled. Luing laughed heartily. School rules are meant for good students. And I am certainly not one of them. Lin Wanner, I admit you're my type, so please step aside to avoid any injuries. Before Lin Wanner could retort, I had already clenched my fists and turned to her with a gentle smile. Young lady, you need not retreat. Just give me half a minute. Lin Wanner looked up at me, perhaps sensing my confidence, and smiled faintly. All right, I shall wait for you. How dare he be so arrogant? Luing suddenly swung his arm, revealing a baseball bat, and quietly instructed the other 3 students, let us go together, beat him down. As long as he is not dead, I'll take full responsibility. The 3 students chuckled maliciously, brandishing their bats and charging forward without a word. With the rustling of fallen leaves and gravel beneath my feet, I surged forward, my left foot propelling me into the air, delivering a series of swift kicks. Thud, thud, toppling 2 of the students to the ground. As I spun midair, my right fist charged with force, I unleashed a devastating punch towards the 3rd student. Boom. Blood and broken teeth flew, his face turning red and swollen as he collapsed to the ground, not a sound escaping his lips as he lost consciousness. Damn. Luing stared in shock, unable to comprehend how his 3 subordinates were so easily defeated. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Trembling with rage, he charged at me, raising the bat high to strike. I stood firm, my right palm sweeping through the air in a graceful arc, energy flowing through my hand as a sharp crack resonated, instantly shattering the baseball bat. With a swift retraction of my arm, I propelled a powerful punch directly into Lu Ying's chest. Amidst the dull thud, Luing staggered back several steps, clutching his chest, his face drenched in cold sweat. He looked up at me, his expression rife with agony. My punch would not injure him, but would certainly inflict considerable pain. I clapped my hands and turned with a smile, declaring, all right, it's settled. However, Lin Wanner stood there, her mouth agape in astonishment. I shook my head in disbelief and patted her shoulder, saying, my lady, you should head back and get some rest. Oh. Lin Wanner finally returned to her senses. Luing had joined the school's baseball team, where he had gathered a group of thugs. Lin Wanner hesitated, then smiled softly, saying, I've heard from the senior girls that many boys have been beaten by Lu Ying and his gang before. The most severe case involved someone whose legs were broken. I furrowed my brow. He truly acts with impunity. Indeed. It's this very nature that drives him to relentlessly pursue you in Ba Wang City, seeking to erase your presence entirely. Standing beneath the girls' dormitory, Lin Wanner cast a deep glance at me and suggested, why not join me and wear at Fanshu City? At least we could protect you. I shook my head resolutely. No, I must establish myself in Ba Wang City alone. Very well, then I shall head upstairs. Good night, my lady. Chapter 51. The Cannibal. The following morning, around 7 a.m., numerous students were already heading to class with their books in hand. However, the day's lessons promised to be exceedingly tedious, and both Lin Wanner and I found ourselves lacking interest. It was rumored that Dong Qingyue also intended to skip class, so we reached a consensus to indulge in a gaming session after breakfast. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingyue approached in succession. Dong Cheng, we meet again, I remarked. With her hands clasped behind her back, Dong Qingyue, exuding an air of grace, tilted her head and smiled at me. What is this? Have you missed me after just a day? I remained non-committal. Let us grab a bite and then log on. Oh, how composed you are, Dong Qingyue chuckled lightly. I was taken aback. Why shouldn't I be composed? Haven't you heard the chaos in Ba Wang City? Lin Wanner shot me a teasing glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully. Oh dear, I truly dread your impending fate. What fate? I was utterly bewildered. Dong Qingyue covered her mouth and giggled. He truly doesn't know? Early this morning, the Ba Wang City server erupted in turmoil. A player named Shichu Ba Wang has placed an exorbitant bounty on someone called Xiao Yao Zizai. It is said that anyone who can capture the footage of killing Xiao Yao Zizai will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins from the players of the Xiong Ba Feng Yun Guild. What? My eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 gold coins? Are you joking? Even my level 1 character wouldn't be worth that much. It's true. Lin Wanner looked at me with pity, her gaze filled with sympathy. You should lay low for a while. The players in Ba Huang City will regard you as a golden nugget. I nodded. Indeed, I generally prefer to keep a low profile. However, if they think it will be easy to take me down, they are sorely mistaken. Humph. Luing can dream on if he thinks he can suppress my level with money. Really? How about we make a bet? Lin Wanner said with a playful smile. Dong Qingwei chuckled beside her. It seems Wanner is in a good mood today, willing to engage in a wager. All right, what are the terms? I inquired. With her arms crossed, Lin Wanner playfully accentuated her curves, forming an alluring silhouette. She then smiled sweetly and said, Here's the deal. If you manage to stay alive for 5 hours after logging on, I'll treat you to a meal of your choice, no limits. But if you get killed even once, you'll owe me and wear a meal at a decent restaurant, something like a second-tier place, around 200 renminbi. What do you say? Deal. I extended my hand. Lin Wanner giggled, lightly tapping my palm with her delicate hand. The contract is sealed. Dong Qingyue was even more delighted at the prospect of a free meal. After breakfast, at 8 a.m., we headed straight back to the dormitory and logged on. Beneath the desolate expanse of the cold wilderness Dragon City, the surroundings lay barren. To the south stretched the boundless jungles of the 8 Desolation City, while to the north loomed a continuous spine of icy mountains, traversing east to west and severing the continent into northern and southern realms. The south enjoyed temperate weather and flourishing races, giving rise to the 7 great empires of the celestial destiny continent. In stark contrast, the north was a domain rife with uncertainty and death. It was here, at the heart of the icy mountains, that the cold wilderness Dragon City stood, guarding the northern gateway of the 7 empires, with the Qingqing sword in hand. My purpose was clear, to level up at the foot of the Dragon City for 5 hours, completing professional tasks. It was rare for players to venture here. And for at least 5 hours, I felt relatively secure. Victory in my wager with Lin Wanner seemed assured. How long it had been since I savored the squirrel mandarin fish from Songa Tower, a dish priced at 250 renminbi per pound, truly a luxury I could not afford. But with a beautiful young lady treating, what a splendid opportunity. After repairing my equipment at the quartermaster's, I examined his supplies. The level 4 red potions, priced at 50 silver coins each, restored 400 health points, a fair deal. I purchased several to stow away in my pack, knowing they could prove invaluable in dire moments. After all, my life-saving spell had a 6-second cooldown, making continuous healing impossible. Moreover, since I had transitioned to the Dragon Domain Scavenger class, my bleeding cessation skill had vanished, significantly diminishing my healing capabilities. Preparation was essential. I summoned the adorable Bobo, my little companion, as the bumblebee buzzed joyously around me, seemingly attuned to my enhanced strength. The little creature flitted about exuberantly, displaying its usual cheerfulness, even moments before being defeated by the unmatched Yin Zhao. Opening the rankings of the 8 Desolation City, I noted a dramatic upheaval in the level standings. 1. Yin Zhao unmatched, level 33, class, Swordsman 2. General Li Mu, level 32, class, Swordsman 3. Yu Qingqian, level 32, class, Assassin 4. General Bai Qi, level 32, class, Berserker 5. Yu Weiliang, level 32, class, Assassin 6. Flying Dragon in the Sky, level 32, class, Spirit Master 7. General Wang Jian, level 32, class, Swordsman 8. Fierce Tiger, level 32, class, Berserker 9. Xuanwu Robbery, level 31, class, Archer 10. Cold Tablet Ode, level 31, class, Swordsman. The competition for levels was fierce. Uncle Yin Zhao Unmatched was leveling at an astonishing pace, likely grinding through the night. The members of the general family were not far behind, and 2 beautiful assassins made their mark on the leaderboard as well. Xuanwu Robbery and Fierce Tiger were familiar faces on the rankings of 8 Desolation City, while Cold Tablet Ode appeared to be a newly emerged expert, possibly just a casual player. The fluctuations in level competition during the early game were significant. True mastery would only be revealed in the later stages. Upon checking my level experience ranking, I found myself placed at 271 in the 8 Desolation City, a level 30 Dragon Domain Scavenger. A surge of pride welled within me as I gazed at this ranking. I had finally entered the top 10,000 of a game. In the morning, as part of my professional duties, the beast tamer Darren spent his entire day lounging at the camp, indulging in meat and picking his teeth, embodying the very essence of idleness. Alas, with such a negligent mentor, I could only rely on my own resources, wandering through the wilderness with a pacifier in my mouth. I managed to collect a few clumps of firebird droppings, garnering some experience in the process. Subsequently, I conversed with the quartermaster, who finally spoke to me. His gaze bewildered as he addressed me. Young scavenger of the Dragon Domain, a band of unexpected guests has recently arrived in the western wilderness beneath Dragon City. They are a formidable group of ogres, rumored to be hybrids of whales and lions. Go forth, slay 100 ogres, and return to me for your reward. Ding. System notification. Do you accept the quest? Slay the ogres? Current quest difficulty, a level, excellent. I swiftly confirmed my acceptance. An A-level quest was within my grasp, regardless. I simply needed to accumulate some experience. However, the fact that a quest involving the slaughter of ordinary monsters could escalate to a level implied one glaring truth. The ogres were significantly stronger than I was. Damn it. I might very well be annihilated. I approached the beast tamer Darren once more. Master, do you have any secret techniques to impart to me? I was pressed for time and could not return to 8 Desolate City to learn skills, so the only technique I had in the swordsman class was a single combo. Moreover, I had yet to master skills such as rapid strike, no attack, and heavy slash, leaving me reliant on this unreliable mentor for instruction. Darren lay in his tent, cushioned by soft grass, not even sparing me a glance. He casually picked his nose with his robust thumb, and with a flick, a clump of nasal filth came hurtling towards me. Clang! I swiftly drew my sword, slicing the filth in two, and retorted with annoyance, "Then I shall take my leave." After nearly 10 minutes of walking westward, I found my quest target in a lush green valley. In the jungle, I encountered colossal beings almost 3 meters high. Each pair of ogres huddled around a bubbling pot of soup. They possessed sharp teeth and robust skin, which sparked against the rocks. These creatures were truly formidable. As I crept closer, I attempted to assess their attributes. To my dismay, I could not glean detailed stats, but I caught a glimpse of their level. Ogre, common monster, level, 38 attack, defense, health, skill. Description: ogres, savage creatures existing in the wild, boast tremendous offensive power and resilience. However, their sluggish movements are their sole weakness, provided, of course, that the warrior's blade is sufficiently sharp to cleave through their coarse hide. Yet, for centuries, warriors have failed to slay ogres, instead becoming mere ingredients in their soup. Damn it, I detest eating crocodile. Their skin is far too tough. One ogre remarked, wielding a ladle. Another bellowed in response, "Fool, cease your complaints. Had it not been for you, we would have captured that human girl yesterday. The taste of a woman must be delectable." The first ogre retorted, "That woman sliced my rear with a single strike. Such a woman is utterly indigestible. She would cleave your throat and stomach with her very bosom, causing your gastric acid to cascade down your intestines, making your backside bloom in a most unfortunate manner." The third ogre stirred the cauldron with a twig and remarked, "Enough of the complaints. I have heard from afar that the elves speak of her. That woman is the leader of a city atop Ice Spine Mountain, a being known as Frost, and she has attained the celestial level of power. We stand no chance against her. Let us instead venture to the western graveyard tomorrow to feast on maggots." Indeed, upon mention of maggots, my mouth began to water uncontrollably. I felt somewhat nauseous yet dared not act recklessly. 3 level 38 monsters working in unison could easily obliterate me. Patience was essential. These ogres, having consumed no food today, were merely sipping their broth, and they would soon need to relieve themselves. It would be prudent to strike while they attended to their business. After a full 3 minutes, at last, one ogre with a wounded rear stood up and staggered away from the campfire, lifting the cloth at his waist to reveal, well, at least a 50-centimeter appendage. With a swift motion, I drew the Chi-Ching sword, unleashing a ripple effect beneath my feet, a manifestation of the sword's power. The opportunity had arisen. I would eliminate this injured ogre first. With a crash, my silver-locked battle boots shattered the stone beneath me as I lunged forward. The diminutive companion surged ahead with even greater speed, buzzing as she unleashed a level 3 combo skill upon the ogre's backside. 265, 234, 271. Indeed, the ogre's defenses were quite formidable. Simultaneously, the Chi-Ching sword activated its combo. A golden hexagram spun upon the blade, striking with a sound akin to a hammer against rock. However, the blade was sharp, and the golden weapon was no mere illusion. The ogre bellowed in rage as its health diminished significantly. 301. 312. With the ripple effect of the sword combined with the Chi-Ching sword, my attack power subtly surpassed that of my companion. With a furious roar, the ogre swung its massive club, aiming at both me and my companion. 216. 279. I fared well, but my companion's defenses were not as robust as mine. There was no need for healing. I pressed on with relentless attacks. Thrust, sweep, cleave, bash, sweep. Bang. My breastplate struck heavily against the ogre's thigh, unexpectedly rebounding me. Goodness. This creature was remarkably sturdy. Chapter 52. The Gale/a combo, in essence, refers to a series of seamless attacks that compel the opponent to forego counterattacks or defenses, culminating in a devastating blow. It resembles the unparalleled strikes of the legendary Yin and Zhao, delivering a piercing thrust, sweeping slashes, and powerful kicks. The 5-hit sequence is such that the damage from the first 4 attacks amounts to less than 30 of a standard attack's effect. However, the final strike delivers at least double the damage of a regular hit, thus accounting for over 50 of the total damage dealt in the combo. This is precisely why I opted for the thrust, sweep, slash, impact, and sweep as my combo sequence. The 4th hit involves an impact, and if it connects, the opponent is rendered momentarily dazed. Even a mere 0.1 seconds is sufficient for the final blow to land, showcasing the true might of the combo. In the realm of destiny, a successful impact necessitates that one's overall strength and attack power surpass that of the opponent, requiring a ratio of 1:5 in strength to attack power. This cumulative value must exceed that of the adversary for the impact to be effective. Thus, for heavy-armored, strength-oriented players, not only is it imperative to allocate all points into strength, but the weapon must also be extraordinary. Otherwise, one would be unable to repel the target. My development path is firmly rooted in strength, complemented by the healing arts of the apothecary, rendering me virtually invincible. I have forsaken stamina and resilience points, embracing a full-strength swordsman, a branch of the berserker. The ogre before me, however, did not falter. Yet, my 5th strike still dealt over 300 points of damage. While it may not rival a fully formed combo, it far exceeded the damage of a standard attack, with the ogre's total health hovering around 1900. It was ill-prepared to withstand the onslaught from both myself and my pet. It fell after a few swift blows, letting out a pained wail as it dropped a gleaming battle axe. A thrill surged within me as I approached to claim the axe. A quick glance revealed its commendable attributes. Ogre Battle Axe, Green Rock Equipment, Attack, 75149 Strength, 18 bonus. Increases the user's strength by 11 points required level, 32 alas. The level requirement was too high, and its rank too low. Undoubtedly, top-tier players like those from Yin and Zhao would show little interest. However, with a few more days, most players would reach level 32, making this axe somewhat marketable. At the very least, it could be exchanged for a few gold coins. After stowing the axe in my inventory, I pressed on, emboldened by my newfound confidence. I charged forward, kicking over the cauldron and confronting the ogre head-on. "You foul human, I shall devour you whole." The ogre bellowed as it brandished its wooden club. I, wielding the Chi-Ching sword, deftly evaded the ogre's attack with the agility befitting my class, landing a swift strike upon its thigh. My footwork was remarkably in sync with the game's mechanics, allowing me to avoid consecutive attacks with ease. It took merely one healing spell to dispatch the second ogre, and dispatching the third alongside my pet proved to be a trivial matter. With 2 anguished cries, all 3 ogres lay defeated, and my experience points surged significantly. If all goes as planned, after vanquishing 100 ogres, I shall undoubtedly reach level 31. Upon completing the quest, I might even inch closer to level 32, thereby drawing nearer to the ranks of elite players once more. Ding! As I was engaged in battle, a message arrived from Yu Qingqian. "Xiao Yao Gij?" "Yes, Qingqian. You have been placed under a bounty of 1,000 gold coins by the people of Xiongba Fengyun. Are you aware of this?" She activated the communicator, her voice brimming with concern. "Where are you? Will you be reduced to level 1? I couldn't help but chuckle. "Not at all. I am currently leveling up in a desolate place." "That's good to hear. You must be cautious. Perhaps I should bring a few people to join you while you level up, so you won't have to fear being pursued by those bounty hunters." "No need, Qingqian. You should focus on your own leveling. I cannot burden you any longer. By the way, has Uncle Yin Zhao continued to trouble you?" "No. He had dinner with Dad yesterday, drank quite a bit, and merely complained about me being a disobedient niece. Haha, that's reassuring. Yu Qian hesitated. What is it? I inquired. She replied, Xiaoyu Gij, although Uncle Yin Zhao has a rather fiery temperament, he is, in essence, a good person. Last time, when he defeated you in our spar, you don't hold any resentment, do you? I fell silent. Of course not. What do you take me for? I simply lacked the skills and lost. It's as simple as that. I will strive to improve. To me, Uncle Yin Zhao is not an enemy but a remarkable opponent. My next goal is to defeat him fairly, leaving him with nothing to say. Yu Qian chuckled lightly. Such a carefree Xiao Yao is the true essence of freedom. Indeed, I shall continue leveling up. You two, keep at it. Oh, let us see who reaches level 40 within 3 days. All right. Continuing on, I took down one massive ogre after another in the wilderness. Upon defeating the 70th ogre, I finally obtained a piece of equipment, a round, glimmering helmet nestled in the grass. Upon inspection, it was armor-type gear, causing my heart to race. I had finally acquired a helmet. Until now, my forehead had remained bare. Helmet of Cruelty, bronze item, type, armor defense, 62 stamina, 17 required level, 31. Holding the helmet, I checked my level. I was at 30 with 99. For experience, just one ogre away. I activated my Qing Sword's level 3 combo, effortlessly dispatching the next ogre. With a shower of golden light, I successfully leveled up to 31, allowing me to equip the Helmet of Cruelty. With a resounding clatter, the helmet became ensnared upon my brow, resembling an overturned bronze spittoon, a source of great vexation. I hastily adjusted the interface, rendering the helmet's form invisible, revealing a slightly disheveled mane of short hair, now that is truly dashing. Simultaneously, I glanced at my attributes and discovered I had acquired another piece of bronze armor, significantly augmenting my defense. Leisurely and unfettered, Dragon Domain Scavenger, level, 31 attack, 522705 defense, 322 health, 886 magic, 330 charm, 26 with a defense score of 322. I am well equipped to withstand attacks from players of the same level. Additionally, my health capacity has reached 886, enhancing my survivability in both player killing and monster hunting scenarios. Moreover, my healing skill has advanced to LV4, allowing me to restore 600 health points with each use. A low health pool would be tantamount to wastefulness. Furthermore, my companion, the Overlord B, has also ascended to level 31, its attributes now equally formidable. Overlord B, level, 31 attack, for 58610 defense, 305 health, 763 magic, 305 with the combined prowess of myself and my companion. We are poised to navigate this realm with ease. Prior to the advent of the new version, the monsters at the foot of Dragon City will not escalate in level, granting me ample opportunity to strengthen my skills. My immediate focus must be on elevating my combo skill to LV4, otherwise, I shall remain insufficiently powerful. Shortly thereafter, I neared the completion of my monster hunting quota. As I traversed the rocky terrain, my gaze fell upon a middle-aged player, approximately in his 30s, who bore a medicinal basket on his back. A professional herbalist, perhaps? From a distance, we exchanged glances, while my companion buzzed with anticipation, a surge of aggression stirring within. I gently patted the Overlord B's head and advised, "Do not harbor hostility towards anyone. Let us proceed to turn in our quest." Upon noticing me, the herbalist wordlessly turned and vanished into the thicket, presumably to continue his foraging. Having slain 100 ogres, I checked the time. It was nearly noon. I promptly guided my companion back, eager to submit my quest. After a brief walk, I arrived at the Dragon Domain Quartermaster, who stood with a dignified presence, peering down at me. "Young scavenger, your strength has been substantiated. You have indeed vanquished those detestable ogres, staving off their advance towards the frozen Dragon City. Come forth and claim your reward." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the quest. Slay the ogres, earning 15,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, an increase in reputation within Frozen Dragon City, and an additional item, Whirlwind Slash. What? Whirlwind Slash? What could that possibly be? In a hurried manner, I tore open the package, revealing a skill book that lay there, emanating a faint crimson glow. As I picked it up and examined it, I couldn't help but smile. This book was indeed unexpected. Wind Slash. It summons the wind to infuse one's weapon. unleashing a fierce strike against adversaries. At level 1, it enhances attack power by 3, and at level 10, by a remarkable 30. This skill cannot be combined with heavy slash and requires 20 points of magic, accompanied by a 0.2-second charging time. Additionally, players must be at least level 30 to learn it, costing 1 charm point. My eyes widened in astonishment. Heavy slash, renowned as the premier offensive skill for knights, swordsmen, and berserkers, merely offers a 10 increase in attack power at level 10. In contrast, wind slash is extraordinary, boosting attack power by 30 at level 10. The potency is undeniable. However, this troublesome skill necessitates a 0.2-second charging time, which is easily interrupted, and it also demands 1 charm point for mastery. After a moment's contemplation, I impulsively selected to learn it. To leave such a skill unlearned would be foolish. With a swish, my charm points dwindled to 25, and the wind slash appeared in my skill bar. I had already devised a plan. This splendid skill would serve as the final blow in my combination of piercing, sweeping, cleaving, and crashing attacks. If the crash was successful, it could stun the target for approximately 0.2 seconds, compensating for the charging time of wind slash, an assured kill, indeed. Next, I approached my mentor, the Beastmaster Darren, and inquired, "Teacher, do you have any new skills for me to learn?" For reasons unknown, the Beastmaster suddenly leaped into the air, beaming with delight. "Kid, you have not disappointed me. Come, I shall bestow upon you my prize technique." Prize technique. My excitement surged. "Teacher, what is this prize technique of yours?" "The chain." My heart raced. "What chain?" "A secret skill that binds both enemies and beasts. Watch closely." The Beastmaster soared gracefully, landing several meters ahead, brandishing a chain that whistled through the air. He then hurled it with force, shattering a massive boulder with a resounding crack. He patted his chest, brimming with pride. "So, kid, what do you think? Impressive, right?" I stood in awe, as a melody echoed in my mind. The horseman, valiant and strong, galloping like the wind. This is astonishing. Nevertheless, I accepted the skill transfer, which required 10 gold coins to learn. Beast Binding Chain. A strikes the ground to launch the Beast Binding Chain at a target, with a 30 chance to bind the target at level 1. It consumes 20 points of magic and lasts for 1.9 seconds, with a learning cost of 10 gold coins. Without a doubt, a 30 chance is better than none. I shall learn it. Chapter 53. Songa Tower. With a swift exchange of 10 gold coins, I acquired a level 1 skill, Beast Binding Lock. Though it may seem unimpressive at first glance, it shares the same classification as the Xuanfeng Slash, both being A-grade skills, and even surpassing the evaluations of skills like combo and healing arts. Among my repertoire of abilities, my most distinguished skill remains the Wave of the Sword, a self-created SS-level technique, invaluable and irreplaceable. Experiencing the thrill of obtaining 2 new skills, I was eager to test their potency. Grasping my sword with both hands, I chanted the name of Xuanfeng Slash, and instantly, my arms quivered as a deep azure energy surged into the blade. Concurrently, a whirlwind enveloped me, marking the state of energy accumulation, lasting a mere 0.2 seconds. In the next moment, a chilling wind spiraled around the sword as I brought it down from above. With a resounding thud, the rocky ground before me was shattered, creating a shallow pit nearly 20 centimeters deep, shards of stone scattering in all directions. The first level of Xuanfeng Slash granted a 3 increase in attack power, significantly more formidable than a standard strike, and when leveled to 4, this enhancement would rise to an impressive 12. Truly formidable. Following the execution of Xuanfeng Slash, I immediately targeted a nearby Asong tree, silently invoking the Beast Binding Lock. My body sank involuntarily, and my left fist crashed heavily into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. From the depths, an iron chain erupted, coiling around the Asong like a serpent, restraining it for 1.9 seconds. After testing these skills, I was inwardly elated. Both abilities proved to be exceedingly practical. However, Xuanfeng Slash requires energy accumulation, while Beast Binding Lock demands foresight, both of which heavily test a player's dexterity. I am well aware that my skills rank outside the top million on the Chinese server, a reality I accept with humility. Conversing with a military supply officer yielded no bountiful quests. Thus, I resolved to continue hunting wild monsters to practice my Xuanfeng Slash and Beast Binding Lock. The power of skills is intrinsically tied to their levels. A mere level 1 skill, regardless of its SSS rating, would wield limited might. With the Chi-Ching sword in hand and my trusty companion by my side, I strolled through the wilderness, choosing to venture eastward. After approximately 10 minutes, I entered a marshy expanse, marked on the map as the Clouded Marsh. This area appeared to be relatively suitable for my level training. Within the marsh, I encountered a number of level 37 crocodiles, their scales glistening ominously in the setting sun. Examining my attributes, I noted 886 health points and 322 defense, a sufficient foundation for battle. I charged forth. As I waded through the shallow waters, I raised my Chi-Ching sword and unleashed a level 4 combo against one of the crocodiles. The storm of strikes fell upon it with devastating precision. 367, 335, 352. The crocodile howled in agony, its health plummeting by nearly half. With its massive jaws snapping open, it lunged towards me. I stood my ground, releasing a low growl as the air swirled beneath my feet, accumulating energy for 0.2 seconds. The Xuanfeng slash struck swiftly upon the crocodile's forehead. The sound of steel biting flesh resonating as a significant damage figure appeared. Within a second, the crocodile was vanquished with a staggering 998 points of damage. Excellent. It was a decisive strike, and it becomes evident that with consecutive skills, the greater the number of hits, the lower and more dispersed each individual attack's damage becomes. Thus, the total damage is not particularly formidable. Conversely, the swift wind slash, though it is a single strike, can indeed prove fatal if it delivers a critical hit. This is merely the first level of the swift wind slash. Once it reaches level 10, the increase in attack power by 30, combined with the wave rising sword's additional 40 enhancement, becomes truly formidable. After dispatching a few crocodiles, a sudden thought struck me: crocodile skin is an excellent material. Surely a high-quality resource. Unable to resist, I drew the Chi-Ching sword and sat atop a crocodile's carcass to skin it. The blade of the Chi-Ching sword was razor-sharp, swiftly slicing through both skin and flesh. Regrettably, upon grasping the skin, it began to dissipate, accompanied by a system notification: apologies. You lack the skinning skill and cannot collect crocodile hide. What a waste of effort. I continued to hunt crocodiles, treating it as skill practice. Soon after, a notification chimed, indicating that my swift wind slash had risen to level 2, granting a 6 increase in attack power and reducing the chance of interrupting the charged state. However, this also presented a serious issue. The first level of swift wind slash required 20 points of mana, while the second level demanded 40 points. The beast binding lock also required 40 points. As a scavenger from the dragon domain with 0 points in spiritual arts, I possessed only 330 points of mana. Once both the swift wind slash and the beast binding lock reached level 4, managing my mana would become a significant challenge, necessitating a strategic allocation of skill usage. For the moment, I need not worry, as my stock of Frostwind pills is ample. I shall focus on leveling my skills to 4 first. After diligently practicing for an hour, at last, accompanied by a notification sound, my swift wind slash ascended to level 3, providing a 9 boost to attack power. Ecstatic, I stood in the marshland when suddenly, a message pinged from the beautiful Tsong Tong. Li Xiaoyao, have you been killed by a bounty hunter? I replied firmly, no. Young lady, you have lost. I will eat whatever I choose. Lin Wana responded, all right. It is already 1 p.m., and I am quite hungry. Come downstairs, and we can discuss what to eat. Certainly. I logged off, removed my helmet, and noticed my friend, who was trembling on the bed, twisting his slightly overweight body as if engaged in some profound operation. I could hardly contain my laughter and hurried out. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, on this early autumn afternoon, 2 lovely young ladies awaited. I adjusted the collar of my stylish coat to present myself as handsomely as possible and approached them. The afternoon sun warmed my face, and a gentle breeze added to the refreshing atmosphere. Xiaoyao, looking good. Dong Chunyue grasped Lin Wanner's hand and approached with a smile, exclaiming, to have survived for a full 5 hours without being eliminated is quite an achievement. Lu Ying even offered a bounty of 1,000 gold coins. Considering the current exchange rate of 115, that amounts to a staggering 1.5 million renminbi. Such a temptation, yet the bounty hunters have failed to locate you. I shrugged, chuckling as I replied, isn't it obvious? I've mentioned that I was leveling up in a hidden map. How could they possibly find me? Good afternoon, Mississippi. Lin Wanner cast me a sidelong glance and retorted, all right, I concede. Tell me, what would you like to eat? I shall treat you. After a moment of thought, I replied, there is a newly opened Songa Tower on CC Road, renowned for its signature dish, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. I've heard much about it. Yet I've never tasted it. Mississippi Lynn Warner pressed her lips together and smiled. I understand. Let us go. I'll drive. In the campus parking lot. Lynn Warner's 2016 Audi TT sat beneath a blanket of maple leaves. It appeared she hadn't touched this beloved car in a while. Perhaps it wasn't truly hers. She retrieved the car key, and as she opened the door, Dong Chungyuan narrowed her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, a 2016 TT. And a two-door model, with a 3.0T engine. I had my eye on it too, but my father wouldn't allow me to buy a car, fearing I might drive recklessly." Turning to me, Dong Qingwei inquired, shout out, "Do you think the 2016 TT is more appealing than the 2010 model?" I grimaced, I'm not well versed in cars. I find the designs of the Cherry QQ and Jiang and Alto quite charming and timeless. Dong Qingwei. Lin Wan is settled into the driver's seat, tapping on the car window to call out, "Hey, you two, get in the car. Stop chatting." I swiftly took my place in the passenger seat, fully understanding that a personal bodyguard should remain close to the lovely young lady. Dong Chunghua pouted as she occupied the back seat, remarking, "Li Xiaoyao is remarkably quick." Naturally, he gets excited when food is mentioned. As the engine roared to life, the TT exited the parking lot. Lin Wana drove smoothly through the city, adhering meticulously to traffic signals, which was reassuring. CC Road is not far from Luhua University, having been developed into a commercial hub over the past 2 years, with a burgeoning dining industry. Additionally, it is adjacent to a branch of Zhejiang University, ensuring a lively atmosphere. Songa Tower, originally established in Suzhou during the Qianlong era as a modest eatery, has since flourished into a prominent establishment, boasting branches even in Beijing. At 1:30 p.m., we entered the restaurant, finding it relatively uncrowded. We chose a table by the window and settled in. Perusing the menu, I noted with surprise that the price for squirrel-shaped mandarin fish had risen to 300 renminbi per pound. Quite impressive. A waitress stood quietly nearby, and I calmly ordered, "Please bring me about 2 pounds of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish." "Certainly, handsome," she replied. "Another watermelon chicken, a nourishing duck soup, and a bottle of sea blue, please." I said, "Is there anything else?" "That will suffice, and add a pitcher of watermelon juice." With that, I cast a subtle smile at Lin Warner and remarked, "My dear lady, I believe I am saving you quite a bit of money." Lin Warner nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's all right." Suddenly, the chopsticks in her hand snapped with a loud crack. Dong Qingwei chuckled softly nearby. "You know, Li Xiaoyao, this month Warner's living allowance is merely 5,000. How could you possibly take advantage of her at this moment? This meal alone costs at least 1,000. How do you expect her to survive for the next 2 weeks? Are you planning to support her?" I stammered. "Well," Lin Wana shot me a sidelong glance. "He can't afford to." I gazed at her, inquiring, "My lady, you ought to be quite wealthy, considering I overheard that Fool Tanggu mentioned you released an album titled Heart of Time which ranked among the top 10 on the Chinese bestseller list for half a year. How could you suddenly find yourself short on funds?" Lin Warner's lovely face flushed a shade of crimson. "Don't ask." Dong Qingwei chuckled. When Wanu enrolled, she set up a long-term deposit at the bank, allowing her to withdraw only 50,000 each month as pocket money. However, in recent days, she has purchased numerous gold coins and just yesterday acquired a silver leather breastplate for 200 gold. Moreover, she has reserved a golden dagger crafted by Wen Jian that was completed this morning. Hence, she is currently out of funds. "A golden dagger?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Lin Warner nodded, smiling. "It's a level 35 golden dagger with a maximum attack power of 275 points and an additional effect of ignoring 7 of defenses. I paid a staggering 900 gold for the reservation, and I will finalize the transaction after returning this afternoon." I frowned. When Jian produced a level 35 golden weapon? That's incredibly powerful. Dong Chunghua replied, "Indeed, it truly is." Chapter 54. The mercenaries' assault. When Jian has now ascended to level 36, earning the reputation of being the foremost expert in Fanshu City. He has mastered combo attacks and has also comprehended his exclusive skills. Last night, in a fierce battle in the forest outside Fanshu City, when Jian single-handedly faced off against 9 players, each exceeding level 30, and emerged victorious. Truly, he is a player who embodies both strength and charisma. Dong Chunghua, with her enchanting eyes narrowed in amusement, remarked, "I heard that after last night's battle, Many female players on the forums have declared their affection for Wen Jian, proclaiming they would marry no one but him. Lin Wanner cast a penetrating gaze my way, a hint of provocation dancing in her beautiful eyes as she chuckled. Indeed, I also believe Wen Jian epitomizes the ideal man. It is only natural for women to be drawn to him. Unlike certain individuals who chose a healer profession and ended up fleeing from someone as formidable as Shi Chuba Wang. I rubbed my nose, a bit disgruntled. Miss, please do not mock me. I am not. Lin Wanner shrugged, her ample bosom nearly straining against her shirt, looking at me innocently. I am merely speaking the truth. By the way, Li Xiaoyao, what level are you now, and what is your ranking in Bahuang City? I pondered for a moment. I am at 31, with 97 experience, nearing level 32. My ranking was 300 when I logged off. But I should be at least 500 now. Oh, you level up so quickly? Lin Wanner exclaimed, her mouth agape. I sighed in response. You are leveling much faster than I am. You are almost at level 35. How about joining Fanshu City? I can introduce you to join Wen Jian's guild. What do you think? Wen Jian's guild? I frowned. Isn't that the highly popular guild, Hero's Tomb, on the forums? Yes. Lin Wanner nodded with a smile. It is the second-ranked guild on the Battle Network, with over 80,000 registered players. What are you hesitating for? I clenched my fist, replying calmly. No, I wish to carve out my own path. I will not join Hero's Tomb. Dong Qingwei stared at me in surprise. And after a brief silence, she said, Xiaoao is feeling jealous. My heart skipped a beat, and my face flushed as I protested. No, I am not. Jealous of what? Who do I think I am to feel jealous? That is impossible. Lin Wanner burst into laughter, humming a tune and ignoring me thereafter. However, Dong Qingwei consoled me. It's all right. Although Wanner and I have decided to join Hero's Tomb, our hearts still belong to you. To be honest, if I were to choose a boyfriend, I would prefer someone like Xiaoao. I took a sip of tea and replied, Thank you. No need for thanks. After finishing this late lunch, it was already past 3 o'clock. Upon arriving at school, the two girls continued their quest for higher levels. While I felt an acute sense of urgency to swiftly enhance my own abilities, otherwise, the upcoming challenges would be daunting. Furthermore, Lin Wanner and Dong Qingwei had both joined the second guild of the Chinese Battle Network. I, too, needed to affiliate myself with a top 10 guild to stay afloat. Prague was out of the question, as Uncle Yinzhao harbored intense animosity towards me. As for establishing my own guild, that was a mere fantasy, lacking funds and core members. I would struggle to attract anyone. Never mind, I'll focus on leveling up and aim for level 40 first. I logged in, appearing in the Cloud Desolation Marsh map, and was immediately ambushed by a giant crocodile. Damn it, the crocodile I had slain at noon had already respawned. I quickly summoned my little healer and drew my Qi-Ching sword to dispatch it. Moving further ahead, the crocodiles became scarce, revealing red dots amidst the shallow water grass, indicators of lurking monsters. However, the creatures remained unseen, clearly concealed beneath the water's surface. With the sound of splashing water, I treaded carefully in my silver lock battle boots, gripping my Qi-Ching sword tightly. Just as I was about to reach my destination, a red dot darted towards me from beneath the water. In the blink of an eye, a massive water snake, at least the thickness of my arm, erupted from the depths. It was magnificent and imposing. Suddenly, it struck, sinking its fangs into my arm, causing a sharp pain, 317 damage. Looking up, I realized this was a level 39 monster. No wonder it was so ferocious. The Cloud Desolation Water Snake, level 39, undoubtedly possessed formidable attack power. Next, I would assess its defensive capabilities. With a flick of my Qi-Ching sword, I summoned a whirlwind around me, entering a charged state. The level 3 Xuanfeng slash descended with the wind, delivering a powerful blow to the water snake's forehead, 527 damage. It seemed its defense was not particularly strong. Its health was likely around 2,000 points, as my Xuanfeng slash had already reduced its health by 25. My little healer buzzed over to assist, executing a series of rapid strikes. I followed up with a double attack using my Qi-Ching sword. At the same moment, the water snake lashed its long tail, slapping my cheek with a resounding crack. It hurt like hell. 319 damage. I could no longer tolerate this, as I unleashed a level 4 combo. I cast a healing spell, 600 health restored. Feeling empowered, my little healer coordinated with my assault, swiftly whittling down the water snake's health. The hissing continued until the creature collapsed, floating lifelessly on the surface, blood staining the shallow waters. In silence, I retrieved 12 silver coins from the aquatic vegetation and pressed onward. armed with experience. I immediately locked onto any red dots that appeared on the map, then delivered a powerful punch into the water grass to ensnare the beasts. Bang! The iron chain surged from beneath the earth, accompanied by the ethereal water serpent of the cloud wasteland, breaching the surface and ensnaring it, with a level 2 beast binding lock. Effective for approximately 2 seconds, I dashed forward, buoyed by a sense of ease. Once I subdued the water serpent, my gaze swept across the distance. Where? At the edge of the marsh, a wisp of smoke ascended into the air. Ah, there were people over there. I should investigate. Emerging from the shallow waters, I parted a thicket of thorns, arriving at the source of the smoke. As my eyes fell upon the scene, I was taken aback. There lay a soldier, his legs beginning to decay, appearing to be around 35 years of age. Above him floated the words Captain Guche, and emblazoned on his shoulder was the emblem of the 8 Desolation City, akin to the bloodshed effect I possessed. Guche lay there, shielding his legs with a branch, a fire crackling beside him as he gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his face, nearly at death's door. Grasping my Chiching sword, I rushed to his side, kneeling beside him and inquiring, "What has happened to you?" Looking up at me, a flicker of joy crossed his pallid face. "Ah, you are from 8 Desolation City, bearing the mark of Dragon Domain. Heaven above, I am finally saved. What transpired?" I pressed. I was commanded by Lord Lu Shuang of Dragon City to procure grain from the surrounding towns, laden with gold for transport. Alas, I was ambushed by a band of thieves along the way, losing the gold. As I returned to Dragon City with a dozen injured soldiers, we were bitten by the venomous water serpents of the cloud wasteland. "My lower body is poisoned and slowly decaying," he lamented. He grasped my arm tightly. "Please, you must slay some of those venomous water serpents and obtain their gallbladders for me. I require 10 gallbladders to completely disinfect myself. If you assist me, I shall reward you with my most treasured possession." Ding. System prompt. Do you accept the quest, Venomous Gallbladders? Current quest difficulty, A. I swiftly confirmed the quest and assured him, "Do not worry, I will swiftly procure 10 venomous gallbladders for you." "Thank you, young warrior," he exclaimed. Departing from Guche, I returned to the cloud wasteland. After accepting the quest, the water serpents in the shallow waters bore quest markers above their heads. Indeed, by slaying these cloud wasteland water serpents, I could obtain the gallbladders. I was merely uncertain of the drop rate. After dispatching several, at last, a distinct sound signaled the emergence of a quest item, and I discovered the first venomous gallbladder nestled among the aquatic grasses. Excellent. Now, to gather 9 more and complete the mission. After a little over an hour, the package revealed 8 highly toxic gallbladders, bringing me ever closer to the completion of my mission. I was filled with delight, considering that Guche was a commander, and I had saved his life. He promised to bestow upon me his most treasured possession. If it were merely his virginity, he could keep it, but I would gladly accept everything else. Just as I was basking in my triumph, a rustling sound emerged from the distance. From the jungle, a few individuals sprang forth, moving with remarkable agility. At the forefront stood a heavily armored warrior of considerable rank, a familiar face, General Li Mu, level 33 swordsman. What business could a member of the general's family have here? Following General Li Mu were Generals Wang Jian, Lian Pe, and Bai Qi, all high-level players at level 30. Equipped with superior gear, 2 elite swordsmen, 1 formidable berserker, and 1 exceptional archer. What grand undertaking were they about to pursue? Having located the elusive Xiao Yaozi Zai, they were indeed in the vicinity of the Yunwang Marsh. A fervor sparkled in General Li Mu's eyes as he unsheathed his sword with a hearty laugh. "Prepare yourselves. For every time we slay Xiao Yaozi Zai, we shall earn 1,000 gold coins. After 2 kills, we will have sufficient funds to establish our guild." General Bai Qi, wielding his battle axe, laughed heartily. "I will flank alongside our leader, while Wang Jian attacks head-on. Lian Pe, ready your arrows to strike him down. Let us, the general's family, make a grand showing and give this fellow a taste of our might." A shiver ran down my spine. These ruffians were here to hunt for a bounty. No, I could not remain passive. Such an approach was not in my nature. However, I must not strike first, lest I become a target myself, with doubled penalties for death. I needed to feign weakness and wait until they turned gray before I could unleash my retribution. With the Qingqing sword in hand, I advanced boldly, declaring, "Li Mu, I bear no grievances against your general's family. There is no need for you to pursue me relentlessly." Li Mu chuckled heartily. "Xiao Yaozi Zai, indeed you have no quarrel with us. But as the saying goes, men die for wealth and birds perish for food. Since you have been marked with a hefty bounty, direct your ire towards Shichuba Wang. Our family is not well off, and we are merely acting as mercenaries. Do not hold it against us. With a grin, I responded, if you wish for the 1,000 gold bounty, then come and take it. The Qing sword shimmered as I altered my trajectory and charged toward General Bai Qi. The savage berserker known for his immense attack power and moderate defense, he would be my target. Seeking his own demise, Bai Qi unleashed flames upon his battle axe, and in a swift maneuver, struck my shoulder, sending a sharp pain coursing through me. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Moreover, I felt a tremor behind me as an arrow struck my back, with damage numbers soaring, 341, 277. My vitality plummeted in an instant. Yet I hesitated not for a moment. I immediately employed a healing technique to restore my health completely. Simultaneously, the Qing sword was raised, swiftly cleaving toward the back of Bai Qi. The barbarian's agility was far too inadequate to evade the strike. The fourfold combo landed mercilessly upon him, 387, 401, 336. With a wretched cry, the gray-named Bai Qi collapsed into the water, thus meeting his swift demise. Such is the brilliance of the Qing sword. This golden weapon of unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 55. A life and death struggle in a moment of sheer intensity. Wang Jian charged forth, his blade gleaming ominously. With a chilling gaze, he exclaimed, "Is it not said that the carefree healer is a practitioner of violence? How can this healer, with a mere 0.5 strength growth, possibly vanquish Bai Qi with a level 4 combo?" General Li Mu, with a pointed finger and a fierce shout, commanded, "Eliminate him at once." Behind me, 2 arrows struck, draining 400 of my health. General Lien Po's archery was exceedingly formidable. Ahead, Li Mu's sword lunged toward me with unyielding ferocity. He was the second most formidable warrior in Ba Huang City, second only to the unparalleled Yan Zhao. With a splashing sound, my silver-locked battle boots slid back on the shallow waters. I forcefully twisted my Qing sword, producing a resonant clang as I deflected Li Mu's blade. His astonishment deepened, seemingly unable to fathom the striking power of a mere healer capable of contending with him. Though I had successfully parried his strike, Li Mu's movements were swift. He knelt and propelled himself forward, his battle boots delivering a powerful kick to my chest. The impact resonated with a dull thud. I rolled onto the watery ground, channeling my strength into my left fist, which struck the submerged grass with precision, targeting an iron chain that broke the water's surface. In a flash, General Lien Po was ensnared by the beast-binding chain, immobilized for 2.1 seconds. Simultaneously, a buzzing little pacifier materialized behind him, its pincers glimmering with a golden 6-pointed star radiance. "Oh no!" Uncle Lien Po gasped, his body weakening as he collapsed to the ground, swiftly eliminated by the relentless assault of the pacifier. With a resounding thud, I executed a dual-line operation that dispatched Lien Po. However, I was struck heavily from behind, pursued by a few pets that relentlessly attacked me. Wang Jian approached, his blade shimmering with the prelude to a combo, forcing me to retreat while raising one hand to cast a healing spell. 600. A moment of disbelief struck as Li Mu appeared beside me, joining forces with Wang Jian. In a reflexive motion, I brandished my Qing sword, striking down upon Li Mu's wrist, while simultaneously channeling energy. My sword enveloped in a green windblade glow, bringing it down heavily toward Wang Jian's shoulder. "Be careful," Li Mu shouted a warning. Yet, Wang Jian remained composed, rapidly retreating as he anticipated my charged strike. As my Qing sword descended, it merely grazed his afterimage, resulting in a glaring miss. Stunned, I thought, how could my Xuanfeng slash have missed? What level of reflexes and skill did Wang Jian possess? At that moment, Li Mu's body pressed down, his shoulder colliding forcefully with my waist. The impact sent me off balance, rendering me momentarily immobile for at least 0.5 seconds. This was dire. I could make no counteractions. Li Mu, maintaining his composure, sank down once more, a surge of energy rippling beneath his feet, displacing the water's surface and forming a swirling vortex of energy, an unmistakable prelude to a combo. This was troublesome. He had mastered the art of combo execution. Wu and Xianwei. Li Mu let out a mighty roar, merging with his heavy sword as he thrust it toward my chest. Following this, he executed a sweeping strike, then another thrust followed by another sweep. After 4 consecutive strikes, he bellowed once more, propelling himself and the heavy sword forward in a fierce lunge. With a resounding crash, I was sent soaring into the air, utterly devoid of control. As Li Mu turned around, the blade shimmered with radiant light, preparing for the final blow, the return strike. At that moment, the damage from Wu Angshuanwei's 6 consecutive attacks finally manifested. 79, 81, 76, 84, 197, 514. The final return strike was overwhelmingly powerful, and the entire sequence lasted a brief 9 seconds, a truly remarkable feat in the midst of excruciating pain. I succumbed, becoming a lifeless body, my spirit appearing in a nearby graveyard. I hastily opened my inventory. Fortunately, my equipment remained intact, though my level had plummeted back to 31. Additionally, I found a few sets of Frostwind pills in my pack, quite a pity, as those were valuable silver coins. However, the individuals from the general family must be the most pleased. By killing me once, they had reaped a bounty of 1,000 gold coins, striking it rich indeed. Clenching my fist, I contemplated that this matter could not be left unresolved. I must retaliate. If I did not, the general family would treat me like a mere dish, ready to be devoured at their whim. While sprinting toward my lifeless form, I pondered the fact that the 4 renowned generals of the warring states were all offensive types, with no healer among them. If I could employ my tactics wisely, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. But I had to avoid the attacks of Li Mu and Wang Jian. These two were undoubtedly the most skilled among them. Wang Jian could effortlessly dodge my wind slash with his adept movements, and Li Mu's precise combo strikes were a testament to his prowess. Perhaps I should first eliminate Li Mu, then deal with the others? As long as I remained focused, evading Wang Jian's lethal blows, I believed that with the healing arts and ample health potions, I still stood a chance. Yes, that is the plan. Upon returning to the Cloud Wilderness Marsh, I found Li Mu and the others gathered around my corpse, engaged in conversation. Li Mu remarked, "We truly owe an apology to Xiao's eye. To have ganged up on him for that 1,000 gold coins feels somewhat unworthy of the general family's reputation." Wang Jian frowned and replied, "Boss, when one is under a low eve, one must bow down. We did what we had to for that 1,000 gold coins. There is nothing more to discuss. Once we acquire the gold, we can publicly apologize to Xiao's eye. Besides, he had once aided Prague in defeating us and snatched the boss. It's only reasonable that we retaliate." Uncle Lianpa, bow in hand, smirked and said, "It's astonishing that the 4 of us teamed up and still lost 2 members. Xiao's eye's strength is indeed formidable. Li Mu, do you think you could defeat him in a 1v1? Li Mu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Without a pet, victory is attainable. With a pet, defeat is inevitable. It is said that the carefree pet is the Overlord Bee, boasting a 5-star attack growth and an excellence rating of 97. Bai Qi inhaled sharply. Damn. This guy is truly overpowered. Li Mu slapped his thigh and declared, "Let us defeat the carefree one once more, then we shall make our exit. This place is not meant for lingering." I remained quietly in anticipation, not rushing to revive. I waited patiently for nearly 20 minutes, until the others began to show signs of impatience before making my move. It was imperative that I executed the strike instantaneously, observing Li Mu and Bai Qi. Their gray name status was nearing its 30-minute limit. The time to act was upon us. I silently counted down, preparing for my counterattack post-revival. 3, 2, 1, revive, and commence vengeance. With a flash, I reappeared behind Li Mu, immediately downing a health potion to restore my vitality, while simultaneously summoning my little healer, directing it to assault General Lianpa. My third maneuver involved a sudden plunge, as my iron fist crashed heavily into the water. Boom. The beast-binding lock breached the surface, ensnaring Li Mu's legs, rendering him unable to attack or defend for 2.1 seconds, even denying him the use of health potions. Oh no. Wang Jian observed with clarity, a sword slicing through the air toward me. I was prepared, my silver lock boots tracing an arc as I circled around Li Mu, while the golden hexagram on my Qingqing sword spun, unleashing a 4th-level combo, the Wind Slash. Almost simultaneously, Li Mu's pupils widened, and he murmured, "I am finished." 228, 231, 229, 418. The consecutive 4 strikes drained Li Mu's health, which hovered around 900 to 0, causing him to collapse limply, scattering a plethora of health potions and a softly shimmering necklace upon the ground. I reached out, swiftly grasping the necklace and stowing it in my inventory, then lunged toward Wang Jian, the Qingqing sword aimed directly at him, the sword blossoms trembling with anticipation. Wang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is a a master swordsman. However, in the face of my assault, Wang Jian showed no hesitation. He thrust his chest forward to meet the blade. With a sickening sound, the Qingqing sword pierced his shoulder, yet Wang Jian seized the sword's hilt with one hand, while the other ascended, brandishing his sword imbued with the golden hexagram's luminescence, executing a flurry of strikes almost simultaneously. 233, 301, 218, 600, 357. Fortunately, I managed to cast a healing spell mid-combat, or I would have been annihilated. Yet, the furious roar of General Bai Qi echoed from behind, the flames of his battle axe nearly scorching my back. Gritting my teeth, I summoned strength beneath me, my body sinking as I executed a powerful kick toward Wang Jian's legs, causing him to lose his balance and tumble into the mud alongside me, narrowly evading Bai Qi's attack. As I retreated, I noted that the cooldown for my healing spell was down to 3 seconds. Hurry, hurry. Whoosh. 274. The arrows of the relentless Lian Pa have once again descended upon me, and in an instant, my vitality plummeted. Fortunately, my faithful companion did not falter in its duty, executing a series of swift strikes that vanquished the General Lian Pa. Meanwhile, the pets of Wang Jian and Bai Qi, a menacing killer bee and a vibrant water bug, relentlessly assaulted my armor, and my health was on the brink of total depletion. Filled with indignation, I helplessly witnessed the war axe of General Bai Qi descending upon me. With only 1 second remaining on the cooldown for my healing spell, I found myself unable to endure any longer. I launched a desperate counterattack, unleashing a series of swift wind slashes against Bai Qi's fiery axe. The force of the clash sent a searing pain through my chest, and my health finally vanished completely. In that moment, the Qingqing sword pierced through Bai Qi's chest, blood gushing forth as he fell, slain in an instant. To my astonishment, Bai Qi, witnessing his own health evaporate, mirrored my despair. Is it truly possible to take me down like this? Wang Jian stood there, fist clenched, his heart heavy as he observed the ethereal forms of Bai Qi and myself emerge. With a flash, our spectral forms materialized in the graveyard once more. I took a moment to inspect my equipment. The Qingqing sword, the armor of the earth, and the brutal helm were all intact, save for a torn leather leg guard, of no great consequence. General Li Mu had also bestowed upon me a necklace. I eagerly retrieved it from my satchel, and upon inspection, a wave of elation washed over me. Chain of Valor, bronze item, strength, 21 bonus, increases the user's maximum health by 50 points, required level 30. This is quite remarkable, 21 strength and an additional 50 health. Precisely the attributes I so desperately needed. Chapter 56, a heroic stand. With the acquisition of this valiant chain, my vitality has surged to 930. Nearing the formidable threshold of 1,000, rendering my demise far less imminent. Alas, it is rather disheartening to recount that I have perished twice, consequently plummeting back to level 30. Upon my return to the Yunwang Marsh, I stood silently, wielding a heavy sword, flanked by Wang Jian and Bai Qi, forming a triangular formation, with Lian Pa bearing a longbow, positioned at the center, a quintessential defensive arrangement. No matter from which angle I attempted to strike, the element of surprise was now utterly extinguished. Having faced defeat twice, I had accrued 2,000 gold coins, and I had already established contact with the overlord of Western Shu. Within the next 10 minutes, I would upload the recordings of our 2 defeats at the hands of the Carefree One to the official forum as evidence, ensuring that the overlord could not renege on the bounty. General Lian Pa remarked nonchalantly, "That said, can we edit the footage? We were 4 against 1 and still suffered such a humiliating defeat. It would be quite embarrassing for others to witness. Furthermore, our leader's valiant necklace was lost in the fray, which was truly vexing, as it could have fetched at least 50 gold coins." Li Mu remained composed, stating calmly, "No need for edits. The Carefree One is formidable indeed. Otherwise, why would the overlord of Western Shu offer 1,000 gold coins for his head? While we may have lost several comrades, we have nevertheless completed the bounty mission. By the way, what is the profession of that dragon domain scavenger? I wonder how he came by it." Bai Qi inquired. "Boss, shall we continue waiting here for a third confrontation?" Li Mu shook his head. "No. One must not be overly greedy." He then turned towards the open ground and called out loudly, "Brother Carefree, today we brothers owe you an apology. We merely sought the 2,000 gold coins. Now that my valiant chain has been lost to you, consider it a gift. I hope you harbor no resentment. The general family will remember your clemency." With that, Li Mu murmured, "Let us depart." The four pets were released, clearly wary of my presence. In my spectral state, I could not utter a word as I watched them retreat. Once they had vanished, I revived and summoned my little healer, donning the newly acquired Valiant chain. Considering it a fair exchange for a bronze necklace, particularly since such accessories are notoriously difficult to come by, I pressed on, determined to slay the Yunhuang water serpent and gather its venomous gallbladders. In no time, 10 gallbladders had materialized in my inventory. With that, I set off to deliver the task to NPC Commander Guche. Upon entering the jungle, I swiftly located Guche, whose visage had been rendered a sickly shade of purple from serpent venom, trembling in distress. Upon seeing me approach, a flicker of vitality returned to his pallid face as he struggled to rise. "Young warrior, have you brought the gallbladders of the Yunhuang water serpent?" I nodded and retrieved 10 gallbladders from my pack, presenting them directly to him. Grasping the gallbladder in his hand, Guche crushed it meticulously and promptly applied its juice to the wound. The remedy proved unique, and within mere moments, the putrid wound, exuding a somewhat foul odor, began to use bright red blood. Guche skillfully tore off a piece of his robe to bandage the injury, then, leaning on his cane, rose to his feet. He placed his hand upon my shoulder, smiling as he said, "The arrival of a new scavenger is truly heartening. I can almost envision hope for the desolate Dragon City. Since you have saved my life, I shall bestow upon you my most treasured possession. Furthermore, I honor you on my own behalf." Ding. System notification. Congratulations. You have completed the A-grade task, Deadly Gallbladder, earning 9,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. Your reputation in the desolate Dragon City has increased. And you have additionally received the reward item, Steel Bracers. Steel Bracers? A sudden chill ran through me. There was no mention of steel equipment within the hierarchy of gear. Could it possibly be black iron? Upon opening my pack, I was greeted by a pair of rather elegant bracers forged from silver steel. As I picked them up and brushed my hand over them, I couldn't help but smile broadly. It seemed Guche's life-saving gesture was not in vain. Steel bracers, silver equipment, type, armor defense, 70 strength, 25 spirit, 20 bonus. Increases the user's defense by 25 points required level. 30. A flash of golden light enveloped me, and I ascended to level 31, thus allowing me to equip the silver bracers. They fit perfectly, and I immediately felt a surge of strength, particularly in my defense, which had increased significantly. Carefree Scavenger, Dragon Domain Scavenger, level 31 attack, 558751 defense, 417 health, 936 magic, 390 charm. 25. My defense had now surpassed 400 points. And the most beneficial attribute bestowed by these steel bracers was the additional 20 points in spirit. The spirit growth for a Dragon Domain Scavenger is 0.8, translating 20 points of spirit into 160 points of magic. This was nothing short of a boon for me at this stage. Once my skills such as Chain Strike, Beast Binding Lock, and Whirlwind Slash reached level 4, combined with the level 4 Healing Art, I would nearly deplete my magic with a single round of skill usage. If my magic points ran dry after 6 seconds, even if the skills cooled down, I would find myself in a truly dire predicament. Continuing on. With no further tasks at hand, I engaged in the simple act of slaying Cloud Wild Water Snakes, which yielded 2 entries in the Cloud Wild Water Snake Compendium. These agile creatures held little value, and I did not encounter any level 1 snakes. My goal was merely to grind experience while simultaneously leveling up my skills. Fortunately, I still had some Frostwind pills in my pack. Otherwise, I would not have been able to endure such consequences. The 3rd level Gale Slash and the 3rd level Beast Binding Lock both consume 60 points of magic with each use. Moreover, Skill 34 requires a staggering 1,000 proficiency points, necessitating its employment 1,000 times, a truly monumental task. After diligently practicing for nearly 3 hours, it was already past 7 in the evening. With a triumphant chime, Gale Slash ascended to level 4, enhancing my attack power by 12. How magnificent! However, the Beast Binding Lock still requires some time to reach level 4. I shall take my time. Suddenly, while engaging the Water Serpent, a message arrived from Lin Wanner. "Li Xiaoyao, have you checked the forum?" "No. Why?" Lin Wanner initiated a voice call, chuckling lightly. "You're about to gain notoriety. For members of the General's family ventured to the outskirts to eliminate you. Yet you managed to retaliate and kill several of them. That footage has garnered over 1 million views on the forum, and you're not even curious?" I exclaimed. "Wow." Lin Wanner continued, "Be cautious. I've heard that several teams from Fanshu City are heading to Bahuang City. And there are others from Jioli City as well, all motivated by the hefty bounty of 1,000 gold coins for your head. Some of these individuals might even surpass the general's family in strength. I understand. I will be careful. All right, I'll resume my leveling. Sounds good. Just as I closed Lin Wanner's message, another arrived from Yu Qiqian. Brother Xiaodao. Yes, Qiqian, what is the matter? Many are heading to the northern jungle from Bahuang City, and I suspect their target is you. What will you do? She expressed her concern. I smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to worry about, Qiqian. I'll eliminate those I can defeat, and for those I cannot, I'll simply log off. Why would I willingly walk into death repeatedly? As long as I log off, they will surely disperse. They lack the stamina to endlessly pursue me here. Yu Qingqian chuckled softly. Well, that reassures me. By the way, I'm on my way to you. Could you share your approximate coordinates? I have something to deliver. Oh, what is it? You'll find out when it arrives. All right. After providing my coordinates to Yu Qingqian, I resumed my leveling while glancing at the equipment rankings in Bahuang City. In the weapon category, the Qingqing sword held the top position, followed by a golden spear and a golden dagger. The identities of their owners were concealed, which is understandable. A common man has no fault in possessing a treasure. As for the equipment rankings, my items, the silver lock battle boots and steel bracers, ranked 278th and 311th respectively, while the rest didn't even breach the top 1,000. The pinnacle of the equipment list was a level 32 golden helmet, the owner of which remains a mystery. The competition in this game is fierce, with countless skilled players. With a flourish, the Qingqing sword shimmered, unleashing a barrage of strikes, piercing, sweeping, cleaving, and colliding with the gale slash in a seamless combination. Each strike diminished the time between attacks, harmonizing with my growing strength, as if it had truly become an extension of my skills. My power steadily increased, and the impact of my continuous assaults grew ever more formidable. After several minutes, and after countless uses of the 5-hit combo, a sound suddenly resonated in my ears, sending a shiver down my spine. Has it finally arrived? Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your combo editing system has been triggered. The conditions for mastery and proficiency, power, speed, angle, etc. have been met. Your combo technique is a series of thrusts, sweeping strikes, cleaves, and impacts known as the wind slash. Please provide a name for it. If not named within 300 seconds, the system will assign one automatically. Goodness, the combo has been activated. I was overwhelmed with joy and quietly typed a name. 1 against 1,000. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your combo 1 against 1,000 has been successfully edited. Rated as an S-class combo. As you are the 7th player to complete a combo edit, you have received a reward of 3 charm points. My heart raced as I beheld the reward, having confirmed that my 1 against 1,000 combo was rated S-class, surpassing the A-class rating of Yin Zhao Wushuang and the B-class of Li Mu. This was truly powerful. Elated, I grasped the Qingqing sword and gazed into the distance, where a level 39 cloud wasteland water serpent was hissing in the water. Without hesitation, I plunged down and struck the ground. Whoosh! The beast binding lock ensnared the water serpent as I soared forward, my battle boots skimming the water's surface. I chanted the name of my combo, and it activated instantly. A wave of energy rippling beneath my feet, startling the surrounding waterfowl into flight. My sword struck with blinding speed, executing a 3-hit combo of thrusts, sweeps, and cleaves, fueled by a surge of immense power, colliding with the serpent and sending it into a brief state of dizziness. The Qingqing sword gleamed brilliantly, charging for 0.2 seconds. Wind slash. A flurry of damage numbers erupted. 278, 301, 298, 407, 1,274. The final blow delivered a critical hit, instantly slaying a creature 8 levels above me. This was a genuine instant kill, as the system evaluation confirmed. The combo took merely 1.2 seconds to execute. A strike swifter than Yin Zhao Wushuang's 1.7 seconds and Li Mu's 1.9 seconds. The shorter the time, the greater the power and the more difficult it is to defend against. A simple truth indeed. Chapter 57. The forgiveness card in a flash. A golden light enveloped me. I had once again surged to level 32, having vanquished the simple but formidable cloud-dwelling water snake. Tears nearly welled in my eyes. If it weren't for the 2 unfortunate defeats I suffered earlier in the afternoon, I would have surely secured a place among the top 10 of the Tianbang in Bahuang City. Such a rare opportunity. and it was so cruelly snatched away from me. Suddenly, from the grass by the riverbank came a rustling sound. Moments later, a stunning figure emerged, Moon Qingshan, a level 34 assassin. Qishan. I approached her with a smile and said, "What brings you all the way here? Are you delivering something for me?" With a cheerful grin, Moon Qingshan reached into a small pocket at her waist and produced a card. "Here, I went to great lengths to acquire this from the auction house. It should be of some use to you." I took the card from her hand. It was a blood-red card labeled Forgiveness Card. Upon use, for the next 12 hours online, the user will not incur any evil points for killing other players. Oh, I was momentarily taken aback. "Qingshan, this must be worth quite a bit, right?" "I really need it." Moon Qingshan shook her head, smiling. "It's not expensive, just 5 gold. Very few people want it. After all, everyone is preoccupied with reaching level 40 for their second-class change. Who has the time to chase down others for fun?" The Western Shu overlord was an anomaly as she spoke. She glanced at my armor and exclaimed, "Brother Xiaoyao, why are you wearing heavy armor? Aren't you a healer?" I patted the emblem of the Dragon Domain Scavenger on my shoulder and chuckled. "Well, I just officially became a swordsman." "Well, no wonder you were able to take down 3 players even under the siege of the Jiang family, yet I was still defeated. My level ISNT rising." Moon Qingshan blinked and advised, "I suggest you refrain from leveling up in this area. Your coordinates have almost become an open secret. People will undoubtedly come looking for you. A bounty of 1,000 gold for each kill is simply too tempting." "I understand. You should head back. I'll change my leveling location immediately. Be careful, Brother Xiaoyao." As I watched Moon Qingshan depart, I opened a nearby map. It was indeed time to relocate. Otherwise, I would be incessantly hunted by bounty players, making it impossible to focus on leveling. Luing intended to eliminate me, but I would not yield so easily. I must survive like a resilient cockroach, biding my time for the chance to strike back. Ding. Moon Qingshan sent another message. "Brother Xiaoyao, one more thing." "Yes, what is it?" "The Fengmong Guild, have you heard of it?" "Of course. It's the 3rd-ranked guild in the China War Network, following Myth and Hero S. Tomb." "How could I not know?" "Well," Yu Qingxian said with a hint of concern, "the Fengmong Guild has just moved from Jiuli City to Ba Huang City this morning. The guild leader, Jin Fenghan, has also arrived. Once Fengmong settles in Ba Huang City, the entire power dynamics of the region will shift. Even we in Prague must tread carefully. Half an hour ago, I heard that Jin Fenghan had just watched the recording of your duel against the Jiang family, and he seems quite interested in challenging you." I gritted my teeth and replied, "The Fengmong Guild is so vast. Surely they lack for nothing in terms of resources?" Yu Qingxian replied, "Indeed, they have plenty of resources. But Jin Fenghan is a madman, a man known as the gaming lunatic, who relentlessly seeks to challenge all formidable players. This morning, Uncle Yanzhao sparred with him 5 times and lost 4. Therefore, you must exercise extreme caution. Jin Fenghan is exceedingly arrogant and cold-blooded. I suspect that if he encounters you in the wild, he would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot rather than engage in a duel." A heavy weight settled in my heart. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Qiqian. I will strive to persevere." Having exited the Yunwang Marsh, I continued my journey eastward, traversing through a verdant jungle. Ahead lay a vast canyon, the largest leveling area near the Dragon Domain, Firestone Canyon. The expanse of Firestone Canyon was at least 10 times that of Yunwang Marsh, making it relatively safe for leveling, as it would be difficult to be found. Standing atop the canyon, I felt a shiver run through me as the cold wind seeped through the gaps in my armor. Before me lay a landscape of fiery red stones, resembling a volcanic region ablaze. In the nearest area of Firestone Canyon, several orc-like creatures wielding wooden clubs were roaming about, level 39 monsters. For my current strength, facing foes 7 levels higher was not overly daunting, but the experience they offered would be invaluable. Thus, this seemed the perfect place to linger. Grasping a jutting rock, I slid down the slope, my Qingqing sword scraping against the stony incline, leaving marks to slow my descent. My little companion soared through the air alongside me, and moments later, I stood firmly within the canyon. Ahead, 2 half-orcs were huffing and puffing, seemingly engaged in conversation. These creatures belonged to a porcine tribe, possessing human bodies but with pig heads, though they were not entirely human. They were extraordinarily robust, covered in black bristles, standing about 2 meters tall and adorned with animal skins, presumably from leopards, a testament to their formidable nature. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of fresh blood. The orc on the left perked up, ears erect, and bellowed with laughter. At last, we can enhance our meals. I see a strong young human, likely a warrior. Well, the leg meat of a warrior is the most delectable. Let us take him down together. With a thunderous sound, the two half-orcs charged toward me, brandishing their wooden clubs. I remain remarkably composed, wielding the Qi-Ching sword with a swift flick, advancing in a parallel manner. With a soft thud, my basic attack strikes a nearby half-orc. Following this, a low growl escapes my lips, and a surge of energy radiates from my feet, triggering a combo. The S-rank skill 1 against 1,000 erupts forth, unleashing a tempest of slashes and strikes. The final blow, the Whispering Wind slash, elicits a pained howl from the half-orc, and a subsequent thrust sends a radiant beam of experience soaring into my being, causing my experience bar to pulsate as I vanquish the creature. I turn, the Qi-Ching sword trembling in my grasp, as the six-pointed star dances upon the blade. My combo skills resoundingly clash against another half-orc's wooden club, while my companion's attacks complement my onslaught. Once more, a beam of light ascends, indeed, with the ability to execute a combo. I can eliminate 2 level 39 half-orcs within a mere 6 seconds, showcasing a remarkable surge in my overall damage output. The third half-orc, alerted by the fray, rushes toward me. I charge forward with my blade, eager to initiate another combo, only to be met with a notification indicating that all combo skills share a cooldown of 30 seconds, requiring a wait of 20 seconds before reuse. Thus, I resort to the Whispering Wind slash to greet it. Coupled with my companion's assault, the half-orc is easily dispatched, sustaining only minor damage, approximately 80 health points from a single strike, rendering healing unnecessary. As I delve deeper, I gradually venture into the heart of the Firestone Canyon. Ahead lies a dense, dark green thicket, part of the deep cold forest within the canyon. Even before entering the underbrush, my herbalism skill begins to glow. Detecting the presence of rare herbs ahead, stepping into the forest, between towering trees and rugged rocks, clusters of deep blue grass sway gently in the breeze, seemingly welcoming my arrival. I approach, eager to identify the herbs, and tears of joy well up in my eyes upon discovering their name: indigo seagrass. A level 5 herb, an essential ingredient for crafting my level 5 elixir. I eagerly produce my herb gathering tool and commence collecting. Ding! System notification, congratulations. You have gathered indigo seagrass. X2. Your herbalism proficiency has increased to level 2. Ding! System notification, congratulations, you have gathered indigo seagrass. X3. Your herbalism proficiency has increased to level 3. After collecting 7 stalks of indigo seagrass, I rise joyfully, ready to depart, when suddenly a small creature bursts forth from the nearby bushes, chattering excitedly. Its tail swishes, and a shard of ice flies toward me with a crack. 224 damage. My body shudders slightly. Alas, a magical creature, the ice mouse, level 40, with unspecified attributes. Before I can launch my counterattack, the ice mouse sends forth a second ice shard, inflicting another 200 health points of damage. However, it cannot unleash a third strike. With a swift motion, the Qi-Ching sword cleaves through the ice mouse. I utter a low growl, and an aura of energy ripples around me as I initiate my combo, executing a flurry of strikes. The ice mouse, a magical creature with only about 1,500 health points, lets out a pained squeak before collapsing to the ground. With a soft thud, fortune smiled upon me as I struck down my first foe, unexpectedly unveiling a deep blue tome. Frost Mouse. Attack, defense, life, agility, magic. Ah, a quintessential fragile magic-based pet, possessing a commendable 4-star magic growth. It serves quite well as a magical companion, particularly in the early stages, proving to be a formidable tool for leveling and player versus player combat. The nemesis of heavily armored foes is indeed magic, as evidenced by the fact that this level 39 creature could effortlessly deplete 200 of my health with a single ice shard. Continuing my quest, I roamed the frigid forest wielding the Qi-Ching sword, diligently searching for indigo seaweed while keeping a watchful eye on every frost mouse I encountered. The appearance of a level 1 frost mouse would be an opportunity not to be missed. After over an hour of wandering, I noticed that the hour had grown late, approaching 9 p.m., yet there was still no word from Lin Wanner regarding our late-night snack outing. However, Dong Chengyu teasingly remarked that it was my turn to treat. As my wager with Lin Wanner remained in effect, and having been vanquished by the general's family twice, I owed her 2 late-night meals. As I continued to engage the frost mice, suddenly, the sounds of footsteps and conversation drifted from the edge of the forest. Boss, There's a frostmouse corpse here. It seems players have been here recently, otherwise, the body would have long since respawned. I pondered this for a moment. To encounter players in such a leveling area, there must be at least a 10-member team, for otherwise, they would not withstand the onslaught. Indeed, figures began to materialize, several players entering my line of sight, while the area around me remained eerily desolate. Standing there with my Qingqing sword, I gazed at the group ahead, who were equally fixated on me. Curse it! A slender archer gasped in disbelief. Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao Zizai, we actually ran into him. Boss, what should we do? A level 31 berserker hefted his battle axe, his expression menacing. What is there to deliberate? Attack. Chapter 58. The Clash of Swords and Shields. There were 7 individuals in total. 2 berserkers, both at level 31, presenting quite a challenge. Alongside them stood a healer, an archer, a gunslinger, and a spirit mage. Finally, there was a level 32 monk clad in heavy armor, undoubtedly possessing formidable defense. This assembly formed a quintessential team, capable of individually confronting a boss, and it was indeed impressive that a monk had reached such a level at this stage. The berserker resembling a captain was named Mu Tian, wielding a gleaming battle axe that appeared to be at least silver grade, ensuring its attack power was substantial. Engaging them head-on would leave me vulnerable to the concentrated fire of the spirit mage, archer, and gunslinger, likely resulting in my demise within a single round. Therefore, a direct confrontation was out of the question, otherwise it would spell my end. Holding the Qingqing sword beneath the trees, I smiled faintly, saying, I am merely here to gather indigo seaweed, having provoked none of you. Why resort to violence? With a swing of his battle axe, Mu Tian replied with a grin. It's unavoidable. Greed drives men to folly. We brothers are quite eager for that 1,000 gold, so I'm afraid we must proceed. Before you meet your end, do you have any final words? I fell silent for a moment before declaring, this deep cold forest is my territory. I arrived first. Anyone who dares to enter shall face merciless retribution. You are welcome to test that. With that, I leaped back, disappearing into the thicket just as the Again night enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility poor and making the 2 berserkers hesitant. Mu Tian's expression darkened as he commanded, release the pets, let them scout the way. We shall surely take down the carefree one today. In the next moment, several bats and goblins were summoned, none of which posed a significant threat. Softly, my boots crunched on the damp grass of the forest floor as I stealthily advanced, observing the situation outside while calculating my strategy. The opposing team of 7 could undoubtedly overwhelm me, so I needed to leverage my strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. My plan was to utilize the flying speed of my little healer pet to swiftly eliminate their healer first, followed by the spirit mage and archer. Resolute in my decision, I crept to their flank and, with a flick of my hand, activated the pardon card gifted to me by Yu Qingqian. Immediately, I summoned my pet, a level 31 little healer with wings. I focused my will on the pet, and with a swift motion, it burst through the dense foliage, targeting the opposing healer. Its tail glowed with a 6-pointed star, executing a 4-hit combo. Disaster struck. The priest gasped in shock and hastily retreated, missing the first strike of the combo, but unexpectedly, the last 2 attacks landed, yielding significant damage numbers. 489. 512. Damn it. The priest still stood, surely. They had added at least 5 points to their health with each level, allowing for such resilience. In a flash, the little healer landed another blow, ultimately dispatching the priest. Mu Tian swiftly turned around, raising his massive axe and bellowing, Gunslinger, archer, concentrate your fire and take down his pet. The fiery rockets aimed and struck almost simultaneously upon the diminutive creature, inflicting substantial damage despite its meager defenses, causing its health to plummet by nearly 500 points. Shortly thereafter, the sorcerer raised his staff, unleashing a chaotic barrage of frost spells upon the small being. A resounding 600 damage echoed through the air. I, concealed in the shadows, swiftly cast a healing spell to restore the creature's vitality, immediately commanding it to retreat from the battlefield lest it succumb to defeat. Monk, lay down your weapon, roared Mu Tian as he swung his axe with fervor, only to miss entirely. The little creature's speed was simply too great. The ascetic, clutching his staff, thrust forward with a single palm, summoning a golden light that diminished the creature's attack power by 10. The initially inflicted damage of 610 was thus reduced to 549. A testament to the potency of multi-class support in combat. MD, you think you can escape? Another berserker charged forth, his battle axe ablaze. intent on delivering a lethal blow to the little one. I could not allow this. I surged forward, the Azure City sword shimmering as I executed a flurry of strikes before the foe could retaliate. My signature technique unleashed 3 rapid blows upon the berserker's chest, dealing damage in quick succession: 358, 347, 333. With a startled cry, the berserker staggered backward. He had evidently invested considerable points in vitality, for had it not been so, my combination of strikes would have felled him. Now, with a sliver of life remaining, he retreated, while I advanced with my sword poised, delivering strikes with astonishing speed. MD. How is this possible? The berserker, astonished by my swiftness, faltered, gasping as blood erupted from his chest, collapsing to the ground and even dropping his axe. There was no time to claim the spoils. I swiftly withdrew. Just a second ago, I had been standing firm. But now I was bombarded by 2 arrows and struck by a marksman, the acrid scent of gunpowder saturating the dense forest. With the little one cradled in my arms, I hastily sought refuge in the thicket, awaiting my skills to cool down, replenishing both my and my companion's health. Once rejuvenated, I would close in again. The graveyard was not too far. The fallen healer and berserker would not resurrect quickly. I had at least 10 minutes to eliminate the remaining 5 adversaries. At this moment, my resolve was unwavering. Wolves feast on meat while dogs scavenge on refuse. I must retaliate fiercely against those pursuing me, lest they perceive me as an easy target. Parting a few leaves, I beheld Mutian, axe in hand. Seething with fury, MD, how could they have slain 2 of our own without a hint of response? What is this? When I was engaging in PK with ease. What were your pets doing? The ascetic replied quietly, the speed of the vampiric bats cannot match that of his pet. We have done our utmost. We must hold this position until those 2 revive, then we shall act. Very well. They can wait, but I cannot. I commanded Little Nipple to soar to the opposite side of this open space, coordinating our assault in a pincer movement. This time, I must strike decisively to eliminate the sorcerer and the archer. With a flash, Little Nipple darted forward, buzzing toward the opposing sorcerer. Here it comes. The sorcerer was already on guard. Raising his staff, he unleashed a precise ice spike spell that struck Little Nipple, significantly reducing its speed. Subsequently, the sorcerer began to retreat, intending to employ a hit-and-run tactic against Little Nipple. The Qingxing's sword glimmered ominously as I lunged forward, thrusting it with deadly intention. The blade shimmered with a star-like radiance, sweeping across the archer's shoulder. Simultaneously, I sank my body down and struck the ground with my left fist. Boom. The beast binding chain activated successfully, ensnaring the sorcerer as if striking a cow behind the mountain. Little Nipple moved in swiftly, delivering 2 quick strikes and dispatching the sorcerer. The healer could regain 5 health points, but the sorcerer required 10 points to restore mana. Otherwise, his magical attacks lacked potency. This is a simple truth understood by all. The archer swayed, falling lifelessly, with the nearby blood-sucking bat screeching briefly before vanishing with its master. In an instant, I had dispatched 2 foes, leaving 3 remaining. A surge of heat enveloped me as a fire axe skill struck my shoulder. Clang. 227. Mutian followed up with another strike, inflicting 154 damage with a regular attack on my arm. He widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, such absurd defense." Yet, I remained silent as my sword met the abdomen of the gunslinger with a fierce thrust. On the other side, Little Nipple's attack power had been reduced by 10, yet it remained valiant, executing a level 4 thrust. The gunslinger's head tilted, collapsing to the ground. Clang. The monk's staff struck against my earth armor once more. But alas, it only registered 49 points of damage, entirely absorbed due to my high resilience. The monk, fortified with health points, possessed a fearsome defense. Yet his offensive capability was utterly lacking. What a disgrace. Now it was your turn. I sidestepped, my foot tracing a half-arc as a large mist floated beside me, successfully dodging Mutian's attack. His eyes reddened in frustration. He never expected that a team of 7 would be defeated. Brandishing his battle axe, he bellowed, unleashing a level 4 fearless skill. His next strike would ignore 20 of my defense. Casting a glance at the skill cooldown, I pressed forward without hesitation, bracing myself as I absorbed Mutian's fearless attack. Simultaneously, the Qingxing sword pierced through, its star-like brilliance trembling as it unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes in a combo. 357, 342, 344. Mutian's health plummeted to 0. gritting his teeth as he fell. Behind the captain stood the monk, unyielding, holding his staff with dignity. With a level 4 endurance skill enhancing 4 health recovery, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, a golden bell hovering around him, enveloping his body. The level 4 golden bell skill boosted his defense by 12. A proud skill of the monk. Come at me. The ascetic roared, if you dare, break my defenses. I shall witness the true prowess of this melee healer today. It will be either your demise or mine. I remained silent, commanding my small companion to swiftly eliminate the ascetic's goblin pet. With a sudden shift, I inverted the hilt of my sword, grounded my feet, and propelled myself forward with astonishing speed, halting abruptly before the ascetic. His eyes widened in shock. And as he stood there, momentarily paralyzed, I felt my body slightly descend before I launched a fierce assault, shattering his guard with a resounding crash that sent him staggering backward. The Chi-Ching sword twirled, and a surge of energy erupted from beneath my feet. My cloak billowing dramatically, this was the prelude to my combo, an S-rank sequence capable of single-handedly turning the tide. 98, 101, 79, 109. 4 consecutive strikes left the ascetic utterly defenseless. As I struck him fiercely, he lost his balance. With a low growl, I gathered my strength for a mere 0.2 seconds, unleashing a level 4 gale slash that tore through the air, marking the final blow of my combo, significantly amplifying my overall attack power. With a resounding thud, my sword cleaved through the 32nd level ascetic, forcing him to retreat repeatedly as the damage numbers soared above his head, reading a staggering 711. He stared in disbelief. Is this the legendary combo? I remained silent, delivering the finishing blow with a swift strike. In an instant, the 32nd level armored ascetic fell, defeated. Chapter 59. The cold edge of the sword looking down. Mu Tian and the ascetic monk each acquired a piece of equipment. Mu Tian received armor, the green rock artifact, which paled in comparison to my earth armor, but I digress. The ascetic monk obtained a gleaming pair of leggings. Upon inspection, they turned out to be a bronze artifact. Quite commendable, especially since my legging slot remained unfilled, previously adorned only with a plain cloth pair that had been disposed of by the general's family. Wild bear leggings. Bronze artifact. Type. Armor defense. 65 strength. 15 additional. Increases the user's defense by 20 points required level. 30 as I donned them. My armor set was almost complete, and my defense had ascended to a new echelon, surpassing 500. The next encounter with Mu Tian and his cohorts might not result in losing 200 health from a single axe strike. After gathering the scattered equipment from the ground, I turned around, fading into the embrace of the forest, continuing my search. After wandering for a while with little success, I received a message from Lin Wanner. Are you going out for a late-night snack? We're hungry. I'll be down in a moment. All right. I logged off, removed my helmet, and turned to find a pair of eyes staring back at me. It was my bespectacled friend, Tengu. What do you want? I furrowed my brows. Tengu continued to glare at me. Li, I heard you got into a fight with Lu Ying and his crew yesterday? Is it true that you took them all down in one go? I chuckled. Who told you that? Utter nonsense. Is it not you? Lu Ying denied it. But some classmates claimed to have witnessed it. I'm off for a midnight snack. You can keep speculating. I threw on a jacket and stepped outside. Arriving at the girls' dormitory where 2 lovely ladies awaited me in short skirts, their hem fluttering elegantly, their long legs resembling jade, invoking a cascade of imaginative thoughts. Where shall we dine tonight? I inquired. Lin Wanner chuckled softly. Tonight, it's on you. I smacked my thigh. Oh no, I didn't bring any money. Could you lend me some? I'll repay you tomorrow. Shameless. Cough, cough. The young lady is indeed formidable. At the first dining hall, we feasted on several stir-fried dishes accompanied by fragrant hot soup, precisely what one craves at night. Of course, having 2 radiant beauties seated before me made me feel exceptionally fortunate as I watched them eat with cheerful expressions. This was a delightful change, reminiscent of my previous career as a bodyguard. Initially, I served as a bodyguard for a local chief in a border region, spending my days driving him around and assisting in procuring various women. At times, while I drove, he would indulge in his escapades in the back seat, leaving me utterly exasperated. The second position I held was as a bodyguard for a notorious drug lord, earning a daily wage of 5,000 RMB. This criminal, in the pursuit of his business, even executed several innocents before my very eyes. Later, when his enemies came to assassinate him, I silently watched as a bullet from an M9 pistol pierced through his skull, after which I resigned in disgrace. My third employer was Lin Wanner, the first beautiful employer who did not evoke any murderous intent within me. I resolved to cherish this opportunity. Li Xiaoao, what are you pondering? Lin Wanner suddenly raised her head to glance at me. I smiled faintly. Nothing. Just, what is it? She blinked her enchanting large eyes, her long eyelashes resembling delicate brushes that could melt one's heart. I hesitated for a moment before saying, I am merely concerned about the numerous pursuers in Bahuang City. Will I ever be able to level up? If I continue to be slain, my progress will stagnate, and my resistance will weaken. How could that be? She chuckled lightly. I just browsed the forum and found a post about you defeating a family in a 1v7 encounter. Quite impressive. Many refer to you as the Grim Reaper of the outskirts of Bahuang City. I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment. Oh, that was merely a desperate struggle. Lin Wanner pursed her red lips and cast me a sidelong glance, saying, Nevertheless, you truly must be cautious. My heart skipped a beat. You mean Jian Fenghan? Indeed. Lin Wanner nodded. I once sparred with Jian Fenghan long ago. He epitomizes the revival combat style, adept at utilizing pet positioning to manipulate formations and strike at opponents. Moreover, Jian Fenghan is a fervent war fanatic. He cannot tolerate anyone surpassing him. Just consider how renowned you have become in Bahuang City. With such a high bounty on your head, how could Jian Fenghan resist challenging you? Dong Qingwei, seated nearby, took a sip of tea and suddenly smiled, saying, I believe it may not merely be a challenge, but rather a lesson he intends to impart. With that, she straightened her posture and proudly lifted her chest, her C-cup figure strikingly beautiful. Dong Qingwei smirked and added, Xiaoao, why don't Wanner and I accompany you to Bahuang City for a few days to protect you? I have yet to meet Jian Fenghan in person and am eager to experience his PK prowess. What do you think? I understood she was offering to protect me, merely providing me with an easy way out. Consequently, I resolutely shook my head. No need. I will face the consequences of my own actions. I have already provoked Lu Ying's family in Bahuang City and must be prepared for relentless pursuit. If Jian Fenghan truly intends to confront me, then let him come. Even if I am slain, I will not grant him the satisfaction he seeks. He shall wait and see. Very well then. We shall await your invitation for another meal. After finishing a late-night snack and returning to my dormitory, sleep eluded me. So I donned my gaming helmet and logged back in, determined to practice diligently to level up as swiftly as possible to 40, where I could undergo the second-class transition and learn new skills. This was the path to survival. Otherwise, encountering any formidable adversary could very well lead to my demise. In the depths of the frigid forest, with the Qingqing sword gleaming coldly in my grasp, I summoned the Bobo pacifier. Cautiously, I surveyed my surroundings. A few level 39 ice mice were gradually respawning, devoid of any players. After my previous annihilation of Mu Tian's group, they seemed to have resigned themselves to abandoning their quest for bounty. After all, the cost of losing a level is quite significant, and without absolute confidence in defeating me, none would dare to take the risk. Moreover, in recent days, I had dispatched several quasi-masters, earning a reputation that suggested the melee healer roaming the borders was indeed formidable. Yet, no one truly comprehended my actual strength. I was acutely aware of my limitations against the general's family in the arena should I face Yin Zhao Wushuang one-on-one. My chances of victory would barely exceed 40. After all, Yin Zhao Wushuang's level ascended rapidly, and his equipment upgrades outpaced mine, supported by a formidable ally in Bragg. With no distractions, I resolved to continue leveling until I reached level 40, after which I would investigate what NX skills the beast tamer Darren could impart. As the midnight hour struck, I had been diligently slaying ice mice, my inventory overflowing with indigo seaweed. It was time to return to town and concoct a batch of level 5 blue potions, the indigo sea elixir. Just as I prepared to depart, my gaze lifted and was met by a chilling presence. I could genuinely feel that aura, the hallmark of a true expert. In the open glade of the jungle, approximately 20 paces from me, stood a young man clad in black armor, leaning against a protruding rock, his eyes glinting with palpable provocation. Above him floated an inscription, ID, Jian Fenghan LV 37 Swordsman. A chill swept through me. This was the leader of Fengmang, the formidable individual spoken of by Lin Wanner, Jian Fenghan. Undoubtedly a top-tier expert, possibly even surpassing Yin Zhao Wushuang in prowess. Jian Fenghan regarded me silently for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. Hey, carefree wanderer. How intriguing. A character like you can withstand a 1,000 gold bounties assault and thrive amidst these high-level monsters. You truly are carefree. I replied coolly, friend. Do you need something? I don't believe we are acquainted. Why must heroes be acquainted? He retorted. I am here for a singular purpose, to defeat you. I remained silent, raising my hand to slowly draw the Qi sword. With Jian Fenghan's arrival, escape was no longer an option. It was either my demise or his. Jian Fenghan chuckled, drawing his sword with a swift motion as a six-pointed star appeared beneath his feet, summoning a pet, a massive crimson hound that crouched low, growling menacingly at me. Seemingly reading my thoughts, Jian Fenghan smirked slightly. Do not be misled. This is a hellhound, boasting 5 stars in attack and speed, slightly inferior to your overlord B. However, that is inconsequential. The true strength of a pet lies in its master's control. Come now, carefree wanderer. Let me witness just how formidable the one who stirs the winds of chaos in Baja City truly is. Treading upon the frigid grass, the blade of Jian Fenghan swept forth. Simultaneously, a hellhound roared and charged from another angle. Alas, the dual-line operation, a true dual line. With a whoosh, the sword cleaved through the sky, and with a clang, a collision ensued, the forces equal and unyielding. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jian Fenghan's gaze, but vanished in an instant. With a slip of his foot, he halted his body at an almost impossible angle, arms outstretched, the sword already descending at a diagonal. I felt a slight heaviness in my body as the Qi sword, radiating with a golden six-pointed starlight, surged forth, initiating a level 4 combo. Clang. Once again, a clash occurred, yet Jian Fenghan's form was akin to that of a great ape. The sword's momentum did not fade, and he thrust his arm again, launching a second wave of relentless attacks. Boom. 301. I was struck by the sword, my combo disrupted amidst his continuous onslaught. A searing wind rushed from behind, the hellhound's claws ablaze, pouncing upon me. The little healer immediately took position, engaging in a fierce struggle with the hellhound. Meanwhile, I slipped and narrowly avoided Jian Fenghan's third attack, retreating several steps, only to find his assault seemingly inexhaustible, a flurry of sword shadows filling the air. This cannot continue. I would surely succumb to his relentless barrage. Crack, crack. I was hit by 2 successive strikes upon my shoulder, and I retaliated with a kick. Boom. 341. 297. 174. I stumbled back several meters, barely regaining my stance. Lifting my gaze to Jian Fenghan, I exclaimed, this attack pattern. It is derived from the 12 continuous blows of the Tongbi fist, isn't it? Jian Fenghan paused slightly, astonished. You actually discern this? Heh. But you are still destined to perish. With a swift motion, I cast a healing spell, restoring 600 points of health, followed by a potion, bringing me back to full health. Rustle. Jian Fenghan, like a wraith, surged forward along a curved trajectory, lightly extending his sword in a probing manner akin to the Tongbi fist. Humph. Standing firm, I summoned my inner strength, the Qi sword suddenly sweeping out, clashing with his long sword with a resounding clang, simultaneously stepping forward, my left fist crashing heavily into Jian Fenghan's abdomen. Boom. 179. The energy beneath my feet surged explosively as I activated the skill, 1 against 1,000. Oh no. A flicker of alarm flashed in Jian Fenghan's eyes. Yet under my rapid assault, he was struck in the abdomen and chest consecutively. Just as my 4th strike of 1 against 1,000 was about to land, he sidestepped, placing one palm on the ground, executing a backward somersault, retreating several meters. Whoosh. The Xuanfeng slash cleaved through the air, resulting in a significant miss. Chapter 60. Killing with a borrowed blade. Turning swiftly, I charged towards the hellhound, delivering a powerful blow with the beast-binding lock. Thud. At the moment my fist struck, the adept sword edge Han executed an exquisite lateral movement, a large miss appearing in the air, while his pet, the hellhound, wagged its tail and retreated a few meters. Such remarkable dexterity. In the blink of an eye, both player and pet evaded my skill simultaneously. I had to eliminate the hellhound first, otherwise, Little Milk's health would plummet. With a flourish, the Qi sword rose, aimed directly at the hellhound. However, I underestimated sword edge Han, who deftly maneuvered the hellhound backward, evading my pursuit. Meanwhile, a chilling gust swept behind me, heralding Han's relentless combo. Without turning, I felt my body grow heavy. The Qi sword swung defensively from my back, yet it could not withstand the overwhelming force, causing me to shudder. The Qi sword spun around and struck down heavily at sword edge Han. 341. Taken aback by my attack power, he retreated, quaffing a health potion. After enduring 3 consecutive strikes, My health was critically low, waiting for the cooldown of my healing spell. As I lifted my hand, a healing number of 600 appeared. But at that moment, Little Milk let out a shrill cry and fell, slain by the pursuing hellhound. Unable to catch up with Sword Edge Han, I turned to pursue the hellhound, only to find it wagging its tail and fleeing, denying me the chance to vanquish it. With Han at full health, he immediately approached with his sword drawn. With my combo still on cooldown, I could only initiate a basic attack, hoping to fell him in one strike. As I closed the distance of 3 steps, Sword Edge Han abruptly halted, my sword gleaming with a golden hexagram as my combo was triggered. I rushed forward, intent on delivering the fatal blow. To my dismay, Sword Edge Han began to retreat, and the hellhound, with dreadful timing, nipped at me from behind, shattering my combo. It was over. A chill ran through me as golden light surged, and the opponent's blade struck my shoulder 3 times in succession. Game over. In an instant, I found myself in a nearby graveyard, inspecting my equipment. Nothing had dropped, yet I stood there, dazed by the crushing defeat. It was not merely my agility that fell short. Rather, it was my understanding of game tactics that paled in comparison to Sword Edge Han's. This loss was a true testament to his tactical mastery. I remained silent for a full 5 minutes, replaying Han's maneuvers in my mind, the separation of player and pet, the dual positioning to distract the opponent, and the gradual depletion of their health. Even with my healing spell, I had been bested. It was that simple. While the strategy was clear, executing it was another matter entirely, demanding a level of reflexes that was exceptionally high. I pushed the thoughts aside and sought my corpse. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the site of my demise. In the distance, Sword Edge Han sat beneath a pine tree, sword in hand, watching my position, evidently awaiting my resurrection for another round. Without hesitation, I revived, having lost a level. I fully utilized my healing spell to restore my vitality, unsheathed my sword, and unleashed a wave of energy. My little companion was summoned once more. This time, I needed a strategy to counter the impending defeat. Jianfeng Han observed me from a distance, a sly smile playing on his lips. Carefree and at ease, quite impressive, he remarked, instilling a slight pressure within me. Such an opponent was indeed rare. In the vast expanse of 8 desolate city, there were no more than 10 individuals with your prowess. I listened intently, and then I inquired, I admire your skills. How about you join our illustrious ranks? Jianfeng Han chuckled. I raised the Qingqing's sword to my chest, offering a faint smile. To admire me, is that so? Let me first defeat you. With a thunderous crash, my Silverlock battle boots struck the ground as I surged forward, my blade slicing through the air with intent. Jianfeng Han scoffed, raising his sword onto his shoulder, having calculated my landing point with precision. A sharp clang echoed as he landed on one foot, crushing the grass beneath him, and delivered a swift arc kick. In midair, I grasped the chainmail on his shoulder, exerting force to alter my trajectory, elegantly evading his kick and landing almost flawlessly, escaping the brunt of his assault. My left fist, imbued with energy, slammed down onto the beast-binding lock. However, Jianfeng Han proved too astute. He deftly sidestepped the lock, his sword gleaming with a 6-pointed star radiance as he schemed to strike my companion, who was simultaneously launching a flurry of attacks. In a rapid sequence of sounds, Jianfeng Han's vitality plummeted by 500, while my little companion managed only 2 strikes, leaving her with a mere 100 vitality. The hellhound howled, its ferocity palpable. Swiftly, I cast a healing spell, determined to keep my companion alive. Otherwise, facing both him and his pet alone would lead to certain defeat. I executed a dual-line maneuver, guiding my companion to retreat while drawing the opponent's firepower. The speed of the Overlord Bee was remarkable, allowing us to evade Jianfeng Han and the hellhound's attacks, both missing spectacularly. In that moment, I charged forward, the Qingqing sword flashing as I unleashed a series of strikes aimed at the hellhound. 397, 422, 447. Alas, despite 3 strikes, the hellhound remained unscathed, having regained at least 50 of its vitality, a classic strategy in player-versus-player encounters. The hellhound roared, leaping towards me, its sharp forehead colliding with my chest. Meanwhile, Jianfeng Han's blade slashed diagonally, slicing away 200 of my vitality. In an instant, my vitality dipped below 50, and I hastily retreated while directing my companion to attack the hellhound. Suddenly, Jianfeng Han laughed, seemingly in self-mockery, astonished that the very tactics he had employed moments ago were now being mirrored by me. With a swift kick, I struck the hellhound with a resounding thud. Jianfeng Han activated the level 4 rapid skill of the swordsman, enhancing his attack speed by 8 and his movement speed by 4. As I kicked the hellhound away, the blade descended upon the little one's forehead. A sharp gasp escaped me. 389. In the blink of an eye, the little one was left with but a sliver of health, and my stolen maneuver was swiftly countered. Jianfeng Han's reflexes were astonishingly remarkable, and his adaptability was indeed exceptional. He was an exceedingly formidable opponent, unmatched even by the renowned Yin Zhao. Operating on two fronts, I could merely instruct the little one to flee while I dragged the Qi Qing sword away from Jianfeng Han. He consumed a health potion, restoring himself to full vitality. And with the hellhound in tow, he was poised to deliver a lethal blow. However, bolstered by his rapid skills, his speed far surpassed mine, leaving no avenue for escape. Jianfeng lowered his sword, sweeping the ground and sending severed blades of grass into the air. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he laughed heartily. Carefree and unrestrained, your agility is indeed unique, an intriguing adversary. But do you truly believe you can survive under my grasp? Dream on. I remain steadfast. My previous strategies rendered futile in the face of a tactical master like Jianfeng Han. In truth, had my gaming tactics not been so lacking, I would not have ranked 3,000,000 in the earlier game conquest. Behind me, the sound of pursuit echoed as Jianfeng Han's sword glinted ominously near my back. A disconcerting sensation with no recourse available. My dual operations faltered, leaving the little one in disarray. Most critically, under Jianfeng Han's mastery, I found little hope of victory. His skills easily evaded or dismantled my combos, making a decisive kill impossible. A glance revealed 3 level 39 ice mice slowly respawning in the distant thicket. And a flicker of inspiration ignited within me. Perhaps I could attempt something? Dragging the Qi Qing sword behind me, I maneuvered the little one into position. Moments later, we reached the small hill, and with a leap, I vanished into the underbrush. Thud. I landed awkwardly, rolling forward through the grass. As the 3 ice mice chirped in alarm, now within mere yards of me, preparing their ice spike spells. Behind me, Jianfeng Han's laughter boomed with arrogance. Stop struggling. Carefree when I sprang to my feet just as the ice mice were about to unleash their spells upon me. Suddenly, I sheathed the Qi Qing sword and, with a bare fist, struck the little one. In response to my command, the Bawang Bi retaliated with a stinger attack to my chest, our companions striking each other. Oh heavens! Jianfeng Han's expression paled. Oh no! How did I not foresee this indeed? The hatred had shifted. The transfer of enmity is a rule governing the wild monsters. Initially, the hostility value of 3 ice mice was directed towards me, but the moment I attacked another target, their enmity swiftly shifted. Coupled with the fact that the little healer also struck at me, the hostility value promptly transferred to the approaching Jianfeng Han. With a swift motion, 3 ice spikes shot forth, each accompanied by damage readings of 276, 298, and 304. In an instant, Jianfeng Han's health plummeted. His body enveloped in a faint frost as he wielded his longsword, his movement speed significantly hampered. Meanwhile, the hellhound howled and charged towards me, resolved to eliminate me even at the cost of its own demise. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, a low growl escaping his lips as he readied himself for a 0.2-second windup. The Xuanfeng slash howled through the air, the brilliance of the Qi Qing sword striking Jianfeng Han's shoulder, slowing him down. No matter how formidable he was, evasion was no longer an option. Damn! I refused to accept this. Jianfeng Han managed to utter those words before his body weakened, collapsing onto the grass. 579. Observing the simultaneous disappearance of the hellhound, I sheathed my sword, collected the potions dropped by Jianfeng Han, and turned to flee from the ice mice's attack range. I ran several hundred meters, finally evading the enmity. Securing my safety. Taking a deep breath, I relished my vengeance. It was time to train elsewhere, for this was no place to linger. In the dead of night, wandering the opposite side of the deep cold forest, having vanquished countless ice mice, I finally ascended to level 32. Jianfeng Han did not pursue me further, clearly, having originally been at level 37, sharing the top rank on the 8 Desolate City leaderboard alongside Yin Zhao Wushuang. My Xuanfeng slash had reduced him to level 36. He must now be busy hunting monsters to hone his skills. Truly, the so-called experts are but pitiful souls squeezed from the essence of cucumber juice.